I hope you all had a great extended weekend. Good Memorial Day. I spent my weekend watching the teams left in these conference finals and trying to do like a compare and contrast on what felt so different with them compared to where you feel about your teams right now. And the conclusion I came to was actually one that hasn't really been a consideration all that much. And here's what it is. We know what you don't have. With the Nuggets, it's depth, and that's clear if you're watching this OKC and Minnesota series. So Minnesota dominates Game 3. They come back Game 4 yesterday, this unbelievable game that in overtime, or I'm sorry, at the very end of regulation, you have a wild fourth quarter where almost 80 points are scored. OKC ends up on top 128-126. But you look at the bench. They got a guy like Caruso that's playing 33 minutes. They got a guy like Cason Wallace that's playing 28. Minnesota has Nickeil Alexander-Walker playing 29. Dante DiVincenzo, 28. Naz Reid playing 23. All of those guys. By the way, those three names for Minnesota combined for 55 points between those three guys. And just when you're in a pinch and a starter's not giving you something like Julius Randle wasn't yesterday, who had 5 points in 28 minutes, to have something you can rely on coming off the bench, I mean, it's clear. That's what the Nuggets don't have. They don't have Caruso that they can point to and just say, you know what, this doesn't feel like a Hartenstein game, so we're going to give him 16 minutes, and then we're going to have Cason Wallace and Caruso give us, pretty much 30 apiece off the bench. You don't have that. That part is obvious. But here's what I've never really considered. Despite having that sort of thrown in your face, could you make an argument that the best thing you can do is kind of keep this together and find ways to round things out around the team? We get frustrated with the situation that the Nuggets are presented for one reason. And that reason is it's been the same for the last couple of years. It's been way too much relying on your starting five and not enough filling out depth around them. The answer maybe doesn't have to be that you get rid of what is actually working for you, which is your starting five. Which, as we pointed out multiple times in this show, the starting five for the Nuggets was better than the Thunder's starting five, and it wasn't particularly close. It's the depth. So maybe the thought process here, in listening to Josh Kroenke's comments last week and hiring David Adelman as head coach and doing all these different things is, what if we're in good shape and we just need to find a couple of dudes that can give us a couple of minutes a night? Like, the hope is that Struthers stays healthy and he becomes one of those guys. I think Peyton Watson is obviously a focal point. I don't know what they're going to do with Russell Westbrook, but can you just find that? This is a situation in which, in both cases with the Nuggets and the Avalanche, the overall sort of sentiment has been, well, let's just keep things together and not blow anything up. Now, you can ask, is that the right move? And I think it's a fair question. But I don't think it's not the right answer. Like, for all the stuff with the Avs, what really happened to them? They got matched up with a team that, despite losing over the weekend, I think is going to take this series against Edmonton and head to the finals. If that's the case, how did you end up in the matchup with Dallas in round one? Well, your team was a mash unit for half the season, and you were just trying to keep your head above water, which was done, by the way. Kept it together during all of that turmoil and all these guys being out of the lineup. You did that, and then you got what seems to be the toughest matchup in the Western Conference. Took it to Game 7, had a 2-goal lead in the third period, you blew it. No two ways around that. That's what happened. But again, the last time they kept things together for both of them when they were under a little bit of pressure to make changes, it resulted in a title for both of them. It resulted in one for the Avs. You know, when they made their third consecutive second-round exit in the postseason in 2021? The one that they were healthy, the one that you felt like you had a really good shot at it, the one that Nathan McKinnon came to the press conference afterwards and said, you know, in all these years of my career, I haven't won bleep. The following year, they did nothing. They kept it together, made a couple of tweaks, and it resulted in a championship. For the Nuggets, you get swept in the second round by Phoenix. You lose in the first round to Golden State in 5. Hey, that one a little bit easier because Jamal was out for both of those. But a lot of people saying maybe Malone's not the right guy to lead the team. Maybe you need to change this and this and this around Joker. And what's the result? Following year, you get a championship. I think there are times in which letting rash decision-making created and sort of buoyed by this feeling of, I don't know how. It's a difficult series in a difficult situation. And you just want to feel like you're doing something. But sometimes it's not always the right move to make. Like, all in all, this doesn't feel like you're far off for either team, despite when you exited the postseason. You know, all these different times you talk about how the playoffs are all about matchups. And both teams get matched up what feels like they're going to be at least the Western Conference representative, if not the entire league champion at the end. So the question is, how do you get just that little bit better to push past a Game 7? Again, the roadmap as far as identifying, diagnosing the problem for the Nuggets is easier. Now, how to get the cure is harder. And the diagnosis, I think, with the Avs is a little bit more difficult, but easier to get there if you recognize it. You know, what were the Avs missing? And in that series, it just felt like they were missing a finish. You know, the easy answer is you improve your power play unit, and I don't think that series is particularly close. You know, we got a promo running on here about what is Dallas doing to Edmonton, and it's stay out of the flipping box. And it's like, yeah, you didn't do that either. But in both cases, when I say these are the identifiable problems, these are minor details, not an overhaul. You aren't a vast chasm away from being championship caliber and championship level. You're little tweaks. And I think spending this offseason and maybe giving this one more run with both teams and identifying that and trying to fix it is probably the right call. You know, by the way, the Nuggets already made major changes. A GM and a head coach is major. And we're still trying to find out who the GM is going to be of the Nuggets. But when it comes to you letting go of your head coach and the other guy takes over, and I think we all would admit, did a really good job. My guess is if Malone is still there, I don't think the team makes it that far. It's just a guess. You'd never know. But all in all, if you take another team that's sitting at home right now, you take the Lakers and the way that they lost to Minnesota, you have to be contemplating some major changes because over and over again in the postseason, this is their last 3. It was a sweep, loss in 5, loss in 5. That will leave you questioning, what are we doing here? In the case of the Avs and the Nuggets, you had the weird situation with Val, and then you take what I think we all, again, are eventually going to see as the Western Conference representative, to 7 games with a 2-goal lead in that Game 7 on the road. Minor tweaks can help it. But you aren't sitting there saying, we need to elevate ourselves from really not having a chance, maybe being the 4th best team in the conference to being first. I think in both cases, you could make a strong argument that you're second. And making a move to make a move's sake would feel a little foolish. When you look at a big picture. Go ahead.
Don't you kind of subscribe to the Nicole? I almost got the frogs in my throat had a successful weekend.
That first little chat to the microphone, yeah.
It's always a coin flip. There you go. What are the odds on Circa? I think it's a coin flip that anytime I turn on the mic, I'm going to be overrun with frogs.
Yeah, minus 110. That's why I throw it on.
There you go. But I'm going to pull a quote from Nikola Jokic. Hey, do you guys think you have the team to win it all with this roster as presently constructed? Well, we did not win, so we can't win.
Sure.
There you go. I think it was I keep wanting to say, was it Bill Walsh who once said, your record is, you are what your record says you are?
Yeah.
Was that Niners coach Bill Walsh? Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, how many more cliches do you want me to throw out there? I think we can play revisionist history as much as we want and complain about seeding and how the Avs got screwed by facing the Stars in the first round. But, I mean, they didn't win. So doesn't that tell you that you need to make some sort of a change?
Look, the suggestion here isn't not to change. It's what kind. Our last house that we had didn't have central heating and air. We had a swamp cooler and electric baseboard heaters, which was fine for the time. And then you know what happened? Because we didn't get enough heat from those baseboard heaters, especially near our dishwasher, a pipe froze, flooded our house and flooded our basement. So once that got done, me and my wife looked at each other and said, we need a major change. And the change isn't we're going to tweak things about the house. It's that we're getting out of the house. I don't think the Nuggets and the Avs are there. When we moved into this new house, my wife said, I want a new fireplace. And I said, that's a tweak. That's fine. Because overall, we like the bones of the house. We can make little tweaks inside. That's what I'm suggesting. That's where the Avs and the Nuggets are.
So is MPJ the swamp cooler and Jamal Murray is the baseboard heater?
That's what I guess we'll see, because that's what it feels like. That's where we're heading towards. Are they that? And this is where I think you're going to make the decision. Is the house going to flood? Or are we okay with where we're at? Because I think the answer, Nelly, is probably yeah. Those two things which work. But are you going to make the long-term commitment to it? And I think you're on basically a 1-year sort of cycle right now. And that applies to both teams. Like, it is so pivotal this next year. If these off seasons go like I think they will, which is no major changes, although I was reading an article over the weekend about a prospective trade for the Avs that I want to get to in a bit that would feel major. Because here's what the Avs have. they had money that they were going to allocate to Mikko Rantanen that is not anymore allocated to Mikko Rantanen. And could you use that on trying to snag a big fish this offseason? Well, there's one suggestion that I'll get to in just a minute that one writer had for the Avs that I think everybody would like. We'll get to it next. All right, I'll get to the suggested trade in just a second. Do want to address one more thing here. Texture says, boy, how the worm has turned. Sounds like Josh Kroenke just repeating excuses. Well, I'll give you a very major thing that I think you have to keep in mind if you are sitting in the chair of a Kroenke or you're sitting in the chair of anybody who's in charge of the Avs or the Nuggets right now, but especially the Nuggets. The big changes, the big moves that you maybe would like to see. You have to be able to see a bigger picture. And here's what the bigger picture is to me. You want to get rid of Jamal or MPJ, that's fine. But you're going to have to find somebody to take the contracts. And I think in both cases, somebody would. But here's the bigger thing. You have to guarantee me the team's better. That's the difficult part that I don't think anybody has true answers to. If you want to make a move like that, I've said this forever about MPJ. You bring up the idea of trading MPJ, and a lot of people are on board. They're like, yeah, do it. And then I ask, what's the value going to be for him? And they said, I don't know. And it can't be, I don't know. It has to be something more and something better. Because you make any of those moves, guess what's going to happen? Potentially. You could get worse. And then what? Then what do you do? Let's say you trade MPJ for a couple of guys that are serviceable NBA players, which seems to be the option that you'd have. Well, again, what if they aren't better than what you have currently? And all this stuff you talk about with wasting Jokic's prime and another wasted year for Joker and blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you a question. Of a team who felt the same way that you did, they came off a championship, had disappointing endings to their season over the last few years. That team would be the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks have lost in the first round 3 consecutive years. The Milwaukee Bucks did what? They made the big move. They went out and they got Damian Lillard. And this postseason was the worst of any of their previous 3. I guess going back to 2022 when they lost to Miami as a 1 seed was probably worse overall. But they got smacked around a little bit by Indiana. And now, what's the discussion around Milwaukee? Is Giannis going to stay? Things that even look better on paper don't translate to that. So there is a careful dance that you have to play. Here's one thing that works for the Nuggets. They're starting 5. Now, how do you find the other stuff? Because that's always been the problem. For as much as we want to talk about Jamal and MPJ's inconsistencies as, quote, max guys or whatever, all of that can be nullified if you had just a couple of guys off the bench that you trusted. And the Nuggets just haven't. For 2 straight years, they haven't. When you let KCP walk, you had one guy off the bench that you trusted in Christian Brown. But when he left, Christian Brown is now not coming off the bench. He's in your starting unit. And they found a replacement for KCP and Christian Brown, but they didn't find a replacement for Christian Brown off the bench. So that's all I'm saying. You want to be the major move guy where you take the offseason and use it to blow things up? Be my guest. But that is a risky proposition because if you fail at that, then you're risking an even farther step back. And a lot more questions. So, moving forward, speaking of major moves, there's an article from Adam Getz of Bleacher Report. So he was just compiling a list of trade ideas from teams that were eliminated in the playoffs. And here's one that they had for the Avs. He says, hey, why not just dream big right at the start? Do I expect Vancouver to trade Elias Pettersson? No. But their front office, sorry, lost the article, hang on. The Canucks seem to have lost confidence in Pettersson despite their public support of him. He might also welcome a fresh start, and Colorado would be a great place to get that given the style of play and offensive talent that's already in place. Beyond that, Colorado has shown time and time again that it is not afraid to get aggressive. And again, when you're just spitballing ideas like this, one thing I did think about was you were willing to offer Mikko Rantanen a giant contract. Now, you've acquired some players in return that could be due some money, but Brock Nelson's, it looks like, not going to be on your books. Just seems like he's not coming back. You could have some cash opened up for a big fish if you wanted to make the move. And the more that we've talked about it, the Avs needed depth, and I think they did a really good job of filling that out throughout the course of that regular season. You still got guys that are role players on this team that can fill out your bottom six in that forward group. But I think what became clear for me in something that they were missing, and they've been missing it since Kadri walked out the door, is that second line center. If you can find a way to get somebody to kind of fill that role, or if nothing else, just fill the production from any spot, I think that it could really help. And I think that they'd be willing to do it. Again, being aggressive with the Avs front office has never been an issue. They've always been somebody that's willing to make the big swing. And sometimes, not very often, but sometimes they've whiffed. And it feels like the only spot that they haven't been great at is trying to find a Kadri replacement. They tried it with Middlestat. Obviously, that didn't work. Brock Nelson felt like it, at times it was okay, but he wasn't very noticeable in the postseason. Can you find a way to get that done? And taking a swing like that, if Vancouver's willing to do the dance for a Pettersson, would be crazy. Because that's a fix. We can play the same game with the Nuggets if you'd like, but it's way harder to make cash work. Like, playing the NHL trade game is so much easier than playing the NBA trade game, especially where the Nuggets are at. And it's why I see, like, if anybody is going to make a major offseason move, it feels a lot more like them. That they would. But again, it's diagnosing the problem and then finding the remedy. I think the Avs' problem for a while has been that your second-line center just hasn't been good enough. Well, can you fix that? Couple of questions coming through on the text line. Does the NBA allow you to restructure contracts? No. To my knowledge, there's no way you can do it. We would have seen it already. The NFL, there's an announcement of somebody restructuring a contract like every 2 days. Never seen it in the NBA before. And I don't even think it's something that would benefit guys with guaranteed deals. You can do it in the NFL because you sign a 5-year, $150 million contract, but only like $90 million of it's guaranteed, so you can restructure ways for the guaranteed money to be more upfront or blah, blah, blah. The contract in the NBA, if it's 5 years, $150 million, it's $150 million. And by restructure, do you mean like front-loaded deal, the Nuggets are already in the apron. And you're going to take on more money? That doesn't make sense. So I don't see any way that helps you. I don't. And this is the dream, isn't it? Luka only has a contract to the end of next year with the Lakers, then he's a free agent. He's not leaving LA. Unless LA royally messes things up. He's not leaving. And if he were to leave, I mean, I don't know if we're just doing this European connection between the two. I mean, would I love it? Of course. You know, just for argument's sake, this is never going to happen. But the Nuggets would never land the big free agent. He's probably like the most viable option I could think of. Just because of him and Jokic's relationship. But it's still not going to happen. No way. Was reading something about the Broncos, by the way. And you know what's weird? Is that when you draft somebody in the first round, you draft somebody with like specific intentions. I am taking this guy as my first round pick, first of all, to play. And here's where he's going to play. You know what the Broncos did by taking Jahdae Barron? They kind of said, we'll figure it out. Like, the guy is so good, we'll find a way to put him on the field. And he is such a versatile sort of weapon that he's probably not going to be playing outside corner, at least initially. That's going to stick with Patrick Surtain and Riley Moss. But it speaks to two different things. Number one, the fact that they would take him for the talent that he is, just be like, we'll find somewhere to put him on the football field. Says a lot about him, first of all. It also says a lot about where the organization's at. That you didn't draft somebody based on some drastic need, some hole that was missing within your starting unit. You drafted this guy because he was the best football player that was available to you. And it's something that Sean Payton said as much. He goes, that Barron was too unique to pass up. The guy was so good and so rare that we're going to find a way to implement him into our defense. And if you should be excited about one thing this year, and I know it's not what people want to hear, because you want to hear about the explosive offense, and I think that the Broncos could have that this year. But you know what's really nice? If you only have to score like 20 points to win with an offense that's capable of doing more than that, that's even better. That's how you stay competitive in not just the division. Everybody focuses on the AFC West. It's the conference. You know, it really does feel like a Western Conference, Eastern Conference, NBA sort of thing that's happening in the NFL. Just by the amount of quarterbacks that reside within your conference. You aren't competing with Mahomes and Herbert solely. You're competing with Mahomes and Herbert, and Burrow, and Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson, and the list goes on and on. The NFC doesn't have that problem. Like, we went through this last year. The best quarterbacks in the NFC, like if you were to rank them from top to bottom, in some sort of order is like Stafford, Hurts, Jaden Daniels, then what? Jordan Love, Prescott, Goff, Baker. I mean, there's not a ton of options. But you just look, it's like every time you look at an AFC team, you're like, yeah, Josh Allen's pretty good. Tua's pretty good. Lamar Jackson's good. Burrow's good. CJ Stroud is good. Bo Nix looks like he's pretty good. Mahomes does. Herbert does. It's just it's harder to find teams that don't have quarterbacks that are good. You have a defense that is capable of bringing in somebody that if he was drafted, I think Jahdae Barron was drafted by any other team. He's a day one starter outside corner. And you say, well, we'll find a way to put him in the offense or put him in the defense.
And by the way, in honor of Jahdae Barron, I'll spend the offseason building up my soundboard. So by the time the first game of the season rolls around,
Yes.
I'll have all my...
That's always the first one I think of is T-Pain.
I'll just get as many Jahdae
Please.
Barron.
Wait, we tried to do this with a corner back in the day. Were you on the show when we were trying this? Who the heck was it? Was it? Texters, help me out. Help me out. You guys know there was a corner that had a unique name that we had a sound clip for, and he lasted about 2 weeks. He got hurt, and he was never seen again. Was it AJ Bouye?
For you,
Yeah, boy. Yeah, that's what it was.
He did Flava Flav.
Yeah,
boy.
I think that McGahee, during Broncos games, played that inside the arena, too. That's right. Oh, that yeah boy sound was great the 2 times that we had it until he was out for the year. Anyway, point is, to have a defense this good is such an advantage in the conference that you play in. It's the reason, by the way, that the Chiefs continued to be very good. It wasn't because their offense lit people up. It's their defense kept them in games. So we'll get back to this later. I got something else. I got something else on football. And it's a segment I like to call, These Guys Need to Shut Up. We'll get to it next. There was a song that Mr. T made back in the day that sounds a lot like this. I don't know if you guys have seen this. We talked about on Friday, Moser had his preemptive Olympics screaming about sports that were allowed in it. And his big beef was with flag football. And I think we all agree that flag football is pretty silly. It's the same thing we heard when breakdancing, or was it breaking, was in this last Olympics. It's like you always want to try a new sport in there, and it's like you don't have to. You know, you can just not and just keep the sports that we've always had.
The thing I don't understand, though, is so they let the host country add a couple sports, and the idea is you get to add something that's representative of your culture. Mm-hmm. So I understand why the U.S. wants to add some form of American football. I understand that. What I don't understand is where Australia said, hey, you know what's representative of our culture? Breakdancing. When have you ever connected those two dots in your life?
It's very odd. But there are guys who have been in, I guess, a flag football game for a long time. One of those guys, I forget the quarterback's name. Oh, Daryl Doucette. That's where it is. Daryl Doucette. He's the guy that you'll see in some of those flag football videos that looks just in atrocious throwing form. I mean, obliterates any idea of this is how you're supposed to throw a football. But he seems to be okay, like pretty good at this flag football thing. But here's what he said. This is a sport that we've played for a long time, and we feel like we're the best at it, and we don't need other guys. This is in response to Tyreek Hills and people like that talking about representing the U.S. in this flag football thing. Or, like using Mahomes as a quarterback. Now, I will fully admit, Nelly, that if I was a flag football player, and I've done this for a long time, and they finally made it a sport, that I would feel some type of way, I think, if you just get shoved off to the side for, a Mahomes to come in and take your place. Now, here's what is inarguable. He is so much better than you. Like, so much better. Like, dude is caught in between two different things here. One, I guess, could he take responsibility in how this sport was elevated to be an Olympic sport? Yes. Do not play the game of I'm better than what Patrick Mahomes would be in flag football.
KJ actually clipped that drop of Daryl Doucette saying this.
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
So we have that ready to play for the Olympics. And also, by the way, I got some wires crossed in my head. I was thinking of breakdancing legend Ray Gunn.
From Australia.
She's Australian.
Yes.
It was France that added breakdancing.
Right.
Still a country I don't associate with breakdancing, but I guess they're closer than Australia.
You don't know Jean-Pierre, the great breakdancer of our times? Yes, your point remains. I still am trying to figure out how these guys are going to act as if they are better than the world. It would be, how about this? Here's the equivalent. Slow pitch softball, because it's America, has now become an Olympic sport. And I know some of these guys that play slow pitch softball. There's dudes that are like, where do you want me to hit it? And I'll hit it there. I think if Aaron Judge says he wants to play, I'll take Aaron Judge, though.
I want Mark Springer. He's pretty good at softball.
You know what I mean? It's just, it's not that different. It's throwing a football. Or forget Lamar, or forget Patrick Mahomes. Here's an idea, Nelly. Lamar Jackson, does he feel like he would be an all-world flag football quarterback that Daryl Doucette III could not claim he was better than?
And also, if the point is to put this game on the world stage and try to showcase the game and the talent and make it bigger on a world scale, which is exactly what the NFL wants to do. I guarantee you the NFL is licking their chops and going, hey, we want the entire world watching this and going, you know what might be cooler than flag football? tackle football. So this is just a huge sales pitch for the NFL. So do you think Roger Goodell isn't going to pick up his little bat phone and call Daryl Doucette and say, hey, buddy, why don't you sit this one out? I'm going to let the MVP of the National Football League, Josh Allen, go take your spot because people want to see him, Daryl Doucette.
I'll make this really simple. If flag football is being played in the Olympics with Daryl Doucette, I'm not going to watch it. If flag football is being played with Lamar Jackson and Tyreek Hill, I probably am. Just for, I think, the pure comedy of what that would look like of them going against other people.
I want to see Derrick Henry running against some accountant from Latvia who also plays flag football, and now he's got to try and get to Derrick Henry.
I don't even think Derrick Henry would be the choice that you'd want in that. Derrick Henry's, he can run away from people, I know that, but he's a bruising type. Part of why he's hard to tackle is just the intimidation of trying to get your hands wrapped up around him. You don't have to in flag football, just grab him the flag. Like, that's what I'm saying. Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill, who would be like the sort of scatty running back that you would want on the team? Who's the most shifty guy in the league right now?
Right, someone who runs a little more finesse instead of brute strength.
Like maybe Jahmyr Gibbs, like a Jahmyr Gibbs type? That's actually a good question. The NFL's always had somebody like that is just the shifty, you can't catch me dude. Who's that guy in the league now? Hang on, let's go through this here. So here's your top runners. Saquon can just straight up jump over people. Saquon would be good. Bijan. I think Gibbs is probably the most like that right now. Because Barkley he's a lot of strength too. But Barkley can obviously run around you. He's a 2,000-yard rusher. Textures, you tell me. See, a lot of people saying Bijan. No problem with that. Maybe it's Bijan. Christian McCaffrey just hasn't been healthy in a while. It's hard to kind of harken back to it. Maybe it's just Lamar. Maybe Lamar's the most shifty guy that you got. I know he's not a running back, but still. But yeah, hey, Daryl Doucette. Can I hear that clip again from this nut job?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
You're not allowed to say that. It's just you're not allowed. I feel like I'm hotter than Brad Pitt. So what? It's not true. My wife reminds me as much. Texture says RJ Harvey. Hopefully. I am very excited to see what he's going to do in the backfield. You know what? Maybe that's what he should do instead. And Texture says they should do this. Give the guys their shot, is what a Texture says. Have an Olympic qualifier tournament. All Olympic athletes have to qualify. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take Daryl Doucette's team, and I'm going to make an all-world flag football team in the NFL, and we'll see how much that Daryl Doucette team loses by, which I'm assuming is going to be 50. And then we can settle it that way.
I'll take that. Yeah, hey, fair's fair. Let's see what you got.
Texture says even Barry Sanders at his age now would be better than most of the flag football players. It would be like, you're putting together some sort of team in baseball, and you're like, just give me Nolan Ryan at 80 years old. I'm sure he can still pump 78. Probably. Texture says Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray would be a great flag football player, too. So right about that, especially because he's tiny. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line if you guys want in. Reminder to you guys that we have all of the conference finals games in the NHL right here on Altitude Sports Radio. That continues tonight. 6 o'clock with Dallas in Edmonton, Game 4. So you can hear all of those right here on Altitude Sports Radio starting essentially every night at 6 o'clock is kind of how these games are going now. So, Catch that. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. So a few things that I wanted to talk about today. One of them being just I'm trying to base what I'm witnessing in the conference finals compared to where the Avs and the Nuggets were. And I think more and more of me as the days are going on is warming up to the idea that major changes weren't needed, tweaks were. And it's a matter of how you get there. So we'll get back to that in just a couple of minutes. Can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio in that search bar and subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything. From Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. I hope everybody had a great extended Memorial Day weekend. I spent my weekend watching these games in the conference finals on both the NHL and NBA side with a specific purpose. Just wanted to be like, what did they have that maybe our teams are missing? You know the conclusion I came to after watching that great game with Minnesota in OKC last night?
I know what it is.
I'll tell you what it is.
I know what it is. And it's not, don't say bench. It's not bench because everybody's going to say bench. I know what it is.
Go ahead.
It's that speed guard that can get to the hole whenever he wants.
Yeah. I was more thinking along the lines of this. Not a lot.
That's
the conclusion I came
to.
Like, they aren't that much better than your teams. That's what's weird.
Let me be Vic for a second, please, on this Tuesday morning. I was thinking about this all weekend. And a speed guard that can defend to about 30 feet and rotates well. That's what they got.
I mean, Vic's right, though. They don't have one of those. I mean, that guy was Russell Westbrook, ironically enough.
Yeah, do you know who that guy is? I mean, when you're watching the games, Halliburton can get around anybody. SGA can get around anybody. Anthony Edwards can get around
Jamal
anybody.
Murray can get around anybody if he wants to.
Not really.
Yeah, he can.
Nope.
Not really.
I agree with Vic.
No, not
like that.
Not really.
The overall thought, though, well, we'll beg to differ on that. The overall thought that Brett has is correct. They're really not, it's not a whole lot that they got that you don't in different ways because ain't nobody got a joker either. So they're very close, Brett, which is why it's so frustrating. You're watching hockey, right? And Edmonton's doing a number on Dallas.
Oh, I know, dude.
Mm-hmm.
6-1, baby.
Baby.
Woof, woof, woof.
Oh, baby. Little tiny 8-pound, 7-ounce baby.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't a lot. And that's why it makes you want to puke.
A beautiful baby boy. Yeah. I'll ask you this again.
Well, I went to a family reunion in Reno this weekend, believe it or not.
For your family or the
no,
Bears?
for Bears family. And I got a lot of what happened. So you know when you haven't seen people for a long time and they know what you do.
Yeah, they want to rehash everything.
It's the worst feeling in the world.
they want to. Why'd they lose? Mm-hmm. Well, yes, they lost, but they're close because they also could win. Like if they win that game 7, they could very well win the whole damn thing. It's frustrating as heck. Makes you want to puke.
Well, the two things, like, for both the Avs and the Nuggets, I'll tell you what happened. I watched the Florida in Carolina game last night, so Carolina finally got one. They snapped their 14 or 15 game losing streak in the
15, yeah.
15. Well, how Florida lost, I know that story. They were 0 for 4 on the power play in a 1-0 game. That'll hurt you.
And they didn't play their game either. They kind of the Panthers last night for the first time really in a while.
Just kind of said
they kind of just dorked around the entire game.
But for both of these teams, here's what I noticed. And, Vic, we've mentioned this before. You've said this on multiple occasions, and it was something I think was translated through the Kroenke press conference last week. The starting 5 of the Nuggets was fine. They were better than their starting 5 is still arguably the best starting 5 in the league, despite what some people say about inconsistencies with Jamal and MPJ and max contract guys playing like this and blah, blah, blah. They're still really good.
You mean whoever plays with Nikola Jokic?
Yes. Yeah.
That should be your definition of the starting 5.
But here's the real difference. If I noticed anything in that game, especially with Minnesota and OKC, they both had something that you didn't. And it was fully on display with 2 bigs, especially last night on both sides. Mm-hmm. OKC played Hartenstein for a while, and they're like, nah, not doing it. 16 minutes, you're out. Done. Julius Randle was awful for Minnesota yesterday.
Julius
and they said,
Randle
we're done.
1 for 7, 5 points.
But here's the difference. They had somebody else. Both teams had a guy that came off the bench and could, supplement what those guys didn't bring for that given night.
So you're going back to bench. Yeah, of course.
Well, kind of.
The bench.
Kind of.
The bench. But, I'm still seeing something on the court that I don't see on the Nuggets side. I don't see a guard that can get to the rim.
Well, I see Nickeil Alexander-Walker's a free agent this year.
They're not going to be able to afford him. Did you read Jake Coyne's very, very lengthy but informational. I mean, I read the whole thing. It took me a long time. Moser, I don't think you can get through it because I don't think you're capable. And Brett, I wouldn't even try if I were you because I know you don't read.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm on page 36, by the way.
Yeah,
Vic,
It took me all weekend to get to
As
36.
I was reading this, I was thinking of Brett Kane trying to digest this. I'm like, they better have one that's on audio tape because I'm not sure he can get through it. But it is it is the most informative offseason guide to what the Nuggets need to do, what they can do, and why they're here.
Vic, see, we're going to get Jake on.
Are we for sure?
How's that going?
I'm working on it. I'll let you know when he gets back to me.
It's probably not helpful to Nelly to let him know 5 minutes ago to get him on.
Yeah, I know. But here's the thing, Vic. What Jake does, he does very well. What he does is a lot of minutia that not a lot of people could do. If you want to be proud that you're dork enough to get through his 50 pages, then God bless you. You are. I mean, that's great.
It's reading. It's not
it's
dork enough. I'm more knowledgeable by reading that than you are right now.
Agreed. Which is why we're going to have Jake on, and I'll ask him questions, and he'll answer the same damn thing.
You couldn't
not
get
in
through
50 pages.
So you couldn't get through it.
I can't do CBA
I actually
stuff.
think it's great. Like, it literally takes you through every single possible avenue that the Nuggets could go through.
If you work in this business and your business is information, this must be read.
Okay.
I don't expect you to read it, Moj, because I know you have the attention span of a mouse.
I can read. I mean, I do know how to read. It's just that I choose to spend my time doing it. I'll ask you, Vic, what does it say? Because I'm guessing it's much more minutia driven.
You want me to give you the?
Hang on.
You want me to give you some of the? I'll run it up for you.
Then what we did.
Some of the mistakes that were made by the previous administration.
They are crippling.
And there are a couple in there that are mind-numbing to me. We all know that Reggie Jackson was moved, and it cost the Nuggets, 3 second-round picks to move him? Yeah. Just to move him, right? What I forgot, and he mentioned this, is when they traded up to get De'Ron Holmes, who we've yet to see, and we hope De'Ron Holmes is a hell of a player. I expect him to be a great player. They moved from 28 to 22 to draft him. They moved 6 spots to draft him. Do you know what it cost the Nuggets last year to move up 6 spots to draft him? Do you remember?
I read this.
Because I didn't remember when I read this. I was like, oh, my God. It cost them the 28th pick, right? That's obvious.
Yeah.
And 3 second-rounders.
Yeah.
Now, before you say, big deal, second-rounders, I want you to consider at the trade deadline this year, it cost Cleveland a pair of second-rounders to go get DeAndre Hunter. It cost the LA Clippers a pair of second-rounders to go get whichever Bogdanovich that is.
Bogdan.
Those second-rounders.
Big Don, Bagdon.
Those second-rounders that you give up are worth something.
Yeah.
They're worth a lot.
And
they're all gone.
You know what's weird about second rounders in the NBA? They're almost more valuable with the unchosen than when you actually take people with second round picks.
So in a swing of one offseason, they did away with 6 second-round picks.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
Ultimately, that acquired De'Ron Holmes, who did not play, and Dario Saric, which is what they used the money for. Who did not play. Yeah.
There's a lot of information, more so than that. Again, when Jake joins us, he just reminded me of a lot of things that occurred, and he's got his suggestions on what the Nuggets can and should do in the offseason, and there's not much they can do unless you really want to shake things up. He also mentioned of the trade availabilities, the guy to trade, in his estimation, is not MPJ, because his trade value will be much greater next season when he's got a year left on his deal. The guy you should trade, according to Jake, is Jamal Murray.
If you can move.
If you can. But here's the deal.
$200 million, Vic.
But here's the deal. What do you expect in return?
Well, this is kind of the point that I'm getting at here, is that watching these teams over the weekend, I made this comparison, and bear with me. My last house, we didn't have central heating and air. We had a swamp cooler and baseboard heaters. And they worked. They were fine. It was fine for the time. Until we had a big cold around Christmas that froze one of the pipes in our dishwasher because our kitchen wasn't hot enough, and it flooded our basement. And we decided at that point, we need to blow this up and move to a new house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think either the Avs or the Nuggets are in a place where they need to move to a new house.
No.
They're still in the tweaking phase. Now, I think they got about a year left of it before they're faced with these decisions. But the whole thing around making big moves, and especially with the Nuggets, you need to make sure you're as good or better afterwards. And I think that's a really hard proposition. It's really difficult.
See, and therein lies the issue with the Nuggets. I think the Avs, they'll be better simply because they'll have more time playing with one another, and Gabe will be somewhat healthy, right? He'll be healthy. They can be better. I don't know where the Nuggets go to get better.
Well, see, Vic, that's the key is if you move Jamal, it's not necessarily even what you're getting back in a deal.
I think you're wasting another year. If you move Jamal, you're just waiting another year.
Agreed.
Yeah?
But at the same time, I would think you would only do that if you've got an idea as to how to utilize that money to make yourself better. Okay,
and here's the other thing.
And this is where, again, the new GM is going to have to be incredibly creative.
Here's the other thing. If you move Jamal thinking that, we're going to get an all-star player back, why would you get an all-star player back?
Well, yeah, it's exactly right. I'm not necessarily thinking you need an all-star player back, but you can utilize that money probably to get two guys.
Can I, I'm looking at this chart that Tom Haberstroh put together, Yahoo Sports, and I tweeted it just now, so if you guys want to see it. And when I look at this in front of me, we've heard this before, but it is the most astounding piece of math, and I don't know what is a chart math. I don't know. Whatever the hell this is. I'm looking at these names and these numbers, and I'm sitting here with my mouth agape because I know of this, but until I see it in front of me, I just cannot understand. What this charts is this. These are MVPs in the NBA, all right? And their first 10 seasons of NBA basketball. And it shows how many teammates they've had on their team as MVPs that were either A, all-stars, all-NBA players, or all-defense, okay? Their first 10 seasons in the NBA. Magic Johnson, a former MVP, he had 35 of those players as teammates. 35. Just to show you how stacked those Showtime Lakers teams were.
Yeah.
Larry Bird, 32 of those teammates. Again, stacked. Steph Curry, 27 of those teammates. Steph, right? It's Steph Curry. 27 teammates that were one of those awards, all-star, all-NBA, or all-defense. Go down this list. Kobe was in the 20s. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is the current MVP, 6 of those teammates who were either all-star, all-NBA, or all-defense. And then you get down to Nikola Jokic. 0.
Yeah.
He's got nothing.
This is stunning to me. Michael Jordan had 13 of those teammates.
Let me try to think of it. Well, obviously,
Michael
Scottie
Jordan
Pippen
had 13 of those teammates.
What about the big fella in the middle? Was he an all-defensive guy?
Well, here's the thing, dude. This isn't just about, MVPs or really good players. Jay Coyne had this in his article. 839 consecutive games to start a career without an all-star, all-NBA, or all-defense teammate. That's obviously the highest ever. Next would be Elton Brand, who won his first 672. Herb Williams went 611, and Jamal Crawford went 597. Like, it's not even close.
This
That's
is the
just
most
being a
amazing
player.
chart I've ever seen regarding the argument for why a player is special. He is literally on an island.
Yeah.
0. Magic Johnson had 33.
Well, again, there's a lot more we can talk about with this. Hopefully we'll get Jake on sometime soon. Not today, then sometime this week to get his breakdown.
He's got to be around, right? I mean,
I think. Maybe
or you just release 50 pages and you take the rest of the summer off.
It's a good read, though. Go check it out. On top of that, there is a potential, like, you want to talk about a major move, but I didn't see it with the Nuggets. I did see something that was suggested with the Avs. Now, it's couched as a long shot, but I was thinking about it. You were willing to pay Mikko Rantanen a ton of money, and that never came to fruition. So you could have a ton of money to give to somebody if you wanted to search for a big fish this offseason for the Avs. I got one suggestion from an article that we'll get to next.
Guys, if you're not feeling like you used to, make the most of your summer. Check out the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Do you have low testosterone as you get older? Well, maybe you do. Guys start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year from your early to mid-30s, and then all of a sudden, gradually, you're like, I'm just not the same as I used to be. Brain fog, wake up feeling tired, falling asleep after dinner, sad, depressed, maybe low libido. All these things can be caused by low T. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. You're going to be there with a licensed medical provider in Colorado. Cover everything, the T, the PSA test, all that sort of thing, and they can really help you if you are dealing with low T. You're going to feel like you haven't felt in a long time, and most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait. They've absolutely helped tens of thousands of men over the last decade. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, remember that website. Check it out, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dow Jones, NASDAQ.
Why'd you say that?
It was in my head from that TV show.
Here is at least a portion of this article. So it says one trade idea for every eliminated 2025 NHL playoff team. This is from Adam Gretz. And I do just, look, whether you think the trade's silly or not, I do have this thing in my head of the Avs have not been any strangers to being aggressive and trying to make things work, trying to improve this roster. They've done that over the last couple of years. Now, at times that they've swung, they've missed, like with a Casey Middlestat, swing and a miss. But they've also swung and connected on a whole bunch of these trades too. You had, let's just ballpark it at $12 million, Moj, is what they were going to offer Mikko a year, average.
That's what they're okay. That's not what they have available though.
Understood.
Because if let's say let's go back in time. If they signed Rantanen,
mm-hmm.
they were going to have to do some moves in the offseason to clear up some cap room.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, did you see the kind of trouble that Dallas is going to be in this offseason in terms of cap room and flexibility? Dallas is done. Dallas, it's this year or bust.
Yeah, my heart's not breaking.
I know, but I was taking a look at some of their situation. They're going to lose 2, if not 3 key players. They're done. This is it.
I do think it's kind of funny how, in the NBA, it's I don't know, dude, we're just hamstrung. We can't make a move. We can't do anything. And in the NHL, it's, I got to pay all these guys all this money, and I can't do anything. And the NFL just goes, I invent restructure.
Yeah,
I now have $50 million.
I invent more money up front.
Well, here's who's going to be free.
It's oh, okay. So you have 9 all-pro players on your team, and you just found money. Weird.
And then Major League Baseball, the Dodgers invent, I will pay you everything when you're 75 years old.
Exactly. Your grandchildren will be getting $20 million per.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
Is that how they set up Ohtani's contract? Was it just, here's a trust fund for X amount of children you might have, plus
your
their
generations?
Yes.
So these are all the UFAs for them.
Them being Dallas?
Yeah, and this is why I guess I don't care. But Granlund's a UFA. The Donoff's a UFA. Duchesne's a UFA. If Matt Duchene wants to get paid again, he's going to get paid.
And remember, they've got to pay Rantanen, so they're not going to have the money to pay these guys.
They got to pay Mikko, and Jamie Benn is free. Cody Ceci on the back end is free, and he played a bunch of minutes for them against the Avs.
That got me to
hear
thinking.
That. I just think of Cece's Pizza. You guys ever been to one of those?
Yeah.
No, but it's spelled different.
Well, I understand, but every time I hear it, I said.
Okay, so Vic, again, you don't have $12 million.
Welcome to Cece's.
Okay. But Nelson, we'll consider him gone. VC, gone.
You went to CC Pizza.
Good
hell is that from?
Good catch, Nelly.
That's Jameis Winston. That's from KJ's drop board. KJ, I don't know where that came from, but
You went to CC Pizza.
Ryan Lindgren.
I like the good Cece's back in the day.
Yeah, and again, what do you do about Drew and Kivy? Okay, so what are you thinking? Let's get down to the business here. What's your?
Well, here's what Adam Getz had, and he says this is the first suggestion that he makes for a trade, and he goes, "Why not just dream big at the start?
Go get Sidney Crosby.
No,
Go get
Sam Bennett.
nope.
Go get McPickles.
Giannis.
Go get Pickles.
Giannis, you nailed it, Vic.
Yeah, we could use some Giannis.
He said the Canucks seem to have lost confidence in Pettersson despite their public support of him.
I've lost confidence in Pettersson.
He might also welcome a fresh start in Colorado and be a great place to get that given the style of play and offensive talent that is already in place. Beyond that, Colorado's shown time and time again that it is not afraid to get aggressive.
I don't want...
Their offer, by the way, he didn't have this fully laid out, but he said, I think it would have to start at Martin Necas, and then you build it out from there.
Okay.
Make sure the money works.
Then I will probably pass. I'm not sure that I want...
You wouldn't like that, huh?
I'm not sure that I want to be a part of something that really drove the Canucks apart as an organization.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And again, I don't know what the malfunction there is.
It was weird.
but he apparently has a malfunction. The owner has a malfunction with him. Inside that room, there was a serious malfunction, which is why Miller was sent packing back east.
Yep.
Canucks.
There's just I don't want a guy that was part of a malfunction like that.
I don't blame you.
He's a talented guy, but why has his production? And Vic, I don't care if there's personality conflicts or what's going on inside. You don't drop off like that without a massive reason. You don't watch a guy forget to score the puck for no reason. And I don't know what that is. I can't put my finger on it, but I don't know that I'd want to take a chance on it to find out. Hey,
15 goals in 64 games.
Yeah, that is not. He's a 40-goal guy, bro.
Yeah,
and that's not. That's way too much of a drop off for my liking.
Does he need a recharge? Does he need a fresh start?
I don't care if he needs a plug-in hybrid. I don't give a rat's rip. Not here. I mean, well, my point is, I just don't want that whole situation. Vic, was weird. I could never wrap my head around it, and I don't think I like it. And I don't think that I want to bring that issue to the Colorado Avalanche if I don't have to. Now, I could be misjudging this heavily. Maybe it was all Miller. Maybe they've done him wrong. I just don't know why in the world he would drop off that much. I sure would like to find out. I mean, if you sit down with him, hey, Elias, how's it going, bud? Good. Anyway, it's your major friggin' malfunction.
Yeah, what happened?
No, I would want answers. I would want answers, cash on the barrelhead before I even remotely sniffed it.
You think Joe Sakic can ring up his buddy Adam Foote and say, what's up with this guy?
I'm sure he could. Yeah, but Adam Foote is the coach of the team.
I know,
now,
but I mean...
Well, put it this way. If Footer wants him gone, he's like, oh, he's a great guy. He's just misunderstood.
Yeah.
Or he might say, yeah, man, it was really a mess inside. Is he going to offer up all the real details and real juice on it?
It feels
He's the coach of the team. Now, if he had gotten the Ziggy, then maybe he would.
It feels like it's just something that, look, you're taking another hack at the second line center spot, right? Just taking another swing at it. Now, that would be a pretty major swing, and I agree with you. There'd be some risk to it.
Do you realize that Vancouver has 3 Pedersons on the roster?
3?
3. It's a
Maybe that's
joke.
why he's pissed.
I reckon.
Anyway, all right, you're anti that idea. I got you.
I'm not necessarily. I mean, the kid's only 26 years old. The late great Peter McNabb is so funny. When he went to this kid was drafted in 2018. McNabb's at the draft. He goes, Moj. I saw the kid at the draft. He goes, I swear to God, I thought he was somebody's little brother. He goes, he looked like a high schooler to me, if that. I mean, the kid was 18. He goes, but he looked like he's 13 years old.
That's why I thought of Kale.
I thought the same exact thing when they trotted Brett Kane out here to work with us.
Uh-huh.
Remember that, Moj? We were like, hey, where's your dad?
Yeah.
Is he joining us on the show, or?
We gave him so much crap, he started to grow a beard. He hasn't shaved it since.
I had a beard when I got here.
Hey, can I ask you guys?
But Vic, last thing on that. I know people in Vancouver are speculating. Was this disastrous year for Pedersen? Was it just like a one-off thing that he's, had a tough year and there was a lot going on behind the scenes and it's understandable and so on? Or is this guy serious about the game of hockey enough?
Is there a name that you would like then?
Contract.
If you were to take a big swing at somebody, is there a name that you would like?
Sidney Crosby.
That's the one? Because you always joke. You're always like, oh, Sidney Crosby, but you mean it.
Well, he'll never leave the Penguins. I'm being funny. He would never leave the Pens anyway. Let's see here. He's got 2 more years at 8.7 per. God, that's just what a tasty deal. At the age of 37, that guy's still going strong as he can go, man. I mean, he's not, a super elite guy anymore at the age of 37. He's got virtually 20 years in the league under his belt. But he's still so dang good. And at age 7, that is a very... Vic, taste that. Taste that cap hit.
I mean, not an elite player, but still had 33 goals and 91 points.
Yeah, he's still... okay, put it this way. He's still a friggin' stud.
Yeah.
And at 8.7, I'll take that not only all day.
But all night.
But also, that is correct, also all night.
Yeah.
I'm being silly here. Would he ever want to leave Pittsburgh? I don't think you could ever pry him out of the Penguins. I don't think that's even a possibility.
Make him Bork.
Now, again, he's already won. If he had never won, if he's 37 years of age and he'd never won a Stanley Cup and he's got multiple, then I can see it maybe, him saying, hey.
Let me give it a shot.
Right. But there you go.
I'm putting cart before the horse clearly here, but let's say the Oilers win tonight, and then they win again, and they find a way to eliminate the Stars in the Western Conference Finals. Hell, let's say the Stars move on and lose to Florida in the Stanley Cup Final. Whatever. I raised this question a few weeks ago, and I'll raise it again. I will ask you guys. Would you rather be Peter DeBoer, who wins every Game 7 he ever coaches, who wins some big playoff games, but can never win the big one? Or would you rather be Jared Bednar, who's lost some crucial games, but has won the big one?
It's no question, right? You'd rather be the guy with the ring.
What would you rather have? I'm just curious. What would you rather have if you're a fan? What would you rather be? What would you rather have?
I'd like to open up a little box, and it sings to me, and it has a big shiny ring in it.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like. Again, Brett, you're asking for a wish list. That's just, they're not realistic from my point of view. Somebody says here, Jay says, the Kachuk brothers. Well, yeah. That'd be great.
Both of them? Just trade for both? I don't think that's how
Suds
it works.
bucket?
Yeah, I
Suds
don't think
bucket?
that's how it works.
That's not how it works. But you drop those two guys on your roster? Holy
Settle down just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to there, Jer.
Guru says, Guru on Twitch says he's gone out in round one every year except once, okay? Round one or two. Guru, I ask you, who would you rather have? Answer the question.
What's the question?
There's something else about, does getting knocked out in like a conference final make you feel better than round two? Really? Like, is it that much of a difference? Honestly, a conference final in round two.
I don't care when you get knocked out of it. Listen, I'm telling you.
I will say round one matters. You get knocked out in the first round, that's a different thing. Like, I was talking about making the comparison with the Nuggets taking a big swing. I said the Milwaukee Bucks took a big swing.
Big swing.
And flailed.
And for 3 straight years, they've been eliminated in the first round. That's
the
bad.
Phoenix Suns
That's
took
bad.
a massive swing.
Huge
Uppercut swing. The barrel was pointed up, and they struck out.
The difference
looking.
between the Avalanche and the Phoenix Suns and the Milwaukee Bucks is this. Those teams aren't capable of winning at all. They just weren't good enough to win round number one. The Avalanche are capable. This year, they were capable of winning the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
They lost in Game 7 on the road in Dallas against the worst possible matchup they could have had in the first friggin' round. Because Dallas is in the Final Four, are they not? The Avs could easily have been in the Final Four.
Sure.
Dallas is a Final Four team. Ain't nobody else had to face that in the first round.
But
Anyway, that's I'm just going to get off my soapbox here. Somebody said, this is the 8-9-2-4. What about bringing Duchesne back? He's a center.
Well, Moj, what about it?
Can that fence, it's been a long time since that fence was knocked down. Can that fence ever be mended?
That's between him and Joe Sakic at this
Right.
point.
I'm not talking about between the fans and the player. I'm talking about between management and the player. That was some bad fences. And I don't know that Duchesne would ever want to play for this franchise again. I'm not sure that this franchise would
When did
ever
that
want him
trade go
back
down?
again. 2017.
So how many guys on the roster now played with Duchesne?
McKinnon and Landeskog.
That's it?
They were on the road. They were in Europe. They were about to play Columbus.
We were in Long Island.
Long Island? Okay, about to go to Europe, right?
We were about to go to Sweden to play the Ottawa Senators.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
I thought it was Columbus.
Columbus was the Finland trip a couple years
Oh,
back.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
And then Blake Como gets hurt. And as he's hurt, and by the way, the deal, I keep saying by the way a lot, the deal took a long time to get done. Months and months and months and months. And I loved what Joe Sakic did. He said, look, I'll trade you, but I'm going to get the best possible deal for my team, period, end of story. So you can sit there and, this is a long time ago. He was a lot younger player. You know,
Different human, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a different guy now. But all of a sudden, Blake Como gets hurt. We're in Brooklyn, actually playing at that other rink. This is the game before you head to Sweden to face Ottawa. Como goes off. Duchesne follows him off. And Kyle Keefe is right there. Right there, you can see his reflection in the glass as both of them are heading off. And we're thinking, is he giving him an escort to the room? Is he, is that being a good teammate? No, man, he got traded mid-game to Ottawa. People forget. He went to Ottawa, Vic, and they played him. They lost both games to Ottawa, but they were happy to finally just have all that done. I don't know that fence could ever be mended. The fact is that Duchesne is playing pretty good hockey.
It's a thing. He's a 30-goal scorer.
He's a 30-goal scorer, yeah. I mean, he was a leading goal scorer on the team.
Well, maybe he's a lot more mature today than he was back then.
He definitely is. He definitely is, Vic. He's a different guy than he was back then. He's married with children now. I talked to his little guy after Game 7.
Al Bundy?
I guess he's that.
Thing is, being married with children doesn't necessarily make you more mature. We were looking at some home videos yesterday. I'm less mature than I was even before marriage and kids. 100% less mature.
You had the home videos on, you popped it in a VCR?
No, we had our DVDs transferred. One of those things where you get all your VHS tapes transferred over.
Oh, gotcha. If you're going to do the home video, you got to do the VHS. I mean, I'm actually.
We don't even have a VHS player.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's called a VCR. It's remember all these names that we used to have back in the day? You know what name I miss a lot?
Betamax.
TiVo.
Oh, yeah.
What an invention TiVo was.
What was TiVo again?
It was like the first sort of rewind record
Oh, it was a
device.
DVR.
Yeah.
It was a
The
DVR.
first DVR.
Digital DVR.
That's right.
You remember that was the whole thing in Tropic Thunder where Matthew McConaughey was trying to get his client.
Yeah.
My client wants the TiVo. My client gets the TiVo.
Do you
I'm sitting
remember?
here what's his name? I'm here with Les Grossman. He's going to explain to you why he's taking a whiz on your TiVo contract.
In fact, one of these, I was watching a video and I had one of those. What are those tiny little? Was it a Nano something that had music in it?
iPod Nano?
Was that what it is? Now it's all on your phone.
Like the iPod Shuffle? I had
The little shuffle.
I still have a shuffle
thing.
I liked the thing.
I like my shuffle.
Yes, it was just an iPod. But when you would scroll for a song and it would go,
Yeah, it had. Yeah, it
would make that noise. I miss that noise.
But this is like technological advancement that occurs at lightning speed, where just years later it's out of touch. Back when we were kids, it would take decades for something to go out of practice.
I was over the weekend. I was playing my record player because I'm a nerd now. And my wife goes, here's what I don't like about it. I don't want to play the songs that I don't like. And I go, no, it builds character. You listen to the full album. You don't skip anything.
Sit through it.
Yes. Builds character. You have to.
You bring up a good point. We have lost patience on a lot of things because now you can just go on to the next.
Yeah.
Next picture, next song, next movie. You're scrolling through television channels, the next. Where in the years past, no, this is what you get. You landed on Hee Haw, you're watching Hee Haw.
Yeah, there's too much like a la carte buffet style in life. You got to sit through some things occasionally.
You landed on the Lawrence Welk show.
That's what you're watching.
That's
And
what
a
you
one,
stay
and
on.
a two, and a...
Anyway.
Old ladies watch Lawrence Welk, right?
Hey, I know that you guys hate the idea of flag football, but I got to bring up one thing about this because this guy, this Daryl Doucette, have you watched him?
Don't say you hate the idea of flag football. I love flag football, not at the Olympic Games.
Well, yeah, okay, fine.
I know about this Doucette guy.
This is Daryl Doucette.
I know who he is. He's the guy with the largest lack of self
Yeah, exactly.
assessment
Is he that
on
dude
planet
that does
Earth.
the videos?
I'm going to give him this cup. I'm going to fill it up with a big glass of shut up juice. And I'm going to force him to drink it because this guy needs to shut up.
This guy is an unaware dillbag.
We'll get to it next. You know, we need to have this song somewhere at our disposal that we can pull on one another once a week. Everybody can get one of these. You can pull this card, and the person you pull it on has to shut up. But you only get one a week. Do we agree to these terms? So, Moj, if you're talking about something and Vic doesn't like it, Vic can say, hit the shut up song, and then you have to stay quiet about whatever you're talking about. But you only do it once a week.
You know, Vic just rolled his eyes and looked back to the heavens.
Do we agree to the terms?
I'm fine with that.
Vic, do you agree to the terms?
I very much agree to those terms.
All right.
You know, Vic, you act like you're immune from saying stupid, elongated things.
Nelly, have that song on a button for us.
Fact of the matter is, Vic, I'm sure there are many times when Brett has looked at your face and wanted to shut it.
Oof. Whoa.
Tell him.
Oh, Vic, the amount of times I needed that song.
Mm-hmm. So don't act like you're all high and mighty, that you wield the power of the sword on the shut up song, because there are many times when it can be applied right to you and your face.
I just like the
Just
old
remember
school
that.
nature of that, too, that don't.
Don't.
Anyway.
Ram it all day and ram it all night.
Both of you guys shut up. How was Springer's live comedy act
hang on.
last night? No, you took too long to get your point. That's your problem. That's what you get for something like this.
All I had to
you
hear
shut
was
up.
yes, you
Moser,
agree.
how was Springer's comedy thing?
That was great. Spring's funny.
All right, good. That's all I needed to ask. All right, go on.
Yes,
You know what,
Springer's
hey,
doing
next time-
stand-up now?
Yeah, well, he's doing the open mic at Irish Rover, honing his craft a little bit.
Hey, take some balls. Good for him.
That takes
I mean,
a lot.
To stand up there, listen, there's like, I don't know, there's like 17 or 20 people, whatever. Everybody gets like 3.5, 4 minutes.
Even if there's two people, that's hard to do.
No, and he gets up in front of everybody and does his thing.
Could you get through a joke in 3.5 minutes, Mosh?
Dude,
Or with the details,
Mark
with the
Moser would
details
stand
outdo
up.
it.
The first 7-hour stand-up show. Netflix can't even put it on the air. They don't have a bandwidth.
All right, so there's this chicken, right? This chicken wanted to cross the road, but the chicken was
Actually,
blue.
I've got about
It was blue because of...
I've got about 3.5 minutes on ugly babies that I think would absolutely kill. No,
give us a
I'm
couple.
not doing. No,
Go ahead, man. Let's sharpen your craft.
I'm not giving you my best stuff. Boom, 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 boom.
All right, go ahead, Mosh. Let's hear about these ugly
All right,
babies.
so, hey, what's the deal with ugly baby? No, listen. Let's get to. It was great.
All right.
Springer
I'll
was,
get to it.
I laughed. I had a couple beers in me, so I was kind of laughing at everything. Some people were not funny. Some people were funny. Spring, I thought was funny.
Have you guys ever watched? Okay, before I get to
Springer's
your
whole
set,
thing was on sacrificing virgins to a volcano. I don't know how
the
to.
premise of that sounds great.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell you that it's funny, but it's funny. It was good.
Have you guys watched the comic Bomb before? I've seen it once.
yeah.
Where it's the guy was like a paid opener for a big comic that was coming later at one of these local comedy clubs, and not a single laugh, and he's just staring at the crowd, and you're just like. You're crawling out of your skin.
What you need,
like, oh, dude.
you know what would be a great idea? I thought about this. You need somebody with a good laugh, because the bartender at this place last night, this Sam guy, has a good laugh, like one of these weird laughs, and he laughs at a lot of stuff, and so it's naturally going to make other people laugh.
It cuts through.
Yeah, so you need to have a plant in the audience with a good laugh.
Uh-huh.
And even if the joke is not really that funny, if this person, you laugh at their laugh, right?
Who's the guy on YouTube that invites amateur comics up and then just evaluates?
Tony Hinchcliffe. Kill Tony? Is that the show you're talking about?
Yeah, I've seen some horrific comedy on that show.
Yeah.
What's funny is the way they rip the bad comics. That's what's funny.
Right. I'd like to rip this guy, by the way.
Yeah, let's
If
get
you
to
guys
him.
have not seen, so his name is Daryl Doucette III.
This guy drives me crazy.
So when they have clips of flag football that's going around, especially now that it's an Olympic sport coming up in 2028, you're usually seeing clips of him. And let me tell you one thing just off the top. The guy might be good at flag football. Throwing motion alone is horrendous. Awful. So here's what he said. This is a sport we've played for a long time, and we feel like we're the best at it. We don't need other guys. So that's in response to people like Tyreek Hill saying that they wanted to join this in the Olympics in a few years, right? And I'll give him this. I guess you have built this thing up enough to where it has become an Olympic sport, at least for 2028. And good for you. You get some kudos for it. Don't you dare act like you would be the best options we can send out there. Don't you dare. Because there's one guy in particular that I can think of at the quarterback position. Because can you play the clip, please, Nelly, of what he said?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Forget that for a second. Hang on, Mose. Just forget that.
Oh, my God.
There's a guy by the name of Lamar Jackson.
He's pretty
that
good.
I think if you put flags on that guy, he'd be pretty hard to catch. And I think harder than Darryl Doucette III. Just a guess. Just a guess of mine.
Watch Darryl. Did Darryl Doucette III ever play college football or anything? Watch him throw a football.
He's
Vic.
like 5'5" and 140 pounds.
Watch him throw a football. It'll make you barf.
Who is this guy?
He's a flag football geek. So he helped, quote, grow the game of flag football, and he feels disrespected.
Let me look him up.
He feels disrespected because
Vic,
NFL
he is shorter
players,
than you.
because NFL players are going to get an opportunity to represent the United States in flag football. He feels disrespected.
Okay, I see.
When
him now.
are the Olympics? They're
2028.
2028.
Just because you lack height doesn't make you less inclined to be a good flag football
Never
player.
said he
Sometimes
wasn't
it's
good.
even better.
Never said he wasn't good.
You would suck. You're too tall, lanky, and slow.
I think if a wide receiver would probably help a little bit.
You would suck in flag football.
I disagree with you.
I 100% agree with you. Have you ever played in a flag football league?
Vic, my 8th grade middle school team, I was the quarterback, safety, kick returner, punt returner, kicker, and punter. I never left the field. You watch your mouth.
Did you ever win the DU flag football league?
I am a 4-0 starting quarterback in my career. Can you say that? Didn't think so.
You guys are going
never lost.
You guys are going to wear me out. I want to bag on this Doucette guy.
He attended Xavier University of Louisiana, where he got into flag football on an intramural team, and he was nicknamed Hoosh for his resemblance to T.J. Houshmandzadeh.
He does look like T.J. Houshmandzadeh.
If he was 7 inches shorter.
I was going to say he's a foot shorter.
Championship. That was one of the greatest commercials of all time.
TJ, who's your mama?
that dork drafting his fantasy team.
But again, it's like, let's say, this is a comparison I made. Slow pitch softball becomes an Olympic sport.
Right.
And you guys all know those competitive slow pitch leagues have really good slow pitch players.
They do.
I'll tell you something right now. If I had to choose to represent America, one of those guys or Aaron Judge, I'm taking Aaron Judge.
Yeah, if I've got Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge at my disposal, I'm taking those guys.
Okay.
Now listen, I know you. Okay, nobody. First of all, he feels disrespected because we grew the game of flag football. You're a dork. Nobody cares about flag football. I can't even believe this is a friggin' topic. So you may have grown something that nobody likes. Good for you, Doucette. Nobody cares.
Did you guys hear Bill Barnwell's?
It's ridiculous, and I don't care if you're disrespected. If it's on American soil, the Olympic Games, and they are, and I can throw Lamar Jackson out there instead of Darryl Doucette, the intramural third from Xavier of Louisiana, I'm doing it.
I get an idea. You take your team, Doucette, and I'll grab Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill, and Jahmyr Gibbs as my starting point, and we'll see who's better.
Well, this is the idea that Bill Barnwell lofted out there, and it's actually a great one. You want to fix the NFL Pro Bowl that nobody watches? It's flag football between NFL players. Nobody cares. Nobody watches that crap.
Here's
what you do. Here's what you do. In the Pro Bowl, you have one NFL team comprised of NFL players against
Darryl Doucette the eighth.
No, against just your average Joes.
His entire kin, all of his kinfolk.
I'd watch that. I would watch that.
Why?
I would watch that. I'd want to see how they perform against them.
I would love to see 180-7 be the final score.
Yeah,
I would love to see. Just like I would love to see. Here's another example. I brought this up many times before. Tell me you guys would love to see this. You're at the Masters, U.S. Open. Every foursome features just some dude.
I would love to see that
That'd
too.
be fun.
You know you would watch that. Just some dude.
It can't be one of these bad dudes
Okay,
that
but
No.
shoots
You have to have
196.
a
Like a Vic. A Vic
single-digit handicap.
Okay, well, that's all of us.
Okay, hang on a second.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Mose, you'll appreciate this.
We're all single-digit handicaps, Vic. I would pay to watch that.
I would pay the hell out of you. You wouldn't pay to watch some of the toughest courses in the world with some dude?
Yeah, because even guys like us, hold on, Brett. Even guys like us can bomb it down the middle. I mean, we can. Brett, you can bomb it as much as the big guys. I mean, you hit it over 3 bills easy. And so then you're like, wow, this guy. Then you step up for the approach shot. And
I chunk it,
and you
15
chunk it,
yards.
exactly.
Yeah.
Or you knocked it into the bunker, and then you blast over the green, and you 2-putt for a 6. You call it a day.
So I have one of my holes that is inevitable, which is I hit one 325 yards down the middle of the fairway, and it takes me 5 more shots to get on the green. And I look over at my playing partner, Jordan Spieth, and I say, "Sorry, I'm gonna get there eventually."
Can you see a hole, Brett, where Moser turns to Scotty Scheffler and says, "Mulligan, another one, Mulligan."
Okay, hang on. Last thing on this real quick. Moj, you'll appreciate
Let's
this.
get on the course this week and bring your wallet, dork.
You'll appreciate
I'm pissed.
this.
Dude, you can't
You
touch
tell
me
him.
right now the way I'm playing. You
tell
seriously,
him.
right now, it's the wrong
I will-
time to say this.
not only
Right
will-
now,
not only-
what I just did, you don't want this.
I was 1 under through 7 at the Ridge last week.
You don't want,
and I finished at
Brett,
10 over.
You don't want this.
Listen, not only do
I don't want anything. I'm not feeling good right now.
Not
I don't want
only
anything.
do I want it, I'll touch you whenever
Okay.
I want to
Moj,
touch you.
All right,
Moj,
hang
I will
on.
touch-
If
I
you
will
want
touch
Hang
this,
on.
come touch this.
I'm about to use my shut up
Oh, he's
song in
making me
15
mad.
minutes.
Okay.
No, I didn't use it. That's not that. I didn't use it right there. Moj, I'll give you one thing on the way to break that you'll appreciate.
Okay.
I have a challenge for Daryl Doucette.
Okay.
You have 2 options.
I don't want to see
No,
the best in
shush,
the world against the
shush.
intramurals. Okay.
2 options. 1, he can assemble his team, his national team,
His crew.
and I can put him up against Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Tyreek Hill, and Justin Jefferson.
Sure.
And they can lose 210 to nothing, or you can shut the bleep up, or that. Your choice.
Sanction me with your army there, Daryl Doucette the third. Oh, that's right.
All right, back after this. All right, I got questions.
Yeah, so do I. Can we, as we begin hour number 2, hi, Brett.
Hi.
Welcome, everybody, to a beautiful Tuesday here with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm a little fired up right now because Vic's talking all this, you don't want this. Well, I want it all.
Okay.
All the time, number one. Number two, I feel like this is going to be a summer as we get into talking football. We're going to get deep into football. I feel like this is a summer that I don't want to suffer fools. I'm still pissed about round one. I think everybody is, right? I don't know how to fix the Nuggets. That's incredibly frustrating to me. Jake Coyne in his 50-page dissertation. We'll get him on tomorrow. He's got meetings today or whatever it is he does. Nice guy. His 50-page dissertation is well thought out, really good. Tough read for me because I'm not a CBA guy, but
It's not really about that, though. He does a whole bunch of hypotheticals.
right. But the fact of the matter is they're pretty stuck. Okay, so that bums me out.
Jake's going to join us tomorrow at 8:20 on Zoom.
I just said
Thank you for saying on Zoom.
So, you see, now that pisses me off. Like, now I want to go right to Vic's house right this second. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Tomorrow, Vic, when Dom works out the time we're going to play golf, I'll do the show from your house, and we'll go straight from there. How's that?
You know what? You guys should do the show from my home that morning. I'm
I
not joking.
Agreed.
Come here, we'll do the shows, and then we'll go straight to the course.
Agreed.
I'm 8 blocks away.
Jeff Blakewell's going to join us Thursday on a landline.
Okay, all right. We will, Vic, just is your kid's skateboard still on the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. So his kid's skateboard, Dante
Dude,
hasn't
where are we going here,
skateboarded in a
Mose?
decade.
What are we doing?
Well, we'll do the show
This
from
is
there.
like a stream of
I
consciousness
know.
open, okay?
This is a summer of not suffering fools. Go ahead.
Okay, well, there's a couple.
I got something for you.
Go ahead.
We're 1/3 of the way into the baseball season.
Oh, God, no. Please
We're at
don't.
the 1/3 mark. And the Colorado Rockies are 24 games out of first place.
They did beat the Yanks, though, in the opener.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Bo Nix was
I
there.
mean, I want you to just
Huge, yeah.
Just close your eyes and think about this for a second. We are 1/3
They're 9
of the way in.
9-45.
It's 1/3 of the season. It is May. We have not yet gotten to June. And they're 24 games back. 24. And it's not yet June.
Just a runaway. You have a good month. You're right back in. What do you want me to say?
yeah,
what
Vic,
do you want
I
me
don't
to
know.
do?
I want you to say something. Say something.
I don't know what to do with this information, Vic, because even when they do get themselves a decent start, even when they get a decent start, and this Palmquist guy, who's now 0-3 with an ERA approaching 9, actually was dealing through 5 innings pretty good. Carson Palmquist, 24-year-old out of Fort Myers, Florida. Even when you get a decent start, you can't plate any runs, bro. You can't get a run across the plate to save your life. It's just the whole entire thing is frustrating beyond belief.
They're on pace to win 27 games right now. The team in front of them in the standings has won 27 games.
I'm talking to my buddy Darren over the weekend in Reno. It was great. And he said, well, they got some guys, don't they? I mean, he goes, Tovar and Tolley are pretty decent,
Kevin
aren't
Freeman?
they? I said, yeah, they're pretty decent. I said, but they really don't have a lot, dude. I mean, it's just that nothing is happening right for them, period, end of story. Nothing good is happening.
They are 29th in the league in runs scored. They are 29th in the league in hits. They are 27th in the league in homers. They are 30th, dead last in batting average. They are 28th in OPS. They are dead last in ERA. I mean, there's nothing.
They're tops in errors.
They're the worst in the league in the air department. Like
fielding the baseball.
There's really not outside of individuals. There's a couple individuals that I think, like Hunter Goodman, I think is an actual dude. He's an actual player. Tovar, obviously. Still believe in Doyle.
Tovar's hitting like almost 300, I think.
Jordan Beck.
What's his average right now?
Jordan Beck, since getting called back up after being sent down early in the year, has had a nice little comeback. Like, there's a couple of individuals, but when it comes to them as a team, there's really no redeeming quality. There's nothing you can rely upon. So what do you do?
Listen to you. There's no
I'm serious.
redeeming quality.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know what you can say. Vic, what was the point of this? To get me more mad?
I wanted to offer something to the show that's outside of your stream of consciousness.
Well,
I can offer you something. What very well could be the NBA Finals, which is Indiana and OKC. Do you guys know how at least the main structure, the core of these teams were built? Because it's something they have in common.
Which teams?
Indiana and OKC, which is very well likely going to be the NBA Finals. They were both built core-wise.
Major
one
trades.
thing in common.
Major trades.
Of?
Point guards.
Well, yes.
SGA's a point guard acquired from the Clippers. Halliburton's a point guard acquired from the Sacramento Kings.
Correct, but they acquired them through trading somebody.
Paul George.
Paul George has been the key thing that has spurred the development of both of these teams.
Did you see how much? I want you guys to go back. Look it up. Because I know you have it in front of you.
The Pacers, go ahead.
What the Oklahoma City Thunder got in return for Paul George.
I've been saying this forever. It's like the worst trade ever.
When you compare that trade, what they got for Paul George, and you compare it to the absolute lunacy of a trade that Nico Harrison pulled off for Luka, those two trades next to each other make you laugh.
Like, nobody mentions this when they're like worst trades in sports history, and I'm like, it's Paul George to the Clippers. Not only did the Thunder acquire 7 picks in the trade, most of which are first rounders.
7 picks in the trade.
The one player they got in the trade turned into the league MVP in Shea. That's who they got in return.
That's crazy, man.
And those picks, turn
into Steve Ballmer. He's a smart guy.
They turn into Jalen Williams and Chet's and all these different guys, right?
Yes.
What did the Pacers do? The Pacers traded Paul George for Oladipo and Sabonis, who they then flipped Sabonis for Tyrese Halliburton, who has been their main cog in getting to the finals.
And ironically enough, Tyrese Halliburton, according to a player poll, is named the most overrated player in the NBA, and all he's done is just take down opponents. Although the Pacers' last loss to the Knicks was very, very foreboding. I didn't like the way they played that last game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of goofing around. Hey, there was a time, Brett, before your time here, where I wanted
before my time.
I want the Knicks out, by the way.
Sounds good. Yeah, I want them out too.
Did you see the way the Knicks fans treated some of those Pacers fans? I want them out.
Don't like it. When Paul George was on the Indiana Pacers, there was a time when I wanted the Nuggets to trade for Paul George. I was openly hoping that it would happen. And you know what he said?
He's too good for Denver.
I'll never go. Yeah, I'm too good for Denver.
Yeah.
And then that day, so Vic, you know how I turn, right?
Did he actually say that?
Yes, he did. Yep.
He said he's not interested in Denver.
Yep. Vic, he wanted to go, quote, go home to L.A. Okay, fine. You want to go home and lose? Go home and lose. Go home and lose. Lose. I turned on him that day. That was the day I turned on Paul George. Then he got dealt to Oklahoma City. Then he got dealt to the Clippers. But he was a pacer, remember, with a broken leg? Remember his leg broke completely in half?
Yeah.
Hey, he left the Clippers.
The her.
He left the Clippers last offseason, and the Clippers got better.
Well,
and the Sixers got worse.
I'll tell you one thing.
He will never, let me mark this down. Paul George will never win a championship, ever.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
And I'm here for it.
You
don't disrespect my basketball team like that.
There's certain plays.
Who the hell do you think you are?
You remember in your sports viewing life, good and bad, that you can just replay immediately. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like you can envision something in your head, a specific play from a specific game that you can reach to in your memory bank whenever you want.
Sure.
I'm not kidding. Him hitting the side of the backboard in that playoff game against the Nuggets, I can do immediately.
In the bubble?
Yeah. On the way for them coming back from down 3-1. That side of the backboard shot from him, it was just the cherry on top of this amazing comeback thing that, it started with the fight between Morris and Millsap, and then it led all the way up to that. I can do that immediately in my head.
Makes me happy.
Corner 3, Paul George, doink.
It makes me happy. Why do I just openly root against people who disrespect my team like that? And again, it was a realistic possibility. Vic, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, the Nuggets inquired, didn't they, about his availability and so on and so forth. And
so wait a minute. Well, here's what we're saying: that Paul George, who was traded away from the Pacers, and the Pacers a few years later find themselves in the conference finals last year and likely the NBA finals this year.
Right.
And then he goes to OKC, who
they paid him too. They paid him.
A few years later, find themselves on the brink of going to the NBA finals and maybe winning a championship. And Vic just mentioned it. The Clippers, who traded Paul George away this last offseason, get better this year when he's not on it. You ever seen the movie Good Luck Chuck?
I've
with
heard
Dane
of it.
Cook?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
So basically, he sleeps with a woman. The next person the woman meets, she marries. Is that Paul George?
Yeah.
Is that him? Every team he goes to when you leave, like if I'm the 76ers, it's like trade him immediately.
Well, get
him out of here.
He's not going to win in Philly.
But maybe that's all you need. You need the one guy that's like the good luck Chuck of your group that you just trade away, and then your team gets immediately better, and it's all sunshine and rainbows afterwards. And glory holes.
Oh, Jera.
Smiles and glory holes.
Smiles and glory holes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 303-504-0925. So here's what I wanted to get to. There's two things that I saw in the game between Minnesota and OKC yesterday, which was wild. I mean, it was almost an 80-point combined quarter that finished a 2-point win for OKC. But two things in that game that I noticed. One of them is just a rarity. The other one happens a lot that I think needs to change. Because we all talk about, like, flopping is bad for the NBA, and they need to do something about it, and it needs to be policed by this and that and this and that. But how do you do it from a rules perspective? There's something that I think is just awful for what was an outstanding playoff game that turned into a bore of a watch when it shouldn't have been. I want to get to in just a couple of minutes. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
When you're thinking about a new ride, don't forget about Mazda. That's right, one of the most reliable auto brands on planet Earth. Look it up. Those things will go and go and go and go. And right now at Silterhar Motors at Broomfield, Greg Larson and his crew have got an unbelievable selection of Mazda cars and SUVs, every possible style, all the colors, all the options, all the good stuff that you want. And at Silterhar, here's the big key. The prices and the value on your trade, it's the best you can find. They're great people. They do great stuff. They're going to hook you up with a terrific ride. So shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. And then get on up there, Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield. See all the vehicles they have in captivity. You are going to be impressed. And take a look at the Mazdas, because right now they're ready to make a deal. It's Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership. Brett, why do I always forget? Hey, Vic, I'm watching the Morris twins during the commercial break on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the one that Joker pummeled?
Markeith.
Keith.
Why are they always on ESPN? I watched them yesterday. I'm
know.
like, what is going on here?
They're not very good. You know, again, this is the summer of not suffering fools for me anyway. They're not very good. Is ESPN, they're like,
Yeah,
all right,
what's
I tell
the
you what.
attraction there?
I have
Nobody
no
cares.
idea. I have no clue. I have zero respect for either of them. Markeith wanted that smoke, allegedly, until he didn't want it for the rest of his life. And they still mouth off. To this day, they mouth off.
Yep.
Dude, you hard fouled the best player in the world with a leaping foul at center court.
Okay, well, yeah. You don't like him.
Why would I?
I don't either.
In fact, maybe they work for the SPCA and they save animals, and that would be nice. Okay, if they were like dog savers or cat savers, or there's like, a rare chinchilla that gets loose and they take care of it or something like that, great. Maybe they got good hearts. I don't like them, and I can't find a reason to like them. So therefore, I'm not looking at him anymore.
Okay, cool. Two things happened at the end of that OKC and Minnesota game. One was at the very end, OKC gets the ball. Shea chucks it down the floor in the final seconds to try and run out the clock, where a fan in Minnesota almost reaches out and grabs the ball. And Shea actually comes over as they're meeting with the refs, and he looks at the fan and he goes, "You're smart," because it kept time on the clock when the time was going to expire. Never seen that happen before, and I do think it's a heads-up play. It's almost like those stupid Savannah Bananas guys, how they get an out if a fan catches a foul ball sort of thing. But here's the other, and this bothered me at the end of the game, and I think something needs to be done about it. I am going to propose a rule change in the NBA, and I want you guys to vote. Here's my rule change. No more being able to foul up 3. You can't intentional foul.
Makes the last minute of the game 13 minutes long.
It's awful. It's awful from a pace perspective, and it's awful just from a game perspective. It's a fun game last night. Let's see if somebody can knock down a 3 to get a tie. What are we doing here?
It's Mark Daigneault's policy.
Do you agree with me, though? Like, again, it's the same thing I had with the tush-push stuff. Sometimes I think you should just institute a rule because it's boring.
Impossible
Stop
to enforce
the
that
boring.
rule.
What? How do you say
Because
that?
how do you
know what's
police
intent?
if it's intentional or not intentional?
They make judgments on that all the time.
Oh, I tripped and fell into the guy. I mean,
They can't even enforce flopping intention. How the hell are you going to endorse that?
See, here's what I don't get, though. Whenever it comes to judgment calls, the NBA seems to be the only one that has a real problem trying to decipher what's a judgment call.
Well, what's easy to do
They
for
do
the
it in the
NBA.
NFL every single play with holding and pass interference and a whole bunch of different stuff. They do it in the NHL with embellishment. What's the difference?
Well, what makes me mad about what the NBA does is if you can't enforce it mid-game, I get it, heat of the moment, you can't enforce it. At least after the game, have a group, I don't know, if it takes 3 or 4 people, go through every nefarious-looking call and flop, whatever, and then have them impose fines after the fact. Right? Hey, guys, we went back and looked at it. Shea, I don't know what you were thinking on this, but you cocked your head back 4 times and never got touched.
Yeah.
That is a $25,000 fine.
I don't disagree with them. I'm not kidding. I don't disagree.
for one day, Vic, I trust your judgment on a lot of things. I really do. I know I give you grief, but I trust your judgment on a lot of things. For just one day, I want Vic to be in charge of the NBA's fine system. Just go around the league with stuff he doesn't like and just pop people for whatever.
Give me some examples and I'll apply a fine. Seriously, I'll apply a fine.
I can't give you an example right now.
Face. I don't like your face.
Okay.
Your face isn't welcome here. $25,000 every day that you have that face.
It's the single biggest day of fines in the history of the league.
Chet, fix your face. Caruso, do something. I don't know, get a wig. Caruso, you can't show up like that.
Has anybody ever
100
played
grand.
with a toupee before in the NBA, you think?
That's a great question. I don't think so. How could you?
It's glued on there.
You remember Joe Wolf? Joe Wolf could have used a toupee back in the day, right? Who's the big ugly guy? Joe Ingles. He could use a toupee.
I like this, by the way.
You remember Chris Kaman?
Mm-hmm. Clipper.
Yeah, Chris Kaman. Remember Kaman?
He was an odd-looking duck.
Really weird-looking dude. He could have used some hair. That guy.
I like this, by the way. Automatic 3 free throws unless they're inside the 3-point line. Like, if you're up 3 with under a minute left to go and you foul somebody outside the 3-point line, then it's 3 free throws.
Like if you foul them at midcourt?
Yeah.
Or in the backcourt?
Like outside the 3-point line.
Wow, that's interesting.
Because it turns a good game into a bore. Slop fest. And I don't need the last 40 seconds of a game taking 15 minutes. For a game that's good, by the way, that had pace, had shots made, had all this
the games
stuff.
over the weekend were both great games. That Knicks-Pacers game came down to it, and Cat had a great fourth quarter.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
look,
just phenomenal.
OKC is likely going to win in 5 games. It gets back to what we talked about last week. We're going to look back and say, the Denver Nuggets were the only team that even could possibly beat these guys.
Can I say something else, too?
I mean, they took them to – I know they got smoked Game 7, but they took them to 7, man.
You make a good point. In that Nuggets series, Nikola Jokic had 2 otherworldly performances, right? He was held in check for a lot of that series, but he had 2 games where he was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Right? In this series, I am tired about hearing that Ant is the face of the NBA. Oh, Anthony Edwards. He was 5 for 13, 16 points last night in a game they had to have. He was also 1 for 7 in the first half. 1 for 2, 4 points in the first half. And I get it. I get it. They're guarding him differently. I get it. But at some point, right, the face of the league, you are the face of the league. What have you done exactly to be the face of the league? What?
Well, he hasn't done anything. I don't know who's saying he's the face of the league.
Everybody keeps trying to make him the face of the league.
Well, that's just silly. I watched Ant dribble into the lane last night. You talk about defense. He dribbles into the lane. He's got 3 dudes on him.
Yep.
He's smothered. I mean, smothered. And he tries to kick it out. He's trying to kick it out. He can't make plays with that kind of defense. He cannot make plays, and nobody else is either capable or willing to beat OKC overall.
I've noticed Ant for 2 straight years now, and I think Ant's a great player. But for 2 straight years, to Vic's point of him trying to be, everybody's propping him up as, one of the faces of the league now. 2 straight years, he's been outplayed by somebody that's a peer of his. I guess SGA's played better in this series than he has.
Last year was Luka.
Last year was
Kyrie.
Luka. I mean, he's had 2 games in this series where he's just been totally unnoticeable. And then 2 games where he's been really good. But that seems to be a beef with somebody that's on the Nuggets roster, which is Jamal Murray. He'll do that. He'll have the 15-point game followed by the 30-point game. Now, if you gave me Anthony Edwards, I'd take him
of course
immediately.
Yeah. What we're learning about these playoffs, basketball in general, the NBA, these rosters, the importance of putting together talent, of forming chemistry, of understanding what player fits with other players is so vital to a team's success, right? It's so important.
Yep.
Like the addition of, I'll give you an example, the addition of Alex Caruso to OKC has given them a completely different feel. He played 30 minutes last night. He played starter minutes last night. And he made everything he does, he touches it, it just works. He's an impact player.
That's so interesting you say that, Vic. It's just, that one guy adds that something, right? It's
what Bruce Brown and KCP did to the Nuggets that championship season. They added that touch that was necessary. That touch, whatever that touch is. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, got that, needed that. And it doesn't have to be an all-star player. It doesn't.
Correct.
It doesn't have to be a all-defensive team player.
I mean, you think back
touch.
to the Avs Cup run. I mean, what did Cogs add?
Sure.
What did Andrew what Andrew Cogliano added, right? I mean, these little ingredients. Darren Helm. These little ingredients that, again, you're not talking about all-stars and whatnot, but you're talking about ingredients that you need to win. Right? Which is why I think, Vic, which is why I look at the Denver Nuggets and that starting five, then I look at that bench, and it's not necessarily the bench overall.
You said bench. Bench, sorry.
Bench. What'd you
Gritted,
think?
gritted teeth, it sounded different.
Oh, my bad.
Bench.
I look at that bench, and I'm like, you may only need a couple sprinkles of ingredients, Vicky. You may only need a little bit of something to add to that souffle to make it taste like world class.
Well, that's where I was kind of going at the beginning of the show today, is that I was watching these games over the weekend, and it's like the main thing is not the problem for either of these teams. Like, you don't to risk what would be considered a major move for either, but I think more in the case of the Nuggets, you'd be risking taking a step back. And it could be a sizable one for all we know. The real question is, how do you fill things out? How do you do that? Because I think they're much more in that territory than they are just picking everything up and starting over.
Vic, what kind of player is De'Ron Holmes going to be?
I don't know, man. That's a great question mark because, again, after reading Jake Coyne's offseason.
I would argue to you, Vic, they need him to be at least serviceable, if not good.
Well,
they
let's
need
understand
somebody. Anybody that they've used the draft picks and not traded for.
They gave up a lot to get him.
Yes.
A lot. Not only a first-round pick. They moved up from 28 to what, 21 or 22? They moved
22.
up a few spots. And they gave up 3 second-round picks to get him.
Yeah, you got to hit on guys like that. You
got
to
to be a hit.
Yeah.
Got to.
It's why I was skeptical to start with. Every year we would kind of go in the draft, and then they would draft somebody. And I remember the year that they took, was it Strother, Pickett, and Tyson?
They took 3 guys.
Was that the draft, though? Strother, Pickett, yes. Tyson?
Yep.
And that was the year after they won, right?
Well, I thought, I'm thinking you're going to use those assets to do something else.
That's what I was saying.
Calvin Booth said, no, I'm going to use all 3 picks. I'm like, whoa.
And I'm like, okay, if you're going to do that, then these guys got to be players.
They got to play. Well, again, maybe
and
Julian Strother is a player.
Strother plays a little bit. Now, injuries haven't helped him, but still, he only plays a little bit. If you have, and here's the problem now. You've already gone that route. There's no going back and redoing things anymore. So, I don't know how many guys you want to point out in this, but I would say it's got to be Strother, Holmes, and maybe like a Pickett. Have to be guys that you can rely upon.
See, and here's what I'm talking about. When you make first-round picks that are impactful players, those guys you just mentioned, they have their moments, right? They have their moments. But then you got, if you look at Indiana, Aaron Naismith, who was a first-round pick. He was the 14th overall choice. That's a lottery pick, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, barely.
All right, but end of the lottery, Aaron Naismith, impact player. Not just a player. He won a game for the Pacers. Remember that game in New York where they came back and he just started making every 3?
Right.
He wins. He's a game-winning player, impact player, who's a recent pick.
From the 7147.
Christian Brown is an impact player.
He is. The 7147. I think the 3 picks were good. They just need playing time. Well, I don't know. And see, that's part of the problem that we're trying to address as we sit here with our teeth in our mouth after a second-round exit. We really don't know what these guys got. We really don't know, Vic, what their future holds. I'm not even sure I have a lean to this guy's going to be a player, man. You know what I mean? I don't even, but I also don't have a lean to, God, I don't think any of these guys can play. Hey, to get somebody else in there.
Right.
I just don't know. I just don't know overall at all. We haven't seen them. They haven't had the minutes. They haven't had the reps. They haven't had the trust, perhaps. Maybe they don't deserve the trust. Yeah. We just don't know. I want to find out. That's one thing I want. I want to find out what these guys can do.
Reading Jake's manuscript, he concludes the same thing I did on Dario Saric. At the time, we all thought Dario Saric would contribute. He did not. Now, getting out of that deal is going to be a little more difficult than it looks because he is not going to willingly walk away from $5.5 million.
Yeah.
You'd be dumb to do that. You're not going to say, okay, I'll go work for half. He's not going to do that. He's going to force the Nuggets' hand here. There's going to be a team in Europe that wants Dario for half that amount. And it's going to be a game of chicken between the Nuggets and Dario to see what happens. And they're not going to be able to make a move, in my estimation, until September, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, using that money that you were going to give to Dario, that mid-level exception, I wonder how many of those players will already be taken.
I'm sure a lot, because guys are going to be looking to find their next home.
Unless the Nuggets make a deal with somebody like a Bruce Brown or somebody, right. If Bruce is even willing to take it, say, hey, just bide your time.
Loose,
we'll have that money available.
Well, here's the other thing, too, when you talk about the younger guys. So in this Jake Coyne thing, teams with 6 first or second round rookie deals on the roster. The Nuggets are one of them. Do you know what another team is? It's the Thunder. But there's a big difference here.
Yeah, they're lottery pick.
They were drafting at the top of the draft.
Number 1 overall and
Chet,
top 14
Jalen,
picks are a little bit different than
Case
picking 27th.
Wallace.
You know what I mean?
These are all lottery picks.
Yeah, it's different the way that they went about it because they had, 50 first-round picks.
Yeah, it wasn't like they discovered Chet Holmgren late in the second round.
Right.
You know, I mean, the Stork, everybody knew he was going to be a player to begin with.
Wait, who are the 6? Zeke, Strother, Holmes,
Tyson,
Pickett, Watson. There you go.
Hayden Watson. And then there's a bunch
and out of those
and then there's
6,
other dudes. Like, I don't even, and no offense. You know, I thought Trey Alexander, when he was raining threes at Summer League, I thought, maybe they got a nice little shooter kid there.
Drafted guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe he had a great year in the G League. I know that. Was he like the MVP of the G League or something, Vic?
He was.
Yeah.
And no offense, but if P.J. Hall punched me in the mouth, I wouldn't know who he is.
Was he the MVP of the G League or Rookie of the Year?
It was something like that. He got some sort of award because he had a great year.
Hunter Tyson?
Again.
No, Trey Alexander.
Oh.
There's different levels of impact. There's impactful players during the regular season, but then it's a different level in the postseason. Christian Brown, his rookie year, impacted the postseason.
He absolutely did.
Yep.
That's hard to do.
He absolutely did.
That's very hard to do. Like, there are role players all over the NBA who have great regular seasons, but they're unheard of in the postseason. Like, again, I'll reference Isaiah Joe for Oklahoma City. That guy had double-digit three-point games. He's done nothing in this postseason.
Yeah. Yep.
Different game.
It's just tough to kind of navigate. But again, we'll have Jake Coyne on tomorrow at 8:20 on Zoom.
Hey, I went to Buc-ee's over the weekend for the first time. I've never been there, Moj. The Buc-ee's up near Loveland, Windsor.
Yeah, it's right there, yep.
Have you been to that,
Uh-huh.
Brett?
I have not been to that one, no.
Oh, our boy Nelly has. Yeah.
Look at Nelly.
I had no idea what it was, what to expect. Like, I thought it was just a gas station. Holy moly.
No, it's
Walmart.
It's a full-on, it's a full-on.
It's a city block.
Pretty much. You could survive.
You could live there.
Yeah, you could survive. If all you had access to was Buc-ee's, you could easily live your life.
Oh, sure.
Moser, I've been to 2 places on earth with sparkling clean restrooms. One is the Tokyo airport. Their restrooms are the cleanest I've ever seen. The other is the Buc-ee's restroom.
Isn't that nice, too?
It's unreal.
I'll tell you this. I know it's not just gas stations in general. Walking into a gas station that you feel like is really clean it's a really underrated feeling. Because there's a few of them you're like, dude, I don't know if I trust anything that's sitting in here. Even if it's in like the chips in a bag, I don't even know if I trust that.
Hence, the opposite is what?
The Oklahoma rest stop.
That's correct.
Yep.
The Oklahoma rest stop is the opposite of Buc-ee's.
You know what you're in for.
Yeah, and you know what you do?
Long day.
Well, basically, I'm convinced that every time I'm in an Oklahoma rest stop, which is not very often, I set the world record for holding my breath.
I'm sure.
I could be one of those friggin' deep divers, those free diving sons of guns that go down the bottom of the ocean. I could do that. All I need is proper motivation, And Oklahoma rest stop is proper motivation.
Can always get in touch with us. The Shump Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
It's my own fault.
You've been screaming this entire day. Screaming.
It's my own fault because I let it get to me, and I don't know why. It's my own fault. I let things that should have absolutely no bearing on my life whatsoever affect me.
Well, nobody knows what you're talking about either.
Well, we'll start off with the Morris brothers, who are on ESPN talking Philadelphia Eagles football for God knows what reason.
Why?
I don't know.
Like, why?
They're standing on set as they go to Ryan Clark, and so they're standing on set. I don't know, Vic, but that drives me insane.
What is the lure there? Help me out.
I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue.
Even though I have Kelsey fatigue, Jason Kelsey I get because he's got a personality at least. He's got a little bit of a personality.
I need some help figuring this out. Like, who makes that decision and says,
either
"Oh
way,
yeah, got to have some of that on the air"?
Either way, they have no effect on my life whatsoever unless I let them. So it's my own fault. I take full responsibility for that.
But I think you're asking yourself that same question. Like, what did they do to earn that
Nothing.
spot?
No,
What?
Because they're cute twins. I don't know.
What is it?
I don't know. It's not my issue. But when I see those guys, they drive me crazy. Number two, that then bleeds over into a lot of other things, like the Florida Panthers not finishing it out last night, being dorking around the ice. Well, I don't know. I mean, just all these things now start to. Vic brought up the Rockies earlier. Mm-hmm. You knew they were going to get blasted, by the Yanks, that 13-1 game, and then it's just silly.
Well, I got something that should make you feel better.
You brought up Darren Doucette III, and that drove me insane. Like, there's a lot of things that are getting to me today.
Well, I got something that'll make you feel better.
Hopefully it's Broncos related.
It is, because I was reading an article.
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Jesus God.
I was reading an article this weekend.
Oh, but the guy who on planet Earth outside Lamar Jackson can say, or I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes. It's just so dumb.
It was about Jahdae Barron. Jahdae! And I was trying to think of this. If you guys remember, we had a sound clip because Nelly's compiling all these T-Pain sounds for whenever we talk about Jahdae Barron. If you guys remember, we tried that with 2 glorious weeks of like AJ Bouye, where it was, yeah, boy.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
And then he was hurt and never seen again.
It was
Yeah, I love it. But here's the quote from Sean Payton regarding Barron, saying he was too unique to pass up in the draft. And I started thinking about it this way, that the NFL has what I am considering an NBA problem right now, which is if you're a superstar in your respective league, you're probably on the western side of the conference in the NBA. There's a couple on the east, but where the star teams lying, where the star players going, they're all going to the west. The NFL has the same problem with quarterbacks because you look at the AFC, because everybody talks about Mahomes and Herbert, and I go, it's bigger than that. Because the Broncos have reached an echelon in which they are going to be a playoff contending team and maybe division contending team. And that takes you beyond the Herberts and Mahomeses. That takes you to the Josh Allens that we saw last year in the postseason, the Lamar Jackson.
Josh Allen?
The cavalcade of different guys that you could potentially face in the postseason because you're in the AFC. So, God, isn't it nice to have this many options in your secondary?
It's amazing, too.
Where Jahdae Barron, I think if he's drafted by almost every other team in the league, he's probably an outside corner starter day one. And their response is, yeah, we're just going to figure out a way to play him somewhere, somehow.
Well, he's your nickel at least, right? I mean, there you go.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
You think about this, though. You had 3 jobs in the last 2 years, Vic. You had 3 jobs open up in the AFC West. And considering you've got the perennial Super Bowl contender in Kansas City in that division, you had 3 dudes who go, yeah, I'll take on that challenge. Sean Payton did it. Harbaugh did it. And now Pete Carroll's done it. They're like, yeah, I want to jump into the toughest damn division in football. No problem. Let's go get some. I mean, you got to be a sadomasochist to want to take a job in this division. Do you not?
Division, conference, whatever.
I would do anything to get like into the, well, I want to say the AFC South, the NFC. Oh heck, just get me in the NFC.
There was
a story. I mean, it's like if you take a job in the AFC, but if you take it in the AFC West, you're like, I like pain. I want pain. I want to have heartbreak and pain. I don't get enough of that in my life.
There was an interview I saw over the weekend from a podcast, Antonio Pierce, who was on Josh McDaniels' coaching staff in Las Vegas with the Raiders, talked about an episode where there was almost a mutiny in Vegas with Raiders players who could not stand Josh McDaniels. And they're at the point where they wanted to just walk away from the game. I mean, they're like, we're not playing for this guy. And Pierce tried to be the go-between, right? He tried to broker deals, this and that. And the next thing you know, McDaniels gets fired and Pierce is the coach. But I had no idea how bad it really was. And I kept hearing these stories from Bronco players when McDaniels was here, just about how much they hated playing football for him.
Ask Tyler Polumbus.
I know.
He's got like 50 hours worth of content he can give you just on Josh McDaniels
How
alone.
bad can it be? I mean, what do you do to set it? What are you doing?
Well,
do you not read people?
This is what I don't quite understand, especially in the case of a McDaniels. Like, you can go to he fell to the same trap that every other Belichick castoff does, which is they try and be him somewhere else, which never works, whether it's, McDaniels, Bill O'Brien, Patricia, you take any of the guys who have left.
Bill O'Brien,
he had some success.
yeah, but
I also think it's more than that.
but he was
it's unawareness.
Yes.
He's socially unaware. You have friends who are like socially unaware, like, oh God. You know, like Moser, for example, socially unaware.
For God's sake. Outside, and that's, first of all, that's false. Second of all, outside of Josh McDaniels, I think the guy that was hated in the league the most was Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, you're right.
This is what I'm
His
saying.
players,
You're
they hated his. I mean,
You're right,
in
Moj.
Houston, they literally hated his guts.
Have you guys
I
heard,
think they would have murdered him for $5. I'm not even kidding.
Have you guys heard what Dearius Slay has said about Matt Patricia in the past?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's all of them, though. That's what I'm getting at here, is that what is it that has been some sort of breeding ground for guys who might know football? I'm sure that they do. Bill O'Brien, Josh McDaniels, and Patricia all seem to know football, but they have no concept of how to communicate with somebody.
You know what they all have in common? No sympathy for the human being behind the helmet.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's just like you're an asset.
You're
Do you remember how, Moj, I knew that McDaniels was in for a long ride. Do you remember how he referred to Jay Cutler as the player?
Yes.
Didn't refer to him by name?
Yes.
And at that point, you're like, well, he has a name. Can you at least give him the courtesy of a name?
He's just being a Rick. I mean, he's just being that. I guess that's who he is. I can't believe that he got another job. Heck, he actually turned down another job that he got too. Remember that? But he was hired and then said, "No, I'll pass on that."
And it's not just the style of coaching that they're a little bit more dictatorial or whatever, like that they're tyrants or something. Like, there's plenty of coaches that do it that way that players love. Parcells,
like Bill Parcells, yeah.
He wasn't necessarily easy on his guys. Tom Coughlin wasn't easy on his guys. But I don't know if it's a respect thing. Like, if it's something that they earned that the other guys like McDaniels and all the other dudes that we mentioned, like, didn't have that. I don't know. But God, this is half the battle of being a coach is you're a manager of personalities.
I'm very curious. I don't know the answer to this, but I'm very curious as to what Sean Payton is like behind closed doors. Because he can be a bit prickly, can he not, to us?
Players seem to like him.
They really do. And so there's a reason for that.
No.
There's a reason for it. So he's got a little something. He's obviously a very smart football man. He's won. So you come with that kind of pedigree. But there's something about one guy being prickly that the players is amenable, and another guy being prickly or even worse, that you're like, I want to kill that guy. Literally
just think
kill
about
him.
Moj, you've had a long, fruitful career. Brett and Steve, I want you to think about this as well. You guys have had very short, awful careers. Worst boss you've ever had. What's the reason? What's the reason that boss was bad of all time? Is it because they were dumb? They were personally insulting? What was it? It's usually a social issue.
Yeah, usually.
It's usually something about, like, whoa, this person is out there, man.
Well, and the best bosses you can think of are the ones that they know how to put this.
They know people.
Yeah, when I say manage personalities, they know what buttons to push for one person that's got to be different than this person.
Yeah.
That's the difference. And look, you have to have all the other stuff too, right? You have to be knowledgeable of what it takes to be good at whatever your specific job is. If it's a football coach, then you have to be knowledgeable about football. But
can I make a case here? Can I make a case? Because this is what happens in our business. We all have opinions about people until we meet them. And those opinions usually change when we meet those people. Sometimes they're reinforced. There are a lot of players and coaches who I watch them from afar, and then I meet them, and I'm like, yeah, they're pretty much that. And then there are others that are like, wow. I'll give you a classic example. We've been very hard on Sean Payton here in town, right? Give us the reasons we've been hard on him.
I don't think we've been hard on him.
I mean, he just seemed, I'll be honest, that first year especially, he seemed pretty arrogant for what was being put on the field, and he was a little too prickly when I think he needed to take a step back and kind of eat it a little bit.
But at the same time, Vic, him showing the side of himself that we can all identify with, like driving around the friggin' parking lot of the sushi restaurant.
Finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the reason I bring that up is I've had a chance to hang out with him socially twice now.
Ooh.
I love him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love him. I mean, I'm like, wow. I can get down with this guy because I think he knows what buttons to push. He handles us in the media one way, and that's it. Hard.
I'll give you
and that's fine.
Yeah.
But the way he handles
I don't
people,
need to be handled with kid gloves. Give it to me.
I'm just saying, the way he handles people personally, I'm telling you guys, you would love him. You'd love him.
I probably would.
How about,
hey, Sean.
Did anybody see Bill Belichick being that personality after his coaching career was done when he was jumping on the Manning cast over and over again? And, like, you never really saw it. Anyway.
Sean, real quick. Sean, if you would like to have a beer with Brett, myself, and Vic, we're open.
I'm a good hang.
If you want to give us the business, give us the business. I don't care. Listen, Vic, I've been doing this long enough. I've been torn down and made small by the best of them. I don't care.
I don't think he ever once asked to have a beer with you, by the way.
No, I'm sure he didn't. But I'm offering that olive branch if you'd like to.
Oh, that is
not that
gesture.
Yeah, it's really super kind, to be honest with you. It's not even that.
Come on. No.
Would you be willing to offer that same gesture to Carmelo and Nolan Arenado?
No.
Not a chance at HE double hockey sticks. Not yet. Right. Can't do it.
Back after this.
Can't do it.
Oh my God. Moser Vic, he got me to fall out of my chair.
What do you say now?
If you could only imagine.
I can't.
What some of the ESPN personalities he was yelling at during the break.
People make me mad sometimes. Sorry.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. Tell me if you fan
Chris
like
Mannix,
I fan.
who we'll never have on here ever again.
I got a weird fandom. I'm flawed. I'm a flawed person. I'm a flawed fan. I'm a flaw. I'm a human flaw. When you're watching Minnesota OKC, who are you pulling for and why? I'll give you my reasoning when I hear yours.
I don't. I guess I'm pulling for OKC. Either one. It's a little engine they could. Our team is Indiana, so we've hooked our wagon to the Pacers, and whether or not they drag us across the finish line, that's a different story.
So much. I hate them.
Yeah.
Both. So much.
All right. So when you're watching the game, what happens?
I don't know. You know what's weird is
Vic.
that I'm rooting for the team that's down to take the lead, and then they take the lead, and I'm mad about it.
I saw last night I saw Dante DiVincenzo's face, and that really made me mad.
He had 6 threes.
I know he did. But looking at him with his haircut like that, and I don't know, he makes me mad. There's just guys that that I don't like on these teams.
Can I give you my reasoning now of what I'm watching for and what makes me sleep better at night?
Sure.
This is it. I'm pulling for OKC. I want them to win, and I want them to win this series in 5. And frankly, I want them to sweep Indiana. I don't care. Because I want to go home at night and think to myself, damn, the Nuggets gave them the best fight. And in my mind, the Nuggets are that close. And in my mind, the second best team in that playoff run is the team that took them to 7. That's what's going to make me sleep better. Now, I don't know if it's all true. Whatever. We make things up. The other thing is this. I have this in my back pocket. When the Nuggets won their NBA title, they went 16-4 in the playoff run. Not once did they ever trail a series. Not once. They won every series, and they led every series. Oklahoma City's already trailed twice. They've already lost as many games as the Nuggets have in their playoff run, in their playoff quest. So I'm like, that's pretty good.
So why are you pulling for them?
At this point, I want them to win for that reason, because I think the Nuggets have already equaled what they've done in this playoff run. And the Nuggets had a more impressive playoff. I don't know, because I'm stupid and flawed.
Let me back him up a little bit, Brett, because I brought this up last week. I'm going to bring it up again right now. For all the hand-wringing we've done that we did last week, starting out at Sanctuary and all the way through the week, about the Nuggets dispatching in the second round, I think it's going to give us a sense of reassurance that they're really, you said it this morning, Brett, at 7:01 a.m., they're really not that far away. For all the injuries that they had to deal with throughout the course of the season, and then obviously in the postseason with MPJ's shoulder and AG then with his hammy and all, for everything that they've had to deal with, lack of bench, whatever, it's going to tell me that with the best player on planet Earth, you're still pretty dang close.
However,
not that you don't need more. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying you're not that. The Nuggets will look back and say, boy, they gave them the toughest run.
However, I will echo something that Josh Kroenke said into the open microphone last week. Are they closer to the team that nearly took out OKC or the team that nearly got taken out by the LAC?
Yeah, it's a dangerous game to play.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's how I'd put it. I'm going to go back to my house analogy. Give me a minute. Because this happened to me. I had a house that had no central heating and air. And because I had no central heating, I had a pipe that froze, burst, flooded my basement. Huge mess.
Wasn't Springer there at the time?
He was.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him.
Okay.
So we decided then it's not worth it. Once we get the basement fixed, we're moving out, we're finding a new house. It's not worth fixing anything else that's in this house, despite the fact the house was all right and we liked some aspects of it. I feel like Porter and Jamal are your baseboard heaters and your swamp cooler. Like, you're willing to live with this for another year to see if you just want to tweak a little bit of the house that you're currently in, or do you just have to kind of restart? And I don't think they're there yet. They aren't in the moving phase yet. But I think this year will tell you a lot about that. Because our best guess here, Vic, Mose, you guys kind of agree with me on this? It doesn't sound like they're moving either one of those guys.
No, but at the same time, Brett, your house was sellable. I don't know that these two guys at this point are sellable. At least sellable in a deal that you would enjoy or even accept.
Well, I mean, I think the better way to put it is, what makes you think that you're going to get something better in return?
Right.
Well, even if you just have money available to go and do some things with
if
it.
we were in a bad housing
if they have
market,
just money available, it doesn't mean that you're going to get something better
agreed.
in return.
I know, I completely agree,
What
but
you're
you're
saying-
talking about retooling things.
what you're saying is, if I was in a bad housing market, would we made the same decision?
Right.
Yeah, who knows? Because that's kind of what I think these trades for Porter and Murray would be. Now, again.
Yeah, but you got out at just the nick of time.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing. The Avs, it's just so it's like similar, but so much different than what the Nuggets face. Because if the Avs want to do something bold, they can.
Sure.
There's nothing to stop them. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to worry about an apron or a luxury tax or making money work or whatever.
If
right?
you want to trade a 2-for-1 deal, whatever,
then go ahead. Yeah,
sure.
The Nuggets is just different, and I truly just feel like, I mean, you said this in the middle of the series, Vic, the middle of the OKC series.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, if they had a guy like Bruce Brown, I think they're fine. And like that on the surface sounds so simple, right?
And
it
yet
sounds so easy, but it's not.
I really
It's
believe
not.
this. I really believe this. If you had replaced on that roster, and it's impossible to say, Bruce Brown with Dario Saric, who didn't play,
Yeah.
the Nuggets win the series.
If they had one more playable,
the Nuggets win the series.
trustable dude, yeah.
They don't lose games 4 and 5. They win one of those games. They close one of those
And
games.
that's why I point out yesterday, Vic, for both Minnesota and Oklahoma City, they made a decision like early in that game. Julius Randle's awful tonight. He can't play. Hartenstein's given us nothing through 16 minutes. He's not playing. And they were able to go to the bench and say, Caruso, you take this.
Yeah.
Hey, Alexander Walker. Hey, Naz Reid. You guys jump in there. You take what
Wallace-
this guy can't do tonight.
Wallace almost played 30 minutes last night.
Again,
that luxury is huge.
I'll make it this simple. They removed healthy, starting, big money-making players. And keyword being healthy.
Yeah.
And you didn't tell him, but you were forced, AG with a grade 2 hamstring,
Yeah.
go out and do something in Game 7.
You're so
like,
right.
that's
Hartenstein,
crazy.
Hartenstein's their second highest paid player. He makes $28 million a year.
Yeah.
Second highest paid player, and he's saying he watched from the bench.
I thought I injured my hamstring over the weekend.
Now, they aren't talking about Hartenstein and like, oh, well, for the money we're paying, we should get. It's like, no, it's all right. Caruso
Take
can play
this
those
one
minutes.
off. We got a better,
That's all they had to do.
No, you're so right, and it's funny how in some series guys play like Kenrich Williams didn't even see the court in the Denver series. He's all over the place in this Minnesota series.
Yeah, that's for sure. He played 12 last night. I thought
Dort took 3 shots. Dort took 3 shots last night. Didn't
Frazier.
matter.
He had 3 threes in a row against the Nuggets at one point.
Yeah.
I thought I hurt my hammy over the weekend. And I thought to myself, oh, boy.
Sleeping?
No. I was climbing over something. It's a long story.
Climbing over your dog?
But nonetheless, it went
Maybe a
away.
step?
It was good. But it went up my leg and into my butt, and I'm like, ow. Ow. I'm like, if Aaron Gordon was walking around with a hurt butt like I had.
Bro, I still, it makes no
sense.
sense.
His is obviously worse than my hurt butt. Then,
Yeah, do we agree, by the way?
How could they possibly win?
Do we agree? And this is why the pain isn't nearly as intense, and that's why the Nuggets without Aaron Gordon would not have beaten Minnesota.
They would not have.
Chance.
And there was no way he was going to be able to play.
No.
Not a chance.
I mean, that's just being honest. That's not being, oh, hey, you don't believe. Oh, come on. You're already shorthanded.
Yep.
You've got a guy who can't put on his own jersey and a guy whose butt and the back of his leg, I'm sure, was in terrible pain. Stinks.
Meanwhile, the Thunder looked at their second highest paid player and just said, you know what? He doesn't got it tonight. Let's
Sit
just
it down.
Let's just sit him.
Sit it down, and we got plenty of other choices. You know, every time I say this, Sam Presti, who is phenomenal at what he does, they always reinvent themselves, and that's what they're in right now. They reinvent themselves because they're going to have a lot of contracts that come up where they're not going to be able to afford players. They'll trade them. Like Caruso will be traded before his contract expires. Trust me.
Yeah, but if they want to, the decisions they're going to have to make, they're Going to pay Jalen Williams, I would assume.
Yes, but see, the reason why they can make moves boldly, they've got so many first-round picks that they own. They can, if they want to get rid of somebody that's you can't get rid of, here, I'll throw a first-round pick with it. You want him now?
Okay.
Hey, thank you, L.A. Clippers. They're still just firing those picks off. Like, here, take that one.
And that's what's so frustrating about the Nugget situation is that they are bereft of draft assets. They don't have any.
Yeah.
You want to get rid of some of these contracts that don't play. That's what's killing the Nuggets. It's not the contracts that play. It's the contracts that don't play. Those are the ones that hurt you immensely. The guys that you pay good money to that do not contribute.
Well, and how do you fix that? You fix that by
You
packaging.
have to get rid of them by packaging them with something of value.
Yep. And you have no cash value. You have no asset value from picks standpoint. So what do you have? Even the guys that you're talking about, the major move trades, think about this for a second. If you're a prospective team looking for a player, who are the most valuable players that you'd be seeking on the Nuggets? Like, it'll take Joker off the table, obviously.
Well, AG would be one.
AG's probably second.
Yeah.
Would you say Christian's third?
Christian Brown, for
Probably
sure.
he's right there, yeah.
For sure.
Before you got to Jamal or MPJ?
Yeah,
Because it's
what
a
you get
more
for the money.
manageable
Yeah.
contract, and
what
he's
you get for the
younger.
money.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what's
In
weird.
that order.
Yeah. Yep.
In that order. Right there.
So
AG and Christian Brown are the more attractive contracts on this Nuggets roster. I mean, outside Joker's untouchable. Those are the two. And that's what's painful about this. To get what you want, you may have to part with something you want.
Yeah. I think I've said this before, but it's like when you're sick, you go to the doctor identifies it immediately. Dude, you got a bad virus. And then you're like, all right, cool. So what do we do to fix it? And he goes, you kind of wait.
Yep.
Bye. And you're like, what do you mean bye? I feel really bad. Yeah, I don't know. See you. Nothing I can do.
That reminds me. Way back in the day, this young gal who worked at around where I worked.
This is taking a long time to tell this story.
That
Just
was,
the first
that was
sentence.
a lot.
That
That
first
was
sentence
5
right there.
words to get that
Guys,
that long
that
for 5
first sentence,
words?
that was 4 or 5 words. That took like 35 seconds. So this better go quick.
Her nickname was the virus. When you said virus and you looked at me, that's what came into my mind.
That was your story?
That's it. Yep.
You know what, Moj?
You don't have to shut me down. You don't have to play the shut up song. I shut myself up. But
For that, you get the mic with the stand.
negative.
You get
Yes.
this now.
I'm
From
not
now
touching
on,
anything.
yes.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
Back after this. I have a very exciting bit of news, by the way. We were just discussing this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the 0090 says, you're so disrespected, Moj. I agree with that. You guys, let me
It's
pull
pretty
a
disrespectful
LeBron.
just to grab the steering wheel when I was speaking, but
I
go
know,
ahead.
you're right. Let me pull a LeBron. I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment. I want my damn respect.
How do you want it?
Give me my damn respect.
How do you want it, though?
That is still
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
like one of the more wild things
Isn't that crazy that he
that
said
you
that?
could say.
I know.
Did you see the video that's emerged? You're talking about LeBron, right?
Yeah, it was just so weird that he said that. That was after what, the bubble?
I want my respect too.
I want
It's
my
like-
damn respect. Like, dude, come on.
Hey, man, that dude's 40 years old. He made second team All NBA.
Yeah, he did. He's a
And he deserved it.
He's a one of a kind, Vic.
He deserved it, right?
He absolutely did. Yes, agreed.
It's something that we'll never see in our lives again. Is this long of a sustained run in a sport that demands this much athleticism? There's no way. Nobody can do that.
It's impossible.
I mean, maybe Joker with his style of play can do it, but not like fly through the air and dunk on people at 40 still.
The funny part is, Joker, he doesn't care about damn respect. He doesn't care about that crap.
I have some amazing news for everybody.
All right.
I've been complaining forever because I have these shorts. These shorts so old. I just need new ones. And
Shorts?
Shorts, like athletic shorts. And really everything is all like just below my boxer line.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what is this new style?
You've
that
had
we're
a
doing?
real problem with these short shorts, right?
Look at these, Moj.
Those are beautiful.
Brand new
those
guys.
Those are beautiful.
Right above the knee.
Yeah.
That's what I've been looking for. Amazon, $20 for 5 of them. And they're
You
comfortable.
wouldn't like my shorts.
Wait.
Yeah.
20 for 5? 5.
So they were $5 or $4 a piece?
Yeah.
What-
And they're great.
Give it to me.
So are those those shorts are too long.
When
for
I
me.
say I got them, I had my wife do the Amazon.
Those shorts are way too long for me. I mean, you go down to the knees. That's like,
No, Brett, why'd you stop showing those milky thighs on Twitch, brother? Keep.
I mean, look how
Lift up the
great-
goods to the camera.
Look how great these are.
nah,
Look
they're
at
too
that.
long and
Look
too
at that.
baggy. You look like something. I mean, that's something.
Yeah,
That's
but you know what-
ridiculous.
Vic, you know what you are, though? Hey, don't take this as disrespect.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. They aren't Lululemons.
Yeah,
So
forget
I
about
didn't travel to Italy to bring them back. I didn't.
Yeah.
At least you can go Viore.
Oh, God.
They're Balenciaga or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know
Vic,
what that is.
What you are is you're a thigh snob.
You are.
Okay? So the fact that you're a thigh snob, there's no doubt in my mind that you want to try to show things off.
Like that is an
Okay.
insane
Now,
length that I
do
would
not fall-
never have. Ever.
Now, that's way too short,
That is
dude.
That is mid thigh.
I mean, that's on the verge of junk exposure.
That's
I don't
John
like,
Stockton
yeah, I don't like that.
95 finals sort of stuff.
I don't like that whatsoever. No, I'm not doing
It's
it.
so comfortable.
Insane. I mean, I swear to God, I go out, I see these like 23-year-old kids
I
wearing
know.
these things that
I
are,
know.
I mean, barely reaching. Look at this. That's you, Vic.
That is
happy
you.
with that?
That's you.
You
Yep.
happy with that?
Larry Bird and Dr. J, dude. Short shorts that leaves nothing to the imagination.
No, dude, I was in the Carmelo era. We used to wear those long shorts that you wear now. That was 15 years ago.
Well, no, I'm not talking like the professor from the And One mixtape. I'm not talking like down to your ankles or anything. I'm just talking right above the knee is a perfect length.
Who's our boy that we showed the other day? TJ Ford? TJ Ford shorts? Yeah, those ones were insane. It's a reasonable length for a middle-aged man, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I can understand why you'd want to cover up your pale skin.
Well, that too. I mean, it would be a mess for everybody, including myself. Do you know how much sunscreen I put on before a round of golf? You think I want more surface area to cover? Get out of here.
We played.
Yeah,
what was
look
it?
at these.
Yeah, that's just insane. I mean, those are shorts that are right above your socks, your ankle socks. It's just ridiculous.
Anywho.
I wore a pair of shorts like that.
I'm sure you did.
Wait, I've seen the picture. You've showed it to me before. It looked ridiculous.
Now, would you rather have that or the ones I'm wearing now?
The ones you're wearing now.
Okay.
Yeah, I
End
would
of
prefer
story.
that too.
What's like saying you want to get kicked in the head or kicked in the jimmy? It's not There's a choice. It's not a good choice.
So, Vic, you just said something, though. I don't subscribe to this at all. I don't care about this. I don't think it matters. I hate when people use it as some sort of excuse. When you said, who are you rooting for between OKC and Minnesota? And it's like, well, I want OKC to win because it makes the Nuggets look better.
Whatever makes you feel better.
I disagree. Yeah. I don't think it matters at all. Like, if Dallas loses to Edmonton, Moj, I feel nothing. It doesn't make me feel worse about the Avs losing in the first round. Like, nothing.
By the way, there's a certain guy who hasn't had a goal in 6 games. Only a couple of helpers mixed in there. But that's for another topic.
I don't subscribe to that, though.
No, but I want to see a small market.
It means nothing.
So nothing makes you feel better when you watch?
No.
Nothing eases you?
I choose this. I choose death for the team that beat me.
Well, don't you think, though, that it's good for the NBA to have a small market team win? Like OKC or Indiana?
No, not when that small market team resides in your division and you have to face every year to get through. I mean, no.
Yeah, but, Vic, they're going to have to break up eventually. I
mean,
they can't pay everybody.
I want the East. I want the Pacers. We all want the Pacers. Do not want the Knicks. Can we all agree nobody wants the Knicks?
Yeah.
Do not want the Knicks.
But now, give me your reasoning for not wanting the Knicks, and I'll give you mine. Mine's really easy.
Their fan base is.
I don't like their fans.
Yeah, their fan base is abhorrent.
Yeah, I don't like their fans. Did you see all the New York fans in Indiana after that game going crazy? Yeah. Get out of here. Get out.
It's ridiculous.
Did you see the New York fans outside of MSG throwing trash at that Indiana fan?
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Get out of here.
They were chasing him down the street.
Yeah, get out of here. I want you guys to suffer now.
I do too.
I really do. I want the Knicks to suffer. I want the Knicks to go another 50 years without winning a championship.
When was the last time that was it like Dave DeBusschere, that era?
1973. I was 4 years old the last time the Knicks won a championship.
I was a little
Your
tiny kid too.
Your overrated ass franchise hasn't done crap in 50 years. Almost
Take
cursed
the L
there.
on the way out.
I really did. Almost cursed. Oh, look at this. We're in New York. It's home of basketball. You haven't done crap in more than 50 years. Shut up.
You know what I also realized? It's a little footnote, but another reason why I don't want New York to win. I don't like how Cat just cosplays as whatever is in the moment with him. I heard that man say, obviously we wanted to get this win for all the people in New York. And he did like this New York accent. I was like, come on, man. What is that?
How much more we got to lose?
That's how you sound. New York. You don't do that.
He's like our boy that put on the fake accent for his introductory presser. What coach was that? The Southern accent?
Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
What's sad about
Cat is Brian Kelly.
What's sad about the Knicks is, personally, I like Josh Hart. I like Jalen Brunson. Those are cool dudes. I like Mikal Bridges. I like those dudes. I just don't like the Knicks.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, I just think it's funny the way that Shams reported this. Tyrese Halliburton's father, John, will be allowed to attend Pacers home games in a suite beginning with Tuesday's pivotal Game 4 against the Knicks. John Halliburton missed 8 games following a confrontation with Giannis on April 29th. I love how he said he missed 8 games as if he was an athlete on the floor, and it was like he had a suspension. Just the way he worded it was funny, but also I wondered how long that was going to go. I gotta say,
I think the point
it feels kind of short.
Well, I think
to me, it feels like kind of a short suspension for a guy who almost started a brawl after a game with a player.
The point has been made, and he's, I'm sure, very, very sorry about it. Although, listen, if I got on the floor, dead serious, if any random human, let's say I'm on the floor and I'm jawing at Giannis, right? I'm banned for life, am I not?
No doubt.
Of course.
I am banned from all NBA games for life. They'll invent facial recognition software just to catch my butt.
Yep.
Right?
Well, even if you're a father of a player, what makes you think you could just walk onto the floor?
It was bizarre. Vic, it was weird. I know. It was bizarre. But I think the point's been given. They're in this run through the Eastern Conference. They could win it all. Let the dude.
I want the Pacers, again, for many reasons. The Pacers, original ABA team, they come up with the Nuggets out of the ABA to the NBA. Nuggets got theirs. Now it's time for the Pacers to get theirs.
I've got one for you that I saw during the break.
Can I give you guys my impression of what I'm going to do after baby Jamal Kell's first T-ball game?
Mm-hmm.
If she gets the dub, I'm going right to one of those 4-year-old girls on the other side and doing this. Loser! God, you stink.
Yeah, that's really not cool. Hey,
Play better.
It's over, pal.
If you don't like it, then play better.
if somebody is in,
I taught my daughter how to field a ground ball. I don't know what you were doing. We were out working.
oh my God, if somebody's in the public eye, how long do they have to be removed from the public eye before their business doesn't really matter to people anymore? Because there's a big story over the weekend about a certain former gymnast. Did you see it?
Mary Lou Retton got a DUI.
Yeah. So Mary Lou Retton, who won gold in what, 84? Was it 84, Vic?
She was in some dire health, too.
Yeah, she had a bad pneumonia thing. But she got busted for a Dewey in West Virginia. Like, is that really news now?
Is that front page headline
I mean, it
stuff?
was 41 years ago she won gold. She's
I don't consider
57.
how you disrespect former U.S.
Only
female
Carrie
gymnasts.
Strug. Only Carrie Strug. Only her. Mary Lou's fine. All the current gals are great. They're all awesome. Simone Biles is just beyond amazing. It's Carrie Strug and the fake broken leg. I don't play that.
Who's
What
the
is
Gabriella
fake?
gymnast?
What is fake about
Whatever.
She had a
whatever.
broken
She had a
ankle.
broken ankle or
What is
whatever.
fake?
She's gonna be Sherpa'd around like a dude put her in a baby Bjorn and
Why are
carried
you
her
so
around.
pissy?
It
I mean,
doesn't matter.
You know what's the funniest thing coming from you? Every day you come in with a different ailment that you tell me about how awful it is, how much it's nagging you, and this chick breaks her ankle.
No, you know what it
Leaps
is, Brett?
off a pommel horse.
Brett. Here's the problem with Moser. And for those of you who continue to support Moser in this and say we're too hard on him, let me tell you why we're hard on him. Because he's an idiot. Because he has these random hates of people that make no sense. Like Carrie Strug, for one. And remember when we brought up certain women, he said, nah. What was the one? What?
Anna
the most
Kendrick.
recent one.
No, it was the chick from Ted Lasso.
Hannah Waddingham. You
Yeah.
said, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, she'll do.
Yeah.
She's all right.
It doesn't make any sense.
But I'm trying to figure out
It's irrational.
the guy who got stung.
You know what's so weird though is I guess on this program I'm not entitled to my own opinion.
No, you are.
That's an awful
But
opinion that nobody agrees with it. It's just it's randomly stupid.
I'm trying to give
Says the guy who's standing on his chair with his junk hanging out from wearing the short shorts. I mean, look where that's coming from, Jack.
I'm just saying, you walked in here one day when one of your bees stung you, and your leg was swollen for like 8 weeks. This woman broke her ankle and nails this jump, and you're like, she milked it. That's your response.
She did.
Meanwhile, you got like a peg leg
Time
that you're
magazine.
dragging.
Time
around.
magazine. I mean, whatever, man. Person of the year.
Moser wanted to go on National Geographic with his friggin' bee sting leg. He had what was great about Moser's leg that day? And now the bees are all gone. They all betrayed him. He didn't have one sting. He had multiple stings on his body.
They got you good. You know what happened, Moj? You got.
I got
I mean,
got.
your
I did
bee
get
said,
got.
hey,
I don't get
old man, thanks for all the free food. We out. And on the way out,
Yeah, it
here's a
was
few
not-
bites,
It was
sucker.
Not, it was not bites, stings, man. It stuck.
Did
No,
you-
shut him off. Shut me off.
Did you extract any honey?
Yeah, tons.
Hey, old man.
Great, too. It lasted
you
a long
spent
time.
thousands on us. You dressed up like a Looney Tune in this white suit. We're just going to take off on you.
Wasn't thousands, just a couple hundo. But nonetheless, it's all right. Loss? And Bryson chimes in, Moser's a slow healer. Thanks.
Oh, God.
Moser, no offense, but you milked your torn Achilles. Dave. How about if I blow your Achilles and see how long you milk it, bud?
No, God, please, no.
It's a devastating injury, man. There's a reason why Deron Holmes was out for a year, bro. It's gross.
I just
Pulled
love-
pork, Dave.
You know, it's funny. Deron Holmes, he injured his Achilles in the NBA Summer League. Do you think they play him in Summer League again? You would think maybe he could use.
Well,
do you think they do that?
Yes, you play.
Yeah, he's got.
I think he has to. He's got to play basketball,
What,
Vic.
you
Not only
scared
that,
he's going to get hurt? I mean,
Well, no, I'm just wondering. So the Nuggets don't have
his
a draft
Achilles
pick.
is likely going to be stronger than it was before.
All right, so listen to this. You tell me. The Nuggets do not own a draft pick. They don't own one. They would have to.
But he's going to be like he's going to be like a first rounder for you this year.
I know. I'm just wondering, who the hell are the Nuggets going to throw to Summer League? Trey Alexander, Deron Holmes,
that other kid,
Is it only
PJ
the first couple of years you?
the kid who had the great game in the Golden State
Spencer
game,
Jones.
whose name's escaping me right
Spencer
now.
Jones.
Spencer Jones.
How many guys can they? That's the question. How many?
No, what's the cutoff? Is it 2 years in the league?
Yeah.
Is it first and second year players?
I don't know what the cutoff is. It'd be funny if LeBron showed up and said, I'm playing NBA Rookie League.
Well, I'm saying, like, can you still play Pickett? Because he's going into year 3.
Could you
I
play?
don't know.
Could
I
you
don't
play
know the
Hunter
rules.
Tyson?
Hmm.
These are questions that I just don't know the answer to.
But yeah, he's got to play. I mean, if there's one thing I know about the Nuggets and something I feel strongly in, the younger players need time on the court. And I don't really care if that's Summer League or a blacktop outside of Ball Arena. Like, just find a way to get in the game situation somehow. Because they need it.
How about if I blow your Achilles and see how long you milk it, bud?
Oh, and you dropped a butt on him at the end.
My question is, Vic, how much patience should or would you have? If you ask me a hockey question, they tried and were patient with that 2C for a while, were they not, the Avs?
Yeah.
They tried. I mean, like, when you look at
Was it Newhook?
right? Alex Newhook, guys were
JT
given the
for a while.
opportunity. Right, but for a couple of months, you're given the opportunity. It's just not, you can't make it work. It can't happen. So you move on, you do something else. Because believe me, there'd be nothing more that the Avs would like, Coach Bednar and the front office, than to have somebody emerge from the youth base to be able to take over that job at a cost-effective nature. It's just that finding that is teams search for that forever. It's not an easy thing. So my question to you, Vic, is how long will you give the kids? How long do you play the kids to begin next year? Do you play them? Is it like through Christmas before you make a decision? What do you do before you tighten the rotation down? I mean, I'm asking you.
I think the Denver Nuggets will have a firm answer of what they can do by the trade deadline next year. That's basically February. So that's 3 months of action. And by that time, you will know whether it's going to work or not. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Sure.
Fun. I mean, I think that trade deadline, you've got to know it. You better know by then. But I think that's probably.
you might have suspicions already. But
no, but I think that's probably plenty of time to have one of these kids emerge.
And the reason
somebody
why
that
I
can
think
be
you have to
looked
give it that
upon
much
as a
time.
reliable person that you can give minutes to and can count on.
I want these guys to be able to prove us wrong. Like Jalen Pickett proved us all wrong. We thought Jalen Pickett was done. We didn't think he'd be able to play in the league. Remember that?
Well, I don't know if we just knew he wasn't going to be like super dynamic.
Okay, but then he came from, oh man, oof, to, whoa, what's this? Hey,
Vic. I don't know. How do I not know? I just want to know. Like, this has been my beef all along. How do we not have an answer? How many years does it take? I mean, Pat Riley used to say this. Give a guy 3 years, you'll know exactly what kind of NBA player he is. Zeke's in what, year 5?
All right,
No
do you
idea.
know, it's been 3 years with Payne Watson. Do you know what he is yet?
I think so, but he's played. I think
What is
Peyton
he?
Watson, I think he's a decent wing player off the bench. That's what it feels like. If you ask him to do more than that, I don't know if he's capable, but he's fine. He's a rotational player. Everybody else, Strother, still don't know, hasn't played enough. Strother could be really good for all I know. Maybe. I no idea. Like, but you tell me, is there anybody else off the bench other than Peyton Watson that you feel like you have a decent answer on?
I don't know. Some people come along and just grab your attention right away. I mean, Christian Brown did that. Hell, Cale McCarr did it in his first 3 games in the playoffs, for crying out loud. Remember that, Moj?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he came out of freaking college, said, I'm here, and announced himself very loudly.
Scored his first game, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. But I think we knew he was going to be special.
Not that fast.
Well, dude,
nobody
he was
expected.
Dude,
that.
he was drafted 4th overall.
Yeah, but that fast motion
and he
in the
killed
playoffs?
it in college, and he won the. I mean, we knew he was going to be great.
Texture says Peyton Watson is another Torrey Craig. I'd honestly take that.
I would take another
love
Torrey
Torrey
Craig.
Craig.
Yeah.
I thought he was great for us.
No problem.
Where is Torrey Craig? What is he doing?
Wasn't he dating somebody's mom? Who was that?
He was dating Megan the Stallion.
Oh. Who's dating
I mean, I don't know. Does she have a kid? Maybe she is somebody's mom. I have no idea.
Sorry, I thought he was dating like another guy's mom. Who was the former Nugget that was dating Pippen's mom? Scottie Pippen. Never mind.
Hang on. Now I got to find this
Was
out.
that Malik Beasley?
Malik Beasley. That's right.
Was it?
Beasley, yes. Beasley
Yeah,
was
he
dating
he was
Pippen's
dating
ex-wife.
Scottie Pippen's ex.
Yeah. Scottie Pippen Jr.'s mom. I get my Craigs and my Beasleys mixed up sometimes. I'm
And
sorry.
your mom's.
And and the moms. It happens. What is so funny about that?
Wasn't he dating somebody's mom is a really funny way to ask that.
Bert
Like,
Nollywood, look at him.
I never thought about this. I'm married to somebody's mom. Like that's a thing that happened. Just
By the way, I figured out.
Moshe, are you dating somebody's mom or married to somebody's mom?
I sure am. I just figured out why the Morris brothers were talking Eagles football.
So we said Megan the Stallion, Secretariat's mom. See, Stallion, Morris. I like it.
Okay.
All right, let's go to break.
Dave. How about if I blow your Achilles and see how long you milk it, bud?
Still a good song.
It really is, man.
Still a good song.
I will give Vic $20 right now if he can tell me who this is.
All right, shut up. I'm doing sports here. Yesterday at the Boulder.
Wait, did you pull your shut up card already this week?
Yeah. This Connor Mantz won the Boulder. And I know for you guys, you don't run, so you don't.
Springer ran in it yesterday.
I'm trying.
Yeah. Springer was in the Boulder yesterday.
You just hanging out with Springer the whole time?
No, but I saw his video from the Boulder yesterday, and he did a good job, man. I said, did you just do it by yourself? He's like, yeah, I just did it by myself.
Just think about this for a second. So the Boulder is a 10K race. 10Ks is 6.21 miles.
I got a beef with this, by the way.
All right, 6.21 miles. All right. The guy who won the race, Connor Mantz, ran it in 28 minutes and 21 seconds. 28:21, which maths out to just over 4 minutes, if I'm correct, right, per mile. Now,
How many miles is a 10K?
6.21.
Okay.
So he's almost sprinting the entire way.
He's Roger Bannistering all 10Ks of this. Roger Bannister is the first to ever break the 4-minute mile. He's doing this for 6.2. Do you know how fast, Brett and Mark, do you know how fast you have to run a 4-minute mile? Do you know the pace? Do you know how, like, your body? It would be, Moj, for you and I, a sprint.
Yeah, it would be very, very difficult.
A sprint.
Yeah.
Do you know how ridiculous that is to be able to do that for 6.21 miles?
It's very impressive. I have a beef. Why are we doing Ks here?
Yeah, I'm with you on the Ks. Let's just go ahead and...
Just tell me it's a 6-mile race. Okay, just make it 6 miles and you can go 6 miles. What are we doing with Ks? It's a war that we fought.
Technically, it's like 6.24, so 10K is cleaner.
It's a war that we fought in the 1700s to make our own rules on how we say things.
We should have taken that over and made that.
Now,
you're right.
I'll tell you right now, I think it's pretty silly that the rest of the world is doing one thing and we do the other. It makes it very hard and stuff like this, but we don't call anything Ks around here, okay? No kilometers. I don't know what a kilometer is.
Okay,
don't want to know what it is.
You want to blow your mind? How about kilograms?
I have no interest.
0. I hate that too. Like, yeah, how many kilos do you weigh? What? Excuse me? The only kilo I know is cocaine.
So
in Narcos.
Exactly right.
Good save,
clarification.
Vic.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good clarification.
It's the only time I hear kilos. Hey, I got 10 kilos. Narcos.
I'm going to ask a really dumb question. Like incredibly stupid. Why is an ounce and a fluid ounce a different thing?
I didn't know there was a difference.
Well, why is it when you go and get, a Gatorade and it says 32 fluid ounces? Why isn't it just, I know that it's fluid. I can see that.
Because an ounce is a measure of weight, and a fluid ounce is a measure of volume. Does that make sense to you? One is weight and one is the actual volume that the liquid takes
How
up.
many miles is it?
Here's your mile right here. I'm gonna show you your mile.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't think I want to see it. No.
Zugga zugga.
How many? How long do you think it would take you?
I'm going to be off tomorrow. I'm taking tomorrow off. I've determined it. I'm taking tomorrow.
I have not been to Europe yet, but a part of me just wants to go to Europe and just start saying, how many bucks does this cost? How many miles away am I from this thing? And just see the looks on their face. What's that?
If I put you on a track, and a track 4 laps is 1 mile, how long would it take you to run a mile?
Well,
right
I don't.
now?
It depends. It depends how motivated I am. Like when I'm
Like-
just.
like,
I've told you. I've started.
Mm-hmm.
To do the running thing again. Now it's miserable. I'm awful at it. I can barely make
I
it
get
half
it.
mile.
It's hard. It's hard to run. I mean, but how many? What would you
But
estimate?
this is what I base it off of. Okay, I told you I did that beer mile years ago when we did that for a charity, and so I had to chug 4 beers, and run a mile.
That's crazy.
And I did that in 10 minutes and 15 seconds.
That's pretty damn good.
Which I thought was really impressive.
I think that's pretty
really
good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
that's really
but
good.
I was motivated because there was people like, I kind of put the thing on, so there's everybody's watching you, and I was like,
First of all, there's no way I could accomplish that.
When was
I can't
this?
chug a beer.
2000. I mean, it was a while ago. 17, 18.
So you
something
weren't
like
even
that?
here yet.
No,
That would take me
It was like
3
a year
hours.
before I got here, so 2018.
It'd take me 3 hours to accomplish that. I'd be sipping that beer, just going, okay.
Well, yeah, because
let
Wait
me-
around a little bit.
Let me tell you something.
bubbles hit
Vic.
your tummy.
Every step I took after like midway through that first lap, I wanted to die the whole time. And then I had like beer sloshing in my
Right,
stomach
right,
too, which
right.
didn't help anything. But yeah, motivated. Now, I can't imagine another scenario in which I'd be motivated. Not a single one. If I finished dead last the Boulder, I'd be like, fine, that's how long I took then. Whatever. Don't care.
I ran the Boulder last year, and it's more of an event than, it depends on when you run, how you run it.
It's just a party, and nobody
Well,
cares.
the problem I had with it,
nobody
there's
cares
too
that
many
you ran
people
in
just
it. Nobody
milling
cares.
around.
Okay.
There's too many. I'm there to win.
No, you're not. You're there
There's
to
too many
lose.
people just in the way. Like, get out of the way.
I'm
running
in
here.
the way. I'd be in the way. In fact, Vic, I'm going to actually do this. Next time you sign up for a race, I'm going to sign up too. And I'm not going to compete with you. Just every time I see you, I'm going to try and shay my way. Like flop right in front of you, get you off your
Like, all
ear.
those people like having little, hey, come do this. No, dude, I'm here to run. I'm not here to have a little party time. I'm going to stop over at your house.
Kevin, I know you can hear. Well, he's talking to the boss. I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to be around you people.
Who's you people?
You
What do you mean?
people.
What do you mean, you people?
Yeah. Like me and Vic?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't know that I'm in the proper headspace. The Morris brothers set me off today, and I never really recovered.
In a way, there was a sound that was made. Can I do the sound that you made? Do you want to hear Moser's impression of the Morris twins that he made during the break? That's what.
By the way,
killed
I
me.
found out. Remember, I was so sideways. They were talking pro football, and they did a whole segment on why the Morris brothers cheer for rivals in the NFC East. One is a Cowboys fan, one is an Eagles fan.
Can I ask you, why would I care what the Morris brothers think about? Why would I care?
Yes, and that's why I'm so mad. It shouldn't affect my life this way. I shouldn't be so angry, just viscerally angry about it, but I am.
Why isn't there a milker pipeline from Nebraska to ESPN? Why doesn't that exist? I should be doing that.
Dude, you should probably be thankful. You should probably be thankful they don't consider you. Because if those guys can be on, anybody can be on.
I just want to make a rule. Like, I get the former athlete turned analyst thing, and I get it, and some of those guys are really good at it.
But you have to be good.
But that's the thing. Can I just make one prerequisite that you have to have somewhat of a personality that's not a dirty dish towel? Like, just a little bit of a personality. Moshe, there's a broken something else that I wanted to go to that you have referenced before, but...
Yeah. Well, that's what they get the personalities of, yes.
Yes.
Something that's broken.
Anyway.
That's just ridiculous.
Nelly, show us your personality. Go ahead.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Brett, we went down a nice walk on memory lane today when you reminded me that there was a time when the Broncos had cornerback A.J. Bouye,
Yes.
and you guys used to play this drop.
Yeah, boy.
Which
That's
lasted
little
for 2
Flavor
weeks.
Flav, baby.
I found that
Flavor Flav.
saved in Marty's folder from March 2020 when the trade went down. And
Love it,
so
love it.
You set me down a rabbit hole on A.J. Bouye. He played for the Broncos in week 1, and in the first game of the season dislocated his shoulder and went to IR. Then he came back to the team in late October, and he started 7 games. So you guys got about 8 weeks of the drop. Then in early December, he was suspended 6 games for violating the league's
That's
PED
right.
policy. He never played for the Broncos again, and then he was cut in February.
And he's been out of the league since?
I believe. Hey, I didn't go past his Broncos tenure.
Wow.
Yeah, boy. But we got a new one for a new corner in town, which is T-Pain. Whenever Jahdae Barron makes a play, and we talk about it on this show, you will hear this.
Hey, Payne, I want you to tell about your shoulder, homie.
What does that have to do with Jahdae Barron?
Because T-Pain yells, Jahdae!
Jahdae Barron.
He says shorty, though, right? Is what he's really saying?
Shawty.
Yeah, Sade.
Yeah.
But it sounds like Jade.
Exactly. I mean, look at Mr. Technical over here. We played the Yeah Boy when the guy's name was Booyah. Who cares? Anyway, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, Moser, Lombardi, and
It'll
Kane.
be a miracle if I show up tomorrow morning.
I'm with you, Mose. The off season's too. I mean, this is. I don't know if I could do 3 months of this.
I had a great time today. And
I've got
look forward to it
8
again
years
tomorrow.
of vacay.
I might just vacation till
100%.
September.
Have a great Tuesday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
How about if I blow your Achilles and see how long you milk it, bud?
SGA spins. Gobert looking to help. Taking his time, falling away. It's up. It's good. SGA playing like an MVP. SGA against Gobert. Shot clock at 7. Drives, pulls back, drives again. Stops. Falls down, gets it to Williams. Three-pointer. It's good. Jalen Williams with a big bucket.
Jalen Williams just did OKC dirty by being great. And I'll tell you why here in just a moment. But welcome to the Morning Sprint with the head coach, Mike Sanford. And Alex, man, that dude, Raj is never coming back. He is never coming back.
Yeah, I got a text from him this weekend, and it was basically just
I'm having the best time of my life.
Yeah, just making me feel like I'm just a worthless pile of excrement hanging out in Colorado. Which, by the way, man, you know what? Raj, you can have Hawaii. I like Colorado better.
Yeah, man. CO's looking
said
great
nobody
today.
ever. I actually do, man. I'm more of a mountains guy. In fact, my wife and I are celebrating 20 years of wedded bliss tomorrow.
Right. Oh, congratulations.
Tomorrow.
Congratulations. I mean, like you kind of got done dirty when it comes to being the husband because like 3 days ago, it was your wife's birthday and now it's your anniversary.
Not to mention.
So it's like back to back.
The month of May for me, man.
Is it just on?
My mom's birthday. My wife's birthday, Mother's Day everywhere, and then my wife's birthday anniversary.
You're putting.
But you know what?
Work.
You know what's great though? You want to know what's great?
What?
You know how many days I take off for a 20-year anniversary trip? You want to know how
One
many
day.
days? One day. just on Thursday morning.
24 hours. That's it, baby.
That's it.
24 hours.
Raj will take 2 weeks off because his buddy's getting married.
Yeah. Like his homie's already been married. Like he's just hanging out in Hawaii for no other reason than just to hang out in Hawaii.
Can you imagine how long Raj's paternity leave is going to be?
Oh, it's going to be 2
months?
Years. Yeah.
I think 2 years.
Yeah. He'll be like, I'll see you guys in 2028. That's exactly what it's.
He'll show up if the Avs win a title. He'll show up.
You know what? Let me ask you this, Coach.
Hey, I'm feeling better, boys. I'm feeling better.
Before we dive into
my
some
mentals
sports
are right.
When you talk about taking 24 hours off, let me ask you this question: do you think you could do this? Have you seen this new TikTok challenge? It's 24x4. KJ, let me ask you: could you do this? So here's the challenge: in 24 hours. And you got 24 hours, and in those 24 hours, you got to drink 24 beers, you got to eat 24 McDonald's hamburgers, and you've got to hike 24 miles. 24x4.
Well, that was 3.
But you have 24 hours to do it. You get it? 24 hours to drink 24 beers and eat 24 hamburgers and hike 24 miles.
When did this trend start?
Just recently.
And what's it called?
25x4 or 24x4. 4x24, something 4x24, yeah, something stupid like that. Like 24 beers I can handle, and that's nothing, right? 24 beers in 24 hours.
That's just one beer. That's
24 burgers in 24 hours is a lot, brother.
That's a lot of gooey paste right there. Whatever
and
McDonald's
do it while hiking the 24 miles.
Oh yeah, you gotta fill
so
that in.
you're hiking the beer too, because you gotta take the beer with you, right?
Okay, you know what?
Because you can't just drink 24 of them and then go on a hike.
If we're gonna go all the way in, let's do it. What kind of burger? Are we talking a regular hamburger?
No, just
we talking about a double
regular McDonald's
cheeseburger?
hamburger. Regular McDonald's hamburger. You know what I mean? The from the value menu. Like you don't get a Big Mac, just a regular hamburger. Could you do it, KJ?
Nah, I don't think so.
Could you do any of the three?
Could
hike
I do
24, drink 24, or eat 24?
I could hike to 24.
Yeah, KJ doesn't love cold beers.
You don't love cold beers, brother?
I'm more of a margarita guy.
Oh, I do love margaritas.
He likes a cocktail.
I do love margaritas. All right, so
yeah, you know, here's the deal, man.
You couldn't do it, or you could do it.
I could definitely do that.
Could you really?
I just don't want to. And you know, you want to know?
Because at the end of it, you'd just be like, "Oh, what did I think? What was that?"
By far, the worst of the three is the 24 McDonald's hamburgers.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it.
Dude, that is
I don't think
gross.
I could do it, man.
Can you imagine what would happen the remaining 3 days afterwards?
Yeah, I get it,
to
man.
your innards?
It's just a disaster. But I think you could probably eat like 4 or 5 at a time, right? Like you house like 5 of them, you drink a couple of beers, walk a couple of miles, chill the hell out. Then you eat 2 or 3 more hamburgers, shotgun a couple of beers.
Where are you going to hike 24 miles, though?
I don't know. That is a long.
You got to get
you get a whole day to do it. But I guess if you're just doing it up in
over and
Vail,
over?
why don't you and the wife do it for your anniversary? Can you talk to your wife and you're like, hey babe,
honey,
we need 48 beers
we can just
and
do
48 hamburgers.
I can in honor of our 20-year wedded anniversary.
Yeah, just do 20. Just do
We'll
20.
just do 20. We're doing the 20 by 4.
3. What could she do? Could she drink 20 beers, eat 20 hamburgers, or walk 20 miles?
She'd be able to walk 20 miles. And you know what? That's the kind of wife that I'm glad I'm married. The only one of the 3.
Yes, exactly.
I'll tell you.
You know what? The one that's like 20 beers is easy. You know what that one, man.
She could house 20 beers and 20 burgers, no problem.
All right. We got team activities today, Coach. They're organized too.
They are. They're coming, man.
Yeah.
Did you watch the OKC game last night?
Yes, it did.
I did. What are your thoughts? You said something on the opening, and before I want to get right back to that kind of messed me up. You said that.
Let me say. Listen.
You want to go OTA? Want to go OTA?
Well, no. I'll throw the Thunder directly under the bus. It is so unfortunate. I complain about the NBA CBA constantly, obviously, because there's just no wiggle room for any teams. But here's what's crazy. This is the stupidest thing that the NBA is currently doing. The NBA this weekend, or I think it was on Friday, announced the All-NBA team. And, of course, Nikola Jokic, first team All-NBA. Congratulations.
Basically every year that he's played meaningful minutes.
Yeah. So here's the crazy thing. So SGA, also first team All-NBA. With Joker.
SGA was really good yesterday.
Yeah, he dropped 40 on him, man.
But
he was still doing that free throw
He was free throw
merchant
merchanting, but he is a walking bucket, man.
Yeah, he's great.
It is hard to throw shade at a guy that's making critical shots in critical moments.
49 and 10 in a game that they needed to win is fairly impressive. It's frustrating, and I get why the fans dislike watching it. And the end of the Thunder Timberwolves game had all kinds of, because they do. Dagenhart was doing that thing again where he's like, we're up 3, let's foul. We're up 3, let's foul. And I mean, it cost him with the Nugget game, but I mean, they helped him win it last night. But it is so unfun to watch. Like, this is entertainment, brother. Professional sports is entertainment.
Can we see a possession of offensive basketball?
Yes, I don't know. Like, I don't think, once again, it's like the tush push. If you outlaw it, you're just doing it because one team's really good at it, or like it's. I don't know if you can outlaw it or find a way around it. But here's the craziest thing ever. Jalen Williams made All-NBA. Jalen Williams made All-NBA, and Thunder fans were distraught. They hate the fact that a player made All-NBA. You want to know why? Because now he's going to get the Supermax. Now you can't pay a third player. Because you had a guy who was good enough to be on the All-NBA team, you can't sign Chet Holmgren. Holmgren is gone. You're going to have SGA and J-Dub. You're not going to have enough money to pay for Chet with this new NBA CBA. You know what I mean? It is stupid that a guy plays so well, he makes an All-NBA team, and your fan base, and I'm sure the front office is like, oh, damn it. Now we lost our flexibility because our player was really good. Because our guy is really good.
Before the Oklahoma City even have won their first championship, you can already see what has been in place for every other NBA champion over the last 7 years, in which they have not repeated as champions over a course of a 7-year span.
Yeah, because the Thunder are going to lose half of this talent because of what they're doing.
Like, go win it all.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
Go win it all.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you this, nobody in the Eastern Conference is going to be able to mess with Oklahoma City. And the Minnesota Timberwolves, while I do believe the Denver Nuggets still might have a Minnesota Timberwolf problem in terms of the matchup, the Minnesota Timberwolves have a really, really big Oklahoma City Thunder problem themselves. This thing is going to be over in 5.
Did you listen? We're talking about this game now. If we were talking about this series after Game 3, when Minnesota won that thing by 40, they had almost a 40-point lead at halftime. Won the game by 42 points. OKC just catches a beating, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe we got a series. But then last night, Anthony Edwards doesn't show up. Julius Randle doesn't show up, and SGA does that MVP thing, and you're toast, and you're done. And now it's a 3-1 series lead for the Thunder, and I don't see Minnesota coming back and getting it.
You want to know who the next player that's going to end up playing themselves into a Supermax?
Who?
Chet. See,
that's why. Okay, this is so crazy, man. It's so crazy. Am I right or am I wrong? The professional league should not make it so when a player outperforms his contract or reaches the next level, it's bad for your franchise. That is so stupid. There's got to be a better way to do this. If Jamal, well, no, it doesn't matter because Jamal's already got a max. But let's say if Christian Brown suddenly goes crazy next season, averages like 29 a game, is balling out, makes third-team All-NBA, Nugget fans are going to be like, oh, no, man, now we're going to lose Christian because you can't pay him. It is the NBA needs to fix this particular problem.
It's broken.
I don't like it.
And these are also subjectively voted upon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're right.
That's the thing I don't like about it is that you're relying on sports writers. Right? Am I right in saying that?
Is that who?
Members of the media?
Yes, it is.
That vote on all NBA teams?
Yeah, yes.
But then you get onto those teams and automatically you are a guaranteed max player.
Yeah. They're like, J-Dub, by making that team, made him an extra $75 to $100 million, man. And that's great. That's great. He is a great player, and maybe he looks like he could be Robin to SGA's Batman, but guess what? It means you're going to lose Chet.
Do you know much about Jalen Williams? Like as
a human being?
Yeah.
No, not really. I mean,
do you know I was today years old when I realized that he is the brother of the CU basketball superstar from 2 seasons ago, Cody Williams?
Yes, I knew that much.
You what?
Did you know that,
I
KJ?
I did.
Yeah. KJ knew that too, brother.
Hey, you know what, guys? If you want to get into the weeds about FCS football and Division II and all that stuff, I know those rosters, but Cody Williams, Jalen Williams, sometimes you just watch a basketball game, you start searching. Hey, where'd this guy go? He went to Santa Clara?
Santa Clara.
He's a Bronco?
Yeah, Santa Clara.
Then I'm like, wait, he's related to Cody Williams?
Yeah.
Who's now a Utah Jazz member?
12th pick of the 2022 NBA draft, then made an all-NBA team, and now the Thunder aren't going to be able to afford him.
How clutch was he, though, yesterday?
Yeah.
Every time that Minnesota made a run, bucket.
Like
he
deserves the money that he has earned. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he deserves it because he's just been getting better and better as a player as he goes along. And now he's starting to be like a clutch guy. He's hitting those clutch threes late and stuff, and you're like, that's exactly the kind of dude you want on your team. But now, because of the way the NBA is structured, you're not going to be able to play him. Or if you do pay him, then you won't be able to play Chet. And you're just in trouble.
Okay, so you're going to wrap this thing up in 5? It's going back home.
Oh, is that what you say?
I'm asking the question. Do you think that they're going to wrap it up in 5?
I really hope they don't, but that's just because I want to see more basketball. I guess I would say Minnesota can't go out like this, though, right? They can't go out like this. Right?
You get to see.
They got to force at least a game 6.
Man,
I don't know, man. What do you?
Building,
I mean,
Oklahoma
when you
City's
look at
been
Minnesota,
tough. What, they lose 6 games in their building this year during the regular season?
Yeah.
And the Nuggets I think they won 1 in the regular season in that building, and then they also won 1 in the postseason in that building. Outside of that, I mean, the craziest thing about all this, it makes me so upset, is that the worst matchup for Oklahoma City in the NBA was Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, probably.
And you had games 4 and games 5 where you could have put a stranglehold on the series.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Nugget fans who are watching this Thunder Timberwolves series going, man, this would be a better series if the Nuggets were in it. But you can't think like that. You can't think like the Nuggets are just this close to being there. You got to think the opposite. You got to be like, no. We lost in the second round last year. We lost in the second round this year. We are not a conference finals team. We're not an NBA finals team. We got to make some changes. Right? At least you can't just lollygag into the regular season and just be like, we'll just do what we did last year just a little bit better and we'll be fine.
Definition of insanity.
Yeah, it's crazy. We do have one bit of news. KJ, who we got this from? Russell Westbrook is having surgery on his right hand?
So Russell Westbrook put this out himself, but Law Murray, who is the beat writer for The Athletic for the LA Clippers, also put this out just to kind of bring everybody up to speed.
Okay. All right. So just a little minor right hand surgery for old Russell Westbrook, but I mean, I doubt he's going to be a Nugget next season anyway.
Yeah, it's good to know why some of those shots were so far off.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe his hand was fine. He's just like, yo, man, throw up all these bricks and these air balls. I got to get this thing checked out.
There's something
I
wrong.
Take a look at this thing.
Give me that surgery.
All right, we got to take a time out. When we come back, we will get into Broncos OTAs. We'll take a look at what's happening in the NHL and Rockies. Listen, Coach Sanford was right. I can't believe it. He was right. We'll get to that next right here on the Morning Spread. Mike Sanford was right on the money. I was hitting the panic button. I was like, keep Bo Nix away from that nasty losing Rockies culture. I was like, don't throw out that first pitch, Bo. Don't do it. And I was like, you're going to get that losing all over you. It's going to get, you're going to get greasy loss all over you if you hang out with the Rockies. And instead, you were right where Bo Nix is winning rubbed off on the Rockies, at least for a couple of hours.
No, it did for one game. And you know what? Bo Nix should be compensated. Would you? Okay, is this a good deal? 20 racks per Bo Nix ceremonial first pitch.
Sure.
Should the Rockies spend that kind of bread on Bo going out there and throwing? First off,
heck, man, it'd be worth it. Bo got you your 9th win of the season. That was
against
just their
the
9th.
Yankees.
Yeah, you beat the Yankees
in front of 47,000 people.
Yeah.
Dick Mumford should pay 20 large.
Yeah, easily.
Do you think would Bo Nix take that deal?
I don't know, man.
From now until the beginning of the season.
I guess he would because he's still on his rookie contract.
20,000.
Like, does Bo have any sponsors? Like, I haven't seen Bo in like a
Misen
Nike
and Maine.
commercial.
He's got Misen and Maine, which is like a nice like golf shirt company.
Oh,
they're good.
Yeah, like, does he need that
I know
money?
this at the camp that I worked at, the Bo Nix Youth Football Camp.
Yeah,
Raising Cane's was rolling.
Oh,
I don't know
see,
if
he's got that Raising Cane sponsorship, he might not need that 20
Now,
grand. That might be all he needs.
Now, I got some insider information about Bo's relationship with throwing out the ceremonial first pitch at a baseball game.
Oh, okay.
I might know somebody that knows Bo pretty well, and might work with him. And I find out that Bo was very nervous all week about throwing out the first pitch.
Did he practice? Because he grooved that thing on Friday night, man.
First of all.
Or was it Thursday night?
That was on
Friday night, right? Friday night.
Yeah. That thing had some downward bite on it. In the black. I mean, it looked like old school Greg Maddux.
Yeah, he did the whole wind up, man.
Dude,
it looked like he'd thrown the ball
He
before.
had some serious aura there. Okay, so I found out he was nervous because I think the previous time he threw out the first pitch was at an Oregon baseball game. Good program, by the way.
Yeah.
He sailed it. He sailed it over the top. So he went up there, man, and in a moment where the Colorado sports needed a little bit of a jolt, man, a little shot in the arm, if you will.
Bo brought it. You know what? I do want to get into the OTAs and all that kind of stuff and what we're expecting and stuff. But I did want you brought up Bo Nix. Bronco fan is pissed. It was Pro Football Focus, right? They ranked every single starting quarterback in the NFL for this upcoming season, and they put just guess where they put Bo. Just
19.
Guess. Yeah, you saw it.
I can't play dumb, man. I gotta play real.
Yeah, they put him at 19, and everybody's like, "What the hell, man? He's not in the bottom third."
We had that conversation just last week, Berto, where I thought he was without question a top 15 quarterback.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what I said?
Yeah, but would you have, 19 ain't that far from, you know what I mean? It's not that far away from 15. It's like 19's not that far from, it's only a couple of quarterbacks between him and the middle of the pack.
You're a bottom third quarterback in the National Football League, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what they're saying. Yeah. They're saying, matter of fact, I think it was right below, KJ, do you have that list? Is it right below Tua? I think Tua was 18 and Bo was 19. And I'm like, I guess I can't argue that Bo is a better, well, you could argue that Bo's a better quarterback than Tua.
Top 18, tier 1 elite, according to PFF.
All right, who is it?
Patrick Mahomes, 1, Joe Burrow,
yeah.
Lamar Jackson, and 4 is Josh Allen. Tier 2, high-end starters, the Super Bowl champion. Jalen Hurts, 5, Jaden Daniels, rookie. Jaden Daniels, 6.
Ooh, that
one twists. I mean, that's high.
Yeah.
7, Matthew Stafford. 8, Justin Herbert. What have you done for me in the postseason is my question. Tier 3A, there's a 3A and a 3B, solid starters who flash high-end play. 9, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
10, and this is where I really disagree, Geno Smith.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Stop
Yeah. You're putting Geno 9 spots ahead of Bo, and I know the Raiders
Especially
just
off
handed
last
that dude
year.
a new contract.
Geno was not good last
Now,
year.
they handed him
He
a
turned the
2-year
football-
deal, too.
He turned the football over last year. And then number 11, I also don't agree with this.
You know what we've never talked about? I haven't talked to you about this anyway, and the brand new contract this player just got.
Talking about Geno?
No, I'm talking about Brock Purdy.
Purdy, man.
I'm talking about Brock
So
Purdy.
Purdy's number 11.
Like Geno's contract's whatever. It's a 2-year deal. It's not like, but
So-
Brock Purdy got 250, right?
He got
256.
Top, so Brock Purdy is going to he's getting paid more than.
265.
Do you know, how about this? Brock Purdy is making more on an annual basis than any current starting quarterback in the NFL that's won a Super Bowl.
Wow, see, that's crazy, but it's the league, right?
It
They had
is.
to.
It's the market.
The Niners, like you would have paid him, right? If
I
you
would
were
not
running
have.
the Niners,
I would not have.
No,
I would have
you
drafted Shedeur Sanders and let him walk.
Ooh, Coach Sanford getting spicy.
No, I don't think that Brock Purdy, it proved itself this year with Christian McCaffrey's injury, Deebo Samuel not being in form, George Kittle just fighting his tail off just to be on the field. That and without a great defense, Brock Purdy is not a raiser of boats. Why pay him as such?
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying, man.
And Kyle Shanahan, of all people, who throughout his career has never really depended on one starter, goes way back to the RG3, Kirk Cousins, and then he kind of moves on from guys and he wants to prove typically it's my offense, my play calling, my play design, not you, the quarterback, so I can do it with anybody.
Yeah.
Did it for a while with Jimmy G. Did it for a while with Trey Lance, just a short while.
Yeah.
And then he's done it with Brock Purdy. Why couldn't he have done it with a guy like Shedeur and draft him in the 3rd or 4th round and roll?
I don't know if that's good for your culture either. If you go to the quarterback and be like, hey, brother, thanks for the work. We appreciate, the playoff runs and all that kind of stuff. But get to stepping. We don't think you're good enough.
I think this past season was proof of concept for Brock Purdy.
Okay.
That he's not a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and they're paying him right now like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. And PFF has him at 11, and I agree that's a weird spot to put Brock.
Tier 3B after Brock Purdy starts with my guy Jordan Love at 12. Baker Mayfield 13, which I think he might be. I think Baker Mayfield's a better starter right now than Geno Smith and Brock Purdy.
Okay, yeah.
Based
I would
off
have
a
been
2-year sample
pissed
size.
if they'd put him at 10. Yeah.
CJ
Baker was at
Stroud
10.
14. Kyler Murray 15. He had a better year. I think so too.
Yeah, I get it.
Trevor Lawrence 16. Dak Prescott 17, which is that a little low for Dak Prescott?
Yeah, but when we're comparing them to Bo, like those, so it goes Kyler, Trevor, Dak, and then Tua are all the quarterbacks right before Bo. But if I said, hey, coach, you can trade Bo Nix for Trevor Lawrence right now, or you can trade Bo Nix for Dak Prescott right now, or you can trade Bo Nix straight up for Tua Tagovailoa right now, would you do any of those deals?
Nope.
Wow, so you do love you some Bo.
I didn't when he was being evaluated, but I like fit.
You're right. I take him
like
over
fit.
Dak and Tua.
Okay,
Trevor,
let's play the game right now.
Let's
have
play it.
our Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. Let us know what line of demarcation that you would say, I would trade for everybody above the line, but nobody below the line.
CJ Stroud, Baker. Now, for me, it's probably starts at tier. Oh man, I don't know. I tell you what.
Would you trade Justin Herbert for Bo Nix?
I would take that trade. Yes.
You would take it.
Yes.
So that he is the number 8 rated player. Matt Stafford for Bo Nix, straight up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But that's because if you get Staff, I don't know. That's a Super Bowl contending team, isn't it?
He's also on the tail end of his career.
Yeah.
Right?
But
what about
is that
Jared
too
Goff? You're probably taking that. You're taking that trade.
Yeah, I'm probably doing that deal too. Yes. I can't believe I'm trading it. Yes, I'm doing that deal. How about but that's where the
Geno Smith,
where the list ends, right?
Dude, Geno Smith, I would not. I want Bo Nix over Geno Smith.
I
want Bo Nix over Brock Purdy.
Yes.
Right now, it pains me to say, but I want Bo Nix over Jordan Love.
Oh, that's your dude, man.
I know.
That's your dude.
But it's about fit. It's about fit. It's about the franchise. It's about It's about less than just who's the more arm-talented quarterback. Because I will say this. Jordan Love, if you were at training camp practice, he's more arm-talented than Bo Nix. Bo Nix is the perfect fit for Sean Payton and the perfect fit for the Broncos organization.
Yeah, I'd probably do that trade, but only because I love that arm, man. I love that. Launch me at 80-yarder, brother.
No, but
let's go, Jordan.
But that's not Sean Payton's offense, brother.
Yeah. How about Baker?
That's few and far between.
How about Baker?
I love me some Baker Mayfield, man.
See, it's sounding like this list is probably
all right. I'll tell you this,
correct though.
CJ Stroud. Would you take CJ Stroud over Bo Nix?
See, but
That was
once
the rookie
again,
of the year, man.
right? I know, but
he's been to the playoffs 2 years in a row.
If you make that trade, then you're just saying, is CJ ceiling higher than Bo's? That's the only question to ask because we don't really know since they're still so young. Do you think CJ's ceiling is higher than Bo, or is Bo's?
I think CJ's performed at a slightly higher level already in both his rookie year and his second year than Bo did in his first year.
Okay. Kyler Murray, talent, right? He's got talent and skill, but it's tough, man, being 5'4".
He's tiny and he's a runaround quarterback, and Sean Payton doesn't want a runaround quarterback.
Here's
Trevor Lawrence. I would not take Trevor Lawrence over Bo Nix.
Really?
No, sir.
See, I think Trevor's been done dirty by playing in Jacksonville, and hopefully now the Jags are changing things, switching things up because they now have a couple of players that I really like on that team that I want. But Trevor's a good player, man.
My list right now, is. And just for me, because Bo right now is at 19 in the quarterback rankings according to PFF.
Yeah. Where would Sanford
I would take Bo over Tua Tagovailoa. I would take Bo over Dak Prescott. Myself, I would take Bo over Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I would take Bo over Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I would take Bo over Jordan Love. I would take Bo over Brock Purdy and over Geno Smith.
Damn.
And that puts him at number 12.
Yeah. All right, man.
And that's what I said. He's a top 15 quarterback in his current situation in the National Football League going into 2025 season.
Does it take...
And my question is, can he become top 10? And I think he can. And I think that's what his sophomore year is going to be.
I think he can too, but I will say this. I don't think Broncos country gives a damn about top 10. They care about top 3. You know what I mean? Like, John Elway and Peyton Manning played quarterback in this city. That means if you're not as good as Mahomes, Burrow, or Jackson, we don't want you. You know what I mean? You better be in that top 3. Like they expect Bo to be up there with Mahomes, and obviously in the elite tier from PFF right now, you've got Patrick, Joe, and Lamar, and that's it, right?
Josh Allen.
Oh, and Josh.
And their tier 2 begins with the Super Bowl champ.
Like Jalen Hurts, right? Yeah.
He's been in that game twice.
Would you trade Bo Nix for Jalen Hurts?
No, I love Jalen Hurts.
How crazy is that, bro?
Wait, no. I would take Jalen Hurts over Bo
okay.
Nix.
I thought you were like, I'm
Dude,
taking Bo.
You can't argue with the Super Bowl champ and a guy that's been there another time. And also, you can't argue with what he did in college, too. That's one thing that love Bo Nix, love his makeup, love the way he's wired. Perfect fit for Sean Payton. Still hasn't won anything really meaningful at the college or pro game. It's 1 year of college, of pro football. I get it. But he had, 5-6 years of college football?
Yeah, he was there forever.
Didn't win an SEC championship.
Yeah.
Never won an outright Pac-12 championship. And in the college football playoff, it never happened.
3 of the top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL don't have a Super Bowl. Josh doesn't have one. Lamar doesn't have one. Joe Burrow doesn't have one. Patrick's the only one who has one. So it's not winning a Super Bowl that gets you into that top tier. Like, what does Bo have to do to make the top 5, to break the top 5? And I'm talking about now. I want next season Bo to be considered a top 5 quarterback in this league. What did he have to do?
Drew Brees 2.0. Put up Drew Brees type numbers and have this team humming if you get into the AFC championship game, Bo Nix is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL with Drew Brees type numbers.
Okay.
And it's not, I don't think that's completely out of the realm of possibility. I really don't.
No. What do you...
Call me crazy. But, man, I'm not going to unsee what I've seen in terms of the young man's approach to the game of football.
Mm-hmm.
He's got physical attributes that are certainly above the line athletically. I'd say arm strength wise, he's at the line of demarcation of NFL starter. Mm-hmm. But it's the intangibles, man, that I think that's what's getting me to believe, and I've found out more and more as the year has gone on about his intangible traits.
Yeah.
And I think he's the perfect phone. Like Wando here on the Shot Mazda text line. Coach, you turned into a homer all of a sudden. Yeah, I did. Because I got more information.
Yeah. Because of Bo.
And you know what I promise that I'll always do to my listeners is that I will do my homework. I will do my research, and I will be malleable insofar as new information comes in. The Combine and the Senior Bowl of last year, when Bo Nix was competing in that, were two really bad markers of data for Bo Nix. Is that the most important thing? No. The most important thing is how you play football. When it's 11 on 11, tackle live, not what you're doing in underwear.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix has shown that he can do that.
I find it fascinating, the disconnect between those of us who watch Bo all season long and then the national media that still seems to think that he has to prove something over the next this season that he didn't make his mark last year, which I find crazy. And not only with the PF, like we were talking about the team, the players right above Bo, but the players that they have grouped with Bo, where they're like, these players are all basically the same as Bo Nix, Bryce Young, J.J. McCarthy, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr. I was like, I don't know if he belongs in that category, man. Like, I don't know. Like, he doesn't belong in the top 5, but he doesn't belong with, J.J., a dude who hasn't even played in the league yet. And Drake May, I don't know what that disconnect is. Are we homers? Are we seeing more from Bo than is actually there? Or are these national people just being like, And the dislike of Sean Payton, nationally might have something to do with it as well, where people are just hoping that the Broncos have a bad season just so they can be like, see, Sean Payton sucks. This is kind of the way I was feeling about it. But all right, let's do this. Let's take another quick timeout. We come back. We got more sporting goodness for you right here on the Morning Sprint.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I wanted to tell you about my favorite family and also real estate agent in the great state of Colorado, and that is Barry Remington that works for the Remington team at WK Real Estate, barryremington.com. Check it out. Right now, it's a buyer's market out there, so do not underestimate what sellers will do to get a deal done. Barry has more inventory than he's had in 10 plus years, which is huge for you, the buyer. Sellers, they can even help buy down the buyer's interest rate to make the monthly payment more affordable. This is an incredible opportunity for buyers. So if you're on the fence, make sure you check out barryremington.com. Get into contact with Barry because you need someone who knows how to take advantage of these great opportunities in a buyer's market without losing the home that you want. So at the end of the day, it's all about finding the right home for you and getting the best deal possible. Barry Remington is your guy. There's 2 listings that you should check out, both in Louisville, Colorado, a beautiful community. And the listings are on Coal Creek Golf Course in Louisville, which is 567 Manorwood Lane, and also 1356 Golden Eagle Way, also in Louisville, Colorado. 2 great listings that are available for you to check out on barryremington.com.
Welcome back to the morning sprint. Mark Bertinoli, and I'm filling in for Raj. Alex Ryanemi is still out, man. When Raj breaks, he breaks. He's gone. He's not even in the country, man. Are we going to let him back in when he shows up? I don't know.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, man.
Is Hawaii not a part of the...
It's not part of the continental United States, man. You know what I mean? So, we'll see. Supposedly he's going to show up. He's flying back tomorrow? I can't remember. Either way. But yeah, Raj will be back to join the coach, Mike Sanford, here on the program as they'll dice up, I'm assuming, anything and everything that could possibly happen. I'm staring at an article right now that says 100 days of the NFL season, 100 things to know. Could Alex Singleton be the key to the Denver Broncos? I was like, now probably not as much as Bo and and Jade and Patrick and the other crew, but we'll see. I have no idea.
I agree with you. I mean, the thing is, like, we all know he's a tackling machine, but a difference maker.
Yes, he's going to be the difference between the Broncos winning or not winning. Is he
going to make a tackle that's going to stop? That's going to put the Broncos from 10 wins to 11. I
think the actual article mentions R.J. Harvey as somebody that could be special. It could be maybe a difference maker to the Denver Broncos. Coach, what do you think? What are the Broncos trying to accomplish with OTAs? Because I think they get 6 practices over the next 2 weeks, and So what are you trying to do in 6 practices?
You saw the list from Kliss, right? Did you already read through that?
I've read through it too.
Okay,
I've read through it. Is that exactly what they're looking for?
Did you read through it on the air or just yourself?
No. I just
go
read
ahead and read through it.
All right, we'll start with Kliss's article. So here's Kliss's comments about OTAs and what they might want to do, and it starts with what he calls better Bo in year 2. Like, how are we going to make how's Bo Nix going to look better next season?
Next right step.
Yeah, is be better. Because once again, I don't like it with the Nuggets when they're like, you know what, we're just going to have these guys play better next season. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? When you're just like, hey, Michael Porter Jr., you just need to be better next. Hey, Jamal, you just need to be better next year. More fun. Like, I don't like that. I don't like it, man. You know what I mean? Like, there seems to me loose ends there. So when they say, or when Kliss says, or when I say, or when the fan base says, Bo's going to be better this year, what do you think they mean by that? Like, better how? Better what?
Next step in understanding what the offense that Sean Payton wants to run it really entails. And it's not just know the play and go execute the play. Mm-hmm. It's see the play through the eyes of Sean Payton when you're playing the position of quarterback. And that's a growing relationship that at every level of football, it happens either one way or the other. Either that player gets to the point where they are playing the game through the eyes of the coordinator, the play caller, the head coach in the case of Sean Payton, or they're not. And you know what happens typically when they're not? Russell Wilson. He wasn't playing the game through the eyes of Sean Payton, was he?
No.
It sure as heck didn't seem like it when you saw the reactions on the sideline.
No.
And you could argue that there were some times that Sean Payton looked a little frustrated with Bo Nix, and Bo Nix looked frustrated with Sean Payton. You know what they did, though? They had it out.
Yeah.
Which is a beautiful thing.
Right.
And if you can have it out and hash it out and go through the discussions, I think it's a great way to be able to get to a place of comfort with one another as you're playing the position and hopefully in a way that Sean Payton wants it played. So it's that. It's also getting even more synergy with your receiving core. It's getting on the same page with the newbies. Like Troy Franklin, is he going to take the next step for Bo Nix, and he's going to catch the ball down the field?
Right, because he's going to have. You don't have now. When you went with guys. Pat Bryant, a possession guy instead of a speed guy.
He's
now
you've
4.6.
What was he? 4.67.
Yeah.
4.67 40 yard.
You ran a 4.67, brother.
At my pro day, I ran a 4.68 40.
Did you really? I was just kidding.
So
man.
Pat Bryant and I
at the same speed.
He has me by 100th of a second in my prime.
So he's a possession guy. And Vele is kind of a possession guy, right?
He
so
can
you
run
got
a little
Mims
bit.
and
Don't sleep on my man.
Like
my man Devon's got a little bit of juice, but he's not. Troy Franklin's a 4.4 guy. Mm-hmm. Marvin Mims is a 4.3 guy. That's about it.
Right. Cortland's not going to. I mean, he's not burning down the field
and
either.
He's getting longer in the tooth, but even then, in his prime, he was a 4.5 guy, which is good at his size.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you need your downfield weapons to be on the same page with Bo Nix, namely Marvin Mims And Troy Franklin's this is a pooper get off the pot year for Troy Franklin already. And I think the offseason's that for him. He's got to be a dependable catcher of the football.
Do you think they'll know before camp even starts? Like, yo, man, Trails looked good this summer. He's looked good. Or he's like,
they'll know he's trending in one way or the other. I felt like Marvin Mims last year at OTAs. I was at the one media available practice for OTAs. And the star of that OTA practice for me was Marvin Mims. Because you saw things down the field, and I think it was actually Jarrett Stidham throwing the ball at the time because Bo Nix was just it was a wide open competition, right?
Yeah, that's
wink, wink.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it sure was.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, it was. It's easy to forget about. But Marvin Mims showed some things down the field that I hadn't seen. He'd been used more as a gadget player, and Sean Payton used him as reverses and little fly sweeps, and more of manufactured touches rather than get him open as a wide receiver, as a route runner down the field. Mm-hmm. So I think he took a good next step. Bo Nix is just. It's got to be the synergy with the surrounding talent. Want to see what I guarantee. Bo Nix is going to love Patrick Bryant. He's going to love him.
Yeah.
Super reliable.
Yeah. Just a big target. You can just throw it up there.
Want to see what Bo Nix looks like with Evan Ingram.
Yeah. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that either. Yeah.
Very much an important piece.
Yeah.
Because I always say when I'm coaching quarterbacks, when you're in a pickle, tight end's quarterback's best friend. Mm-hmm. Tight end's quarterback's best friend. But you got to get to that point of even off schedule, that tight end knows what you're going to do off schedule. Therefore, that tight end's just available for you as a big body that's just coming open in the middle of the field somehow, some way for you.
Yeah. No, Ingram you're right. I had forgotten about him and what he could affect this team. So number 2 on Kliss's list is just health. Matter of fact, especially at the inside linebacker position.
Want to see where we're at with Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah, because if Greenlaw gets hurt or,
Greenlaw won't be up for OTAs.
Singleton gets hurt again.
Singleton.
Then because your depth at that position is non-existent.
Alex Singleton's he did some stuff with the Rapids I saw recently. He had a kid on. He was
the Rapids had the special teams crew out there on Saturday night. And I was like, Broncos special teams coming through to Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
Yeah, and I think Singleton was out there for the Unified game.
Okay.
He was out there kind of captain of the Unified team.
Nice.
Which was really cool.
Yeah.
But he looks healthy. Him coming back to health, I think if there was one position that you could point to that has concerns with regards to depth and health, exactly right what Kliss said. Inside backer. So, I mean, that can go for anybody. Like, nobody expects. I mean, I expect your starting quarterback to miss at least a game because the NFL is so brutal. You're going to get banged up. I mean, the Broncos got lucky last season where Bo played every single one. And hopefully he can do that again. But you never know in this league. Number 3, young running backs. Harvey, Estime, McLaughlin, how's it all going to play? Is Harvey just going to come in and just be the number 1 guy? Is he going to have to earn that position? Is Audric going to suddenly step up and be like, no, this is my spot? I have no idea how the running back position is going to play out. Invested a second-round pick in RJ Harvey. He's got to be your bell cow.
Yeah.
He's got to be. Because a second-round investment at that position is equivalent to a first-round.
Yeah, I agree.
The quarterback position or left tackle, you've got to get the guy on the field and he's got to play. Mm-hmm. Where I want to see Audric Estime, I think he's fighting for his contract. He's fighting for his spot on this roster. He's got to win the third down pass protection job. He's got to win it. He's got to win the short yardage, reliability type of a role. Because, you could say RJ Harvey as a second-round pick, which is equivalent to being a first-round pick at the running back position, should be a 3-down back. He's still a rookie, man. He's still a rookie, and you want him to optimize his bandwidth at toting the rock and getting involved in the pass game on first and second down. And you want somebody else to step up in the role that Javonte Williams ended up occupying at the end of last season, which was the reliable third down running back.
Yeah.
But
so reliable, they were like, see you, go hang out in Dallas, go play for the Cowboys.
The one thing I haven't seen with the Broncos are not a tush-push outfit.
No.
They're not really a huge QB sneak outfit.
No.
They got to have a dude that can move the sticks and move the pile on 3rd and 4th and 1.
Okay.
And third and 4th and goal.
And you think that could be Harvey?
It needs to be. I think it needs to be Audric Estime if he wants to make this team.
Interesting.
And then I think Jaleel McLaughlin is your scat back that has value. I still think he has value. I don't think you replace him.
Yeah. Man, I mean, the roster as it stands right now, I'm excited about it. You know what I mean?
Should be excited.
I'm like
Broncos fans should be fired up right now.
But it makes me nervous. Usually, you know what I mean? Usually we're still looking for pieces to the pie, to the puzzle this time of the season. And now it looks like, yo, man, let's go. Let's lace them up and play. This is our team. This is the team. This is the team.
You got better at tight end. Brought in Evan Ingram.
Mm-hmm.
You got better.
And I'm still interested with the kid from Utah. I keep forgetting his
Caleb
name.
Lohner.
Dad Lohner. There you go.
That's a guy.
That's my dude, man.
So if I go out to OTAs tomorrow,
yeah,
my priority list of what I'm most excited to see. Number 1 is Harvey.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Jade Barron. Where exactly does he fit? What does his body type look like?
Yeah.
3 is Lohner.
Okay.
I want to see if there's do you got a Jimmy Graham? Do you got a Antonio Gates basketball, football guy?
I'm excited about Ingram.
Does he look natural?
I'm like, let's get this 6'7" dude out there. I want to see this dude. I want to see this guy go.
And then I'd say after that, the thing I'm excited to see is Bo Nix without anybody to look over his shoulder in an offseason.
Right. Now you're the man. You're the man.
What does that look like?
Right. You are in charge of all of this now. This is your show to run.
What kind of command does he have? What kind of pep in his step does he have that maybe he lacked last year?
Yeah.
Last year he was in prove it mode, which was great. It's where he should have been. He was proving his worth. He was proving that all these idiots like Mike Sanford that are saying that I was the 6th quarterback overall taken and no way the Broncos should have used the 12th overall pick for the 6th best quarterback in the draft. I'm going to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Now he's like, I'm the quarterback.
Right. I did prove you wrong. Here I am. Now it's going to get better. All right. Yeah, I'm excited about it. Let's take another quick timeout. We will roll on with the morning sprint after this break, courtesy of KJ. Morning Sprint rolls on this. What the hell is today? Tuesday. We're almost in June, man.
All I know is it's a day that ends in Y, which means that our guy Alex Ryanemi's in Hawaii.
Yeah.
He's in Hawaii. Any day that ends in Hawaii.
Yeah, man, it's pretty good. I've seen some of those pictures. He's been posting some pictures. It looks like they're on a golf course. They're staying on a golf course in Hawaii. I'm assuming he's played golf every single day he's been there.
He certainly has.
He's playing golf every single day he's been home.
You know what you and I've been doing every single day he's been playing
Putting
golf?
in work, baby.
Grinding.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Just rolling up our sleeve. I even got some dirt under my fingernails. I've been working. I've been grinding so hard, man.
What's Valor Football doing this week?
We got football 101, teaching the basics.
Oh, you're going
to
basics?
all the incoming freshmen.
Oh,
the young bucks.
Yeah, that's
started out this morning.
That's got to be fun, right?
It's
Just
fun,
a
man.
bunch
Football
of young
101.
kids. You're just like, all right, fellas.
The thing that's so funny, coaching football at every level, even at the highest level of college, there's some things that got glossed over in the journey for young football players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, the width of the hash marks.
Yeah.
They're different, obviously, at the college and NFL level. Did you know that the hash marks are different in high school than they are in college?
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Why? That doesn't. Why?
And the NFL, the hash marks are really narrow.
Yeah.
Like it's basically like you could dang near lay a human being in between and they'd touch both sides of the hashes. High school, they're wide.
Just to make it.
So it's important. It's important when you're talking about field, distribution, where your splits need to be, like a receiver, a tight end, even a running back and empty.
Yeah.
You use the numbers and the hash marks as landmarks. So it's important for them to understand exactly what type of distribution there is. You know how wide a football field is?
No. 25 yards.
53 and a third yards.
I had no idea.
53 and a third.
I had no idea. Really?
Mm-hmm.
And you just break all that
Do you
down?
know how far?
Were
You
in
know how far
college?
the top of the numbers? You know the numbers on a football field.
Yeah.
How far the top of the numbers from the sideline?
No idea. What is it?
9 yards.
9 yards? Is it? And you broke all that down for the folks today.
Broke it all down. Defined, what positions are and what is it? What's an eligible receiver and what happens when you have two receivers on the same side?
Yeah.
They get covered up. You can't release one. He's an ineligible receiver.
Yeah. I guess I've never really thought about that where you just you're going to have to break down all the minutiae of a game for all the
very
newcomers.
Basics. And then tomorrow we're going to walk the field. Have the same. We're going to actually go out and have class on the grass.
When do you actually get to hit a dude?
Until like end of July. It's a long time, man. We play a lot of fictitious football.
Right before you actually put on the pads. And
But if you think about it, you were out at training camp last year, Berto. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a lot of real football happening even at training camp.
No.
I mean, the NFL training camp, there's no hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, you never see a guy get tackled to the ground. Not once.
I know.
Until
Just
preseason games.
6 practices. I don't know what the Broncos are going to accomplish in OTAs with these 6 practices.
There's a lot that does get done though. It's not just hitting. I mean, it's a lot of the fundamental work, but it's also, Sean Payton went out and probably is putting together some scheme enhancements. He went out and studied some trends in the NFL, even college trends. And you start using OTAs and mini camps to implement those schematic enhancements. Here we have Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for certain enhancements, but Sean Payton has schematic enhancements, and he uses his OTAs for that.
Yeah, those are sexy too when he gets them right. Those are sexy too. All right, we've got a question here from KJ. This is for the text line. The Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, and I'd like to ask you, Coach, as well. So the conference finals of both the NBA and the NHL are underway. Matter of fact, tonight you can hear the Stars and Oilers play game 4 of that series. Edmonton leads the series 2-1. And last night, the Hurricanes housed the Panthers 3-0. Carolina broke that crazy 15-game losing streak in the Eastern Conference. Just weird thing. But so Panthers lead that series 3-1.
Canes came alive.
In the NBA.
Was that their first Eastern Conference final victory in
since
15 tries?
Yeah, 2006 or something like something 15 straight.
I know they were at 0-14.
It was 15 straight. I think it was. I think they snapped a 15-game losing streak in the ECF.
That's insane.
Crazy. In the NBA, the Thunder beat the Wolves last night. The Knicks and Pacers play game 4 tonight. Indiana leads that series 2-1. All right, so here's KJ's question I want you to answer. After looking at the 4 teams that are remaining in the NBA, the 4 teams that are remaining in the NHL, how close are the Avs and Nuggets away from those teams being as good as those teams? How far, how many pieces, how close are the Avs and Nugs to being as good as, let's say, the teams that are currently leading those series, like the Indiana Pacers or the Florida Panthers or maybe the Dallas Stars? How close? How close?
The Avs are very close. I think that's razor's edge, depending on how everything gets put together the offseason. Brock Nelson's going to be a big piece of that. Is Brock Nelson going to be back? Probably not.
No, probably going to Minnesota.
Probably going to Soda.
Going back to his hometown.
Going to Minnie. But I think that the Avs right now need to play their best hockey when their best hockey is needed to go win another Stanley Cup championship. And that has eluded them in the last 3 years, whether it's Val Nichushkin's issues off the ice in back-to-back years that did not haunt this team, but then Val wasn't great this year against Dallas. He didn't have a tremendous series. Didn't have the best version of Cale Makar at all this postseason when he had an incredible regular season. The Avs just need to play their best hockey when their best hockey is needed.
Okay.
The Nuggets, I think the Nuggets can match up with anybody remaining in the Final Four of the NBA playoffs. The team that I still stand by, they don't match up well with, that is kind of their daddy, is the Timberwolves. I think for the Nuggets, they got to get healthy. They got to get right. And if they want to win another championship with this core getting run back, they've got to be opportunistic. When you have the opportunity to win games and put away a team, you've got to do it. What that requires is I think, a healthy, vibrant, and effective shooting Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray.
Yeah, but those are also the biggest issues with the Nuggets because when you look at the like Nikola Jokic is great, not just because he just shows up and is great. He's been better every single season he hits a basketball court, which is incredible. He's won 3 MVPs, and he just had a better season than he had in any of those MVP seasons just last year. Every year he gets better. That's part of what his greatness is. I don't even know what he's going to look like next year.
Was he great this postseason, though? By his standards.
By his standards, no. But
there was a bit of a drop-off. Was there not regular season?
Everybody just focused on Joker. Every team, like the Oklahoma City Thunder, were like, all right, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., you beat us. Aaron Gordon, you beat us.
Somebody else
We're going to double and triple team this dude.
And we're going to beat the hell out of him. We're going to wrist slap, elbow slap.
Yeah, we're going to beat
back
and beat
of the
on
arm.
him.
We're going to get out our talons.
And guess what? We don't think
Eagle
you can have
talons.
anybody else who can step up and do it. And they didn't. And they didn't. And they didn't. And so that's the hardest thing for me is to treat Jamal and Mike like they're Joker. Joker is special. He's a unique player. You can't ask Jamal. What would Jamal Murray look like if you ask Jamal, I need you to be better next season. I need you to have a great season. I need you to have the best NBA season you've ever had next year. Can you do that for me? Hey, Mike, you got to have the best season you've ever had next year. And not just that, you have to be a better player. Jamal, you have to be a better player. Mike, you have to be a better. Like, I don't even know. Like, that's not coaching. That's just like, hey, man, we need you to play better. Like, that's not a solution, right? That's not a solution to the issue that you're having unless you really believe. And let me ask you, Coach, do you believe that Jamal Murray is at his ceiling, or is there better basketball to be played for Jamal and Mike?
They both need their best offseason, and I believe that they have more in the tank.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
And if they don't, this coming season and postseason, it's going to tell you everything you need to know about whether or not you need to move forward with or without those two players.
Yeah. But, I mean, is it worth the risk of blowing another season from the greatest player you've ever had play for your team?
You have no other choice.
Yeah,
you've got no other freaking choice.
You're right. You're right. There is no other option. This is the option you got, which once again makes it tough.
You use the words that Coach Prime uses often, which is, do you believe?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be my question.
Do you believe?
My question for our listeners. Twitch, on the Safeway Twitch feed, Safeway, Shop Mazda text line. Do you believe that there's a possible championship in this core if you run it back in the next 3 years for the Denver Nuggets?
You know what? That's a good
question. Is that even a possibility?
I would like to know if Nugget, does Nugget
yes
fan,
or no?
does this team still have it? Does this Nugget team, as currently put together, have it? Because once again, I think it is tough to go into a season where your only hope is like, hey man, De'Ron Holmes is going to have to be a great player his first season. Hey man, Julian, you're going to have to step up. Hey Christian, you have to play a little bit better. Asking your entire team to get to play basketball a little bit better because you don't have the pieces to go and change things up and bring other players in is tough, man. It's tough. And basically, you're laying an entire NBA season at the feet of Jamal Murray, the second best player on your team, and saying, hey man, this whole season comes down to you, my man. If the Blue Hour shows up, it's going to be great. If it doesn't, it's going to suck. This whole thing, all of this, the hundreds of millions of dollars we're putting into this team, and everybody's relying on you, my man. It comes down to you. That seems like, that seems like a tough ask.
Nuggets Nation, do you believe still?
Yeah.
Do you believe?
Does Nugget fan
Text
believe?
in. Let us know. I want to know. Do you still believe in this core? 303-504-0925. Do you believe?
Yeah. And I guess the problem is you have to believe, because what's the other option? Watch this team all next year, and every time they lose a game, find somebody to blame it on, just like, see, man, that's Julian's fault right there, cut that. And once again, this is going to be so tough for David Adelman, because the front office is going to ask Adelman to do what Malone wouldn't. And that's lose regular season games if it meant giving these. And it's going to be tough. Fans right now accept it when I say to you, hey, man, you might have to lose some games next season because you're going to have to keep Peyton in there late. And you're going to have to put De'Ron in there late. And you're going to have you don't want to. It's fine to say it right now in the offseason, but when you come down to it and you're catching an L from the Toronto Raptors in the last couple of minutes, and Adelman has to stick with De'Ron in there or whatever as a rookie, or Trey Alexander or somebody like that just to get those minutes, I'm not sure how the fan base is going to handle that. Just like, really? You lost to Toronto because you decided to play De'Ron Holmes 36 minutes or whatever? Like, it's a tough ask to ask the fan base. You got to be patient, but we're also trying to win a title at the same time, right? Like, this is what we're doing right now. Like, we want to be a championship team, but we also need the fan base to be patient while we get these young players some playing time. Doesn't it feel a little off, a little weird the way they're going about it like that? Or am I crazy? Or is this the way, is this the new way the NBA has to be? Like, sorry, you got to be able to draft young players and they have to be able to improve, or you're not going to be able to win in this.
Yeah, and then the Nuggets draft when? When
this
you
year.
drafting?
Not this year. Their draft pick is basically De'Ron. They're going to be like, yeah, get De'Ron Holmes as your draft pick this year.
Return on investment, need it.
Yeah.
You gotta have return on investment. I want to see David Adelman really lean into early and middle of season minutes for players named De'Ron Holmes, Julian Strawther, Jalen Pickett. Is there anybody else I could throw in there? I don't think
that's probably just. I bring up Trey Alexander only
because
he was the G League Rookie of the Year,
no doubt.
And I was like, hey, look at Trey,
and he was a scorer. Yeah, he's averaging 26 points a game in the G League.
So and he can help you in the backcourt. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know. These are all the questions you have to ask that I'm just not sure that the fan base is going to be cool putting up with. You won 50 games last year, right? What happens if you win 45 next year, but your team is better once the playoffs begin? Everybody will take that, I guess, take that at that point. But when you're catching L's during the regular season and it looks like you're a worse team than you were the year before, I'm not sure how much the fan base is going to be down for. They'll be like, oh, yeah, you know what? But this is great. We lost last night, but we're building up to where we want to be. We're giving these guys – it's a tough ask in professional sports.
For a Nuggets roster that has gone through – deep postseason runs, certainly 2 years, the championship year, and 2 second round exits that were game sevens series. I'm glad, and I have more belief in what could be a very viable offseason for guys like Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. because there is no Olympics this year.
Right.
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
The work starts now.
Yeah, lock in, lock down. Once game one starts, I want you to be the best shape you've ever been, the hungriest you've ever been, because it feels like, and I don't want to say this. I mean, we got to take a break, but I'm going to say this before we take a break anyway. It does feel like, and I don't want to call anybody out or point at anybody, but it felt like there were some guys on this team. They won a title, they got paid, and they got fat and happy about it. And it's like, no, I still need that hunger in you, man. I need you to pretend like you haven't won a damn thing. That you don't have that Larry O'Brien in that locker room. That's how I need you to be. Just hungry. Like one of them hippos, brother. But anyway.
More people believe than don't on the Shot Mazda text line.
Nice. Well, keep
Slight
them coming.
bit more.
Keep them coming. We got KJ's NFL News and Notes next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
That's right. The sensation sweeping the nation. Once again, it is KJ.
Berto.
What?
Before I give it over to my guy KJ.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I've read this text and or on the Twitch feed a gazillion times.
Yeah. What's it say?
So the 8659 said, Berto, I met you at Game 7. You look nothing like I thought you would. What do people think what do people think you're going to look like?
I don't know, man, but I get that all the time. My radio voice and how I look is not the same, right?
I think they go hand in hand
right?
perfectly.
Like, I don't know, but yeah, people who have heard me on the radio and then meet me are like, duh.
You got like I think your radio voice is a edgier version of Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, really?
And you look like a bit of a grayer version of Matthew McConaughey.
Hey, man, I'll take it, bro.
And you guys both have, hill country roots.
Yes, we do.
Some Texas roots.
Yes, he do. My college roommate grew up with Matthew McConaughey. We used to, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I bet you I could text him. I don't think he'd get McConaughey on the Air Force. But that dude just sits in Austin and smokes weed and chills the hell out, man.
You talking about McConaughey?
Yeah.
You know what? He probably could give us a pretty good breakdown of his beloved Longhorn, Jade Barron.
Yeah. He could. Yeah, he's always on the sidelines there.
He loves him some Longhorn
football. He owns a piece of the MLS team there in Austin. He owns a piece of Austin FC. So, yeah, man, he's all over the place.
The Fighting Green Trees.
Yeah. And nothing McConaughey likes more than green trees, brother. That's what that dude lived. Remember when he got caught naked and high playing bongos on his front lawn? What? And the police showed up and he was just like banging away on his bongos naked as hell. And they were like,
You don't say.
What are you doing, Matthew McConaughey? And he's like, I'm just grooving, bro. I'm just grooving. All right, KJ, what you got, man?
Derailed that.
But that is a great point.
I'm just saying, that sounds like something I would do. What? You know what I mean? So I'm with you there, Matt. I've never played the bongos before, but I'll give it a shot.
Look at Berto. He's projecting on the mic.
No doubt.
The Denver Broncos OTA start today, and 9 News' Broncos insider Mike Kliss released his 9 issues/questions for the Broncos heading into OTAs. In order, number 1, better Boeing year 2. Number 2, health of inside linebackers. Number 3, RJ and running backs. Number 4, number 2 and 3 wide receivers. Number 5, Joker, Ingram, ? Number 6, Hufanga. Number 7, rookie punter. Number 8, Jade Barron, alongside Surtain and Moss. Number 9, 1 less week of OTAs. Which question do you guys personally think is the most pressing for the Broncos as they're moving towards training camp?
The most pressing one for me is the running game situation, how it all comes together, how it all fits.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do in terms of unleashing your new toy? Are you going to do it? Are you going to call runs?
Yes. No. The answer to that is no, right? Like, I'll take that bet right now. If Vegas has those odds, I will take the bet. Because every week last week, Coach, we're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe Sean Payton should run the ball more. And then Sean Payton would address the media and say, I need to run the ball more.
And he put it on his call sheet.
And then the game started, and he's like, the hell with that. I'm throwing the ball.
He did it for an entire half against the Chargers in L.A. And then he just couldn't help himself in the second half.
No, I'm throwing it. That's why it's like Sean Payton can't help himself, man. He's not going to be running the ball in the second half of a football game this season. No, he's going to throw it. That's just how he does it. I would say mine on that list is probably Evan Ingram. That's the guy I want to know. Like, listen, man, it's been a big gaping hole in your roster, the tight end position. And now, not only do you have a tight end, you're going to use him as a joker and send him all over the place and do all kinds of interesting. I want to see how Ingram does it, man. Yeah. I want to see how it looks.
I think one of the more intriguing ones for me is the packages that are going to be utilized with a very, very, very deep and talented secondary.
Okay.
And how day one, where does Jade Barron start out?
On the opposite side of Surtain, just right away.
Is he cornerback 1? My guess is that he's nickel 1. But what about Jaquan McMillan? He's a really good player for the Broncos for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I know you don't really want to pay him after this year. Does he even have a role? Riley Moss, is he yesterday's news? We'll find out.
Yeah.
That's interesting to me.
All right, KJ, what you got?
ESPN releases top 100 storylines with the NFL regular season being 100 days away from today.
Interesting.
One category that is getting attention is their 14 intrusive thoughts category. And the number one storyline is the Super Bowl dark horse candidates. Quote, there are 2 teams that could reasonably project as having the best offensive line and the best defense for the 2025 season, Minnesota and Denver. As such, Minnesota and Denver register as Super Bowl dark horses on my what sort of contender are you scale before I even know anything about their respective young quarterbacks. End quote. Do you guys consider the Broncos as Super Bowl dark horse contenders as we sit today?
I do because defense it wins championships. And if Sean Payton, I know we joked about it, Berto, Sean Payton's never going to just say, we're running the football. The best thing for this team, comprised the way it is with the defense being how it is comprised, and to set up the best version of Bo Nix in the play action game, him on the move, is to run the rock. And if you play great defense and you can run the rock and RJ Harvey's a 1,000-yard rusher, I think the Broncos can be in the Super Bowl, man. They can be. Will they be? Probably not. But can they? Yes.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that just might be hometown bias for me. But yeah, I look at the Broncos and think, yeah, they got a shot, man. It's the NFL. Everybody's got a shot unless you're just truly epically bad or you're the, Cincinnati. No, Cleveland, not Cincy. Cleveland.
You say hometown bias. Well, ESPN, that network that Moser doesn't really like that much, apparently, because
was Moser going off on ESPN this morning?
No, just
about
afterwards.
what? About their NBA coverage or their
whoever these guys are.
Oh yeah,
the Morris twins,
Marcus and Markieff Morris, the Morris
I
brothers.
know nothing.
He doesn't like the Morris
I
brothers.
don't even know who they are.
Well, they assaulted our favorite player in the history of the NBA, Nikola Jokic.
And then
Markieff did,
and then he gave him the business back. And then Markieff was crying.
Listen,
wasn't he?
and then Marcus and Markieff want nothing to do with the Joker brothers. I'll tell you that much, man.
Moser on his way out after 3 hours of radio.
ESPN directly into the bus.
He spent 3 hours screaming into a microphone, and then he got off of that actual duty, and he started screaming at me about ESPN for some reason.
You know what, Moj? Guess what? Next season, you ain't going to worry about any of these NBA guys because I think ESPN just went and hired the TNT crew that's got, right? Right, KJ? Yeah. So you're going to
Kendrick Perkins will be back.
Probably. But now Kendrick, when he says something stupid, has to deal with Charles and Shaq calling him a chucklehead for saying something stupid. You know what I mean? Now they're going to have dudes, like they hired that entire TNT crew to come over to ESPN now that TNT doesn't have it. So at least Moj won't have to deal with the Morris brothers.
Well, back to this. The ESPN itself, you said hometown bias would tell you that the Broncos have a chance. I think if their defense stays healthy and they play the kind of defense that they're built to play with the roster they have and the coordinator who did a really nice job a year ago, they run the rock and Bo Nix doesn't turn the football over, this team could be right there.
I agree with you. I feel it's weird to have Minnesota in there, right? Because
JJ
you know
McCarthy,
nothing
man.
about JJ, though. We know nothing about JJ.
That guy's won everywhere, every level he's been. And
so you think he's...
You want to talk about a guy that impressed me when I was second row in Indianapolis at the Combine?
It was McCarthy.
My goodness. And I didn't know he had that in his bag. I didn't know he was a dude that could throw laser beams every which way on the football field. And he's athletic, he's tough, he's smart, he's a winner. He's won championships literally at every level he's been at. Guy's a baller, man.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're right, if JJ works out, then Minnesota could be a dark horse too, but I'm leaning Broncos. All right, KJ, what you got?
Saquon Barkley went on the Exciting Mike's podcast with Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship. He made his case for why the Eagles Super Bowl team just a few months ago is already a top 5 team all time.
I firmly believe when you look at our team that we had last year, I think we're a top 5 team of all time. And I tell my boys this all the time. Like, if you really look at the season outside of the first 4 games, like, it was belt to ass. How dominant you guys were on defense and how dominant we were on offense and special teams. People don't realize how great of a team that actually was.
We were working together.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have training camp, but like, it's kind of different when it's just in game. Like how your coach really is. Like, how's he calling the game? Like, getting used to that and kind of getting used to the guys you play with. But after the bye week,
I think we just all bought in.
We just bought in.
Yeah, I think we all just bought in. And like, you hear like the outside noise and expectation. Like, we didn't care how it looked. Only thing we cared about was winning football games. And when you have the talent, skill that we have in our team mixed with the coaches, we all play together like how we played. Like, teams really stood no chance.
No way. No way. No way. You don't get to. No way. You're not in the top 10 greatest teams. You're not in the top 20 greatest teams of all time. You had that Dolphins team in the 70s that killed everybody. You got those Steelers teams that were what years were those? The 1978 Steelers, 1985 Chicago Bulls, 1992 Dallas Cowboys.
The 85 Bulls were a growing team, but the 85 Bears were elite.
See? 1985 Bears, 1972. Nah, bro. Listen, I love you shining on your own, but no, right? No way.
Patriots. There are several Patriots teams.
Guys, just pick one of those teams for the Patriots dynasty better than Eagles. Yeah, no. The Chiefs. No, Saquon. I love you, bro. I love you. I do.
You're not there yet.
And I'm a big fan of running backs.
Now, if their defense does what it did in the postseason, again, en route to another Super Bowl, you can at least start talking.
Yeah.
Start having a conversation.
Matter of fact, heck, man, I put one of the Broncos Super Bowl teams above. I put the
TD.
Yeah.
Give me the 1998 team.
Yes, I put them over the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, whatever. Saquon almost rushed for 2,000, then he got paid. He's sitting. He's way too happy on the offseason. No, you can't convince me that.
He'll still ball out this coming fall, though.
I do. I want to see a 2,000-yard rusher. I want a couple of them in the NFL this year. Go ahead, NFL. Embrace the running back. All right,
all I want is a 1,000-yard rusher
for the Broncos. It's so crazy.
All I want.
It's so wild. All right, man. What you got left?
Jordan Love had a charity softball game this past Friday.
And he didn't get invited.
Yeah, what's up?
Coach, what happened?
What's
I don't know,
up?
man. I think he's mad at me.
Where was this charity softball event?
The report didn't say, but either way, Coach, I needed Coach to get invited so he can have some intel for us.
I got nothing.
Nothing?
I got nothing. Yeah.
Golly, man.
Old news, man.
Good. He took a few questions from the media, and he talked about his chemistry with Matthew Golden and the expectations for Golden heading into his rookie season. Quote, "He's a great dude. I'm excited to see just his potential on the football field. But just the start we've had doing routes on air and things like that, he looks like a stud, looks like a guy, very polished receiver. So I'm excited to see just how far he can take it. The speed speaks for itself, running a 40-yard dash. Anytime you get a 4.2, that's some blazing speed right there. So I'm excited to see how fast he is on the field. I've seen all the highlights, all the good stuff. So we'll see once we get practice rolling and everything how good he is." End quote. What portion of the Packers offense does the addition of Matthew Golden unlock?
Well, I mean, Jordan Love, we already talked about it when we're talking about the top 20 quarterbacks in the National Football League. I would put Jordan Love as a downfield deep ball thrower, top 3.
Oh, really?
And Matthew Golden is that guy. The Packers just haven't had the blow the top off with consistency and make plays down the field guy. You know, the Romeo Doubs has been inconsistent catching the football. Christian Watson's been inconsistent, both catching the football and staying healthy. Dontavion Wicks has been okay, but Matthew Golden's got to develop into a bona fide number 1 wide receiver. And if that happens, and some of those other wide receiver pieces are around, they got a chance to be a really, really dynamic and lethal offense. I think that he unlocks it because he is the vertical threat. And that's why I didn't love the thought of Matthew Golden in Denver, because the Broncos won't pull the pin off the grenade and just chuck it down the field twice a quarter. The Packers will. Jordan Love will.
Yeah.
And Matthew Golden fits that type of an offensive style.
Yeah, I don't know how good the Packers are going to be. They're probably going to be pretty good, but I think Jordan Love's going to. This is the breakout season for Jordan this year, right? Like, he almost got to 4,000 yards 25 touches, 11 interceptions last year, and this year he's going to have a monster season, just a monster season. And I think Jordan Love is going to go from that like 13, 14 area all the way to the top 10, like whatever it is,
top
8, 9.
5.
Yeah, but yeah, he's gonna have a big season. He's let's see, he just turned 26. Yeah,
Dang near Bo Nix is. I mean, what's Bo 25?
So crazy every time, and I love. Yeah, because Bo played 8 years of college football or whatever it is. But you're right. Jordan Love is basically a year and a half older than Bo right now. He's been in the NFL for 3 seasons, 4 seasons, something crazy like that.
This is 4th coming up.
This is his breakout season, I think.
Oh wait,
I mean,
no, shoot. He was drafted.
He was in 2020, man. He was
2020.
drafted number 26 overall.
This
in
is his
2020.
3rd year as a full-time starter.
Okay, man. Yeah, he's gonna have a big season. All right, KJ, what you got?
There was an article that came out over the weekend from USA Today, and it was kind of highlighting, Shedeur Sanders and, a 5th-round quarterback who, bought a Rolls Royce, and then, Deion Sanders had to come out and dispel the myth that Deion is helping Shedeur and all of that kind of stuff in regards to, providing for him and things of that nature. And it started off a conversation in Cleveland radio today, which is why I kind of wanted to kind of get into it, was when will the national media just relax on all of the Shedeur off the field narrative stuff and just focus strictly on football?
Never.
He's trying.
No, never.
To me right now, it's more of a social media clickbait art that everybody's doing this more. I don't necessarily think that the national talk shows are doing this where they talk about a Rolls Royce or they talk about a Rolex or whatever. Like, Shedeur is who he is, and he's got a chance to compete for however it goes, compete for a job in Cleveland. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think
I hate Cleveland for him. I do, man.
I do too. I hate the
situation.
I wish he was almost any other position than even the Broncos. Like, although that would bring drama that I probably wouldn't want, because then there would be, no matter how good Bo looked, there'd be a section of the fan base that'd be like, let's start Shedeur. You know what I mean? But I don't like him being there. And I mean, probably the best thing for him would be for Cleveland just be like, hey, you know what? Joe is the man. It's going to be Joe and Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun, whatever he comes back. And Shedeur, you can go find yourself another team. That'd probably be best for Shedeur,
That's the best thing for me, in my opinion. I mean,
that's a bad situation he finds himself in. Unless he just balls the hell out and looks better than all of those guys.
It would take probably 3 really good preseason games.
Yeah. And I don't know if he's going to play.
I don't know if he's going to get many opportunities in practice.
I guess the good news is you don't have to give Joe a lot of reps, right? Because that dude's ancient. He's got more reps.
Yeah, and you also probably don't want an Achilles to pop.
Right. So so it's Kenny
the old
Pickett.
Man injury.
So once the preseason rolls around, you're only playing. Well, you still got to get 3 quarterbacks in there. You got to get Kenny, Shedeur, and Gabriel all time. Yeah, that's tough, man. Tough situation. But all right, KJ, you got one more? Or is that it, brother? Okay. That does it for KJ's NFL news and notes.
But the notes are sponsored by Mountain High Appliance, so we definitely want to make sure we thank Mountain High Appliance.
Can I get a coffee maker? I blew up my coffee maker this morning. It's done. It's dead.
You can get whatever you want, man. You want a teleportation device? You can get that too at Mountain High Appliance.
Okay, brother. You know I like it. I'll get some too. I'm here for it. Teleport where? To Hawaii? Switch places with Raj immediately. Raj just finds himself in the studio all of a sudden. Like, speaking of the mic, bro.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure vibes. You killed Ted.
Yeah. Just go pick up Abraham Lincoln, bring him back to the station.
How good a film
Stick him in front of a microphone.
God,
like, all right, Abe,
Ted's.
talk about it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's been a while. All right, we got to take a time out. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to the Morning Sprint.
Circle K.
Belle Biv DeVoe, Poison, to take us out here in the final segment of the morning sprint. I still think you guys should have named it the Morning Quickie, right? Why'd you settle on Sprint? Morning Quickie has some juice to it, brother.
There's some juice, all right. I mean, depends on what you're, I don't know.
We got a PhD coming up next. I've been talking with Dan. They have a rather huge show today. And it's hopefully going to entertain and astound the listeners across the state of Colorado. All right, Coach, we talked about the NFL and the NHL. We talked about Major League Baseball. Shout out to the Rockies, 9-45. They're still on pace for the Rockies have to win 31 games the rest of the way, so they won't have the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. They'll be playing the Cubbies tonight. I watched all the sports this weekend. Did nothing but watch all these sports, including.
Where do you watch them from? Couch?
Yeah. I got a lazy boy recliner, baby. Yeah, I got a full-on lazy boy. Not that, I think I need to upgrade my lazy boy because I've had it so long that it started to, it's looking a little busted.
Have you also, are there any substances that have been baked into lazy boy?
Oh yeah, that poor lazy boy's seen a map of the world, brother. That lazy boy's seen it all, man.
How many years have you had that lazy boy?
It's been 15 years or something. It's been there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I gotta upgrade.
Are you gonna do one of the lights? What do they call it? The UV ultraviolet lights?
No.
You check to see what's kind of going on. What kind of? Are there any organisms?
No. It looked like a Jackson Pollock painting in here, right? This was from Guardians of the Galaxy. You want to break? No. Anyway, I need a new lazy boy. Is what I'm saying. But I watched all the sports, and I'm trying to think what the most I watched a little bit of the Indianapolis 500 this weekend. I didn't finish it though because it was fairly boring. I
like Knicks Pacers on Saturday night.
Knicks Pacers Saturday night was good. Yeah, that was a good game. Because the night before was a pretty lame game where the Timberwolves beat the Thunder by like 42 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's but the Knicks and Pacers series has been great all season long.
That was the gentleman's sweep game for OKC.
Yeah.
It's like OKC's like, we'll
just not showing up.
We'll get
and now,
one here.
Yeah, they win tomorrow night and
flowers.
It's over. But yeah, Knicks Pacers is pretty fun. Indiana, they certainly if I was the Pacers, I would not let all those New York celebrities into my field house for those games in Indiana. Like, yo, man, you giving Timothy Chalamet courtside seats. Like, I respect his love of the Knicks, but I ain't giving him courtside seats at my building. No
Why is
way.
it called a field house?
Their old building was called the field house, and they want to keep it that, like, Indiana
because it's
home of hoops.
It's just
kinda.
an arena.
Right.
It's a basketball
it's
arena.
a nice building. I like it.
But
it has
saying,
huge windows on each side where it lets all the sun in.
Yeah, because when I was in Indy for the Combine a year ago, I drive by it,
it's
walk
just
by
a stadium, just not.
It's no different than any other arena in the NBA. It's like the field house. What is it? Gainbridge Field House?
Yes, it is.
It sounds almost a little bit like Butler or Butler Place.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of that place.
Tiny barn or whatever.
Yeah, it's like something field house.
I wouldn't mind if an NBA team decided to go with like a college arena instead of a full-on NBA arena where
Indiana would be the place to do it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Where you just
dang near the birthplace of basketball.
Yeah, I would do it. If I owned an NBA team, I'd almost do it Duke can kick rocks, but like Cameron Indoor, where you put like the fans are almost on the court. You get the craziest fans, you put them as close to the court as possible. And that's home court advantage right there when you got kids, screaming in your face while you're shooting free throws. But I bet can we start? I think the Nuggets and the Avs need a brand new arena. Can we start talking about that right now? When we gonna get a brand new one of those, man? When are the Broncos gonna get that brand new? I'm done with Empower Field. I'm already done with it, man.
I like all the venues.
Do you
here
really?
in Colorado.
Do you like Empower?
I love Empower. I think it's one of the more underrated venues in sport. I really do.
Maybe the only reason I don't like Empower Field is because I went to games at Old Mile High, and Old Mile High was dangerous, man. I want to go to a professional game and feel like I could die here. Like the old Mile High, those fans would get so rowdy and they'd start banging on the south stands and the whole place is shaking. Like they're moving that place. And it really felt like, I don't know what's going to happen. This could be the best day of my life or the worst day of my life, but something crazy is going to go on. Like, I kind of miss those stadiums. Empowered is just kind of blah. It's just kind of there. You know what I mean? It's just a big ground.
What about you're ready to move on from Ball Arena?
It's been 25 years, man. It's been a quarter of a century,
venue,
brother.
though, man.
No,
It's a
I mean,
great.
I
The
have
view
no
lines are
problem
great.
with it, but I want new fancy stuff. I'm a sucker for new fancy stuff. Get me new fancy
You
stuff.
want windows with mountain views?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I want a glass roof on my stadium, baby. You know what I'm talking about? I want to be able to see God's country while watching the Nuggets play ball. Although I don't even know how that would work. Like at night, there's like a thunderstorm going on, but you got the glass roof and you're playing. I don't know if that. Yeah, I might need to rethink the glass roof.
You want the wall that the Clippers have?
I do, but
The
then
Steve
you're just
Ballmer
stealing
wall?
off from. Yeah, you're stealing from Ballmer. So I don't know if you want to do that.
You want
But
one of those types of jumbotrons that are just like almost confusing because there's
Yeah.
so much of it.
Yes, exactly. I want a jumbotron so big you can like live in it. You know what I mean? Like it's got 2 bedrooms and 3 baths. That's how big I want my jumbotron.
So people,
to be.
I'm finding out people don't like Empower Field.
I don't like Empower Field.
That's
It's
surprising to me.
It's got no person. Like Coors Field is amazing.
You know what? I disagree. I disagree with anybody that thinks Empower Field.
You don't think?
You know what what I've experienced with
cookie
the National Football League is that a lot of these stadiums they don't capture a lot of the pageantry that you get at college football environments.
Right.
The fact that Empower Field is surrounded by as much parking as there is, you walk through what I feel is like SEC tailgate environment.
Okay.
And I think that is lit. I think it is awesome.
I
and
have
it's
no problem
surprising
getting drunk in the parking lot. It's
But it's
getting into
surprising.
the actual building when you look around and you're like, there's nothing special about this.
I don't know, man. I think the stadium's good. I think I was really impressed the first time I went. I'm like, isn't this one of the older ones in the NFL? But yet it still looks really good. Apparently, right now they're going out and I think the Penner family is replacing every seat in Empower Field right now, as we speak.
Okay, that still doesn't. I mean, that's great unless he replaces them with lazy boys. If he puts 40,000 lazy boys in Empower Field, then I will change my mind. But right now, I don't care if you get fancy orange. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, Broncos
New
country.
place,
Do you
new place.
hate Empower Field?
Right. It
or do
feels
you really like it?
But
you won a dang Super Bowl in that building.
Right, I get it, but it felt. I don't know why it just felt like
building,
Old Mile High was a better home field advantage than Empower Field. I don't know why it feels that way. I don't know why it feels that way, but it does. Maybe it's because everything around here, like Coors Field, and that has, it's got some gravitas despite hosting the worst team in Major League Baseball history right now. And then, look at CU where they play football, man. You can't tell me you can't tell me Folsom isn't a joy to be up at.
It's amazing.
You know what I mean? Like I need the Broncos to have a stadium like that, somewhere like that, man. Not just, you're right. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who knows how long it's going to take or when it's going to happen? I'm just saying, I'm putting it out there. Empower sucks. Not a fan of it.
I like it.
All right.
I disagree vehemently.
Nah, man.
KJ, do you like Empower Field or no?
Break this tie, bro. Break this tie.
I do like Empower Field.
Out of hell with you, man.
He's going to stick with his guy.
No, listen, it's so easy to get caught up with what's going on in Vegas and LA that I think we can miss the true mystique of what has made the Mile High Stadium so special over the years.
I've been to 2 games, a high school state championship that my dad coached in at Allegiant in Vegas, and then I went to a Raiders-Broncos game at Allegiant.
Yeah.
That is a soulless building.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
It
Vegas,
sucks.
and Vegas
I
has
hate
no
Allegiant.
soul. Yeah.
I hate that place.
I get it, man. I get the Darth Vader building, but I mean, you can't tell me that SoFi doesn't have it. I want a building like that. That's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for the richest owners in NFL history to build me a palace, baby. I want to see something dope. I want to see something awesome. Not only that. Speaking of Vegas, didn't they legalize? Can't somebody come here in Denver and build a casino? Isn't that legal now? Can't they just build a casino? Am I crazy? I thought didn't we legalize that stuff? Legalize gambling in this city?
The only thing I know is that apparently 15-year-old lazy boys are still legal in Berto's life.
Yeah, they are.
But he
Not for much longer,
but
though,
he
man.
wants to get rid of the stadium because it's too old for him.
It's 20
You
years
can't
old.
have
man.
it
It's
both
25
ways.
years
Come
old or
on.
something like that. Yeah, All right, that's the morning sprint on this Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. For the coach, Mike Sanford, I'm Mark Bertinoli. Alex Ryan and me will be back here in a few days. You've got PhD next.
So Russell Westbrook had a broken hand. He's having surgery. He had a broken hand throughout the course of the season.
The season or the playoffs?
It said the season.
Really?
Is that the biggest news, or is that Katie Wingy subscribes to something called the Westbrook Minute newsletter or whatever that was? There's what the hell is she? No, that's where where Katie tweeted it out from.
Does he have a email list?
I guess. What is this thing? Katie Wingy. God bless Katie. Word of Westbrook newsletter. There's a Word of Westbrook newsletter? Personal update. This morning, I'm undergoing surgery on my right hand to fix 2 breaks that happened during the season. I'm grateful for everyone's support all year, and I can't wait to be back out there at 100%. The comeback is already in motion. Hashtag why not? Well, my hashtag is why were you playing? Did anybody know about this? Did you know about this?
I had no idea.
I'll give him credit. At least he wasn't trying to be a baby about it and get sympathy points for it during the playoffs like somebody else.
I guess, but I didn't see him on the injury report with a hand injury. Did you? I didn't. Don't you have to? Isn't that a thing?
Not unless you don't tell anybody.
Right? I don't know, man. That's not cool with me, man.
What?
Not disclosing that you're injured to your team, making your team make decisions, not having the full information about your health. I think that sucks.
Oh.
Do you think some decisions would have been different had they known he had a broken hand?
I've never known an athlete that didn't hide injuries from a team, but
all right. Well, I think that stinks when they do it because I think
literally. You ever played with a teammate that didn't hide an injury,
or at least the severity? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, you put yourself above the team, then I guess that's.
Oh, relax.
I'm not relaxing. I'm telling you, I'm pissed off about it.
You
what's to be relaxed
What are you
about?
pissed off about?
He's having surgery on his hand. It was never reported, never told anybody. It explains a lot, by the way. And we're making decisions on making this playoff run with Jokic, and we're not disclosing that we've got a broken hand?
Which hand was it?
I don't know.
He said his right, I thought. Didn't that say his right?
I
have no idea what you're pissed off about.
Shooting hand.
I've never played with a dude. I hit injuries.
You're not Russell Westbrook, dude. No offense, but we're not depending on you to shoot jump shots and do the same things. You could basically play with clubs on your hands.
I think we're going to find out that this was a minimal thing that probably only could be repaired by surgery, but maybe didn't affect anything he did when he played.
You tell me.
I don't know. I mean, could you tell the way he shot from game 1 to
it looked like he was playing with a broken hand.
Game 90.
There were some.
He wasn't as effective in the second round of the playoffs, shooting the basketball like he had been, but he was pretty effective in the Clippers series.
Okay. I don't know, man. Hey, if you guys think it's cool, I guess. But the athletes playing with that seems to me like a big one.
I'd call that just being a pro, quite frankly, playing through pain.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. If the team knew and
I bet they did.
If the team knew and didn't disclose it, then they could be in trouble and set up for fines from the NBA. Now I've known this. I played in a whole different era. You didn't want anybody to know you got a broken finger or a sprained hand or whatever. You did not want people to know that. Bad wrist. Because I'll give you an example. I was walking in to get my ankles taped at a game in Detroit. Lambert walks up to Mike Saunders, our trainer, goes, Mike, Tyler Polumbus come back tonight? Yeah, he's playing. He goes, what wrist did he break, right or left?
Right.
And he said, well, it was his left wrist.
Okay.
He said, I'm hitting it the first time I see it. And I don't know if guys play with that mentality anymore, but we did.
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, so here's what you're going to find out, D. I'm not mad. Did it affect his play? Maybe. What was your option?
Did the team know?
That's going to be the question. And I guarantee.
Let the team collectively, you with the team, make a decision.
What Katie did with that tweet, that if it explodes and goes viral, and we'll see if ESPN or somebody else picks it up, we'll see if all of a sudden the league doesn't try to investigate that.
Well, not Katie's tweet. She follows the Westbrook newsletter.
Yeah, but
I mean, he disclosed it himself.
Well, but how many people know?
I don't know. How many subscribers of
that's what I was just saying.
The Word of Westbrook newsletter are there?
Is that a lot?
Are you implying that Katie's got more followers than Russell Westbrook?
Well, he might.
Well, she might. I don't know. That is Katie rocking. 63,000 followers.
Yeah.
That's enough to get noticed.
But maybe
I don't know. I don't know how many people.
So here's the semantics, and I feel like we're in weird territory right now, where we're trying to expose the team for something that I don't know that we need to make an issue of it. But I would be shocked if the team wasn't aware that he had something going on,
and it will be investigated.
Yeah,
by the league now.
I'd be very, very shocked. I don't think that these things are surprises to anybody. I don't know anybody that's not playing through pain. And I damn sure don't blame him for it. So I don't know. I mean, does it explain some things? Yeah. Does it explain maybe one of the worst 3-point attempts I've ever seen in my life? Yeah. Maybe. But I call this par for course for being a professional athlete.
I bet the team didn't know anything. I bet this is
It'll be interesting to see.
I bet Russell Westbrook is keeping this a little quiet. You know, I'm not saying he's not a tough guy or doesn't play through pain or all that.
If the team doesn't know, what? I mean, what's the big deal?
I would want to play the health. I would want the information so David Adelman can make the decisions he needs to make. And if the decision is to keep playing him, then fine.
Here's what you're going to look at.
I don't know that.
If it happened during the playoffs or in season, the league will investigate the Nuggets. Did you know, and why wasn't it reported? And if they find out they knew, there will be a fine. I've also known guys who have got hurt, and you had in your contract too, you cannot do X, Y, Z, and your money's valued, right? You hurt yourself doing this. Like, Clady, I don't even know if you guys were allowed to play basketball or not, but he tore his patella tendon. If they wanted to be B-heads, and if he was an average player.
If it was anybody but Ryan Clady, they would have avoided the contract.
Yeah, because he sat an entire year and got paid with hurting himself playing basketball. Now the investigation's going, well, wait a minute. Did you hurt this surfing in the last week or two?
Okay.
I mean, the season's been over 3 or 4 weeks, and now you're just now doing it?
No, it said it was during. I'll read it again.
No, I know what it said, but I'm just saying.
Oh, did you re-injure
it? The season ended in 2 weeks ago. And you're waiting 2 weeks to get a surgery? Most guys, as soon as the season's over, there's surgery in the next 3 days.
Surgery in my right hand to fix 2 breaks that happened during the season.
I mean, during the season could be at any point. During the season could be the last game of the season.
And it also might have been the doctor who said, "Hey, you did this. These are because."
And you know what, Scott? I don't know about you, but you ever played through stuff that you thought was normal, and then you found out after the season you got an issue? Because I damn sure have. I damn sure have played through stuff that I went in and I got rehab on, that we never did imaging on, that I kept telling him, like, hey, it doesn't feel right. We did the work. I went in for PT every single day. I went to practice. I went to the games. And then after the season, I got imaging. And, what do you know? I need surgery. So that could easily be the case that's going on there as well. Like, it was something you were managing, but you didn't know the severity of it.
Yeah, my first injury was that. And again, there's a big difference between 80s and 2025. Right? There's a big difference. And hurt my knee. And I remember when I hurt it, Bobby Jones fell into it. I thought I just hyperextended it.
Mm-hmm.
And in a game against Philly. And then hurt, missed a game. Not that I was playing tons anyway. Had to probably drain it at least 2 or 3 times throughout the season. With always doing treatment. And, we tried that DMSO that you mentioned last week. We were rubbing DMSO on. We ended up having surgery at the end of the year. It turns out I had a torn meniscus. My patella tendon had something growing on that they had to scrape, and I had broken a bone, the knuckle bone inside on the femur, the size of a quarter of bone had fragmented off.
Mm-hmm.
That was just floating around there in my knee. Well, that ain't going to get fixed in treatment. And sure enough, I said, "Oh yeah, you got a loose body up in there. We had no idea about that. Had to lift my kneecap up, boom, 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 smooth my bone out of my knee, and blah blah blah." But I played 3 months like that.
Right.
Christina on the text line, what makes you think the team didn't know? I mean, none of us knew until after the season that Bo Nix had fractures in his back.
That's a good point.
I feel like stuff like this comes out after the season is over all the time for sports.
I think there's probably a deeper dive. I do agree with that. And there are players that don't, hey, does Bo Nix in the year that he had last year, does he want to go, "Well, my back, let's get an MRI. Hey, well, you fractured your, what are those little reverse boom, boom, boom things, the little tips on the vertebrae? You got some fractures out there. We're going to set you out and blah, blah, blah." Maybe he didn't want to.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I would feel the same way about Bo Nix. I think, listen,
but he did
I
do
understand being tough and playing through pain. I get it. I totally get it. But the fact that Russell Westbrook never ended up on the injury report ever with any kind of injury at any point, aside from his hamstring the one game, right? The game against the Clippers he was out.
An ankle and a hamstring. That was an ankle against the Clippers. It'd be interesting to go back and see if there was a wrist issue or something on one of the reports ever during the season.
Here's the thing with injury reports, and I don't know exactly how it works in basketball. In football, for the most part, you don't have to report things that are not going to put you at risk of not playing. So if you got something going on, you don't have to be reporting on the injury report if you're not questionable. Like if I'm going to practice with a broken hand, I'm going to practice. I got a broken hand, but I'm not missing anything. I'm not missing the game.
All right, I'll reserve judgment until we know more. But if he was just hiding something from the team, I say work together with the team. Make a decision together. The decision may still be to play. You know, how do you feel? It hurts, but I'm okay. Oh, okay, all right, fine. So as long as the team knew,
right?
But if the team knew, why wasn't it ever reported? So it feels to me like the team probably didn't know. And that's just logic here.
Or he may have got in and said, "Yeah, I just tweaked my wrist right here or whatever. It hurts." And he got treatment for it, but he said, "I'm not going to miss."
You missing practice? Nope.
No.
You missing the game?
No.
Nope.
So
we're good.
Because dudes get treated for a thigh bruise, and you don't see those on there all the time. So it might have been something like that too.
All right.
It's either a big deal or no big deal at all.
DMac, his hand was on the report for Game 7. Do your job. Was it? Take your word for it, Texter. Can we find that somewhere? If that's the case, then fine. Dan, can you look that up somehow? My man, I don't know if you can or not. I don't recall it, but
you remember the date?
Game 7. I mean, which
Sunday.
Game 7 we talking about here? We talking about Clippers? We talking about Thunder? But we'll look it up there, Texter.
I got it right here. From Sports Illustrated, Russell Westbrook is probable with a right hand sprain.
Oh, all right.
Right hand sprain.
There you go. There you go. How often was that reported? I'm curious. There you go, though. So there you go. So the team did know, and they did report it. Geez, we didn't make a big deal. You know why? Because that Game 7 was buried a little bit, wasn't it? That Game 7 was on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep. We just weren't on the air. We weren't doing the same sort of deal. All right. Well, there you go.
Well, so I think everything will be kosher. They thought it was a sprain, which means, as Tyler just said a while ago, they probably didn't do any imaging or anything like that with it. And probably if he'd have said, "I'm okay, I'm still playing."
I mean, after the season is when you decide, hey, this has been bothering me. I'm going to go get the imaging done. Before that, it's can I make it to tomorrow?
And then while you wait 2 weeks after the season ends, you're thinking 2 weeks of rest on a sprain, it's gonna feel better, and it just has never felt better. It still bothered me. So finally I said, "No, I need to get this looked at." You do an MRI or I don't know if an X-ray or an MRI, which one would show it. And he said, "Well, dude, no, you actually fractured your wrist a little bit."
You know, it's funny. Game 7. Do we even remember anything about Game 7?
Yeah.
All I remember is Josh Kroenke said the games we thought that were the biggest, 4 and 5, is when they lost the series. Forget Game 7.
Well, listen, the smarter people are out there on the text line. There you go.
It does not look like he was on Game 6 on the injury report.
So it was reported for Game 7. Okay.
Which now we got to go back and look. Is there any time during the season it hurt, or did he get it hurt in Game 6? Is when he actually did it. And if they had won Game 7, would he still be playing right now?
Probably.
Then you go to the decision that the Nuggets had to make just as a coaching staff and in his organization to play a guy that has a sprained hand.
Right.
Like maybe that goes towards something like.
Well, it sounds like they made that decision in Game 7.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that tells you where they thought they were in terms of their bench and their depth and everything like that. Like, we're better off with this guy than
80% here is better than 100% there.
80%.
Yeah. Or whatever.
I feel for the guy. He's playing with a broken hand. I mean, he's a gutsy guy, no doubt about it. So there you go, Russell.
Well, there you go.
Russell
we learned something about.
We
Game
learned
7.
full circle. Keeps going around.
I did not look at the injury report before Game 7.
You know, Game 7 was weird. You know, for us, maybe it's on a Sunday. It's just a little bit different. We're not on the air. We're not previewing the game like we normally would. I had no idea he was on. That my bad. I'll give you my bad on that one. I didn't look it up. I didn't think of it. Now he's having surgery. Are you guys into Russell Westbrook next year, or are you done with him?
No, sounds like he's going to pick up his option. But that's the biggest thing I got from that tweet.
That's not what I asked, though.
Well,
I didn't ask what he's going to do. I asked if are you into him?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Because what answers you got? You got no picks. You got no way to add depth. You need them.
I think you've got 4 spots to make your team better. I think one of them is going to be De'Ron Holmes. You tell me what those other 3 are. One of them could be Russell Westbrook. I mean, if you want,
One could be Strother, one could be Payton.
No. These are 4 guys that we think are going to be gone, or it's more likely that they're gone, which is DJ, Russell Westbrook, Saric, and Vlatko. Those are 4 spots.
4 spots that are open.
Now, Holmes fills one of them. Westbrook could fill the other. He could just come back. Saric could come back. Vlatko could come back, I guess.
Well, Vlatko, they'd have to offer. Because he's a complete free agent.
So he's gone.
I would assume.
Did you see the list of free agents out there?
No, I haven't even looked.
Oh, it's interesting reading.
You don't say that with a smile.
All right, we're already late as we come back here. We got a bunch of stuff going on here today. The OTAs for the Broncos start. They are not even making them available till Thursday, but we'll cover it the best we can. So we have some of the keys for that. Plus, your feedback on everything going back. The Rockies, we got an update with them. They're doing great. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience and you're going to find the car of your dreams. Excuse me. At Phil Long Ford, they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. That means whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams and you're going to get the best price at Phil Long Ford. Guys, relationships matter in life. I've been a customer for life over at Phil Long Ford. Well, ever since I bought my first car my rookie year in the NFL. And I keep going back because they always take care of me. They get me in, they get me out. They respect my time. They give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. With over 1,000 vehicles, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
All right, oh, by the way, The Last of Us. You satisfied with the ending of that one, Tyler?
It didn't really feel like a finale to me.
Yeah,
Well, because they're going to have another season.
they're hoping to have 2 more seasons. Actually, it's the story of Abby.
They said it might be another 2 years till the next one.
I know.
Yeah.
So they're gonna just go with this is not a spoiler. They're just gonna go with a whole nother character and like focus on that person from now on.
So the one girl's gone now?
It's not gone. It's like they're telling parallel stories. To what?
What happened then?
What happened? Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right. I don't know.
Blackout.
Well, I think she's
maybe
probably
this
okay.
would be like a.
I'm gonna guess she's okay.
Yeah, me too.
Bob Newhart show, and they'll wake up and this was all a dream.
I did find a good series though. The Killing Osama or Finding Osama, whatever it's called.
3-parter.
That's good. That's a really good series. Watched all 3 episodes last night. That Rob O'Neill guy, the dude that shot him, he spoke to the team out in Washington one time. I got that dude's autograph. It's pretty cool.
Yes, I watched that too, and then I went back and I've watched Zero Dark 30 like 10 times, but I went back and watched Zero Dark 30 again. I understood Zero Dark 30 way better after watching that documentary.
I guess I don't remember that. What is that one about?
Zero Dark 30?
That's Getting Osama.
That's Getting Osama.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. See, boy, you're not familiar with Zero Dark 30. Holy cow, you got a treat.
I've probably seen it.
You got a treat in store for you.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I watched
No-brainer.
Andor.
I'm sorry.
Andor, yeah.
Yeah.
That was really good.
There's another wacky show that has a season finale, the rehearsal with Nathan Fielder. I'm slow to completely recommend it because it is so wacky and different. But the dude is a genius, and ultimately his surprise. Well, I won't give it away. I won't give away what the surprise moment is, but it is one out there TV show. It is one of the more creative TV shows you've ever seen in your life, and the guy is unbelievable. So I'll just leave it there. The rest of the holiday weekend, I don't have to do it. It's not necessary, but I got a Ross the Cat story for you at some point.
Oh, what happened to Ross?
Yeah, I'll save it.
He run out again?
Yeah. But it's just,
how long was he out?
I thought he was a goner.
Really?
Yeah. I'll give it to you 30
Why don't you just tell it?
30 seconds. I'm coming home Friday. I go to the wife. Let's meet for cocktails. She goes, why don't you come home first, and then we go out. Okay. It'd been better if we just met for cocktails. I come home, and they're where's Ross? Because I see Rachel the cat, and where's Ross the cat? Don't know. Porch door's open. I'm like, well, we can't go out until we find, we know where stupid Ross is. No Ross. Couldn't find him. Gone. Definitely leapt off of the deck, off the porch.
Which is the second story.
Yeah, well, but we looked at it. There's ways for him to kind of climb down, to get on a pipe and get on a box, and it's really not that brave. He can do it. And he's done it before. But usually he just stands there like a moron. He's a dumb cat. Stands by the garage door. He comes over to the front door. He doesn't go far. He's, whatever. But he's gone. Gone. And it just ruins our Friday night. Now we're not going out. Now we're in a fight, kind of. We're in one of them silent fights.
Yeah.
Whose fault
Why'd you leave the door open?
Listen, we put a lot of money into this Ross the cat. This ain't just a barn cat we got for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Trans cat Ross. We put some money there. Then we had those huge storms. So it was Saturday night. I don't know what the weather was like in your neighborhood. It was unbelievable around me. I mean, it was crazy. I'm like, this cat's done. Sunday, my wife's looking on next door. There's a photo of Ross the cat getting some milk or whatever on somebody's porch. Unbelievable. Like a block away. You got to trust me, guys. I'm sitting outside for hours with Ross. I got the jingled cat toy. I got the food. Like a moron sitting out on my porch, not going out, not having boat drinks, just not doing nothing, looking for stupid Ross.
And Friday was a beautiful evening. The only beautiful evening of the weekend.
Yeah.
Would your life be better if Ross died?
I don't think so, because I was absurdly sad. I was kind of bizarrely sad about stupid Ross the cat. So I think not, actually. Then Kim walks outside. The stupid cat's up in a tree. Meow, 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 meow. Just right there, right near the house.
Did you call a fireman?
No, I went to get a ladder, and by the time I brought the ladder back from the house, he had scrambled down. Kim brought the cat toy and got him in the house. Now Rachel hates him because he was outside. Yeah. She didn't want him to come back.
And Ross thought he was on a break. leave.
That is so funny. And then Kim, my wife, just goes, he just doesn't want to be here anymore. And I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing then if he doesn't want to be here anymore?
Set the man free.
So that's the Ross story, which was...
Those cats like to get outdoors.
That took a stunning amount of my weekend away. I'm telling you, it was crazy.
Yeah, that means you could have had boat drinks on Sunday.
I was going out Saturday. I was invited to a party, which never happens, and I'm too freaking tied up in the rostrum on Saturday to go to this party. I never get invited to a party, rightfully so.
So you're saying no alcoholic beverages consumed
None,
Friday and
zero,
Saturday?
just nothing. And Sunday we turned it up. Because Ross was back.
Welcome home, Ross.
Saw every pitch of the Rockies. Did you see the interview Mike Kliss had with Bill Schmidt?
No.
It was pretty wild, man. Like, he just like flat out told Bill Schmidt to his face that he sucked and they should sell the team.
What'd Bill say?
Well, we got a bunch of examples here. Like, do you want to hear some?
Bill said, I can't sell the team. That's not up to me.
But Kliss did, you know why? Because 9 News did the Rockies game on Friday night, which was incredible, by the way. They beat the Yankees 3-2. It was an amazing game.
How'd they do Saturday, Sunday, Monday?
Saturday, they got destroyed like 13-1 or something. And then they lost 5-4 on Sunday. Really close game. Mickey Moniak hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth. They got runners on first and second and just couldn't drive them in. So it was a 1-run game. So they got killed. They won, and they lost by 1. Do you know in 23 of their 45 losses, something like that, they've lost by 3 or less runs?
Wow.
They've been, for such a terrible team, they've been remarkably close in so many games.
Well, Hubie Brown told me years ago, good teams win close games.
Yep.
Well, no doubt about it. And they're definitely not a good team. But it is remarkable, just how many games just come down to really 1 or 2 plays for the Rockies. It's crazy. All right, well, here's a little bit of this. Here's Kliss asking Schmidt, how this happened.
How did this happen, where you're at right now?
Probably a perfect storm.
That's a pretty ballsy question, don't you think?
That's a good question.
Right to the guy who built it?
Hey, hate me, I'm going back to the Broncos in a week.
All right, I got a bunch like this.
How did this happen, where you're at right now?
Probably a perfect storm. And I talk about this year. Some guys we were counting on. First, probably some injuries. We lost Tovar for a good month. Estrada, who we had planned on being our second baseman, he's hopefully going out on a rehab this week. So we're probably 10 days away from him joining us. And then we had some guys not perform. McMahon had probably the worst April you could have. He's played better in May. So a combination of things.
McMahon's fault. Yeah.
But Kliss doesn't let up there. Kliss does. He's like, well, what about you, Bill? He goes there. He asks him right to his face.
How much responsibility, you guys fired Buddy, and since then you've been 1-7, and so now the target is kind of shifted to your back. You know that.
I
works.
I realize. Ultimately, I am responsible to the players we put on the field. And, I have a lot of respect for Buddy. Buddy's a good baseball man. We got to a point where we needed to change the voice a little bit in the clubhouse. I do think good things are going to happen. Yeah, we've lost some tough games. The road trip could have been easily 3-3, right? The first game in Texas, we have first bases loaded, 1 out, and we hit in the double play. In the last game in Arizona, we get a pop-up and a strikeout. Or a line drive, excuse me. Tolia hits the line drive right to Padermo at shortstop. So very easy could have been 3-3. I think we're playing with a lot more energy, and we're playing with some young guys. And my whole objective this year was really to grow and get better, and that hasn't changed.
Scotty, you were so right. Oh my gosh, he would never talk like that to Sean Payton ever. Ever. Hey, my one and only interview with you, Hollage boy, won't see you for another year. Hopefully you're fired by the time I come back.
Yeah, next week I'll be at OTA. So thank you for this courtesy for today.
Never talk to the Broncos.
What a
like
question!
That.
Yeah.
Hey, you fired Bud. You guys still suck.
And I have nothing wrst with any of these questions. I think I think they're all fair questions, and someone needs to stand up in the kitchen for the Rockies. But Kliss needs to do that everywhere he goes.
Oh, all right. You're right, though. He only has to be there 1 day a year, maybe. And who knows if he'll ever interview Bill Schmidt again. And he asked the sell the team question. He went there with Schmidt about selling the team.
I said you have the target on your back. I think there's one other guy that has maybe a bigger bullseye, and that's your boss, the owner, Dick Monfort. If I pick up the paper, I'm on the comments on social media, which I look at. I'm sure you don't, but Dick needs to sell the team. What do you say? What do you say to that?
I think Dick's one of the better owners in the game. I have a lot of respect for Dick.
Why? Does he give you the resources you need? Why do you say that?
He's very, there's loyalty there. There's a back.
Yeah.
He cares a lot. We get stuff every year. We're adding. We're getting better than we're farther along. I think he is. I think he's a good owner, and he deserves better. And we've talked about it internally, trying to really win for him.
How about the fans deserve better? How about we're trying to win for the fans
He asked that?
who have stuck with us?
Let's ask that about the fans.
This is the best sports market in America. And the fan base, I think they deserve better.
I don't disagree. They're good people. They're very loyal. How we're playing right now is not acceptable. But I do think there's a good future going forward with some of our young players.
That's pretty good. Good for Clits, man. You suck. Your team sucks. Why should the fans like you?
You blame Buddy.
You blame Buddy.
Him.
It's not him.
Yep.
It's what about you?
And now everybody wants the owner to.
Everybody wants all the comments say sell the team. I see him. You don't, I guess, but I see him.
Yeah, those are 5 questions that you'll never hear asked at the Broncos.
No. That was definitely I am not in my realm, and I've got the freedom to ask what I want.
Well, didn't Cliff used to cover baseball?
Yeah, he did.
Way back when.
Yeah, for the Gazette. He was a baseball guy.
What a BS answer, though. We really want to win for our owner. Yeah, that's what we want to win for.
That's a weird answer.
We just feel like our owner deserves better.
Win one for Dick.
You know what that is? That statement is? That's how you keep.
Well, yeah, he did.
Right, exactly.
He did mention loyalty, and he's not wrong about that.
He's definitely not wrong about that.
The only question, he may have asked this too, I would have said, how much does the ownership have in involvement-wise day to day?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think pretty significantly. Well, I think Dick Monfort's very significant in big decisions. Like, I don't think Chris Bryant comes here unless Dick Monfort signed off on it, stuff like that. I don't know if he's really dialed into like when Amador's playing second base or not as a 23-year-old or whatever. But, other things I'm sure he is. Pretty funny interview, man. Like, you don't really hear stuff like that. It is funny, some of the answers. We feel like we're getting better. Like, what? I mean, are there any specifics? Anything at all that's specific?
And I guess you
realize there are AAA teams in last place, too. The Isotopes are in last place.
Well, I told you, there was an article last year we read when we had Bob Nightingale in the middle of the season last year. Said not only the Rockies bad, their entire farm system is horrible. So, I mean, and that was, Bob Nightingale's pretty well respected, Major League Baseball writer.
Can I give you a scary stat, though? That probably is the worst stat you can get if you really want change. Every game was sold out with the Yankees.
We knew that.
The Yankees.
Good first pitch by Bo, by the way.
Bo had a hell of a first pitch. Hell of a first pitch. And apparently Frank Crum goes to everything with Bo. Bo and Frank Crum apparently are best friends. He's literally at everything.
So we're saying we know at least 2 guys on the 53.
Yeah.
For sure.
Frank Argiulio is around a lot, too. I don't know if he's as much as Frank Crum, but Frank Crum is like attached to the hip to Bo Nix. Attendance. Sold out 3 games. The Yankees have had 8 home series in the Bronx. The overall total attendance at Coors Field was better than all but 3 of the home series the Yankees have had.
Wow.
Think about that for a second. That series did better than 5 out of 8 home series the Yankees have had in the Bronx.
Well, but teams are used to good teams. Guess what? They'll check in after the 4th of July, right?
I'm just saying.
Run down the stretch.
Yeah, I would think the Yankees are most popular in Yankee Stadium.
Right.
To see what a destination this was tells you how special the ballpark is. Because my guess, every Yankees fan from, Nebraska.
Montana to New Mexico.
Right. They were all here this weekend.
Kansas, Utah.
All of them.
Yeah.
It's not just people that live here in Colorado. It's like, where can we drive to this game or maybe even fly in for this game Memorial Day weekend, right? That's how great the ballpark is. That's how great people view Colorado as.
Well, was it the Yankees beat the here we got Bo next.
Bo threw a dart to Jordan Beck from Tennessee. Alabama to Tennessee, strike right down the middle.
Jordan Love threw out a first pitch this weekend as well.
Terrible.
That did not go quite as the same as Bo Nix's. It's actually hard to believe that a quarterback could be so bad at throwing a baseball.
I'll bet you Bo played a little Babe Ruth or high school, right?
You think he wasn't a stud at baseball wherever he wanted to be? Yeah. I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was the pitcher, shortstop, home run hitting, whatever he wanted to do. It ain't that hard for some people. We do have some Broncos stuff going on. We can give that to you here in a little bit in terms of what should be focused on or not. You guys have any other questions with the Rockies? They're still on pace, by the way. They won one, but they're plowing down the worst team of all time.
So you couldn't even enjoy your Friday night win because Ross was out on a break.
It sucked. We are supposed to be having margaritas down there at the restaurant, the Spot. We were going to go to the Spot, too.
Look at this, Jordan Love.
Oh, Jordan's was
Oh,
terrible.
my gosh.
Do you think throwing a baseball is harder than it looks?
No.
No.
I have had surgeries, 3 shoulder surgeries, and I would throw a ball at 65 better than he just threw it.
All right, well, I don't know. I don't know if I have any more juice on the Rockies. That's probably it. It was exciting to be seeing beat the Yankees.
They got an off day Monday?
Nah, they lost yesterday in Chicago to the Cubs. Pretty close game until the pitcher made a throwing error, doing something incredibly stupid late in the game. Like, just,
you were tuned in and dialed in to watching the Rockies.
I've watched more Rockies in the last week and a half than I have in 2 years.
All right, so why?
I don't know. There's nothing to watch, I guess.
I have
no idea. But I really have. I mean, I've been watching almost every game, at least a little bit of it.
Yeah, because I think this worst team of all time storyline is bizarrely compelling. Worst team of all time?
Yeah.
There's something interesting about that.
There is.
If they were just like 10 games under 500, which is pretty typical, who would care? Been there, done that, boring. Worst team of all time? Every win of the Rockies feels like Game 7 of the World Series. It shouldn't be like that, right? I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Right.
All right, let's turn into a little Broncos stuff. That's coming up next here on PhD. So David Adelman tomorrow. Noon, right? No? What?
You were
what?
You were literally just
hold on. I don't know. I want to get in front of them. All right. We dumped it. I didn't hear him say that.
I didn't hear that part either.
I didn't hear it. I thought it was like, this is what we're doing.
He literally just told you.
Oh, did I just put my headphones on when he said that?
No.
All right. Well, you didn't hear it anyways. Well, some people had heard it.
The
apologize.
Twitchers don't get it dumped.
All right. Well, okay.
Now they know some secrets.
All right. She's sorry.
That's why you watch. YouTubers, thank you. Subscribe. Hit that button on the bottom.
It's not that big of a deal. It's cool.
It's really
it's
not
a
that
good
big a
deal. It's cool. It's fine.
Yeah, but you always feel bad when Dad yells at you, right?
I do. I didn't hear him say it. Come in during the break. I got like 10 million things going on. Trying to figure out this, that, the other thing.
How dare your boss come in here during your break?
Just don't tell me anything. Just really, seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Don't tell me anything I can't announce.
Right, exactly.
You know what else you were doing that?
Exactly.
When we were at Ball Arena, you kept mentioning the name of the area, and he told you 5 times not to mention it.
Yeah, I see. Again, don't tell me anything. Seriously. What am I supposed to capture? What am I not? How thick do you think this brain is? Thick is the answer. I feel bad now.
It needs to be
it's
thin
no
and
big
fluid,
deal.
right?
Oh, we'll see. I don't know. Who knows? What time is it? Am I getting fired yet? Is it? It's about time.
Not yet.
24 hours and 11 minutes away.
Yeah. All right. No, okay.
That took your step.
A little bit, because I was focused on what we were going to do next.
Hey,
and then
the
I'm
Broncos,
like, oh, now
the Broncos are
there's
doing
something
their
else.
OTAs this week.
All right.
And this is with the full team, right? We already had the little
This
rookies.
is everybody.
This is the real stuff.
We got nothing out of the rookies minicamp. We got no interviews or no,
Right. So this is the full team, not minicamp. This is just organized team activities. They postponed it a full week. Well, they didn't postpone it. They just they
These are all
decided to
conditioning.
They decided to stay in phase 1. So phase 1 is just purely strength and conditioning. Very, very little football. Got some meetings going on after a week, and decided they didn't need another week of OTAs.
Well, they'll probably put everything on the board. They'll probably show a lot of film. And then when they do have their OTAs, now they can go out and try to duplicate what they saw on film.
OTAs was my favorite time of the year. It was pressure-free. You could work on your craft. You could experiment with things without any fear of bad things happening. You're done by 1 o'clock. You go golfing with the guys. You come back, play a little bit of football. Great time of the year.
Do you think the OTAs will continue after they have an 18-game season?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'll be more like this week, though. I bet it'll be more film, classroom.
Yeah, Sean's really
weights
pulled
and exercise.
He's pulled it way back.
Plus, by pulling way back, he can do. For a guy who made a living for a year in the media or two, he
hates
is
media.
really anti-media guy, right?
He's unbelievable.
I mean, but he made a living at Fox, right? Was it 2 years? 1 full year, I
It
know.
was just one.
I mean, he made a living doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but it's the least access, the least availability. They could let the media out for every OTA, right? We can
But
be
if
out
you're
there
just
right
running-
now.
But if you're just running sprints,
No, they're not, though. They're not right now. The OTAs are like real football practice. I mean, real. It's without pads. But
No, it's real.
They're running practice. They're running plays.
Well, I thought you said it was still in phase 1, which
Oh,
is
no, no.
conditioning.
No. This week it starts the real stuff.
Yeah.
So last week was
Correct.
the conditioning.
Yeah,
Oh,
today,
okay.
right now, they're just
out,
wrapping up.
They're out in the underwear going through drills.
Yeah, but they're doing 7-on-7.
Nah, but I mean it's a real practice.
Yeah.
I mean O-line, D-line, they don't have pads on, but they're going, man.
Yep,
They're
yep.
going.
It's all that. Guys can get hurt. That
Well,
type of
we've
thing.
seen that before, right?
Sure.
Was it Hireman or Butts that tore his
Well,
ACL?
Hireman got that was at rookie. That was really stupid. Jake Butts
Well,
was
I will
just
say
always hurt.
this, and see if you guys agree with me. With the rookie stuff, I was more intrigued what was going on in Cleveland than I was in Denver. Now, this is more our guys, right? The guys we're going to cover for an entire year.
Anything you
I
want?
still got an eye over on OTAs. In fact, I don't know if Stefanski, if you heard what he said about Gilbert and Shadur.
No, what's new?
Well, basically,
Gilbert.
or whatever.
Gabriel.
Oh, okay.
Gilbert,
All right.
Gabriel, whatever. He basically said, "Listen, these guys were fantastic. They picked it up real quick. They're doing it. They both got the same amount of snaps. reading between the lines, I'm thinking, dude, there's your 1 and 2 next year. I think Cleveland is going to start a rookie and maybe have a rookie backup.
Well, we'll see. Stefanski's in a really interesting spot because he's got to win, and he's got to win now. That dude is out of time as a head coach, right? So if he was promised some sort of job security, I guess I'd roll with you. But I think he's going to be feeling a lot of pressure early on.
Well, but here's the only thing, and I don't know about Gabriel. You could tell me more about Gabriel. Shedeur and Gabriel's got to be way more dynamic than Flacco. Way more dynamic.
Yeah.
In this league right now, I mean, all the top quarterbacks got some dynamics about them.
So why is Flacco even there?
Well, to play it safe.
Well,
why do you always have a brown suit in your closet?
Well, Flacco was signed before the draft, right?
Yeah. Which
So
I don't have, by the way.
You almost always sign an insurance policy before the draft because you don't know what's going to happen, and you damn sure didn't know you were going to draft 2 quarterbacks at the time.
That's true.
So you got Kenny Pickett, you got Joe Flacco. One of those 2 guys will be cut for sure. I bet they carry 3 QBs. So that's either Joe, Dylan, and Shedeur, or that's Kenny, Dylan, and Shedeur. And then Deshaun Watson's on the IR.
There was some Shedeur news that was apparently fake news because he denied it, as did Prime, about buying himself a $500,000 car.
A Rolls.
It looked sweet.
He's already got one.
Yeah. Well, they said it's not true. They said whatever it was is not true. It's a false story. So, and then you saw Travis Hunter get married this weekend. How about that?
Yeah, congrats.
And he got his bride a $200,000, I don't know, Range Rover sort of deal. Mercedes, okay.
Well, guess what? You can do that when you're the second pick, when you're the
Do you know what
276.
He's got like $40 million, right?
His signing bonus was 30.6.
30.
So he's got, no matter what happens in his life, you got to check.
He should be okay.
They take taxes out.
Yeah.
Well, actually, hold on. Florida, right? Probably a little bit kinder to
you. Still got federal taxes.
All right. Well, not as much, though. Save a little on the state. But, I mean, that's just money in your bank that, makes you wealthy forever. Unless you do something incredibly stupid to blow it. No prenup. People are making a big deal about prenup. No prenup. But
he's kind of been with her forever.
Long time, high school. So hopefully they just stay together. It's all good. Did you guys catch Prime or Shedeur or anything like that at the wedding? I'm not saying they weren't there. I just didn't see it.
Well, I didn't pay attention. I just saw one picture.
Oh, I was doing some deep dives.
Well, yeah.
We got to figure out what the bride's wearing. They were wearing white tuxedos and white dress. Beautiful. They look great.
Shedeur was there.
Shedeur was there? Okay. That's
Which
cool.
I'm sure means Prime was there.
Well, congratulations, man. Kid's got everything at his fingertips, man. Hell of a life he's got going right now.
Should be fun.
Were you thinking Shedeur wasn't invited or something?
No. I just didn't see it. I only saw one picture. I saw the video of the car. I didn't do a deep dive into it. I just saw it.
So you had with Shedeur, which once again, you guys are getting me kind of on and off my topic. I've been more intrigued with what's going on in Cleveland
than Denver
with Shedeur than with Denver so far.
Is there anything that's got
Cleveland is the most compelling storyline in the NFL.
That and 2 franchises are going to try to start the season with no quarterbacks.
Well,
you got the Saints and you got the Steelers right now.
Well, 3. What's the Jets doing?
Well, they got
2.
In theory, they got DMac's guy. They are set for life.
Sorry, they got Fields.
Oh,
the big heat is that Jackson Dart apparently is killing it with the Giants, which would be we'll see what happens with Russell Wilson.
Well, he only signed a 1-year deal.
Well, that's right. So,
which would be great. You hope Dart, if I'm the Giants, I hope the Dart is the guy that we thought he was.
Of course.
And guess what? We got a pretty good backup quarterback for a year.
But the Broncos are literally one of the last teams in the league to have any news come out about him.
Yeah, there's a lid on it in Dove Valley. That's self-imposed by Sean Payton. And guess what? They're just about growing.
So I've been told, even though it's not official, I guess I should watch what I say.
Was it in front of you? Did someone write it down?
No. I was told that it's Thursday is the day.
That Muggles can be out.
Yeah.
Are media even out there for like the first 15 minutes?
No, not until Thursday, apparently.
Well, when do we talk to Legwald?
Wednesday,
usually.
So we
can find out, because I guarantee you he's down in that little office.
Oh, it'll be insanity down there on Thursday because there's been so limited access. It'll be like the Super Bowl of media down there. So it'll be a huge
This will
turnout.
be like
We'll
a
cover it.
Smurfs movie. They'll all be running around.
Tyler was willing to go down and suck it up and
I want to.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm excited to go out there for it.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's exciting to have it here. By the way, I do have a little. We got some. Dan dug up some fun information about the rookies. We can play a little game, little rookie dating game. You guys up for a little game? A little fun?
Sure.
A little fun. Let's
You
figure
give
out
me
who
a
these
list of
guys
their
are.
names?
Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out. We got 3 minutes. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, summer is here. How you doing? How you feeling? You feeling good for it? You feeling excited for it? You feeling like summer is right there for the taking? Well, if the sex life is not where it needs to be, perhaps ED is part of the story. All right, let's have some fun this summer with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get you back in the game where the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment with 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. They're there for you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All of our guests appear on the Ramos Law Hotline car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Fine-looking man. Seen him on TV a million times. That too. You can carry a mustache. A lot of guys can't carry a mustache.
Should I cut mine in? Just stash?
No.
And you're looking...
No.
Because then you look like Kreckman.
That's true.
Yeah.
There's no world where Tyler would ever look like Kreckman.
Well, it was a mustache.
I might try it. I might try just the stash.
Well, 4 days of beard would grow back in like an instant anyways.
It's probably take me 2 weeks.
If you're going to go mustache, then you got to go the one all the way down.
But it doesn't connect well enough right here.
It's gotta go,
I got a little soft spot right there.
But that's the cool mustache. If it goes like the biker
That's
stash.
the Fu Manchu.
All right, you guys want to get to know the Broncos rookies quick? Got a little bit of a dating game for you. Now, Tyler, do you know?
Is this Mary Blank Kill?
No, that's fun. It's a fun game, though, too. You know the dating game, right?
Yep.
Sure.
You don't know the dating game?
Ish. Are they in boxes on TV?
No, that's Celebrities, Hollywood Squares.
That's Hollywood Squares, yeah. The premise of the dating game, it's good that you say you don't know it. Let me explain. Like a lovely lady comes out. The creepy host comes over to her with the long microphone and says, well, you can ask these 3 bachelors who she can't see stuff about themselves. So it's all like, sexual innuendo sort of
and then
questions.
you pick a date on a blind date just on answers.
They pay for like a lunch in Malibu and like a vacuum cleaner. It's the 70s, whatever it is. So you find out some interesting information. So here's the game. You guys have a list of the rookies in front of you?
Yeah.
All right. Let me tell you some stuff about these guys, and you tell me who it is. This guy is a skilled cook, specializing in soul food recipes passed on down from his grandmother. If you know it, just shout it out. I'll just keep going, though.
It's one of 2 guys.
His signature dish is shrimp and grits, which he's made for teammates during team dinners.
Savion
Scott
Jones.
is right. It's either Savion Jones or K. Robinson. Q Robinson.
You were wrong about both.
Wow.
He's an aspiring, I'll just keep going. He's an aspiring photographer, often capturing candid shots of his college teammates and posting them on Instagram with creative filters.
Oh, Jeremy Crawshaw. Yeah.
It is not Jeremy Crawshaw.
Caleb Lohner.
It is not Caleb Lohner.
For sure, Janae Barron.
Nope. A self-taught guitarist.
We only got 2 left, Scott.
Bryant.
What's that?
Pat Bryant.
Pat Bryant is in. Congratulations, Scott. Way to go.
That was a guy from
Pat Bryant. He's a guitarist. Huh?
Yeah, he picked up the instrument during COVID, and he likes playing guitar.
Okay.
There you go. That's Pat Bryant.
So
Sean.
Pat Bryant likes photography.
Pat Bryant likes photography.
And he's a cook.
Seems like a catch. Would you like to take
Must be why he runs 4.6740.
Would you like
eating too much food?
And he likes shrimp and grits. Is that what his specialty is?
Shrimp and grits, apparently, according to.
I need to try some of that.
Okay. Ready for another one, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was stellar.
Car enthusiast, spent his college summers working at a mechanic shop in his hometown. He dreams of restoring a classic 69 Chevy Camaro one day. I'll keep going.
Jaden Brown.
No. He is Barron. He's a competitive gamer.
Jaden Barron.
No. Particularly Call of Duty. Was known to organize late-night gaming sessions with college teammates to unwind after practices.
Savion Jones.
Is not Savion Jones.
Caleb Lohner.
No. He's got a passion for mentoring kids and has volunteered at youth camps in college.
Q Robinson.
It is Q Robinson. Tyler, guess what? It's all tied up. Way to go, Tyler.
So Scott and I each got a date. That's what we're saying?
Well, if you like being mentored at a youth camp, he's your guy. Oh, he also is good on time management skills.
Good. Because you know who's not good with that? Anybody in the football world. We used to always joke when we retired, I'm going to be the time management specialist.
I'll do one more for you. This bachelor, Broncos bachelor, loves local traditions in his hometown, like attending rodeos, and is known to wear cowboy boots.
Jaden Barron.
No,
this is definitely an Australian.
He's said to have a collection of custom belt buckles.
Did I get it or no?
No.
No.
No. He enjoys hiking and camping, often in national parks during his college days. He's posted photos on social media of himself summiting peaks, calling it his way to, quote...
Well, there are a lot of peaks in Utah.
There you go.
Caleb Lohner.
It is Caleb Lohner. Way to go, Tyler. Congratulations. Good job. There you go. I got more if you want or not.
I got one more.
You want to do one more?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Way to kill a buck.
All right. All right, this young man is a fishing enthusiast, spending his off days at lakes.
Q Robinson.
No, we just did him.
Oh,
We're not repeating,
James
guys.
Barron.
No. He's mastered catching largemouth bass.
R.J. Harvey.
No, he claims his go-to way to relax and escape the grinds. He's a big fisherman. Likes fishing.
Definitely an Australian.
He's a big comic book nerd. Particularly fond of Marvel's Black Panther and has a collection of vintage comics he started collecting in high school. Wow. All right, we got some nerd value with this guy.
Which guys have we picked so far?
Comes from
R.J. Harvey.
It's not R.J. Harvey. Comes from a tight-knit family known for hosting massive Cajun-style crawfish.
Savion Jones.
It is Savion Jones.
I
Go.
thought I said that early.
Well, you said it early for somebody else, not for these clues. You just said
I said it for that clue.
You did not.
I think I did.
You did not.
I don't think so.
You definitely said Savion Jones, but it just feels like you're reading the phone book, like you're just going down and listening, guys.
Wait, so now do we have to pick who we want to date?
Well, I guess we could take it to that level if you wanted to. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Dating game?
I mean, of those four guys, is there one guy that stands out to you? I guess, sure.
Well, I do like tall dudes.
I like
Caleb
shrimp.
Lohner, let's go, baby.
I like shrimp and grits.
Me and Caleb out on a date together. That'll be a sight to be seen.
All right, so you want to go with a hike with Caleb?
That's right.
And you want
shrimp and grits.
I am into hiking. I'm into tall dudes.
Oh. Who was the shrimp and grits guy?
Pat Bryant.
You're
down with Pat Bryant? You're gonna hang out with Pat Bryant, and maybe you can take a picture.
We're not hanging out. We're dating.
Okay.
Well, he makes shrimp and grits.
Is that what hanging out is nowadays?
Although Savion Jones now, if you hang out with him, you can maybe get to one of those family gatherings and get some Cajun food.
Yeah, but you got to
Pat
deal with...
Bryant was the cook. That might be a good one to date.
Savion Jones, you got to be a nerd. It's nerd alert there with Savion Jones with the comic books.
Well, I might switch to Pat. I might want to date Pat.
Well, you both can't date
you
him.
both can't date him. Yeah, I mean...
well, let's see who he picks.
What about your hikes with...
Let's see who he chooses.
Caleb
What about
Lohner,
your hike with Caleb?
tall guy. All right, I can do one more that is...
Maybe Caleb and I could invite Pat on the hike, and his job is to serve the picnic.
I'll give you one, and I think you'll get it with the first sentence.
Jaden Barron.
No.
Can you get his name right just once?
What is it?
All right, last one.
Jade.
This guy...
Like Charday.
Listen, because it's the first sentence, you're going to get it. An avid surfer who grew up near beaches.
Jeremy Crawshaw.
There you go. He still
Tell me the rest about Jeremy, though.
Yeah, let's see here. He still tries to hit the waves whenever he can. He's a coffee aficionado, experiencing with pour-over techniques and different beans.
I'm sorry?
He has joked about opening a cafe after his NFL career. He's an artist with sketching, drawing landscapes inspired by his home roots, which he shares with family back home. That's your Australian guy.
They drafted a couple nerds.
Looks like it's a whole team full of nerds.
What was the thing about beans and pouring over?
Coffee guy.
The over coffee hand?
Yeah.
Pour over technique with different beans.
I don't know that technique.
Well,
I know the reach. Never mind.
I'm sorry. You know the what?
Never mind.
The reach what?
Nothing.
Okay. I feel like I should just do this one just because of Scott. A sneaker enthusiast.
Jade Barron.
That's right. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Way to go, Scott. All right, guys, gals, hey, if you're struggling with hair loss, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. You're going to love your experience just like I did. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they are fantastic at what they do. Guys, Advanced Hair guarantees your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
No dumb questions on the way on YouTube, Twitch, text line, however you want to reach us. That's all good. Thank you to Safeway for sponsoring the Twitch stream. We appreciate you. Yeah, it's funny. I was having this conversation with Dan earlier, and I just forget, like, in sports, like, generation gaps. It's, I wasn't alive then. I don't remember this. I don't remember that. It's like, shouldn't you know certain things about sports if you're just a sports fan, period? Like, there's certain people that you got to know, no matter what the sport is. Like must-know people. I'll give you an example.
You're talking historically?
Well, let me
currently
throw it out. So Mary Lou Retton got busted with a DUI.
Right.
I was like, that sucks, Mary Lou. And Dan was like, Dan,
Sorry?
You didn't know? You had no idea.
Who dat?
I knew Tyler wouldn't know either.
You don't know who Mary Lou Retton is?
I've never heard of Mary Lou Retton.
Wow.
Is that a tennis player?
Thank you, Tyler.
Tennis player? No, all right, hold on. I got two guesses.
Okay.
Tennis player or figure skating?
Nope.
Gymnast.
At one time, her nickname was America's sweetheart.
You're not going to
she
believe
must be a
this.
hottie.
Well,
She was
as
just a
you know,
little
as big
pixie.
as 4'7" gymnasts can be, like, you know. But believe it or not, she was bigger than Simone Biles.
Yeah.
And so you've never heard of Mary Lou Retton.
Mary Lou Retton.
Wow, really? Okay. See, to me, Scott, that was like you don't have to follow gymnastics, but that's like a must know. And I can't tell you 10 million gymnasts.
Right.
But there's a handful. Like, if you name any...
You know what she looks like?
Well, no, okay, who?
Diana Taurasi on Taurasi. That's exactly who she looks like.
Diana's 6'1", something like that.
I have no idea.
No, that's not who I meant. The ESPN reporter, Diana Rossini.
Oh, a little bit. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Wow, so never heard of her.
Nope.
All right, let me ask you this. What gymnasts have you heard of?
I don't know. Give me some examples.
No. Just, like, tell me who do you know? Like a gymnast. Like, who stands out?
Simone Biles.
That's one. Are we done? Is that it?
Give me some names. I'll be honest.
Tyler, I am so proud of you right now. Thank you for having my back.
We were having, like, when it comes to American divers, an American diver.
Oh, God, I couldn't tell you a single one.
Okay, Scott?
Greg Louganis.
That's it. Dan, have you ever heard of Greg Louganis?
No.
All right. That's it, though. There's not another one. Like, he's it.
In the history.
Period.
Yeah.
Because he was really...
No, I'm really actually struggling to name another famous gymnast.
Wow. Okay, really?
Can you give me some examples?
Nadia Comaneci. Olga Colbert.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
They're pretty big. Kerry Strug.
What country?
Kerry Strug?
That sounds like an American.
Yeah, she's American. The other two are
Have you
Romanian.
ever heard of Bella Caroli?
Nope.
Okay. He was the coach of, like, he was kind of a famous coach. Really famous coach.
He basically helped put women's gymnastics on the map in the United States.
Do you know who Kurt Thomas is?
Not a clue.
Thomas Flair? You never heard of that gymnastics move, the Thomas Flair?
Oh, the Thomas Flair. That's the one where they spin your skate up and you almost cut their neck off.
No, that's Blades of Glory.
Oh.
All right, listen. So that's it. But see, to me, it's like in every sport. Now, listen, I'm not bagging on you for not knowing depths and millions of names of gymnasts. I don't either. I couldn't tell you Simone Biles' teammates. Could you? Could you tell me any of her teammates? Me neither. Okay. But to me, like in every sport, there's like, well, you got to know at least this one person.
Wait, so what was the one person I was supposed to know? Mary Lou
Retton. Yeah, I'm a little. Scott, are you a little surprised?
All right, tell me about Mary Lou.
Her nickname was America's Sweetheart.
She was hit when it came to American gymnastics.
First time America won a gold medal, like the Olympics.
Yeah, like
Bella
all
Corolla
around.
was a coach,
and she was on. She was on Time Magazine and Wheaties boxes. She was it.
She might have been a Woman of the Year.
She was all of it.
Is this all coming up because she was arrested on a DUI?
Yeah, that's how I started the conversation.
My bad.
Yeah.
What other sports are people you have?
Well,
to
I
have
said
heard of?
diving, and I don't know any other divers except for Greg Louganis. He's the only.
Me either.
Men's figure skating.
Oh God. Men's figure skating?
Men's figure skating.
Will Ferrell.
Yeah, I'm going.
How about if I go Brian Boitano?
Oh,
okay, yeah, I know what that is.
Right?
Yeah.
Because he's got a little South Park action, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You don't have to know more than that. I'm just like, you got to know this one guy. Female Tanya Harding.
Yeah, but
Nancy
that's for
Kerrigan.
those two are for different reasons.
Okay.
Michelle Kwan.
I know her.
I know Michelle.
I got her. Dan, would you have ever heard of Michelle Kwan?
Yes,
Be
I know
honest.
Michelle Kwan.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we got Michelle Kwan.
Famous bobsledders.
Dorothy Hamill.
Famous bobsledders.
If we're gonna go there, I would say Herschel Walker.
Yep.
Sanka.
Wow.
Herschel Walker was
the only one I can really think of off the top of my head is Lolo Jones.
Lolo Jones. I've heard of. Yeah. But Herschel Walker,
and you could duel her with
And
Herschel Walker with another sport.
Hold on. Trivia question, because I'm drawing a blank on myself here. Bobsledding was not her original sport.
No.
What was her original sport? Track. And field.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, that's a good pull. I kind of forgot her, but as soon as you would say her, you know what? I would probably say track. I probably wouldn't have said bobsledding. And Herschel Walker's, and you know the Jamaican bobsled team, but you don't know any names. And Herschel's a quirky one, but I couldn't tell you anybody else. I couldn't tell you one person in curling. You know anybody in curling?
No.
I got nobody in curling.
Let me try track.
Loads. But what are the
Usain
musts?
Bolt.
What are the musts? Usain Bolt, everybody got to know.
Jesse Owens.
Everybody got to know. Carl Lewis. Everybody got to know.
Yep.
Right?
I got an obscure one.
Well, but this is everybody got to know.
Well, but I mean,
everybody got to know.
As far as long distance running, you might Frank Shorter.
Well, I know Frank Shorter, but I don't know if everybody got to know that.
First Olympic gold medalist in the marathon.
I gotcha, but I don't know. Dan, have you ever heard of Frank Shorter?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody's going to know him.
He's the warden's like second cousin.
Oh, there you go.
Speed skaters.
Eric Hayden.
I only got one, and I'm cheating because I saw it on the text line. But it's really fun. Like, you got to think of this one.
Well, I got Bonnie Blair and Eric Hayden for sure. In terms of America, I think Jake Paul or Logan Paul's.
Come on, Apollo Ono.
Oh, Apollo Ono, absolutely. That's different.
That's what I said. Yeah, what did I say?
Well, you're right. You said speed skating. It's a different type of speed.
It's a track.
He did short track.
Short track. Yeah.
I was thinking long track, but everybody knows Apollo Ono. Dan, have you ever heard of Apollo Ono?
Yes.
That's a good one. But like, you can't name anybody else. Like, that's it. I couldn't tell you. Well, have you ever heard of Eric Hayden?
No.
Dude won 5 gold medals in 1980. He was the other big story in 1980 next to the USA hockey team in Lake Placid. And they did speed skating outside. They actually had the track outside. It was not inside. Crazy. Bonnie Blair is she's a female sort of version of that.
She was fantastic too.
But that goes back a ways. Like, I couldn't tell you Apollo Ono is a good one. But isn't it funny in these sports that
What was Apollo Ono famous for before he would skate?
God, I don't know.
Yawning.
Oh, I did not know that.
He would yawn nonstop.
Swimming. Who do you know?
Missy Franklin.
One. This is kind of a Colorado version, but yes, I think everybody would know Missy is a swimmer. And if you're going to know Missy, you're going to know Amy.
Yep.
Like, everybody
Goat
here.
Creek.
Everybody here would know Amy. Amy Van Dyken, right? Who else? Michael Phelps. Who else?
Oh, man.
But Phelps is a must, right?
Oh.
Must. Must.
No. What's her name? Katie Ledecky.
Is she a must?
Well, she's
Getting
current.
close.
She's current, right?
Yeah. I think she's a must. I think she's a must.
I got another older one.
Wait. What other men can you name besides Michael Phelps?
That's crazy, right?
Nobody. Mark Spitz.
I can name Mark Spitz instantly.
I've never heard of him.
Oh, wow.
He's the guy that Phelps records he broke.
Yeah.
Okay.
That he had to swim 27 years to break.
Goes back to 72.
Which was also what was the 72 Olympics known as. Do you guys know that?
72 Olympics was known for terrorism. Oh, they don't know.
I was going to let them know.
72 Olympics was a little bit rough.
In what city?
Well, I know. You want me to,
Well, there's a new film out called Munich.
I know.
Called Munich, right?
Yeah.
I was going to say Berlin.
Well, it's close.
I was going to say Hamburg.
No, I really was going to say Berlin.
Munich, yeah. I don't know. I was just thinking of it's in sports. There's got to be things that like one or two must knows.
Golf.
Why is Mary Lou whatever?
Retton.
Why is she a must know?
Because she was.
Don't you think she's American history, American sports history?
Yeah.
I don't know who she is, so I'm going to say no.
But you don't know anything about sports history.
Fine.
So you're always going to say no.
Fine.
Mark Spitz. Did you know Mark Spitz?
Swimmer.
All right, watch this. Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
What sport did he do?
I know. No, I was track and field. I'm just messing around.
No, but specifically what sport in track and
javelin.
field? Decathlon.
Decathlon. So he threw the javelin.
Well, he did. He did 9 other sports as well as part of the decathlon.
That was pretty good, right?
It's fine. It's good enough. It's 1976, though. So Mary Lou Retton was after Bruce Jenner. So how do you know Bruce Jenner and you don't know Mary Lou Retton?
Because Bruce isn't Bruce.
Is that why you know Bruce Jenner? Hold on. Seriously. Is that why you know Bruce Jenner?
So you know Caitlyn, but not Bruce.
Yeah.
Had you ever heard of Bruce Jenner before the TV shows and all that?
No.
You had no idea?
No, but I know all about Bruce now.
Well, now you do.
Well,
now
it's
everybody.
not Bruce anymore.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, a big star in South Park.
I don't know. I think it's kind of fun just to throw out a sport and see who you know from it. I know a ton of skiing. American skiers.
Jeremy Bloom.
Whoever.
Jeremy Bloom is definitely one of them. The Mayer brothers would be another one. Bill Johnson won downhills.
Back in the 70s.
Back in the day.
Bodie Miller, baby.
What's that?
Bodie Miller.
Bodie Miller, absolutely. And then you go on the female side and you know them.
Lindsey Vonn
and Michaela Schifrin. Other female skiers, I don't know. Probably just those two stand out.
Was it Von Klausmer? Klaus?
Franz
Klammer. There
Franz
you go.
Klammer. Yep.
Franz Klammer.
Ingemar Stenmark.
Yep.
My
That's
uncle.
Definitely from Eurostar.
I know, it sounds like it. And my uncle, Bob McKee, you can look it up. Robert McKee created and raced for the Irish ski team and raced against all those guys in the 70s. I won't bore you with the details, but he literally did that. Look him up. It's very cool. They called him Opa because he was 38 years old ski racing.
What was the one guy's name? Bob Hayes.
Bob Hayes, long jump.
No, Bob Hayes was a sprinter. You think
wasn't he a sprinter? He wasn't long jump?
You think of Bob Beeman.
Willie Beeman?
Have you heard of Bob Beeman?
Stephen Willie?
Bob Beeman had the long jump record for 30 years.
He did.
Until it wasn't even Carl Lewis that beat him.
I forget who beat him. All right, well, there you go. That's it.
Bob Beeman, you got to know.
I know Bob Beeman.
What kind of name is Peekaboo?
Peekaboo Street. Skier. She was great.
I would say parents were hippies.
They were hippies from Vermont.
Peekaboo.
They were big hippies.
Peekaboo.
She grew up with an outhouse. And
yeah, had to be. Had to be.
They were.
Yeah. That's like, duh. Right? I mean, who names again? Well, I guarantee you some hippies got together.
Iditarod. I know one person from the Iditarod.
Well, I used to know that.
Dan?
I saw the movie.
There was a famous guy and a famous lady.
I'm thinking of the lady.
I saw the movie.
Yeah, I don't know the famous guy. I know the lady. You know why? You know why I think we knew this stuff a little bit? Because on Saturdays on ABC, they used to have. Do you remember?
You didn't name the Iditarod people.
Susan Butcher. But I don't know the guy. I just know Susan Butcher.
Who was the dude that they made the movie after?
Don't know. I just know Susan Butcher. That's the limit of my Iditarod
it was like
stuff.
The kid, right?
Maybe. You got me on Iditarod stuff aside from Susan Butcher. But I think the reason why we knew this stuff was because ABC used to have the Wide World of Sports. Do you remember the Wide World of Sports? Dude, this is like a long time ago, and this will be the last thing on this stuff. But the Wide World of Sports would just feature all these wacky sports from all over the world every Saturday afternoon. So Jim McKay would host the Wide World of Sports, and you would just sit there on Saturday afternoons because sports only came on like once a week. Like you'd stay around to see what these sports were in these crazy parts of the world. And like Evel Knievel, right? Of course you know Evel Knievel, right? Like Evel Knievel was a humongous star back in these days because he would Dude, he's insane. And you look at his motorcycles now, it's crazy what he did. It's insane what he did. Those motorcycles weren't outfitted for what they do now or what he was doing. It was ridiculous. And the wide world of sports would take you all over the globe doing all sorts of stuff.
They had a whole all-afternoon ordeal when he tried to jump over the Snake River.
Yeah.
And all of them, and I think they had a documentary on that. There was no way. They knew no way this was ever going to happen or do it. But they made millions on the promotion.
Was sports better back then or
yes?
Why?
Because you weren't inundated 7 days a week, and so when it was on,
you get everything.
And when it was on, it was absolutely special.
Yeah,
it was special. I mean, even as a kid growing up, you didn't miss wide world of sports. You didn't miss the baseball game of the week.
Game of the week, Monday Night Baseball. Can you imagine that, Tyler? A national Monday Night Baseball game, like wow.
Joe Garagiola. Do you even want to know that name?
Of course.
Tony Kubek.
Basketball.
Baseball.
They were
But all right, I'll give you a good example. I see it up here. Are you interested in the Stars-Oilers series?
No, I gave up on hockey.
Right. Why'd you give up on hockey?
Because the Avalanche aren't in it.
Okay, good enough. But I bet you anything, if this was the only hockey game you were seeing, period, or it would be a rare thing or you never saw it until like right now. I mean, when they started putting like Little League regional games on, like it's just too much sometimes. We really do have kind of this weird glut of sports.
Right.
That all of a sudden there's just so much going on. You don't care as much. It's not that big of a deal.
It becomes what the Rockies become. I think you said it the last week or two, becomes just white noise in the background. That's what sports has started to do.
Yeah, because it's just everything.
Because
all
we've
the
got
time.
100 games.
And
it's all that.
And I know everybody loves the red zone, but it's why I hate the red zone personally.
I agree.
Because I want to lock into one game, even if it's not one of my teams. I want to watch that game. I don't want to go boom to boom to boom.
Like I could watch ESPN, I could watch SportsCenter later if I want to watch Red Zone.
And I get all those stuff later.
Yeah.
And I don't gamble, so it doesn't matter to me.
I'm coming down here today and my little community pool. I'm going to get my splash pass later today. This weekend, I really want to get my splash pass this weekend, but it was like 50 degrees and raining all weekend. It just didn't feel like it, but I want to get every ounce out of my splash pass. So today I'll be splashing in the pool. I'm getting my splash pass. Why would I care about hockey? It's summer. Why do any of us care who don't have a dog in the hunt about hockey?
And some of us say this weekend over Rockies.
Baseball's meant for summer. Like the one thing
I understand that, but I got 11-year-old. I got a soccer tournaments. I didn't even think about turning the TV on to watch the Rockies.
All right. Well, you're a busy guy, but I mean, these games were sold out. Inherently, this was the most popular the Rockies have been all year. I get it. You were busy.
Were they the popular ones?
No, definitely not. It was definitely a Yankees thing. Ain't no doubt about it. Zero doubt about it. The ballpark is the star in Colorado. This is the biggest problem, by the way, we have is the ballpark. It's the biggest blessing. It's the biggest curse of the Rockies.
Yeah, because it is gorgeous. Well, that, and let's be honest, other than maybe this weekend, Colorado summer evenings are the greatest.
Yeah, man. And what are you going to do?
Greatest.
Blow up a beautiful ballpark because you built it wrong in the first place?
Yeah.
Are you really going to build a 50-foot wall in left field like you should to narrow the outfield?
Why not? Would that take away from my viewing experience or something?
It would change things dramatically. I mean, you would be erasing the entire outfield and Helton's hot dogs, and the whole thing would be gone. I mean, it'd be gone.
So cool. We got a landmark now.
It might really hurt your view of the mountains, and it probably would impact the scoreboard that you've invested millions of dollars in. Listen, I'm all for it, by the way. I'm all for it because if you talk about things that got to change, if the Rockies are ever going to be a contender, you got to.
So we renovate the stadium so it changes.
Well, but it can't be a small renovation. It's got to be a 50-foot wall that narrows the entire outfield.
Why don't you just take a hockey glass and raise it 10 feet above the wall right now?
They tried that in right center, and it just hasn't really worked. They raised it like 18 feet. They did. They put a glass wall
question
out
about
there.
baseball?
Sure.
Why is there the yellow line on top of the wall?
To help the umpire see if the ball goes over it or not.
If the ball doesn't come back in the park, it went over.
But you got to draw the line. Is a fair
point.
Foul over?
No, not that.
No, he's
That's
talking about
not what
center
I'm talking
field.
about.
Happened this weekend. It hit the.
Yeah, I was watching it live when it happened.
It hit the yellow.
And they made a big deal out of it. Like, oh, that's not. It doesn't mean anything.
Right.
It's just so the umpires could see.
Right.
I'm like, what does that have to do? Did the ball come back in the park? Then it didn't go out.
But it gives you contrast, I guess.
Well,
Yeah, it helps to see that it hit it, I guess.
Are you proud of me that I was watching that live?
Yeah, I know. You got the whole thing.
Dude, I've been watching the Rockies. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been watching them.
That was the whole conversation Drew and Huey had about the whole thing. Yeah.
You might want to go back and watch some replay of 1980 gymnastics.
Might be better. Mary Lou, baby.
Mary Lou.
Mary Lou Retton. No Dumb Questions comes up next. Hey, it's DMac for... That was a weird end to that. I'm sorry. That was good. Hey, how you doing? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific situation. Every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with erectile dysfunction, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. So here's what you do. Got a bunch of locations for you up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. For 99 buckaroonies, that's the initial visit. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we're up for it wherever you got it. Text, Twitch, YouTube.
I can get it started if you want.
Sure.
All right, so Jim Bro confessions, right? And Scott, have you ever felt like you're a victim for being tall? You ever felt like you're a victim?
Yeah, I don't know if victim's the right word, but
you know, this whole world's about like everybody's a victim, right? Well, I've decided being tall, like I'm a victim.
Oh my Lord.
I'm a victim for
Why?
being tall, you know? And you know, Jim Bro confessions, it can take me a minute to get here, okay? But Jim Bro confessions, okay? Bro tanks are now in for Tyler. And I decided, well, if I'm going to have bro tanks, I'm going all in on Jim Bro, okay? This weekend I joined a tanning salon. Joined a tanning salon.
Oh my God.
Me and Brandon Evans. I'm now a member of a tanning salon.
Well,
okay?
do you want to talk about it so you can get an endorsement?
I might as well, yeah.
Well.
I mean, I'm not afraid. I'm bringing it up, right? I'm letting you guys. I'm telling you guys you can make fun of me, right?
Well,
if you want to make fun of me, right? Well, I realized like as I went to
just
this
make sure you
tanning
cover
salon,
up your tamp strap; it'll fade it out.
Yeah, well, as I went to this tanning salon, I realized this is just another time in my life that I'm a victim. I'm a victim, right? I'm laying in this tanning bed, and I realize my feet don't fit in the tanning bed, right? So I'm gonna have a tan body and tan arms, but my feet are gonna be white, right? White feet because my feet don't fit in the tanning bed.
Some flipper action.
Like I'm going to start a website called tallvictims.com and
Wow.
it starts with going to the tanning salon. Like that's not right. You should make a tanning bed that fits me. You know, Scott, you hit your head on the door, tallvictims.com. Okay. Did you go to the store the other day? You couldn't find your size? Tallvictims.com.
How tall do you got to be?
Did you get a cramp on the plane because your leg doesn't fit? Tallvictims.com.
How
Are
tall?
your feet white at the tanning salon?
How tall?
Tallvictims.com.
How tall you got to be?
Oh, definitely over 6'6". And anything other than that is normal.
Yeah.
6'6".
Yeah, 6'6", 6'7".
Which one?
You know,
I'm trying to figure out who else is in your club.
Depends if you're in your shoes or not.
Yeah, 6'6" or higher. That's it. I mean,
6'6" or higher.
If you're 6'5", you'll complain that you don't fit in your truck, you don't fit in your car.
So
you fit fine.
Is Peyton Manning in your club?
No.
It's too short.
No. But Peyton's not 6'6", is he?
I don't think so. I think he's 6'5" and change.
Brock Osweiler, he's
in the club.
He can go to tallvictims.com.
Nicole is in the club.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon's
definitely.
in the club, but Jamal Murray's not.
Tallvictims.com.
Jamal's not in the club.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's any other,
I
tall victim.
I actually feel like in today's world, with all these frivolous lawsuits that are going on, I could start a law firm, tallvictims.com, and we can make a lot of money. You want to be in, Scott?
Sure.
Okay, so go to the. Here's what you got to do. You got to join my tanning salon. And then you got to go.
Okay.
And now we can double down with. Now we get the class action lawsuit on the tanning salon that our feet are white.
Well, I've seen somebody suing the Rockies for the team being so bad.
What?
And everybody, some guy's got a lawsuit like he got hit with a ball because everybody around him's not paying attention to games and they're talking.
Because they're so bad?
Yeah.
Is that a real lawsuit?
Yeah, I believe so. Look up frivolous lawsuit against the Rockies. I think that was. I've always said this for your tallvictims.com. Why is it, no dumb question, why is it okay to go up to a tall guy? Dude, how tall are you?
Right.
But I can't go up to a fat person and go, dude, how much you weigh?
Yeah. Or short person. You can't say that to a short person.
Of course you can.
No, you can't.
Would say
They
what?
get-
How
they get
tall are
very
you?
offended.
It's considered rude if you
No,
do.
you don't say how tall are you. You would say how short are you.
Wow.
And now they would be offended. But
Well-
why is it okay to say how tall are you?
Yeah, but you view anybody under 6'6" as short.
No, just normal.
Okay. Oh, just normal. All right.
Where does the short level go?
Yeah. What's
6'1"?
Short. If you're under 6 foot, you're definitely short.
under 6 is short?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dan?
Dan's right around 6 foot.
I'm like exactly 6 foot.
So is Dan normal or is Dan short?
He's a short normal.
Yeah.
Short normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can't go to tallvictims.com, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
What's Moser?
Just
He's like
normal.
5'10".
Yeah.
He's got to be short, isn't he?
Oh, is he not 6 foot?
I'm asking.
I don't know.
I would consider him normal, but I don't know.
You think he's normal?
If he's not over 6 foot.
Brett Kane.
He's normal.
Normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vic.
Well, duh. I mean, there's something we don't have to ask about.
Yeah.
I'm asking about tweeners more so than just the flat out shorties. Sanford.
Oh, he's normal.
Just normal.
Normal. Yeah. That I would consider Mike maybe the poster child, the Uncle Sam of normal.
Would you rather be, dumb question, 6'8", 6'10", your height, or 6'4"?
When I played 6'10".
No, now in life.
I used to think I'd rather be 6'8", but now I've realized that I'm a victim.
All right. You know what's crazy? I actually kind of agree with that.
Now that I know that I'm a victim,
yeah,
I'd rather be 6'4".
Yeah, I think that 6'3", 6'4" height is about perfect. Like, you kind of, like, it's just in the sweet spot about everything. It really is a normal life. I kind of got your back on this.
Thank you.
You're kind of right. Like, you're just kind of too big for conventional human being things.
Well, we were driving around.
It doesn't really give you any kind of advantage to be bigger than 6'4". Not really.
I was driving around with the warden going out to the soccer tournaments, and we were talking about cars and stuff. And she goes, you get you a car this time. I got a pickup. I said, no, I can't.
Tallvictims.com.
Tallvictims.com.
Your feet hang off your bed, Scott?
Yeah, but I listen, the world has beaten me up so much, I pretty much sleep in a fetal position.
Me too. Me too, buddy.
Yeah.
I think you got to
why do tall people sleep in a fetal position?
Because we're victims.
Victims. Tallvictims.com.
I can't believe I'm actually agreeing with you about this stupidity, but I'm kind of on your side here.
Thank you.
I mean,
have you ever had to play door frame dodgeball?
No.
Because I have.
I mean,
do you not just do it automatic now?
Oh yeah,
I duck on 7.5 doors.
If you don't have to worry about dating or just most things about like getting hired, like, because being tall helps you in those departments, no doubt about it. But if you just take those off the table, I've got every advantage in the world in everyday life compared to you guys.
You ever go online, you see a pair of shoes and go, oh man, those are sweet.
Yeah.
And you go to order them and
can't find those, can you?
Size 12, size 13.
Yeah, because even though
how come if you're overweight, Scott, you can sue an airline because you have to buy 2 seats? Why can't I sue an airline for not having legroom?
So are you angry at fat people?
I'm just saying they're victims too.
Oh, they're victims too. Okay. All right.
I mean, no, I'm not mad at them. I relate with them.
You relate with the fatties?
Yeah.
Okay. The super heavies.
Yeah.
That take up 2 airline seats.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys.
I mean, they don't want to.
Do you want them in your club? Do you want the super fatties with the tall?
No, they got their own website.
What is that? Ozempic.com?
Fatvictims.com.
What if you're Kendrick Perkins and you're both?
Tallfatvictim.com.
Kendrick really is there, isn't he,
Yeah,
man? What's Shaq?
Oh, God, that is...
Is
he tall, fat?
Oh, God, yeah.
Tall, fat.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a difference between fat and big?
I mean, Shaq's just fat. I mean, he's tall, obviously.
Shaq's big, too, but yeah, he's probably a little overweight.
Little fat, yeah. Like, you don't need two airline seats, do you?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have that option. See, fatvictims.com, they can buy 2 seats. Tallvictims.com, I can't buy that.
Which would be good if we could, because you got to stick your legs over in the one you bought.
God forbid some 5'6" lady already bought the exit aisle.
That's pretty funny, Tyler. I feel for you, actually. I'm with you, actually.
This all started over tanning bed.
Because, like, literally anything in the world is fine for me. It might be smaller and might, because I'm short, but, like, clothes, sure. I might have to have them taken up or whatever. I can find clothes all over the place.
You know, fighter jet pilots have to be, it's either 6'3" or 6'2" or shorter to be a fighter pilot.
Okay, yep, I could do that, I suppose.
If you have to eject, it's going to basically tear the bottom part of your legs off.
Yeah, I could be a fighter jet pilot. I could drive an Indy car. You probably have a hard time doing that.
Yeah.
I can get on any plane. I ride comfortably on any plane in the world. I don't care where you stick me. Middle seat, no big deal. I don't care. I see one of you two walking down the aisle. It's like, oh my God. Please, please, please don't.
One of them conversations.
I talked to a guy who worked for
You must get some of those expressions when you walk down an aisle of a plane. Like,
please don't sit next to me.
You
Please
must get some of those looks.
Well, same thing at Red Rocks. Please don't sit in front of me. Please don't sit in front of me.
I do that when you go to church. Do you sit in the back aisle?
I usually find a row on the edge, and I sit on the edge.
Yeah, me too.
Just because
I'm trying not to be a jerk to the people in front of me.
Right. Yeah, no problem with me. I can sit wherever I want. Nobody cares.
Well, but plus you're also doing the standing kneeling thing too.
We do the standing kneeling thing. We get some exercise in.
Yeah.
No dancing though. We got no dancing, no rhythm, no dancing, none of that. And we got waiting in line, and we got kneeling and standing. That's what we got. It's not that much fun, really. Seriously, kneeling and standing. Rather be dancing
Grew
around.
up with that, so I know.
It'd be a lot more fun like that. All right, well there you go, Tyler. I'm sorry. Good luck on your group.
Thanks.
Wish you the best. Russell Westbrook's under 6'4".
He's a normal guy.
He's a normal guy.
Westbrook's normal. Jamal Murray's normal.
Yeah. Christian Brown?
Normal.
Okay. Yeah, he's more than 6'6". AG's tall then. Nikola. Saric.
Pickett's low normal.
Low normal.
Zeke's in the club.
Zeke's in
the club. Vlatko's in the club. Saric is in the club. PJ Hall's in the club. Hunter Tyson's in the club.
Someone says they sat behind you at the Zach Brown concert and it was horrible today.
I wouldn't doubt it. And if you're talking about the one I went to, it was also freezing that night.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to the Russell Westbrook news coming up next.
All right, big question of the day. And I know we're kind of all over the place here. Summer has firmly implanted itself here with the Denver sports talk scene. But we did get some interesting news about Russell Westbrook today. He was put on the injury report with a sprained hand before Game 7. And he put out a post saying that he had surgery today, that he had been dealing with a broken hand throughout the course of the season and was reported by the team having a sprained hand there. My question for you guys is, with that information that the team had, should it have impacted anything? And I understand Game 7. Listen, Game 7 was a big time blowout. You know, I can't put the finger on one person or anything else. But would that information have impacted anything? Should have it impacted anything with Russell Westbrook, how he was used in the playoffs?
I don't know. You know, he didn't play great in that game, so you can think, did that have any effect?
But he says that there were issues during the season too. So let's just assume that he's telling the truth. I'm sure he is. That might have been one of the reasons why there were some off nights for Russell Westbrook.
No, it could be. I don't know. I don't have any problems. The game was what it was, and if you're hurt and you played with it all years, yeah.
I'm going to say no, because I think the team knew. I think the team was aware of what was going on. It was probably something that they did not feel like was a huge deal at the time, which is why he didn't know it was broken. You know, they managed it. He went through it, and they decided he was the best option. I mean, I don't think there was any secrets going on here. I don't think the team was making decisions that they were uninformed on. So I would say they would do it all over again.
Okay. You want Russell Westbrook back?
And by the way, Game 7, like, Russ is the least of our concerns.
Well, listen, there was so many issues. It was games 4 and 5. That was it.
That cost you serious.
Yeah, Game 7, unfortunately, was just, whatever. There ain't nothing to say about Game 7, really. You want to have some regrets, look at games 4 or 5. Like, when you saw last night, Oklahoma City just squeaked that game out, right? They did. But they were never really trailing, or they weren't flip-flopping with the leads.
No.
They kind of hung in there.
They just controlled the game.
Right? But had they lost that game,
that'd have been bad. Which Denver controlled games 4 and 5 most of the game.
Correct. I mean, they went into the fourth quarter more or less with the lead, or had the lead significantly in the fourth quarter, but not by a lot. They just kind of kept it. Well, the Nuggets couldn't keep that lead. If the Nuggets could have done what Oklahoma City had done in Game 4, they probably win the series.
Well, Wengie also put out, think about this. So you took Oklahoma City 7 games with Gordon with half a leg, or with one leg, with MBJ with one shoulder, and now with Russell Westbrook with one arm, one hand.
One hand.
And you pushed him to Game 7.
Okay, fair. So does that make you look at this Nuggets starting 5 and perhaps 6 differently? Seeing what Oklahoma City is now doing, seeing what you push them to, especially with the crazy amount of injuries that you had, does it make you think differently of how to approach next year?
I think you're realistic about how to approach next year. We've always known that the starting 5 is capable of winning a championship. I mean, was there ever a point in the season where we doubted it'd be based off health. But if not for reasons for health, I would say we all assume the starting 5 is capable of winning.
When they lost to Washington twice, when they were
that was weird. You did lose to the Warriors. Yep.
There were times that the Nuggets starting 5 looked old compared to some of the other teams in the league. There was, but maybe that was I don't know, man. Maybe
I think that's the real question, because you could sit here and look at Oklahoma City and be like, wow, we did pretty well. We went to Game 7. But you also got to ask yourself, how old are these guys? And how long can that starting 5 last? Like, how long can this group actually compete at that level?
And again, I'm going to go back to what was said after you won a championship. It's not about repeating, winning back-to-back. It's about being able to win it, 2 of the next 3 years, 3 of the next 5. So you pretty much signaled, if we're now being able to judge in hindsight, you weren't doing anything to help the team to continue. You lost Bruce Brown, you lost Jeff Green, 2 of your top 8 guys. So you've lost depth. Now you're hoping that you can just play a bunch of young guys and develop it for 2 years from now. Then you go 2 years after it and you lose KCP. So now you've lost your entire bench that played during the playoffs, Bruce Brown, KCP, and Jeff Green, and one of your other bench guys you played, which was Christian Brown, he's now moved to starter. So you've lost 4 guys that either starter or 3 guys coming off the bench, and you didn't do anything to replace them. So yes, it does change my mindset a little bit.
Okay.
In the sense that this group maybe have a year or 2 left in them as constituted if they stay healthy. But your bench, you've now seen 2 straight years that you've done absolutely nothing off the bench to help that starting unit.
So what
I know Minnesota didn't control any of the game. Minnesota's bench outscored the starters last night. I don't know if you realize. I think it was 64 to 62.
I did not realize. I got another theory on that one.
Their
because
bench
of Anthony Edwards.
outscored their starters last night, which is why you lost the game, because your starters just weren't good enough. Randolph was horrible, and it wasn't Anthony Edwards' fault. Just ask him.
Right.
But to me, it gives you hope. The salary cap you're going to have to play with, but if you add 2 pieces, I'm talking going to play there for you, all the regular season and be there for the postseason, this team could get back up there again.
All right.
But you've got to add at least 2 pieces, and Peyton Watson and Julian Strother have to grow.
Okay. So you got to
and you got to do that through free agency.
Yes.
It's the only way to do it.
Well, you get Deron Holmes as your I'm rolling my eyes,
and
but
that's
he's
cool,
your
but you're
theoretical
talking
draft
about crossing your fingers, hoping and praying. I mean, we have no idea what Deron Holmes is.
No, but it's funny because the people that made the biggest bets on him are no longer with the organization. But okay, I mean, not only did you draft him in the first round, you moved up to get him. So there's a lot riding on him being good. At least the organization thought enough of him that they thought he was going to be good.
But I think, again, if he plays at his best, I don't look at him as backing up Nicola. I look at him as a backup to Aaron Gordon.
Fine.
We threw this out there. I threw this out there to you guys during the break, a couple breaks ago. Steven Adams is a free agent this year.
Well,
Steven Adams look good as your backup center?
I love Steven Adams, but I want a physical on him to know what his health is. How's he doing? I mean, in theory, Steven Adams as a backup to Yoke is incredible, but is he okay?
Pretty sweet tattoos.
Everything about Steven Adams is awesome. His accent is awesome. His sense of humor is awesome. His size is awesome. Everything about a healthy Steven Adams is fantastic.
Where's he from?
Australia. Is he healthy though? And he doesn't. I mean, listen, man. Hey, Vic was banging the table hard for Dario Saric, and there was nobody. None of us were really objecting to Dario Saric around this time last year, or whatever we were talking about.
Let me ask you this about Dario. When you see him live every day in person, was he a lot shorter than you thought he was?
Shorter and stiffer. Like, can't move. Like, having a hard time walking down the hallway. Like, what happened? Shorter, smaller, stiffer. Like,
I think he got heavier, and then because he didn't play, he never lost any of that weight.
Okay, but I that guy was about as stiff as a dude as I've ever seen. Couldn't run, not athletic. Stop me if I'm saying something wrong. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Seemed into the games that we would stand up and do this hand movement all the time for whatever reason, telling everybody to do, I don't know. Seems like a good guy. Like, I got nothing bad to say about the guy. Vlatko, love the guy. Apparently useless, though. I thought Vlatko was actually going to be all right once he got healthy. And, the verdict is in. See ya. You got to get rid of Sarge, right? You're getting rid of him one way or the other. And what sucks is you may have to, pay him to get rid of him.
Maybe.
So that sucks. Same with Westbrook, but I don't think that's what it's going to come down to. I think if you're going to keep Westbrook, you're going to have to offer him a new contract, or he'll just choose another place to go. You're right about this. I don't care that the guy has made over $300 million. It's going to be what the money says they think about you. And it ain't going to be nothing for Westbrook to pack up his bags and just play somewhere else next year. He's fine with that vagabond lifestyle. His family lives in Southern California. He's figured it out. He still wants to play. He doesn't care if he goes to Brooklyn and his family lives on the West Coast. They'll figure it out as a family. They're okay.
I do think it'll be interesting for him, though. The money's nothing. He can make the same amount of money anywhere. Does he just have, is there an expiration time for him? Where I just want to go get a fresh start somewhere?
I think he doesn't. My guess is he doesn't look at it like that. My guess is he just loves playing ball, and he'll just go to whatever the best place is to play ball. Period. The end. And
he also might be having the same conversations we do of all the places I go to. Even if I were to make $1.5 million more, the one thing missing from his career is a championship. Does this other starting five in front of me have the best chance to win a championship?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he could go to a lot of places coming off the bench and have a shot at a championship. A lot of places. He could go to San Antonio and have a shot at a championship.
Well, he knows this team pretty well. Does he choose to come back here? Does he think this team gives him that chance?
Not if they could double his money, because it says what they think about him somewhere else. I think he'll be I could be wrong, but I'll be shocked if he gives the Nuggets some sort of discount.
Well, no, he'll either pick
Don't
up
you think
his
he'll have 5 or 6 teams that'll be interested in having him for $6 to $8 million a year?
If he opts out, he'll be able to make at least what he's making now.
At least.
Yeah, which is what, like $3.5 million?
Yeah,
3.3 or
that's
something.
Nothing.
Yeah, he'll be able to get somewhere else, but will he be able to get somewhere else and win it?
I doubt he'll want to go to like Utah. That doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. But why not go to Brooklyn? Are they that far off? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see what else they're doing. Why not go to? Well, I brought up San Antonio.
They're not close to winning yet either.
What if they got Giannis? Really?
No.
Wemby comes back healthy. They got Giannis.
Yeah.
They got Russ Westbrook. They're not close.
Oh,
then we're not talking.
Well, who's your point guard?
Russell Westbrook. Now he's a starter. I don't know, man. Who knows? Give me a team. You give me a team. Rockets. What about the Rockets? Could they use him?
Yeah, but he's already been there, hasn't he?
Well, so what?
He might have left.
Yes.
I don't know. He's been like a bunch of places.
I don't think so.
No, he hasn't been there. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think if he wants to win it, he'll stay here. But then it's incumbent on whoever the new general manager is in talking. You know
You think he'll give the Nuggets a discount?
Alexander Walker's a free agent.
It's not about a discount. I mean, he would just there's no discount to be had. He would just opt in,
right,
or not opt out, I should say.
But he's going to put. All right, say there's a team that's going to offer him, and he finds out $5.5 million compared to the $3 million he's going to get from the Nuggets. Does he stay or go?
What is he? Does he think this team can win a championship or no?
What if Sacramento offers him $6 million for 1 year?
I bet he stays.
Okay. Hey, listen. If the money ain't
that's close.
If the money ain't it, then fine.
If it's about the money, he can go to probably a dozen places. Make more money.
I agree.
But I don't think there's a dozen places that will take him that he can win a championship.
How many places does he need? 3? 2?
But do you look at Sacramento being close? I don't. San Antonio, no.
You don't think with Sabonis that Sacramento's in the conversation with Russell Westbrook? No?
They butchered themselves last year.
Who's in the running? Who's in the conversation then? So it only takes one.
Well, maybe the Lakers take him back.
San Antonio's got the second pick, right? Or Detroit?
San Antonio, right?
Detroit's an interesting team.
Who's
Detroit would be an interesting team.
Who's the second pick after Cooper Flack? Is it anybody big?
I don't know. It's guys I'm not familiar with.
Philadelphia.
You're talking about
no, I just meant players.
Yeah. Listen, Detroit with Cade Cunningham is fascinating. Philly with a healthy Embiid is a really interesting team. There's a list right there in front of us.
2 Rutgers guys predicted to go number 2 and number 3.
I know. It's like, why aren't they better? Do the Nuggets have to offer him more money to keep him? I guess I'll wrap it up with that. No. Do they have to offer Russell? So what? So
I don't think they will.
I think you take him back if he just says, okay,
if he wants to come back, you just take him?
Yeah.
You sure you just don't want to move on? We're just going to figure it out some other way?
It's his option to stay or not.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, how early can you buy someone out, Scott?
I
thought you had to go into the season to do that.
If you buy him out, that money's still in your cap. So they'd rather see if he just opts out and goes somewhere else then you get that 3.3 off your cap.
When does he have to make his mind up by this opt-out
Well, I
thing?
thought free agency started on midnight July 1st.
Okay, so he's got a little time.
So I would assume until then.
We got some time. All right, well, that'll be an interesting drama there.
5 weeks.
Other than that, DeAndre Jordan certainly is gone. Sarge, you're going to move on one way or another. And Vlaco's
But
gone
it's the
too.
same thing, and he is making $5 million. If he's going to go, man, I ain't going to make $5.5 million. Listen, he ain't making $5.5 million nowhere.
Sarge?
Else.
You got to get rid of Sarge one way or the other.
Well, he opts in. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me, but you cannot have him on your team anymore.
Well, then that becomes.
You cannot have him on your team.
Then you got to package trade somewhere.
I don't know how you do it, but you got to move on. It's just a waste of a spot. Vlaco, well, you don't have to worry about Vlaco. Zeke, you're tied into, ain't nothing you can do. But Deron Holmes is going to suck up one of them spots that you need. Russ might suck up the other one. You got 2 spots to make a difference on. So you've got to get rid of Sarge. You got to get rid of him. You cannot bring him back. There's got to be a value player in the NBA, a low-level value player that you've got to get and you can't miss on. There's 2 of them. There's got to be 2 of them.
I'm going to give you a name, too, to pay attention to. Amir Coffey.
Okay. All right, keep going. I mean, who are the 2 guys? It's 2 dudes. You can't miss with at least 2 dudes.
Well, I would go Steven Adams, Amir Coffey, and bring Russ back.
Okay.
Sounds all right.
Steven Adams healthy, man? I'm serious.
He's been healthy his whole career until
I know.
last year.
Yeah, but sometimes when it goes, it's gone. Like sometimes when it goes, it's freaking over.
He's only 31.
I know. Hey, I love him, man.
From New Zealand, by the way.
Oh, not Australia? New Zealand? Oh, sorry.
Don't say the same thing.
Man. I'm not going to say the same thing. That's our bad. He'd be offended by that, no doubt about it. Hey, a reminder, NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports are powered by Mountain Hyundai. So we have action for you, including tonight, Dallas at Edmonton. Game time at 6 o'clock. Make sure you listen right here to Altitude Sports Radio for that, and you can root on whoever you want. But it's better, ego-wise, if the Stars win. But I know people hate the Stars. So you're going to root for Draisaitl and McDavid? Really? I don't know. Find yourself conflicted later tonight at 6 p.m. Let's Football Go comes up next.
Jersey.
GTL.
What was that, man? What was that? Was that
Jersey Shore?
Jersey Shore. Jersey Shore.
Oh, we're supposed to know the 80s gymnast, but you don't know Jersey Shore, DMac?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm familiar with it, sort of, yeah. It's a good routine. Are you in the Jersey Shore routine right now?
GTL, baby.
All right, thank you.
Not so much the laundry part.
No.
That usually piles up.
Mountain High Appliance. MountainHighAppliance.com. They're the best. Thank you, guys. Let's football go, Dan. Hey, we just wrapped up day one of OTAs with the Broncos today that nobody saw.
Yeah, just wrapped it up. So Mike Kliss has the biggest issues and questions heading into Broncos OTAs. Good thing he's not asking Bill Schmidt these questions.
He put his other hat on.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the biggest issue or question that Kliss lays out? Better Bo Nix in year 2, health of the inside linebackers, RJ Harvey and the rest of the running backs, wide receivers 2 and 3. Is Evan Ingram their joker? What's the impact of Talanoa Hufanga? How about the rookie punter? Jahdae Barron with Pat Surtain and Riley Moss. And there's one less week
question I've ever had
of
that's
OTAs.
27 answers.
That was long. What's the question?
What's the biggest issue or question heading into Broncos OTAs for you guys?
Oh, just for us.
Well, the Kliss laid out here, but you can make up your own. That's fine.
I mean, I'll tell you the guy that feels like we've got the season riding on him is RJ Harvey. This guy's got so much hype around him at this point. I mean, he's got to be the most special second-round selection in the history of the Denver Broncos.
It feels a little silly, doesn't it? I mean, were we piling?
We identified this guy. We traded down. We knew that nobody else was going to take him because, nobody else was going to take him until the 4th round. But he's our guy. And you know what? It's gotten so much hype. It's even on a national stage. Every time I read an ESPN article, all they can talk about is RJ Harvey, names that you might not know, the best fits in the NFL. Look, I hope everybody's right. I'm just saying this dude has got a lot riding on him.
I'm thinking of, off the top of my head, 2 running backs that were drafted ahead of RJ Harvey for the Broncos over the years, and it does not feel like they came with this much expectations on their shoulders. And I'm just thinking of Noshawn and Monte Ball, who were both taken. Well, Noshawn was a 1st-round pick. Monte was a high 2nd-round pick. Are there any other running backs taken higher than RJ Harvey that you can think of
for
with the Broncos? Yeah, for the Broncos.
Floyd Little.
Floyd, that is a good one. But there was a lot riding on him, and he delivered. He kept football in Denver, Colorado. We should all be grateful for that. But, okay, Floyd. But that was in the 60s. That was when they were just scratching to survive. But the franchise, that's his nickname for a reason. Floyd really did keep the Broncos in Denver, Colorado during a time that they were terrible.
The only thing I disagree with on your take there is I think there was a lot riding on Noshawn.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And in early goings, it did not go well. In his rookie season, it was a rough start. Now, Noshawn figured it out. He was a great running back.
He kind of became beloved by the end of his run here.
He did, but it was not a hot start at all.
No.
Okay. Do you think there was more heat on Noshawn than RJ Harvey?
I think there was a lot of heat on Noshawn, yeah.
Okay.
Harvey's got
I'm kind
a lot
of agreeing with you. It feels like there's way too much pressure on this RJ Harvey guy. Like,
Noshawn Marino, what year was it?
Noshawn. Let's see, that'd be 2009 or 10. No, that'd be, 2009.
It was the same year as Robert Ayers because they were both 1st-round draft picks.
So 15, 16 years, fair?
It was a while ago, yeah.
What's changed?
What's changed? What do you mean?
Well, you talk about heat. There's 10, if not 100 times more social media.
And
everybody's a reporter. There wasn't as many muggles. You had like 4 muggles that traveled the team. Now you've got 14,000.
I think that what the truth is, the Broncos, now that they have an established quarterback coach, ownership and GM are all of a sudden a lot more boring. And so to your point, this RJ Harvey thing is like the biggest stretch. But the truth of the matter, this is a late 2nd-round running back. Hold your horses, everybody.
That if you're being honest, did you even know the dude's name when we drafted him?
It was one of those like, oh, yeah, that guy, because you were reminded of the CU-UCF game. And it's like, oh, yeah, that guy. Okay, yeah. It was like one of those guys.
You needed a refresher.
Yeah, it wasn't top. It wasn't a guy that we talked about when we talked about running backs. And anybody who says they were is lying to you. Well, we know the top running backs. We were all sort of on the tip of our tongues. He wasn't one of them.
We got some breaking news, by the way.
Okay.
From Mike Kliss. This is cool. Dearius Thomas has officially been voted into the Ring of Fame.
Well, that is cool. So that for this year, I assume that'll be this year.
I was told. I don't know what I should say there. I think there's going to be a little reunion.
Okay. Well, good. That sounds appropriate.
Well, if you were told, you'd been invited.
I think there's going to be a little reunion.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's good. Hey, I got to give Greg Penner some more credit here. Greg Penner has asked questions like, what hasn't happened, or what have we left out, or those type of things. Like, can you believe there wasn't a Orange Crush reunion until this past year? Like this last football season, they hadn't really done that.
Oh, the 2017?
Yeah.
Well,
isn't that nuts? That they haven't really had.
Well, they
that
used to
sort of
always come
moment.
back for an alumni thing, but I don't know.
But like this is the game, this is the group, this is the thing. So it sounds like Greg Penner is like, okay, what's this all about? I'm assuming that's where it's going to go. It'll be sort of in that circle. And that sounds great. And yes, of course, DT should be in the Ring of Fame. I kind of didn't even realize he wasn't in the Ring of Fame. I kind of assumed he already was there.
Dearius was on a Hall of Fame track for a while. His
no doubt about it.
Injuries caught up to him at the end of the career. But for a while there, I thought he had a chance at the Hall of Fame.
Josh McDaniels did a couple things right. Dearius Thomas was a crazy reach at the time.
Yeah.
But it was a great draft pick.
Well, because if you remember,
Georgia Tech had bad feet.
Yeah.
They were hoping he was going to be Calvin Johnson 2.0 because they both came out of Georgia Tech. They were both out of the option school.
Weren't
They're
far
both
off.
These tall, physical wide receivers. And they chose DT over Des Bryant.
The DT Des Bryant career comparison is so great. You really couldn't go wrong. Both of them had very similar type of careers, but at the end of the day, who's got a ring and who doesn't? So I think at the end of the day, you win that one with DT. Such a sad and tragic. The whole DT story, though, is just so brutal. Miss him. That is a dude that's just like, and Ronnie Hillman too, man, in all honesty. It's like crazy. Like that's just way, way, way too young.
It's just insane that I feel like the Super Bowl was yesterday and I got multiple teammates that are not with us.
It's wild. Terrible. That's good news, though. That'll be an awesome day. Did they any other details? Like
I don't think so.
That's just it. Well, hey, listen, one thing the Broncos have done great, they've always done great, is making every game for the Broncos means something special. And Penner he's raised the stakes on that. I guess you got to go to some of the games to realize it, but it's crazy what they spend and what they do just on game day presentation of things. Every game is something significant and special and unique and has a million ways to prove it. It is different than the way it used to be, and it's cool. So I'm sure that'll be a very special day. And they get to wear the throwbacks more often, right?
3 times this year.
I thought it was more than that.
I thought it was 5.
Yeah.
5 sounds like a lot. Maybe it's not 5.
I thought I read 3.
Something, it's more. Whatever it is, it's more. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, we have Sports Illustrated's 2026 NFL Draft Big Board Rankings, the top 50 prospects. Obviously, we're not going to go through these, but I did find it interesting. That was for you, Scott. I did find it interesting. There are no buffs on this list. So big deal, not a big deal. And what are you guys expecting in year 3 for Deion Sanders up in Boulder with the buffs? It feels like a very odd kind of big question mark type of season coming up.
A huge question marks. I don't know what to expect, man.
Is it a developmental type year? Like, what is this?
Tyler?
Well, first off, you start with you should be in a bowl game every year, right? And it should be a respectable bowl game. So 7 or 8 wins, it should be the standard every single year. I do think they'll take a step back. I mean, you lost Shedeur, you lost Travis Hunter, you lost LeJohntay Wester, you lost Will Shepard. You lost 3 starting wide receivers.
Horn.
Jimmy Horn,
yeah.
Thank you. But the thing about college football is I don't know what to expect any year.
Right.
You're going to see.
What's so fun about college football?
This will be, I think, and I've said this before, I think this will be a big year to see if Deion Sanders can coach. I think this is going to be a major coaching opportunity for Deion Sanders.
I know EA Sports came out with their college football game. Is that right? I did not see any buffs on the cover of that one. It's going to be interesting. It's
who is on the cover?
Oh, it's a guy from Alabama.
Some guy that was a sophomore standout from last year. I read it today. I don't remember the name.
It's it's not CU though. Like, if Deion's gonna succeed, it's not that it's not still a story with Deion. It'll always be a story with Deion. It's just not going to be as big of a story this year. So it'll be interesting.
If they start getting on all these national televised games, it's because he's done one hell of a job coaching.
Well, we'll see if he gets all those national televised games like he has. We'll see. It'll be very interesting in the beginning, that's for sure. I don't know, man. Every college changes, though, right? Like, sometimes we get these ideas that all these schools are so good, and they're not.
The turnover in college football is just insane.
It's crazy.
I don't know anybody really considers themselves a college football expert.
I got
you got to be so dialed into that world to really know.
Well, you got to be dialed into the high school game too, really, right? You got to be knowing that.
But even then, you don't know. You really don't know.
It also goes to show you what Saban did at Alabama, which was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Did you think Nebraska was going to be good last year?
Well, he had NIL before NIL.
Yeah. Like when Nebraska kind of beat up on CU, I was like, man, they're going to have a pretty good year. They got the Patrick Mahomes rip-off quarterback. They're going to be something. They weren't anything special.
Well, because they were way physical to Colorado, but in the Big Ten, they were.
Did you guys really see Kansas doing what they did to CU last year?
No, and that was a heartbreaker. That game crushed the Buffs.
Yep.
That ended the Big 12 championship hopes.
Mm-hmm. Kansas. 6 possessions. 6 possessions. Couldn't stop them. Devin Neal. Unbelievable. Couldn't stop him. But then again, hey, man, like how special was last year? Who could have seen what the Baylor game, how insane that was? Some of the other big wins that they had. It was awesome, man. I'm going to miss Shadur and Travis. That's going to be tough. Well, hopefully we get to know these other guys, and it's kind of fun, and it's a special feeling up there. Good old Folsom Field. I have my, see you dad shirt on. Get to be a buff dad, Tyler. Come on, man.
I'm happy for you. Welcome to the club.
We were looking for where he's going to live, like this area, that area.
Did you decide?
Well, he's got some options. He's on, this, that, the other thing. It's exciting, man.
Roommate? No roommate?
Probably. Well, it's Boulder, so likely roommate. But CU does, CU. I'm giving CU props. They do a great job showing where student housing is available for off-campus housing. They give you a list of, tons of options. You're a CU dad, Scott.
I am a CU dad, and I'm proud and love him. But I was also a KU dad, so last year didn't bother as much.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
Depends what kid you like better, I suppose.
Well, that's true.
It's like where they're at, because there's rankings. It depends.
I'm also a DePaul dad, too, so I got 3.
Well, that doesn't seem like much of a conflict. You can just sort of openly.
Although pretty good in the 80s basketball.
No doubt.
What was the old guy that passed away?
Oh my God, DePaul.
And then his son.
I get them confused with like Marquette sometimes.
But his son also. Al McGuire was Marquette.
Al McGuire was Marquette. Yeah. DePaul. Who was the guy? Damn it.
I can see his face.
Who was the guy? There was the guy.
And then his son coached.
Dan, you got to know.
Was it Ray Meyer?
It sounds familiar. All right. Anyways, we'll look it up. We'll Google it. Yeah, there's we're like
Ray Myers.
It was Ray Myers.
No, I just remember that when I looked it up. I didn't see his name, but Ray Myers.
School season we're signing up for classes in like 2 weeks. It's like
for the fall season.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, when does CU's football season start, or when the practice start?
Soon.
Well, they probably come back pretty quickly. Yeah, they usually take a couple weeks off for the summer, and then they get back in action.
It's Division I football,
but not practicing.
Workouts. It's like phase 1 of OTAs.
Yeah. Division I football. That was the whole thing. My son needs more time off. Tyler's all linked into that. I don't know have you shared that story? Have you talked about that here?
What's that?
The whole Division I football. You were linked into
D1.
that.
This isn't.
Yeah, like you knew the family and the mom and the whole thing, and
yeah, I know who it is.
You were tied into the whole thing.
Were you there then?
I was there, and I know the mom that sent the email.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Division I football.
Yeah, he went off. That was one of the greatest.
The
That right
greatest.
there.
He was a hero for a while.
Well,
you know the crazy part.
But it was also the sign of the end was coming. Because that was about a 5-minute rant.
Oh, it's classic.
Murals.
The kid that the mom sent it, I don't know if to this day he knows that it was his mom.
Oh, wow.
How'd you find that out?
My mom.
Really? Seriously?
His mom came to my mom, was like, hey, don't tell anybody.
Are you kidding me?
This was me. My mom was like, hey, don't tell anybody. This was so-and-so.
And so he might not know?
To this day. I never said a word to him. I didn't give him any grief.
Well, let's call him and ask him.
He's a good kid.
No way.
Well, let's get him on and ask him.
No.
Will we have heard of him?
Probably not. I'd be surprised.
Wow, that's a hell of a secret right there.
I'd be really surprised.
Well, then what's he complaining? The kid doesn't even play.
He played.
He can rest on Saturdays.
He played.
That's a good story.
He was a starter.
Okay. You've got a take on OKC.
I got a funny take on OKC.
Funny take on OKC. Nate and Andy, you coming in. It's PhD on 92.5. We got Nate and Andy coming in here in a second. We appreciate everybody listening and watching. Oklahoma City is up 3-1 now. Oh, by the way, Moser hates Dallas. He's like sending texts.
He hates the Stars.
Yeah. Sorry,
because he's called like 3. I think he's called 3 of the 4 losing.
Yeah, he's not quite
seasons.
He's not. His hatred is like irrational. Like it's just.
No, it's not. Sports hate. You're supposed to hate.
I just think it means so much more for your team to come short to the team who wins because it's a better compliment to your team.
I generally agree with that rule, but there's always exceptions to the rule.
Well,
I mean, how do you feel about the Chiefs? How did you feel about the Raiders at one point in time?
Well, I hate the Raiders, but that's built from like when I was a little.
No,
kid.
it's gotta be. They got to knock you out of the postseason, not regular season.
I mean, I could never root for the
regular
Raiders.
season. So
last
year you wanted the Ravens to kind of do.
No,
something.
you're right.
Yeah.
Like I don't really. I'm not bothered by the Chiefs. I could never root for the Raiders
Or the Bills. I guess it was a Bill. Who beat you in the playoffs last year?
Bills.
Well, the
Bills.
but it was a blowout. You know, it was like you're not
So-
going to be angry at the Bills.
But but you want Bills to go on and win it.
Oh yeah. Exactly.
Then it'd be
Exactly. Well, you're right. I could never root for the Raiders. My hatred of the Dallas Stars ain't.
I don't
ain't
get
like
why
that.
you do not hate the Stars. Like I'm not even the world's biggest hockey guy, and I despise the Stars.
Because I like Miko. I'm not going to hide the fact I like Miko. That's it. The end.
Okay. I don't think that gets them off scot-free for all their sins, and they got a lot of sins.
That's fine. I mean, I understand it, but I like Miko, and this is going to sound crazy, and I'll take some crap for it, but there was a time Matt Duchene was the favorite player in our household. My son wearing Matt Duchene shirts. Matt was the guy. He was the man when my kid loved hockey, when he was really into hockey. So
I do kind of like
it is
Connor
what it is.
McDavid though.
I was around him during that time. He's just a big stiff. He's nothing.
He's talented.
Okay. He's a donut personality though. He's nothing. I really don't like his act. I think he's kind of weird.
Oh, so
actually,
you'd rather go with the team that everybody hates.
I think McDavid's
over a guy who you think he's just a rag doll.
I think he's a weirdo. So he's a good player, obviously, but I think he's kind of a weirdo.
Is there any stars? I mean, crazy superstars that don't have a little weird in them.
And Nicole's pretty. Well, I guess.
Is Peyton Manning weird? I don't know.
He got a little weird.
He's obsessive. He's
He
obsessive.
He's obsessive and.
Yeah, but what's weird about him? He's like cool.
He's obsessive.
Normal.
I think champions have to be obsessive compulsive, and they've got to put themselves first beyond everything. Not that you're not a good husband or father, that sort of stuff, but like if you don't put winning above everything else in your life, and I think Manning, Jordan, Tiger Woods, Larry Bird, all those guys.
But I think that's an entire different level, don't you?
I think he's at that different level.
They might be.
He's on that level.
All right, I got an Oklahoma City hot take, and see if you guys notice it.
Okay.
And it took me to last night watching Shea Gilgeous get interviewed after their win, and I went, "Oh my gosh!" Do you know? Like I bought a sponsor now. You can get paid sponsorship.
Yeah. Okay.
On jerseys and stuff. I think the Nuggets was Ibotta, which is like Rakuten, but it's different.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who OKC's? Can you?
I have not noticed.
It's like a gas station.
It's a truck stop gas station.
Yeah.
Love. And I'm like,
that's a big one though. That's not a small place.
No. But it's a
truck stop.
They're truck stop gas stations.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And I'm thinking when I first saw that,
I can't believe I knew that.
But when I saw that, I went, "There's no other team that should sponsor Oklahoma City but Love."
Okay.
Right? And I'm like thinking, isn't it fitting a gas station sponsors Oklahoma City?
There you go.
Yeah,
Oil and gas.
I mean, it's
That makes
fitting,
sense.
right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was your hot take?
Yeah, because I just noticed it last year after however many years it's been the sponsor. And I'm like, because I drive to Oklahoma every summer.
Yeah.
And I stopped at probably one or two Loves on the way.
I love big truck
Is
stops.
it like a Buc-ee's?
Yeah. Yes.
Except not as much stuff. It doesn't have the stuff Buc-ee's has.
Buc-ee's
But you can get a shower and stuff in some of them.
Yeah, Love's. I think you can get a shower
Yeah,
in.
good food's in. Got some good food.
I mean, it's like these ridiculous. By the way, was Vic traveling? Because he was taking pictures of himself at a Buc-ee's.
There's Buc-ee's in Colorado.
There's Buc-ee's up north.
Oh, all right. Again, was Vic traveling somewhere?
Well, he might have gone up by north, up to.
I mean,
Fort
there ain't a
Collins.
Buc-ee's where there's like a lot of people. It's you're
probably,
going somewhere.
what's that golf course up there? That PGA something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Knowing him, he probably played that golf course up there. What is that called? PGA.
Maybe. But the Buc-ee's really isn't that far away.
As we get into
it's like 20 minutes out of town.
Oh, I think it's a little more than that. But either way, it's north. I know we played a
Johnstown, right?
We played a
Johnstown's a little bit more
soccer
than 20
game
minutes,
in Fort
but-
Collins, and it's about halfway between here and Fort Collins.
All right, Tyler's not necessarily wrong. I mean, it's about that. That is kind of in the middle of nowhere.
I tell you what, they got good pulled pork sandwiches and cinnamon rolls.
Who doesn't love?
Oh, someone says there's a Love's right by that Buc-ee's, and if that's true, I've been inside that Love's. I know exactly what they're talking about.
See, there you go.
But stopping at like a big truck stop on a road trip.
Oh, nothing better.
Just reeks of like I'm on the road doing something.
Oh, and that's what we
great?
do. Yeah, you pull in. They got the one bay with the 50 trucks over there, and then you got the big parking lot where half of them are sleeping during the night.
We're planning a little summer trip. Think of something kind of interesting.
Well, you got to make sure there's Loves.
Well, the trip goes like this, maybe. First stop, Cody, Wyoming for a couple days.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm dying to go to Cody, Wyoming because of the Buffalo Bill history.
What do you do for a couple days there?
I don't know. I'm going to figure it out.
There's a couple museums up there.
Yeah, I'm dying. The Buffalo Bill, Denver, Cody, Wyoming thing is just such an awesome history. Because they thought he was going to die and they were going to bury him in Cody, Wyoming and make a big deal and a tourist attraction thing. But at the last minute, as he got older, he just moved back to Denver and they buried him up on top of Lookout Mountain and yada, yada, yada. And then at one point, people tried to steal his corpse, which is just an amazing story. So if you go to Lookout Mountain, that's why there's a wrought iron fence with spikes on it around his grave. I don't know how many times you've visited Buffalo Bill's grave, but you got to why are there spikes around this man's grave? It's because at one point they tried to steal his corpse to take it back to Cody, Wyoming.
Okay.
Great story, right? So I'm just dying to know that. Then thinking about going to Coeur d'Alene from there.
That'd be cool.
Right? Heard a lot of great things about it.
Better play some golf out there.
I want to see where Sean Payton is just, sitting around the
do
poker
a little
table.
boating, get some golf in.
Right? And then drive to Vancouver. Got a little island off Vancouver, Bowen Island. Kind of hang out. Never been to Vancouver before. Never been to Seattle before.
Where Ryan was born.
Ryan
Bowen
Bowen was born on Bowen Island? That's incredible. But we're thinking about just a road trip, right? To just get
so Cody, have you been over the Rockies going from that high up?
Never have done that. Never been in that part of the country. Never been to Vancouver. Never been to Seattle in my life. Never been there.
And the Rockies don't have a team in Casper anymore, right? Nate, do you know?
I don't think so.
Good question. I don't know.
They used to have a team in Casper because I actually did a speech up there and I went to a game one night.
I have spent a weekend in Casper at a hockey tournament in February.
Ooh.
Yeah. That was, man, you get on some of them roads in Wyoming, bro. It is wow.
Windy and cold.
I am in a scene from Fargo, something bad could happen on the road.
Did you guys know that Mark Springer does stand-up?
Listen, can I tell you something about Mark Springer?
Every day from 3 to 6.
Mark Springer is the Forrest Gump of this radio station right now in terms of being a Renaissance man. Do you know everything he's doing?
Well, no, I didn't know he's doing stand-up until last night.
He's doing stand-up. He's run 2 races where he's never run before, a 10-miler at the Colfax Marathon, and he just did he filmed himself doing the Boulder. And
is he doing all that while smoking heaters?
And yeah, do you still smoke, Mark? That is, me and Dan Tanner are having this conversation about you.
I'm built different.
Wait, so
I mean, that would be pretty epic if you're ripping it while you're running the marathon.
Are you smoking still?
No, I had a lollipop in my mouth during the Boulder. That race is a joke,
What
by
kind
the
of
way.
lollipop?
So
the Boulder's not like I guess there's like a competitive race afterwards. I was not a part of that. It's just a bunch of dudes messing around and gals.
It's a leisurely jog.
It depends how it can be taken either way. That's why they have waves. They have, some people do take it kind of serious and they have a professional race. But yeah, for lollygaggers that just want to do the slip and slide and suck on lollipops during the race, you can do that too.
Hey, how was the stand-up? Seriously, how many times have you done that?
That was the start of week 3, and Mark Moser was there.
Right.
Were you nervous?
Yes.
Yeah?
I'm not going to lie. But Moser's hilarious, so he laughed at so many jokes last night from so many of the comics, and he's got a very distinct laugh.
Loud laugh guy?
Yes.
That's good. That's good to have a loud laugh friend.
But it is tricky for the comics because then it's the old Mitch Hedberg joke. If you're a distinctive laugh guy, they always know what jokes you don't think is funny.
All right, that's a good point. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's the question. What jokes did Moser not like?
I mean, he liked all of mine. I'll have you know that.
Oh, that's good.
But
Look at
there was
Moj.
one
Spring killed.
As the night went on. There was one guy who was like, "Oh, I see we got a guy with a pirate laugh here."
All right, hold on a second. Let's just back this train up a little bit. How did Moser know about your stand-up appearance?
Because he had seen my initial appearance and texted me yesterday saying, "Hey, are you still doing this?" And I said, "Yep." And he said, "All right, I'm coming."
Oh, wow. So
because that's the kind of guy Mark Moser is.
And he got the 2-drink minimum and everything.
Yes.
What a guy.
All right, we got something else going on here. I'm just noticing, too.
What was a stand-up comedian? Because this would
never
be,
mind.
to me, Springer. So I got to that was Springer's, seems his personality.
Who is a stand-up that is like Spring?
The one guy that would, I only remember one joke he ever did. Steve I got a...
Stephen Wright, you mean?
Stephen Wright.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Wright would be Springer.
Are you a dry comedian? Are you dry with wit?
I'm learning. I'm trying to find my voice.
Go look up
I'll say
Stephen
that.
Wright stand-up routine.
That Nate guy.
I've watched his stuff. He's brilliant.
Yeah, Stephen Wright's an absolute legend. You know, the closest version to me, the modern version of Stephen Wright is Tig Notaro, who is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
By the way, her brother Reno,
yeah.
Who we all know, Reno Notaro, former Denver radio guy. But yeah, Tig's an absolute genius.
So you're comparing
now Barnhouse owner in Maine.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So are you like Tig Notaro?
No.
Are you like Nate Borgazzi?
I
bet you're like Nate Borgazzi.
I don't want to say it.
He's
on the
finding
radio.
his way.
Right.
That's what it is.
Hey, Nate, go back and pull up some old YouTube of Stephen Wright.
You know the biggest thing you need to do? You need to figure out how to sound like yourself. That's
but
the
Stephen Wright is beyond dry. Stephen Wright is like absolutely bizarrely dry.
That would be Springer. He has no personality, just like Stephen Wright.
Nate.
I'm
He'd be
probably closest to Dave Chappelle, if I do say so myself.
You're like Dave Chappelle.
The exact same.
Oh, no.
The exact same.
He's like a mix between like Steve Martin in his prime.
Yeah.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Jim Carrey.
if you really think
Norm
about
McDonald.
it. Yes.
And Pee Wee Herman.
Yes.
That's what you got there. It's perfect.
Just stay away from the Bill Cosby thing, okay? And you'll be just fine, Spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good advice.
Don't go Louis C.K. on anybody, and you'll be just fine as a stand-up comic.
What was your favorite? Oh, okay, now let's get to you.
Me?
Let's get to you.
Get to me.
Well, where's the mustache?
It fell off.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
It's because Tyler was thinking about going just mustache.
Going
like,
just stash?
Like you.
Yeah, what do you think?
I recommend it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you'd look great. Your beard is shorter these days.
Yeah, it's been shorter for about 2 or 3 months now.
Okay, I don't look at your face that often.
It. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I'm not a detail guy.
I try not to look at it either.
All right, is there a story with the mustache being gone, or is it?
Wife didn't like it.
Oh, she loves it. She's a fan. Yeah. No, it was time. It's all a part
How do you know it's time?
It's a part of a cycle. It's all feel. DMac.
Is it with holidays? Is it you timing out with like 3-day weekends? Is it like
none whatsoever?
We want to be faster swimming?
It's all just feel. I'm like the torpedo. I wax my entire body. I go Brazilian style, and I'm very, very fast.
Who's Mary Lou Retton?
She was a gymnast.
Okay.
She had a perfect 10 in the floor exercise in 1984 in Los Angeles.
You had to have been listening. No chance you knew that.
I did too.
He's a sports guy. He knows history.
Who's Greg Louganis?
Mary Lou Retton, by the way. Greg Louganis was a diver.
All right.
Yes, Mary Lou Retton. She was in the seminal, speaking of comedy, the seminal comedy classic Scrooged with Bill Murray.
Okay. Yes.
She played the part of Tiny
Tim.
Tim, throws the crutches to the side and does a whole flip thing. Mary Lou Retton, American hero.
Who's Susan Butcher?
That I don't know.
Oh, I did her odd. We're
A
trying to
Iditarod
you know.
champion.
You did her? Where?
Hey, the concept is that in every sport there should be like some slam dunk. You got to know this person.
The name you know.
Like swimming. Give me 3 people with swimming.
You just want 3 swimmers?
Like everybody should know these 3 people with swimming.
I'll go Mark Spitz.
Okay.
Speaking of great mustaches.
Okay, yes.
Great mustache.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Phelps,
Right.
obviously. Bong rips and gold medals. Nothing
One
but.
more.
Oh, Ryan Lochte.
That's a good one.
See,
That's a good one.
Lochte for
Had
2
fun in
reasons.
That's
Brazil.
a good one.
That's right. Ryan Lochte peed on the side of a gas station, and he
Got in
also
trouble.
he played the sex idiot on 30 Rock.
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was a nice poll.
Thank you very much. Ryan Lochte there for the victory.
For every sport, even if it's, you know who Jim Craig is, right?
Jim Craig was the goalie on the 1980 Miracle on Ice U.S. Olympic team.
So it doesn't matter if you're,
I know some things.
No,
I know enough to be dangerous.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, there's certain people we're saying in sports, and we evolved it into there's so much sports on all the time.
Sure.
That now becomes just white noise.
That's why nobody cares about hockey right now.
Back to 84 when Redden that was what you were watching for those 2 weeks.
It was the thing.
That was the thing.
Right.
Nowadays, there's too many D things.
Everything is televised.
Yeah.
Like every game is on. Like you can flip on and be like, hey, I'll just watch NCAA tournament softball right now.
Too much.
And by the way, like Andy and I leave that stuff on in the afternoon and we end up watching it in breaks and like breaking down the action.
I happened to watch a game this weekend.
Yeah.
The Tennessee pitcher, she had the fastest pitch of all time. She threw
Sick.
like 79.
Hell yeah.
It was pretty badass.
Yes.
And then keep in mind the DMac's got this thing going on right now
Yeah,
where
that he can hit.
He can hit any college pitcher, any college softball pitcher.
Any college softball pitcher? No, you can't.
No chance.
No chance.
After I keep watching more and more of this, I mean,
do you
zero.
know? Oh, hold on. Do you know what happened to the fastest pitch of all time? It was fouled off. I mean,
That's not a hit.
I'm sorry, is that a hit?
Whatever. She got a piece of
Made
it.
contact.
Yeah, I mean, the ball is
Did you
huge.
watch that thing I sent you of Major League Baseball players trying to hit college pitchers?
They were professional players. It was a Trevor Bauer thing with Eric Sim and those guys.
They
I know
couldn't
who it
get
was.
a freaking hit.
They were
And yet
milking
you're
that.
going to be okay.
They were milking that for the camera and all
Have
that
you-
sort of
I
stuff.
don't know.
They were
Did you
milking
guys
it.
ever try with a line drive going over your head, throwing your mid at it?
I have.
Yeah.
Did you know the penalty for it?
3 bases.
It's unbelievable that
It's a
happened.
3-base
We didn't talk
penalty.
about. Yeah, it is.
But Ariel Amador tried to do it
Yeah.
on Saturday afternoon.
We didn't
at
talk
Coors
about
Field.
that. It was one of the most crazy things I've ever seen in pro baseball. The guy definitely did it on purpose too.
He also he claimed my
It's
mid
hysterical.
slipped off. Like, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
No, you're a Major League Baseball player. Your
All right.
mid is not so loose on
I
your
did it.
hand.
I did it I was playing third base, and I did it in a summer league game. And,
Okay.
And I learned when I was 15 years old. That's a 3-base penalty.
Yeah, 3 base.
I did it in practice. I'll give you in game. Throw something at the ball. I watched a Hall of Famer, Bill Walton, when the Clippers were playing in San Diego. We're playing a game against him. I was with Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody shoots a thing. Bill lost his shoe, and he's running up and down the floor with the shoe in his hand. Finally, Danny Ramfield or somebody took a shot, and all of a sudden he throws his shoe at the ball while it's in the air.
Amazing.
The only time I've ever seen that in my
Walton
life.
would be the guy to try it too.
Did you know that that's a 3-base penalty before that play happened?
I did not. I could not have told you that exactly, but because I read the piece about it in the Denver Post, I was like, oh, okay.
It's one of the most
Now I know
costly
this.
penalties you could. It's a triple.
Yeah.
If you're, but
You hand the guy a triple.
But there's a couple little things going on with the Rockies that are kind of interesting. That one is never seen it ever in any Major League Baseball game. The fact that you could get to the majors and you wouldn't understand that that's a 3-base penalty. If they're doing a montage of how bad the Rockies year is, that is definitely making
That's
the cut.
gotta be in there.
You put that on it.
And I don't know how to pronounce his last name. The pitcher from yesterday, Mejia from the Dominican,
Yeah.
who fields a ball. All he has to do is run over to first base. He fields it,
Chucks it in the center.
going to first base, and turns around like a shortstop trying to turn a double play and fires it to second. And it goes, I guess it's Tovar covering second, 20 feet over Tovar's head to the right. But he's trying to make a play like he's a shortstop as a pitcher rather than just, here you go, taken out. And there's a runner at second with, 1 out or 2 outs or whatever it was. There are so many weird plays that are happening to the Rockies as they become the worst team ever that it's highly entertaining.
How about yesterday, Warren Schaefer, and look, I'm not going to pretend for 1 second that it's easy to manage the Rockies, okay? Like you are managing a single A quality ball club right now at the major league level, so it's really hard. But he seriously had Ezekiel Tovar bunt yesterday. The guy that led the National League in doubles.
What
last
was the
year,
situation, though,
and
Nate?
you had
What's
him
the total
bunt.
situation?
It was
I'm not against it.
It was a 1-run game, and
What
you're
inning?
trying to get a runner into scoring position. But this is just
What
it.
inning?
It was, what was it, the 6th or the 7th,
How many
whatever
outs are
inning
there?
that it was.
And it's a one-run game. Do you know how hard it is for the Rockies to score runs, though, Nate?
That's exactly it, though. You're taking the guy that led the National League in doubles a year ago. Like, there's a lot of hitters in that lineup. I'm okay with you doing that because you're just throwing anything
Nobody
against the
else knows
wall.
how to do it, though,
But
Nate.
you do not do that with Ezekiel
I
Tovar.
respectfully-
You have to take the chance that he's going to hit one off the wall.
I respectfully disagree. Do they ever do a hit and run? Are those out nowadays?
You don't. Teams don't hit and run very often anymore. They really don't. No.
Because the Rockies always fail on the hit part.
That
and
part.
then the guy gets thrown out at whatever base.
By the way, that is not the first time he has had Tovar bunt in a situation where you're trying to get a run in an inning.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
It's
He shouldn't
not
be
a-
doing that.
it's not a
Also,
bad idea. It's a good idea. It's
with
a-
a runner on third and less than 2 outs in the first inning, he left the infield back. Again, you only score like 2 runs a game. You cannot concede the run in that situation, especially against the best offensive club in baseball, which is the Chicago Cubs, by the way. Again, I don't pretend for 1 second that it's easy, but I'm not having Ezekiel Tovar of all hitters in my lineup lay down a bunt.
Wow, I so respect you and disagree with you vehemently on that issue. To me, the Schaefer's looking at baseball differently than Buddy Black, and this is a positive thing.
And it turns out they both are terrible because they have no players.
Of their, see you, Scott. Of their 45 losses, 23 are only by 3 runs or less.
Makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Makes sense.
The tide could turn. The tide could turn on the Rockies.
They're gonna catch the Dodgers.
They're not going to catch the Dodgers.
Look out, NL West. Here they come.
There's only one question left, and this makes it incredibly entertaining to watch. And I'm glad we can have a respectful disagreement about baseball, which is remarkable when it comes to the Rockies.
What? Who's passionate about what?
Me and Nate are passionate about it. Maybe we're the only two that
I
care.
mean, but what would get you so
we should
fired
get
up?
Brett Kane in this argument. Are the Rockies going to be the worst team ever
Yes.
or not?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's fantastic.
I believe they will.
But that journey is fascinating.
Well, I'm glad you think so.
I think it's must-watch TV.
I completely agree. I'm glued to it.
It's
I'm with
crazily
you, man.
compelling because they're not getting blown out in every game.
And they find new ways to be able to lose games. I mean, yesterday was a day where they issued 4 walks to the Cubs and 3 of those runners scored.
Right.
But again, like that's what the Cubs do. They don't strike out a lot. They walk, so they put men on base, so they score runs. The Rockies are the complete opposite of that. So even though they had more hits yesterday than the Cubs, they don't punish teams.
Also, there's other quirky things going on that are really unique. Like you have an hour and 45-minute rain delay. They don't put the game back on television. They didn't do it because they're being broadcast by Major League Baseball.
Who didn't want to pay for more satellites?
So they just went to other stuff.
They
So
closed
when
their window.
So when the game came back, which was a close game, by the way,
Yeah.
a game in which the Rockies, Mickey Moniak, homered in the bottom of the ninth, and they had runners on first and second against the Yankees with a chance to tie or win the game in the bottom of the ninth. They didn't put the game back on TV on the Rockies channel. So if you're watching the Rockies channel, you weren't watching the Rockies as they went to the ninth inning against the Yankees. There was just other baseball on.
See, this is where you have greater dedication than me because I did not hang in for that.
I'm watching, we're out to a restaurant, and I'm reading the game after I think I can watch it. But I'm reading the game.
Old Captain Gamecast over there.
Well, it's like my wife is like, are we going to go to dinner yet? And I'm like, okay, finally, let's go. And I'm like, ooh, the game is back on. I got Fubo. I can put it back on. Andy, it's a different game on the Rockies network.
Hold on, you delayed a meal to watch the 2025 Rockies.
I've done some insane things watching this. I've watched
Did
more.
your lovely wife had to wait to eat?
You know what
so
that
you
is?
could figure out. Now, hold on. You made your wife wait to eat?
I'm telling you,
You
Because
didn't
of the
say, honey,
Rockies.
go ahead and eat?
I am more obsessed about this Rockies team and what is happening this year than I have been with them for years and years and
Yeah,
years.
I'm interested, not obsessed.
I'm
That's-
obsessed. I'm watching every freaking inning. When are we going to see a pitcher field a ball and huck it to second base to try to turn 2 on the easiest out of all time?
You know what I love of this crossover time? He doesn't get to do this with
Oh,
you.
no. It's only Nate. I can only do it with Nate.
But there's always something that we all got something, right? We all got
We all got
something we
something.
could all connect with.
Delaying.
But not everybody's connecting over the same thing.
All right, I'll leave it
You know
alone.
what this feels like? No, I'm glad you two feel good about it. But this feels like if I were to come in here and start ranting about, those scrappy little lads from Cornell winning the lacrosse championship. I hope life turns out for them
But if you
yesterday.
told me there was something about them that has never There is something about it's never
All right,
happened
you know what?
before.
They hadn't won the championship since before the original Star Wars was released. Does that help you?
No, because that's
Yeah.
only 1977. That's not interesting.
I know. There's
the
not a
Rockies,
single
Andy,
team. I know,
Andy,
the whole
modern
1900s.
baseball. First of all, the fact that they list modern baseball in 1901, you don't find that interesting? Like the modern era
No,
baseball
we already
was
did this bit. I
1901?
told you. I need to know. I need to know how the Cleveland Spiders were roaming town in 1876 or whatever the hell it
We're
was.
still figuring out how they brought the bats to games
Was
in
it
the
an
1800s.
injury report? Could you juice away?
But they're going to be
Were they allowed the tobacco?
The fact we're comparing
God,
the Rockies to teams in the 1800s, you don't find that like beyond fascinating?
I love it.
It keeps me watching.
I will say, though, delaying a meal to finish watching this Rockies team is the equivalent of having Ezekiel Tovar bunt. It's just...
You're wrong on that.
I want to see you both. I want to
the-
see you both in managers' uniforms managing a
The
team.
Rockies have to figure out how to get runs, and traditional ways aren't working. So they've got to manufacture runs.
You know who is coming up
some
next?
way.
Ryan McMahon and Michael Tolia. Do you know what Michael...
Where's Hunter Goodman? He's not in the lineup? He's sitting next.
He was not due up. McMahon was
really?
due up next.
Oh,
and
Goodman's
then,
getting a little bit of
and
a
then
breather?
Michael Tolia.
Wait, was
so
this
the
the
two
Cubs game yesterday, or was this the Yankees game?
This was
Which
the
one?
Cubs-Rockies
Yankees.
game yesterday.
He's
the two
had Tovar.
guys,
He's had Tovar bunt more than once in a situation like that.
The
since
two
he's been there.
guys, no wonder that he's 2-11 or whatever he is. The two guys that have the highest strikeout rate on the team. Do you know what Tolia's road strikeout rate is?
It can't be good.
48%. He strikes
They strike
out
out way too much.
half of his at-bats on the road.
I don't like the background.
And
Can't pick the ball up.
And he's a switch hitter.
Yeah. Hey, get this. Most of the parks look the same, D-Mac.
he can
It's
switch-
not like we're back in the day where there was like
That
unique
background
things.
problems.
There's only one Fenway. Everybody else looks like Coors Field now because that's a baseball did 10 years
Oh
ago.
my God! How about this one, real quick on the way out? The Yankees have had 8 home series. 8 home series. The Rockies' total attendance was better than 5 of the 8 series
I know,
that the
because they're all
Yankees have
Yankee
had.
fans.
That is incredible, don't you think?
Yankees
no,
tickets
I've
are
been watching
expensive.
it for years.
Yeah, but
I think it sucks. It's why nothing changes because people are at the game. Guess what? If nobody went, then your guy might sell. But since people keep showing up and it's a profitable business, it's going to be passed on for generations.
You guys already talked about how about Mike Kliss just telling Bill Schmidt you stink at doing this and you should sell the team. I mean, essentially that's what Kliss asked.
And
Bill
Schmidt said,
Schmidt.
I feel bad for the owner.
That's
what he said.
We're trying to win for the owner.
I feel bad for the owner.
We're trying to win for one for Dick.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's how you wrap a segment right there, folks. You win one for Dick. Kreckman and Lindahl, Dearius Thomas going into the Ring of Fame. How high will the honorables go for Dearius Thomas? Could Canton be next? We'll discuss.
And here we go. First snap of the overtime. The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Got him. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
Yeah, the Broncos announcing today the late, great Dearius Thomas will go into the Ring of Fame. He is inducted coming up with the Week 7 home game against the Giants. October 19th, Andy, will be Dearius Thomas Ring of Fame Day at Empower Field at Mile High. His Ring of Fame honor will be celebrated in conjunction with the 10-year reunion of the Super Bowl 50 team, of which he was a key contributor. Dearius Thomas, who lived to the age of 33, passed away a few years ago due to complications of a seizure, as we know, in 2021. But Dearius Thomas, Andy, like we just had this conversation with Legwald the other day. We were talking about the Broncos, quarter-century starting offense, all quarter-century team on offense, and Dearius Thomas, Rod Smith. We put no debate into that. I guess we talked a little bit about who a third receiver would be, but if you're just lining up the two guys on the outside, it's Rod Smith and Dearius Thomas, and I would argue the two greatest receivers in franchise history.
Yeah, and I mean we went over it. Unfortunately, it is untimely passing. Just a great dude was Dearius Thomas as well, but you forget. There's so much you forget about the good that you watched. I hope when we talk about the Avs and Nuggets of this era, we don't fall into the same trap. But for some reason, I have no idea why. Wake up this morning, and one of the things floating around Twitter was the Broncos' big comeback against San Diego when they were San Diego.
Down 24 to nothing.
Down 24 to
yeah.
That's really where that Manning thing got going and went, right?
Sure.
Kind of the first 5 weeks, it stumbled around. They had lost 3 games.
2012, they were 2-3.
Yeah. And they didn't look good in Atlanta.
Yeah.
They got their doors blown off. The offense wasn't coming together. And then all of a sudden, down 24-0 on Monday Night Football at the half. Here they come and they go out. But they were just showing Dearius blocking for guys. Decker got a little screen pass. They just shoved their way in. Dearius making catches that Dearius can make. I don't know. He just was so good. Rod was so good too. I'm glad he's going in, and I think it's a cool way because if I'm not mistaken, Nate, so the Penners took over and they had the reunion last year, right, of the 77 team. But they haven't done a lot of it's like almost, again, it's like Greg Penner got in the door and said, all right, he did this the first year with Russ. They did this the first year with Russ, he and his wife, of let's just get in here, let's get a feel for the place, let's live with the color on the walls and all that stuff.
Sure.
Figure out what we want to do then. They haven't put in a new Ring of Fame member in quite some time, right? Or did they do one
they did last year.
Who'd they do last year?
It was, why am I spacing it? It was the tight end. Yeah. Why am I? It was the tight end and the DB. This is awful that I can't remember this off the top of my head, but these were not Bolin era guys. These were dudes from the 70s.
Okay. All right. Riley Odoms. Thank you.
Riley Odoms. And yes. Thanks for putting me directly on the spot.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Anyway.
These are things that I should remember, but as we were discussing before,
all right. I'm sure the text. Let me go look at the text line. Someone has to know. I guess we'll wait and see.
Haven Moses.
Okay. Punt returner.
Yes.
Yes.
Steve Foley.
Foley? What?
It was Steve Foley and Riley Odoms last year. That's who it was.
Foley wasn't already in?
Nope. No, he went in last year.
What?
All-time Broncos all-time interception leader. Yep, went in last year. I just looked it up.
I swear to God he was in.
Nope, he wasn't.
How is that possible?
I don't know. But anyway, he wasn't.
All right. Anyway.
It was Manning before that. Shanahan and Champ were the most recents before that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But that was one of the things was like the Penner group, their first 2 Ring of Famers exclusively in their ownership tenure were guys that were non-Bolin era Broncos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but this also now, Dearius sort of
no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. It signals hopefully we'll be starting to push a few more.
Yeah.
So this may open up the Super Bowl team, the 2015 team.
Don't the guys have to be 5 years out of the game or whatever it is for the rule?
Sure.
Plus, they had to have been Broncos for 4 years, which I always think is stupid because DeMarcus Ware should be in the Broncos
Ware should
Ring
go
of Fame.
in if John Lynch is in.
He was technically only a Bronco for 3 seasons.
And I like John Lynch, but
yeah.
I mean,
yeah, no, DeMarcus Ware was the second best player on a team that won the Super Bowl.
All right. Who else on the offense goes, though?
2015?
Well, just that Dearius Thomas era. Since we've opened up the Dearius Thomas era.
So these are from the 2015 team. Manning is already in. Now Dearius Thomas is in. I would argue Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, and Chris Harris should all go in.
Okay, who else crossed over 2013 and 2015? Because Decker was on 2013, Emmanuel Sanders was 2015. I don't think either guy probably makes the ring.
No, I think they both come up a
even
little
though
bit
they
short.
were both great interviews.
Both great players.
Boy, who was the running? I guess Noshawn
was the running back, but he's not Ring of Fame worthy.
No. You look a good running back.
Again, you can be a very good player. Ring of Fame is
the cream
that's for the best of the best. These Steve Foley's and Haven Moseses and Riley Odoms of the world. Why do I keep saying Haven Moses? I think it's because it's plural, like Riley Odoms. Anyway, but that's who might be my full list off the 2015 team. Would be Manning, DT. Obviously, they're both now in. Vaughn, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, Chris Harris.
What are you doing with Clady?
Ooh,
just not long enough.
Longevity comes up short. Yeah, I would say because the longevity comes up short, even though I can make a strong argument. Like to me, when we did this exercise the other day of like the quarter century team, he's one of my tackles without a doubt.
All right, so here's what I think is amazing about the Manning era. You're going to put him up there, and I don't think he's got one Ring of Fame worthy offensive lineman, does he? Now remember with John went through most of his career without a great offensive line, but then you got Nalen. I mean, Stink could arguably go up there. You've got Gary Zimmerman that goes up there.
Sure.
So many good offensive linemen for John towards the very end. Tony Jones, Tony Jones really made his hay with the Cleveland Browns. Well, that was a hell of an offensive lineman.
And again, I know we're talking about 2015, but here's the thing you got to remember. That offense sucked.
No, I know.
It was terrible.
2013 was amazing, though.
Yeah, 2013 was absolutely
Louis
incredible.
Vasquez was good, but that was like his good year.
Right.
And then he hurt his back, and that was that.
Yeah.
Like I remember Louis Vasquez, I don't even remember who he was rotating with. Maybe they'd moved Schofield into guard, but Vasquez was it Max? Who was the Florida kid? Max, I can't remember his last name. Played guard for them.
This has been Nate and Andy trying to remember some names.
Because again, these guys, they all had roles. None of them dominated necessarily.
No.
They were rotating in linemen everywhere, just trying to put it together.
It was an era of Broncos football that guys were just sort of, flying in and out of the respective lineups. Okay, so your 2013 Broncos, your starting five across the front were Chris Clark, Zane Beadles, Manny Ramirez, Louis Vasquez, and Orlando Franklin. Again, some good players in there.
Franklin had a really good year that year.
But none of these guys are Ring of Famers.
No. And then Franklin ultimately went on and made his money with the San Diego Chargers.
Right. Like I'm looking at 2013, statistically greatest offense in the history of the game, right? Obviously Manning, no Sean Moreno at running back. Again, he was very good at his role on that team. Eric Decker, good player, not a Ring of Famer. Wes Welker wasn't a Bronco long enough. Julius Thomas, his peak didn't last long enough. It burned very bright once he got past the ankle injuries, and then he eventually wasn't here anymore. So I wouldn't put any of those guys in.
Max Garcia, thank you, text line. Remember him? Max Garcia? Now, I think he played more right guard, and ultimately he tried to take over for Tyler's buddy, Evan Mathis, who played right guard after, I think that was 2015? Was Mathis on the 2015 team?
And again, I know I'm not, we're struggling to remember names today.
Of
here
offensive linemen, though, dude.
On the air. But I think when you're going, remember that guy,
it's a problem.
It may not be a Ring of Fame worthy.
But see, that's my point. What's amazing about this, and I realized that the 2015 offense wasn't very good, but I always give the 2015 offense credit for this. Whenever the Broncos needed a drive, they got the drive.
Yeah.
That's how they won. Mm-hmm. That's how they got to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
We even talked about the self-sack that Manning gave himself in the Pittsburgh game. They still had a long way to go to get that done, and they went and they got it done. So incredible.
Was otherworldly.
they had Cam Newton seeing 24 guys out there.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so people are asking, so Talib, you've got Harris.
Vaughn and DeMarcus Ware.
No Wolf, yeah.
Again,
what about Wolf?
I think
Wolf is probably fringe.
I think there's a conversation to be had there.
Like if Ed McCaffrey's fringe from the earlier Super Bowl teams, Wolf is then probably fringe from the 2015.
Yeah, it's like, again, there were a lot of the Danny Trevathans and Malik Jacksons of the world, very good players. TJ Ward, again, very good player. But to me, like it was what made that defense all time was the edge rush and the corners.
Yeah, you could rush and cover.
Yeah.
Jeff talks about it all the time.
It's kind of the two things.
It is, but things. And you're right. It is so simple. But Jeff told me, I remember that year asking Jeff, why do you love this defense so much in training camp? And that was Jeff's answer. They could rush and cover. And again, kind of like, okay. And at the point of defense, and he said, no. Either you usually can rush or you can cover, but very rare can you do both.
Yeah,
That's what I love about this current Broncos defense. They're real close to being real good at doing both.
Pretty good. They're pretty damn good. Absolutely. I would agree with that. Yeah, you be good at those things, and you're going to absolutely be special. Yeah, I think when you're looking to commemorate the all-time greatness in the history of the franchise, those are the guys that I would put up there. Yeah, so I would say 6 guys off of that team.
Yeah, but that's amazing, man. Manning and DT. Because I'm trying to go back to 2013, like Zane Beadles. Love talking to Zane Beadles. That's not a Ring of Famer. Chris Clark, I'm not even sure how they did what they did. Clark was good, not great. Manny Ramirez was good, not great.
Ryan Clady was probably, and I think a conversation will be had about Garrett Bowles one day, especially if he continues on this current trajectory.
That's crazy.
You're
not wrong.
It's wild,
but that's
isn't it?
crazy.
But he has turned into a very dependable, available player.
And he may have a great length at the position by the time it's all done.
Like there could be another 3-4 years out of Garrett Bowles right now. Okay,
which would put him what? He was a 2017. It'd be over 10 years, right?
Yeah. I think right now Clady's probably the last offensive lineman that there would be like a real debate about. And again, it's going to come down to longevity, but Clady was a damn good player.
Quinn Miners hopefully is working his way into that.
Hope so. Yeah,
Brian
hope so.
Baldinger highlighted him today on Twitter.
Totally. Hope so. Yeah. That's the whole thing is it's like I see the talent is there. Now it's can you do it for an extended period of time, and then you become part of the Ring of Fame discussion. And I realize people are going to be like, but you're saying DeMarcus Ware, and he was only a Bronco for 3 years, which technically violates Ring of Fame rules. And my comeback to that is he was the second best player on a team that won the Super Bowl. That puts you in the Ring of Fame.
Yeah, and he brought the Hall of Fame out of Von Miller.
He did. I think his imprint will be felt for a very long time on this franchise. So, you can make an argument. No way, he's a Dallas Cowboy, all that good stuff. I don't think the 2015 defense becomes what it is without him.
I mean, Manning's a Colt.
That's true.
It's modern football, right?
Yeah. That's also a part of it that kind of makes the Ring of Fame discussion so kind of wonky now. Is like guys just aren't on teams for very long.
Especially the quarterbacks, man.
Right.
How many great quarterbacks spent a second part of Tampa's gonna honor Tom Brady somehow, right?
You would think they have to, right?
Pittsburgh's gonna put something up for Rodgers.
For Russell Wilson.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers is nowhere to be found yet at camp. Although they think he's showing up.
They
think he's coming.
Yet?
I don't know if anybody knows where he is. But according to the report on ESPN today, they're still expecting him at some point to come be quarterback. It may be training camp, but they're expecting it.
Well, yeah, because he didn't want to sign him for OTAs. He wants to go on whatever, assorted trips around the world and do whatever hallucinogenic drugs he's going to do in his free time right now. He could
come out with an album. Would you buy an Aaron Rodgers album?
Can I Buy a Feeling by Aaron Rodgers?
What? Where'd you come up with that?
That was Millhouse's dad's album.
Oh, all right.
No,
all right. I was really impressed.
Can I Borrow a Feeling?
I was kind of really impressed.
Yes.
You had me going. You should have just run with it.
Yes.
Should have just said, I got these ideas kicking around in my head.
Just Aaron Rodgers doing a bunch of Neil Young covers. I don't know. I don't know what his album would be. I have no idea.
By the way, did you see that the All-American Rejects, if you sign up on their Instagram page, they're just popping in and playing house parties now? Did one in L.A. last week because that's where the concert was.
That's great.
Just showed up at some kid's graduation party and started ripping hits.
That's fantastic.
But part of me was like, all right, but help me out here. If you're graduating, your class of 2025.
Sure.
How many All-American Rejects hits do you know?
The parents will dig it,
well,
right?
Yeah, but
get out of the way,
kids'
nerds.
Graduation party.
They get enough attention. They're doing just fine.
Would you just be like, Lucy, you're going to listen to this. You're
Exactly.
going to like it.
Very much
This is the
so.
song Move Along.
Step aside, kids. Dad's getting drunk tonight. Anyway, Dearius Thomas in the Ring of Fame, and it's awesome. This has been Nate and Andy trying to remember some guys on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Glad we slowed the roll on turning the mic on there. Anyway, it's time to talk about low testosterone. You know, it's not a Monday, it's a Tuesday. And Tuesday we talk low T, something that you hear a lot about because it's a problem for a lot of men. You may be dealing with it and not even know, but if you're dealing with it, you may think, what are the symptoms? How would I know? Now, a lot of people related to low sex drive, which is one of the symptoms. But there's other things like not seeing the gains in the gym, not sleeping well, getting brain fog, dealing with depression, not having the energy that you want to get through the day. So if you need to maybe find a cure for any of this, go get your T levels checked. You can do that right at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you, in fact, have low T. And if you'd like to get that old feeling back, if you'd like to feel like you did when you were your younger self, go and maybe this will be the help for you. You can go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They do have a quiz if you'd like to take that. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's 10 questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They draw your blood. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who goes over the results with you, and you can make the decision as to what to do from there. Your initial cost for the appointment is $99, which includes the consult, team, PSA test. But if you start on testosterone treatment day of your visit, then your appointment's free, so nothing to lose there. Go on in, talk to them, see if maybe they can't help you. I can tell you the first couple shots, they feel like a great cup of coffee. That's how I was feeling. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That's Andy. I'm Nate. We got Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll be talking to him about Dearius Thomas going into the Ring of Fame. Plus, today was day 1 of Bronco OTAs. Day 1 of phase something or other. I can never keep it all straight. I know there's a mandatory minicamp in June, and then there's training camp, and then they'll actually play football games.
They're going to do the camp this week, camp next week, middle week of June, they do their minicamp. Everybody goes off for the summer.
Yes.
And then coaches cross their fingers, and we all get back together late July and get this sucker going. 100 days to kick off or something like that they posted.
Thunder take a 3-1 series lead on Minnesota last night, Andy. Shea goes for 40, but he took 30 shots to get there. He did the thing where he shot a billion free throws, not surprisingly there. But Jalen Williams, really the story of that game last night, going for 34 points, kind of his offensive breakout finally. And defensively, he was absolutely marvelous once again. So you look up at the end of this game, Andy, and it was a 2-point game, 128-126. The Timberwolves scored 126 points last night despite 21 turnovers, 21, and allowing 19 offensive rebounds last night by the Thunder. And yet they still scored 126 points. But basically, and Ant talked about it after the game, that's like, that's damn near 40 possessions that you're giving up, and you only lost that game by 2 points. Is anything that you are watching right now in this Thunder Timberwolves series, does it change any way you now view the Nuggets, view the way that they played in that series? Does it view maybe or alter, I suppose, your view of what this team could have done should they have been able to, get past the Thunder? Any of those things?
I mean, not necessarily. I still... Scotty says it all the time. Scotty and I talk in the morning usually, and Scotty said it again. This series is proving that the T-Wolves were built to beat the Nuggets and have trouble beating a lot of other teams.
Yeah.
Because, honestly, I told you, I thought the T-Wolves had the size to match Oklahoma City a little bit better. I still thought the Thunder were on their way. I still believe the Thunder are going to win the championship. I thought their greatest problem might have been Boston. Boston's out, so nothing to worry about whether it's the Knicks or the Pacers. Now, those will probably be famous last words the way this NBA season's going. But
that series has been weird, by the way.
Well, it has, although,
I did not anticipate the Knicks coming back and getting game 3. I mean, they're down 15 points in the third quarter. I'm just like, they're toast. And then Nesmith turned his ankle and Cat went nuclear, and boom, the Knicks came back and won that game. Thibodeau played 9 guys the other night, which also, isn't that kind of one of those things, too, where you watch Thibs runs 9 out there, and it's like, okay, I'm down 0-2. I got to find something.
Yeah, well, it goes
I got
back.
to take a swing. The Nuggets don't have a swing to take.
See, that's my thing. Listen, it might maybe a little hard on Jamal Murray at times. Yeah, I mean, I watched your guy Lou Dort give all sorts of hell to Ant Edwards last night.
How many shots did Ant take last night?
Not enough. They were complaining about
13.
that.
He took
and his
13
points,
shots.
I believe, or something like that is like his second lowest playoff total ever or whatever. So, yeah, look, Lou Dort's a mess. He messes up a lot of great offensive players. I get that.
Caruso's pretty good.
But when you have no bench because you're playing 4 top contracts, it does not change the fact that you've got to have other options that you're comfortable playing. Period.
Yeah, and they straight up don't. I mean, even first off, that game last night was phenomenal.
Yeah.
That was 2 teams okay. So in this series so far, the Thunder imposed their will in games 1 and 2 on Minnesota. Game 3, the Thunder took the night off, and the Timberwolves just beat the ever-living crap out of them. Okay, you're on the every other night schedule, so they took a night off. They come out and they play as hard as they possibly can in game 4, both those teams, though. And so many guys played well in that game, but also it's a game where you look up at the end of the night and there's Caruso played 33 minutes and scored 10 points. Casey Wallace hit some big shots last night. You look at Minnesota's bench last night, they get big. First off, Nickeil Alexander-Walker looked like a damn all-star last night, and then Dante DiVincenzo comes in and keeps making a whole bunch of shots. Even Terrence Shannon, my guy from Illinois, drops 9 points last night in 8 minutes. It's a Julian Strawther-like performance, but these teams they have the guys where they can find that stuff with, and the Nuggets just flat out don't. I would love to have seen a world where the Nuggets stayed healthy, where Porter didn't suffer a shoulder injury in the playoffs, where Aaron Gordon didn't suffer a hamstring injury, where Jamal Murray didn't get sick during the playoffs. But that's not the one that we got, and ultimately all the Nuggets' problems just came out to roost. I don't think just because Oklahoma City is handing it to Minnesota the way that they are, I don't think that would have made things any easier for the Nuggets against Minnesota.
No, because Minnesota's designed to beat you. We talk about that all season long. We talked about it after every single one of the losses that the T-Wolves handed the Nuggets. And, here's another reason why I think the Nuggets can't get complacent and just say, well, look, we took that team to 7, and this is probably going to be a 5-game series at this point, because I got no faith Minnesota is going to win Game 5. But they kind of talked about it on SportsCenter or on Get Up this morning. Here's the problem. Not only are they good now, but they brought up, I think it was Windhorst was talking about the fact, all right, Lou Dort, you're up for an $80 million contract extension. Good luck. We're going to go and draft or trade draft picks or find a replacement for you and not spend that kind of money because, we'll see. Now, a lot of conversation about Shea maybe not taking a full $300 million contract. Guy's not been paid yet. I would not hold it against him if he decided to take the most money he could get. But look, they've got draft picks. They've got a deep bench. They just have a situation that we wish that the Nuggets had. And instead, Calvin Booth was out there handing out player options to Russell Westbrook and to Dario Saric. I heard the guys as I hopped in the car to come in here, on PhD talking about what's Westbrook going to do. It seems like everybody knows Dario Saric is going to opt in because he's not going to make $5.5 million anywhere else unless he really wants to play. You're not dealing with the luxury that the Thunder are dealing with. They're going to be a deep team, you would think. Listen, Nate, if they don't want to use the draft picks, they can go acquire a superstar. They've got so many draft picks, it's ridiculous.
If they wanted to take the Giannis swing, they could.
They could?
They could. Yeah, they could be the team that. Here's the thing, if I was those guys, I wouldn't do that. Your core is so young and already championship good. See how far it'll take you.
Well, they just play such ridiculous, suffocating defense.
Their defense is so freaking good.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to...
And I guess one quick point on the Nuggets. It is one thing that, I know I said it a billion times during the playoffs, but, the toughness of that group, the resilience of that group really does impress. And pushing that series to 7 games the way that they did, and I know Game 1 was a freaking miracle, but they pulled it out nonetheless. Games 4 and 5 will always be the ones that will stick with us. I think Game 4, especially at home, when you blow an 8-point lead and Jokic can't make a shot to save his life, is one that will really stick in the craw for many, many years. But it does go to show you how damn good this team is.
No, it is, but then...
But is it championship good? I would argue no.
But again, you've got OKC with incredible defense.
Yeah.
Nuggets started the playoffs with a Clipper team that plays incredible defense. Mm-hmm. We know Minnesota's capable of playing incredible defense.
Sure.
And even though it didn't really show up last night when you look at the scoreboard, that's just because they've got great scores on OKC too.
The shot making in that game was absurd.
Yeah. So, but my point is, when we talk about the things the Nuggets need to do, you've got to get better defensively somehow, don't you? And how do you get better if you're keeping the same group? That's my question.
Yeah.
Who are you going to coach up to be I don't need a Lou Dort, although I'd take it. Who
Sure
could
would.
even go Alex Caruso for you? That guy is nothing but a pain in the rear end, and I'd take him on the Nuggets in 2 seconds if he was available.
You got to hope Christian Brown develops into that player. That's he's gotten better every single year, and generally, an excellent defensive player can continue to improve as they learn more tricks along the way.
Okay, I like that, but
hope
guess
he's going to
what?
be that guy.
Caruso comes off the bench.
Yeah, he does. He does.
You need a bench guy that can give you a little of that.
They don't have that.
I don't see Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson is going to have to get thicker to handle the bigger bodies he's going to be tasked with if he's ever going to be that kind of player. Caruso is not taking... He and Julius Randle are having a mini war. They had to stop that inbounds pass at one time to tell them both to just chill out for a few seconds.
By the way, here's a fun bizarro world thing. So I was reading last night Singer's book about Jokic, and it was about the 2018 NBA draft. So 2017-18, Nuggets lose game 82 against Minnesota, come up one victory shy of being able to make the playoffs. They have the 14th pick in the draft, the last pick technically in what you would call the draft lottery. That was the draft where at number 14 they selected Michael Porter Jr. out of Missouri. But as Singer talked about in his book, the Nuggets had an offer in place to Sacramento to go up to number 2 to trade 2 future firsts plus the 14. So basically it would have been 3 ones to go up to number 2 because they were targeting a Wing out of Real Madrid by the name of Luka Doncic. Ultimately, Sacramento, much to their dismay, chose to draft Marvin Bagley because Vlade Divac did not want to disrupt the development of De'Aaron Fox. That never worked out for Sacramento. The other player that the Nuggets were targeting, they were back at number 14. He ended up going at number 11. You know who that guy was?
No.
He was the NBA MVP. His name is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Nuggets wanted him, but he was plucked at number 11. They took Michael Porter Jr. out of Missouri at number 14. Really good player, but neither of those guys are Luka Doncic or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay. Boy, talk about the butterfly effect.
I know, right? Could have
because
been.
you probably don't get the Gordon deal done, but maybe you don't need to, right?
Maybe you don't need to. Exactly.
Because if you give up 2 future firsts, would one of those have been the Gordon first?
Probably. Yeah, good point. Yeah, the 2025 first.
Still.
Fine by me.
You'd have had
and I love AG.
You'd have had Luka, Jamal.
Yeah.
And your guy, Nikola.
Yeah, I know. They won a championship, but still, it's fun to think about. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Jeff Legwold coming up here 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We got OTA questions abound for Jeff Legwold, plus Dearius Thomas going into the Broncos Ring of Fame. Andy, is Dearius Thomas a Hall of Famer?
Ooh, that's a great Jeff Legwold question.
Can I start you with? Can I offer the table some numbers?
Yeah, are you going to go ahead? Give me the first offer here. I don't want the undercoating.
2012 to 2018. All right, that's what I call exactly Dearius Thomas's prime. He was drafted in 2010, but injuries really kind of beset the start of his NFL career. 2012. Fully healthy for 16 games, and in his first fully healthy season, 94 catches, 1,434 yards, 10 touchdowns. In the Manning era, he had 10, 14, 11, and 6 touchdowns, respectively. Still had a 1,000-yard season the first year that Manning was gone, had 949 receptions in 2017 in one of the worst Bronco teams of our lifetime, and 2018 was the year that he was traded to the Houston Texans. But for the balance of the season, still put up 677 yards. So for 2012 to 2018, receptions. Number 1, Antonio Brown. Number 2, Julio Jones. Number 3, Dearius Thomas. 634 catches. So only Brown and Jones were above him. Receiving yardage. Again, Antonio Brown 1, Julio Jones 2, Dearius Thomas 3, 8,496. Receiving touchdowns in that time. Antonio Brown 72, Des Bryant 58, Dearius Thomas tied with A.J. Green with 56. So of those 3 kind of triple crown receiving statistics, receptions, yardage, and touchdowns, Dearius Thomas was top 3 in every single one of those categories for that chunk of his prime for that 7 seasons.
Yeah, look, it stacks up for me. I mean, we're asking the wrong crowd here, right? But I would also throw in there the different quarterbacks that he was still so great with.
Right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't just Manning the whole time.
Yeah, the Manning thing helped. I don't think anybody would deny that it helped.
He had 90 receptions for Trevor Siemian.
Yeah.
He had 83 receptions in 2017 for 3 different quarterbacks.
Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch, and Brock Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler. Ball security's job security.
Mm-hmm.
I like Brock.
All-time rough Bronco season, and Dearius Thomas still managed to put up fantastic numbers on an offense that couldn't do anything.
So, yeah, look, I don't know. It's, to me, yes. You know, I always go with Rod Smith. I think Rod Smith has a case. Now, he never gets talked about, but Rod Smith had a great start to his career with John Elway, but also played with Brian Grease. He also played with Jake Plummer. I think he got a little bit of Cutler in, but I don't think a lot. But again, another guy that was incredibly productive with a number of different quarterbacks. And Dearius Thomas, as you said, he was up there. Julio Jones is going to be Hall of Famer, right? I don't think.
I would think.
What do you think happens with Antonio Brown? Does the personality stuff get in the way? And
it's gonna be tough. I mean,
Right.
even Terrell Owens.
I was about to say he'll get the Terrell Owens.
Yeah,
treatment,
one of
right?
the best receivers of our lifetime. And what did he? It took him 3 years,
3 or 4 years.
Yeah,
I
to be
remember
able
Ed
to get in.
McCaffrey. I never thought Ed McCaffrey would get irate, but he was irate that they did not put in Terrell Owens right away.
So now I'm just looking, and that's, again, you can say I'm cherry picking, okay? I cherry picked the 7 years of his prime or whatever. Now I'm looking at the full decade. This is the 2010s, from 2010 to 2019. Basically DT's entire career. 4th in receptions in the decade, 4th in receiving yardage in the decade, and 6th in touchdowns in the decade. And the other guys that we're talking about at the top here, I mean, we're talking about Julio Jones. I would agree, Andy. That's a Hall of Famer right there. Antonio Brown, I think the personality stuff is going to be tricky. Larry Fitzgerald, that's a Hall of Famer. That's a slam dunk. Dearius Thomas, remains to be seen, but these are the guys we're talking about. I mean, in terms of touchdowns, Rob Gronkowski, that's a slam dunk Hall of Famer, right? You don't even deny that for 1 second. This is the kind of category that we're talking about with DT. I think, I think Julio Jones is a no-brainer. I think Larry Fitzgerald is a no-brainer. I think after that, that's where Dearius Thomas's name comes up. And one of the things that's going to be tricky, and Legwald has talked about this a lot, is, with the explosion of passing offense that has happened in the last couple of decades, there's always going to be a backload of wide receivers waiting to get in.
There is, and again, the rules have changed. You're not allowed to touch guys hardly anymore, so that should lead to more receptions. The numbers will get gaudier and gaudier as we go along. They're throwing more. Dearius was still kind of in that range where you still kind of tried to run the ball a little bit. Like right now, hey, we've got a coach here in town. Sean Payton's not known to really love running the football all the time.
Sure.
Now he loves throwing the screen pass. He loves throwing the short passing game.
I would also say, though, like it's because of the explosion in the passing game, because of the amount of receivers that have become noteworthy in the football lexicon, and I know fantasy football is a big, big part of that. But when you look at DT and he's right at the top in all of these categories, it's like, well, yeah, but also wide receivers, we've seen the way that they get paid explode in the last several years because their imprint and importance on the game is higher than it's ever been. And that's, Dearius Thomas's era is really kind of the time where that became the thing in football.
Here would be my best argument for Dearius. We'll go 2012 through, we'll throw in 2017. 1,434 yards, 1,430 yards, 1,619 yards in 2014, 1,304 yards in 2015, 1,083 yards again with Trevor Siemian as his quarterback, and 949 yards his last real high productive season, you'd say, for Denver in 2017. Again, 3 different quarterbacks, so nearly 1,000 yards. And what Jeff talked about, because when they traded him, I remember one of the first things, everybody in town, we were having a discussion. They're going to be okay because they got Emmanuel Sanders. One of the first things that Jeff pointed out to me, Jeff Legwald, was, all right, we'll see how Emmanuel handles the first corner.
Sure.
Because the top corners always covered Dearius, if not double teams. And he always faced that. And you still ended up with 1,400, 1,400, 1,600, 1,300, and 1,000 in a, 5-6 year period there?
He was the number 3
Ridiculous.
receiver in the NFL in his prime. Is basically what we're looking at. He was the number 3 receiver in the league.
And I wanted to point out the yardage because remember, go back to 2013. Would they have like 2 or 3 times in that game against the Ravens where Manning threw for 7 touchdowns in the opener, where Dearius took a little screen pass, broke a tackle, said goodbye?
He was the single greatest bubble screen receiver of our lifetime.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that to be the case. And one of the big reasons why, and the Broncos have tried to do it since, and they've never been able to, is because on a bubble screen, you got to be able to break a tackle. There's always going to be somebody unblocked. You can't account for everybody. And Peyton Manning was smart enough to be able to look over and say, okay, the math is mathing right now, and this is all we're going to do. It's going to call one quick audible, and boom, throw the ball to DT. 2 blocks get set. He's going to make somebody miss. He's going to break a tackle, whatever it may be, drag his legs out of somebody's grasp, and boom, he's going for 25 yards.
Oh, and he was a stiff arm king.
Yep.
Matter of fact, it's
fast
why
as could be.
He
huge.
always had his fingers screwed up.
Right.
Because he was constantly stiff-arming guys and getting his fingers caught in their mask. But, yeah, tough. I mean, he played with more injuries, especially to his hands, than I think some people realize. I remember the first time he was complaining to me. He used to come out to Bronco Talk his first 2-3 years, and he's very shy. I think we talked about this when he passed away. For those that don't know, incredibly shy individual. I don't know. I asked him, why are you afraid to talk to 30 people in a bar when we're on a stage, but you don't mind 75,000 in a stadium? And he was like, yeah, I just don't know they're there. I don't know. He's like, I can't explain it, but in a game, the fans aren't really there. I don't notice that they're there. I'm playing a game, right? But when you're sitting up doing this Bronco Talk show, he saw all these faces looking back at him, and it just freaked him out.
Yeah.
But he would I remember that year with Tebow. He was like, we've got to teach this guy. He needs an off-speed pitch. He goes, man, he's rocking into that thing. He had a broken ring finger at the time. He's like, I can't catch the dang thing. It's just so much pain every time. Though, he's throwing it like he's going from short to first every time. DT was like, bro, just a little less MPH, please.
Little touch.
Just, yeah.
Would it kill you?
It's hurting the old digits here. So, and there was just a number of times where he dealt with that. Who was the corner? I know you did the show with him too. The corner they got from New Orleans that was here that was really good for a while. The free agent signing, I want to say they got in 2012. And he used to do a show. He was fantastic with the media.
Tracy Porter?
Thank you. Tracy Porter. I remember Porter telling the story of his first OTAs to give you an idea about Dearius Thomas. They were doing the one-on-one drills. And Tracy, like a lot of guys, I think some of us did this in high school. You were trying to go ahead and stand in line to get your best matchup. And Tracy said nobody would trade with him. And he was looking at the receiver line. He's like, that dude ain't a receiver. That's a tight end. What's he doing there?
Yeah.
And finally, he verbalizes that out loud. And they're like, no, that's Dearius Thomas. That ain't a tight end. He goes, that is not a wideout. Oh, no, that's a wideout.
He was huge. He was such a freaking beast. 6'3", 220.
Yeah.
I mean, just an absolute beast.
And it was so funny because I think all of us, when he got drafted, because he was drafted the same year as Tebow, right? And then they traded back in and took Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
But I remember all of us, because Des Bryant was on the board, I believe, went one pick after him to the Cowboys. We were all like, who? What? You drafted a guy that went to Georgia Tech?
A wide receiver from Georgia Tech that had like 28 catches his senior year. Yeah.
2 outs and a go.
Josh McDaniels.
You got that right.
You know, it gets largely canceled out when you take Tim Tebow 3 picks later.
Sure.
But you drafted Dearius Thomas over Des Bryant in the first round. You get some points for that, okay? You or somebody on your staff got that one right. Well done.
Josh's second draft was actually pretty good. He got Zane Beadles.
Mm-hmm.
He got J.D. Walton.
Yes.
He got Eric Decker. He got DT.
Again, all canceled out by Tebow in the first.
He gave up. It was so funny because he pulled off this amazing, and they couldn't believe they did it. Brian Sanders actually told me what they're going to do, and they did it. But yeah, they had warned me. He said, there's a player we like. We're going to acquire some second-round picks. We're going to go back up and get the player that we liked. And sure enough, they did it. And I remember thinking to myself, maybe you just ought to keep all these second-round picks. Who are you going after? And then it was Tebow. Because remember, they traded down. I think they're at like 10 or 12 again, and they did like a couple trade downs, grabbed Thomas, and actually had stockpiled 2 or 3 second-round picks.
And then went back up to get Tebow.
They also did that with Brock.
It's a good win against Pittsburgh. It's a good win against Pittsburgh.
Oh, it was one of the greatest moments.
Hey, and you know what? Butterfly effect, it helped you be able to get Peyton Manning.
Was that not a signature? Was his catch against the Steelers in overtime, is that not a signature NFL moment of the what is it, the teens?
Yeah.
What do you call that? The aughts or the
I would say that it was. The Tebow magic season. And again, like, objectively, drafting Tim Tebow in the first round is a mistake. Okay? When a quarterback flames out of the league after 1 year as your starter, you probably shouldn't have taken him in the first round. Yeah, but that season is an all-timer, and the thing that I will always give to Tim Tebow is he reignited Bronco Mania.
Oh, yeah. He made him relevant again.
It was in a bad place. There was years of mediocrity under Shanahan. The Josh McDaniels era was absolutely painful for everybody. The start of John Fox's tenure, and they were, 1-4 with Kyle Orton
they were booing
as their
people.
Quarterback. And
they were booing the second half of the Raider Monday night opener.
Exactly. And Tebow reignited it, and then Manning arrived the next year. And it's... I would say it definitely had, many low points post-Manning, the basically 2016 until the team got sold were all pretty rough years.
All right.
But at least on the front end of that, you had the hangover of a Super Bowl victory. It was getting rough for a minute there.
I got to ask you, though, which was the tougher season to come back from? 2010 Josh McDaniels or where they went? They were so bad, they got the number 2 overall pick. What were they, 4-12, I believe?
2010 to be able to draft Von Miller.
Yeah, to be able to draft Von Miller when they really wanted. No, they also, 2011's where they blew the Andrew Luck deal. Or 2022, Nathaniel Hackett, Russell Wilson, and Sean Payton's got to ride in here and deal with that. Because really... Like, Bo Nix and Sean Payton have done what Manning and Fox did in 2012, I think, as far as relevance again. But
so here's the thing, though. This is why I would say 2010 was a lower point, okay? Not to say that Hackett and Russ wasn't a pretty low point, but Russell Wilson at least did have the pedigree of being a former Pro Bowler, and so, like, I would say Russell Wilson did present some hope false as it may have been, some hope, Kyle Orton in the 2010 Broncos presented no hope.
None.
So, in the very least, you had that small shred of, well, at least I know Russell Wilson was once awesome. Like, with Kyle Orton, it was like, well, once upon a time, this guy was an average NFL quarterback.
Who would have thought Coach might have saved this all?
Maybe he did.
Coach got the best 3-game stretch out of. No, I guess Sean got a pretty good 3-game stretch out of Russ too.
Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a moment. We'll talk to him about DT to the Ring of Fame, about OTAs, and so much more next. Bylines right there at ESPN.com. Dearius Thomas to be inducted into Broncos Ring of Fame. Jeff Legwold doing the reporting on that. As you write, Jeff, Dearius Thomas, whose signature smile was as big a part of his legacy with the Broncos as his long list of big plays, will be inducted into the team's Ring of Fame during the 2025 season. Naturally, Leggy, we got to do the talk radio thing where we don't appreciate it for 1 second and instantly go to what is his Hall of Fame resume for Dearius Thomas. But let's stay on the Broncos part of it here for just a moment. When we talked on Friday, we said, hey, quarter-century team, Dearius Thomas, Rod Smith, absolute no-brainer. I think he's top 2 in franchise history in terms of it being an all-time great wide receiver. Dearius Thomas going into the Ring of Fame to you, Jeff, as a player, what is his ultimate football legacy?
Well, he's one of the best Broncos I think the franchise will ever have. He's certainly one of the best I ever put eyes on in my time covering the team. He's the top of the top, right there with the absolute best, even some of the Hall of Famers who've been here. His Hall of Fame resume will be that he was stuck in a struggling offense for a lot of years that didn't, at least his first 2 that couldn't throw the ball, and then injuries. He tore his Achilles twice in his career, and then his hip. I don't think people realize the kind of hip injury, hip pain he played through much of the final years of his career. I'm not sure I know of many players who push through more to not just play, but to excel. So I think the injuries cut him short at a position where numbers are everything. I believe a 5-time Pro Bowler with his statistics and one of the greatest 4-year runs. I mean, there are only 4 receivers in league history who did what he did over those 4 years. I certainly would love to fight that one in the room. I think both he and Rod Smith deserve a day in court. They will never get, probably, because the numbers at receiver are just stupid now. 100 catch seasons and 1,500 yard seasons and career catches. It's all so out of whack. It's hard to judge the actual football player in there for some, but I don't care how long I do this and how many people I see. He will always be one of the 3 best receivers I ever lay eyes on. And I think I talk to journalism classes a lot, and I use Dearius Thomas as an example of how we cover humility. And I think sometimes we undervalue humility because, the player doesn't tell us how good he is, so we don't celebrate how good he is. I think Dearius Thomas, Peyton Manning said he's one of the biggest reasons he signed here in 2012 was that Dearius Thomas was on this team.
Can you talk about his ability to battle the number 1 corner? Again, I was telling Nate the story that when he got traded and Emmanuel was taking over the position, you had told me, well, now we're going to have to see how Emmanuel handles the number 1 corner because we never gave enough credence to that. He saw double teams in 2013, the greatest offense you've ever seen. Can you just talk about some of what he went up against? It's like Jokic getting blitzed by 3 players in the keys sometimes.
And he rarely complained, Andy. And we all talk about how we want the guy who doesn't tell us how great he is, who doesn't complain, who doesn't flop, yet we don't celebrate that all the time. And look, I'm in a business that is as guilty of that as anything. So I realize that, but I think the fact he didn't call for flags almost ever put him in a situation like Nikola Jokic, where he is just battling through punishment other players don't see. And I saw it with my own eyes an awful lot. And I did an oral history about the 2013 offense and talked to everybody involved. And it's one of the favorite things I've ever written. And in that story, Peyton Manning said everything that offense did started with how defenses reacted to Dearius Thomas. Not anything else. Not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning said they started every discussion of every play and every scouting, thing they did and every audible they made by what defenses did with Dearius Thomas.
We talked about it before. Greatest bubble screen wide receiver ever, or in the very least, you put him right up next to Terrell Owens as the best ever on that play.
Yeah, the one against the Ravens, I think it was the 7th touchdown pass in the game, is always one of my, it was like he was catapulted out of a tunnel. It was ridiculous.
It was such a fun play to watch, and it was one there where Manning just surveyed the defense and looked over and said, okay, well, I know DT is going to break that tackle, and boom, I'm calling this thing, and next thing you know, it's a gain of 28. Here we go, and the offense is just absolutely humming and clicking once again. Leggy, so had this debate earlier. Okay, so Manning is already in. Now Dearius Thomas is going in. Of the 2015 team, that group that won the Super Bowl that season, I have argued 4 off of the defense, one of whom is technically ineligible because of the rules, and yet I say rules be damned on this guy. That would be DeMarcus Ware, along with Von Miller. And then I say that both Chris Harris and Aqib Talib are Broncos Ring of Famers. When you look at that 2015 team, what say you? I've got 6 making it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a crowded facade on the stadium with that group, and not just because I think sometimes we just lump it all into the Super Bowl 50, but much of that group won 50 games in 4 years, 4 division titles, went to 2 Super Bowls, and went to 2 Super Bowls in an era when Tom Brady and the Patriots were doing their thing.
Yep.
So. Again, I think you start at 6, and, the Broncos have been very stringent when you compare it to you go to Kansas City and it looks like a phone book they have so many players in their Ring of Fame or whatever they call it. It's just, it sort of dilutes it a little bit. I think Dearius is the 38th person in their Ring of Fame. So it is really an honor, but I think you start at 6 with that era, and you could probably make arguments for other guys. I also think there are guys like Al Wilson and other people that deserve a nod as well before you even get to that era we're talking about. But that's the recency one, but that was the greatest, if not one of the greatest, if not the greatest 4-year run in the franchise's history. And, 4 years that's a pretty healthy run in today's NFL.
All right, let's talk some mini camp if you feel like doing that. Mini camp. It's not mini camp yet. It's an OTA. Got to get them all right because everybody has to show up to mini camp. Not everybody has to show up today. Don't really get to lay eyes on it until Thursday, Jeff. What do you think we'll be seeing? This is going to be kind of a little bit of the field day stuff this week, right?
I mean, they'll do, I bet they have some sort of installation going, Andy. They'll do some football things. I'm intrigued just to see the new guys on defense. We won't see Greenlaw probably until training camp, but Hufanga, I'm intrigued to see him, healthy and moving around and how this time of year, I'm always looking to see who among the rookies has already made enough of an impression to push into the rotation they do use when we do look at it. So I think those are kind of the things I'm looking for. And then, we haven't seen Nix throw since he's dealt with, the offseason rehab from his injuries.
RJ Harvey, what's the learning curve / sort of timeline for a player like that look like? Are the Broncos hoping that by week 1, this guy's ready to play, 30, 40 snaps in their offense and probably take at least the majority of offensive snaps in the backfield?
I think they drafted him with that hope.
Yeah.
There's always a chance that the veterans don't go quietly, that you get Jaleel McLaughlin sees, okay, they drafted a back and they're acting like he's going to be. There's always that chance the veteran puts up a quality fight, or Estime, who came
Isn't he
in
only like
not-
21 years old, by the way, Audric Estime?
Yeah, exactly. And he came in not with quite the hopes of Harvey, but they were just as hopeful.
Yeah.
Almost as when they drafted him. So I think it's hard for a rookie to move ahead of the class like that. Not, unless you're Jahdae Barron, who I think is going to play wherever they can put him. But I think Harvey will have a fight on his hands, but the vision will be evident, I think, when they do put the pads on in August. I think we will see the vision they were talking about when they picked him.
Is there who's even out there? I think I've asked you before. There's not really a free agent to keep an eye on, right? This is the roster. Where are they at cap-wise too, Jeff? I don't think we've asked you that in a while. They're up to it, aren't they?
They're close. I mean, they got enough to do a couple of these late deals. If someone, I think cut down day really is the next big day to look at. When they're looking around, and they've left enough room for that. I mean, they still are carrying $32 million dead money for Russell Wilson. So, there is still a little bit of the cap strap thing. And they did spend their free agency dollars. They got guys on mid-level deals, but they did, 4, fairly, you add in DJ Jones's re-signing, and they spent their free agency money. So I think the last time I looked, they were 12 or 13 million under with the top 51, which is all that counts until cutdown day.
Best guess, who is the next Bronco veteran to get a contract extension?
Anybody?
Well, you got 3 really in the hopper. I mean, you're going to have to make a call Benito because you don't have the 5th-year option buffer. He's a second-round pick. So you got to make a call there. You got Cortland Sutton, who they've said they want to re-sign, and I think Zach Allen's made his feelings pretty clear too. So in theory, because you can bump down this year when you do re-sign a guy, it's possible to do them all. And they certainly have the cash to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
But I think in a perfect world, they get something done with all 3. But I think Benito, it's really him and his representatives. You want to play it out?
Right.
And really make the number big, or do you want to sign, in the Montez Sweat area right now, which would be 25 million a year, nowhere close to, the 40 million a year Myles Garrett got, or nowhere close, to the top end guys, but he's earned that 25 million a year range. And it's just a question of, can they sweeten it enough to get him to sign early or not, I think.
Yeah, because if he goes out and has another, 14, 15, 16 sack kind of, second team All-Pro, first team All-Pro kind of season like he did a year ago, that's what you start to talk about. John Franklin Myers, is he a player that the team would consider extending?
I certainly think they want to keep this group together, Nate.
Yeah.
I mean, they've said that privately and publicly. It's just really hard to get it only takes one other suitor out there. And, John Franklin Myers is probably going to think to himself, how many more bites at the apple do I have?
Yeah.
So, the guys are going to want to maximize what they can get. And sometimes that means you don't get everybody you want to get, but I think they'll try. I mean, they've talked to Cortland's people. I know they've had some preliminary discussions with Benito's and Zach Allen's, all of those things, but how serious it gets, I would think we would see 1 or 2 done before the season if they really get serious about it.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. So we're not hearing about anybody not showing up because of this? No shows, or will we not know until Thursday?
I mean, again, you're taking people at their word right now, and I've been told they've had no issues, whether that means guys are coming for 2 of the 4 days or 3 of the 4 days or all of the 4 days every week. I don't think anybody can officially say that with their own eyes. So until we see Thursday, but I've not heard of any issues thus far.
I could go for a spicy holdout right about now. Let's up the drama level on this offseason. That's what I say. Like, you love covering a holdout, don't you? That's always a good time.
Well, before the salary cap, and God, do I date myself there? That used to be all you did in training camp was write about a holdout a day who came back. So that was really how that was how you covered training camp.
Hey, you got to fill out
back.
that Rocky Mountain News notes column wasn't going to fill itself out. All right, Jeff.
Yeah, or even the Steelers and the Bills, when I covered them, it's like, oh, so and so came back to camp today. So that was like the Monday story.
Yeah, and then 2 days later they pulled a hammy.
They stubbed out their sig, they ran out onto the field, and they pulled a muscle.
I remember Jeff going, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen." When Noshawn, well, maybe that's not exactly how you put it. Noshawn gets into camp late. And Josh is hell-bent to play him against the Niners, and Jeff is like, he's going to pull a hammy. What happened in that first game, Jeff? He pulled a hammy, and then we didn't see him again until like the regular season, right?
Right. No,
a preseason
even
game.
pulled it in practice.
Yeah.
God. Yo, you're right. He didn't make it to the game.
Yeah, no, he didn't make it to he pulled it into practice at only a few minutes after predicted. So
Jeff Legwold, everybody.
People, I'm not wasting my time out there. I got my eyes on the important stuff.
The man's reporting, folks. ESPN, that's where you go and read his stuff. His latest is on Dearius Thomas going into the Bronco Ring of Fame. Jeff, well done as always, man.
Thank you, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, the great Jeff Legwold with us right there. What was the last? Was it Vaughn or DT? Was that the last good spicy holdout that we had?
Vaughn.
It was Vaughn, yeah.
By the way, I sent Spring. That's one of mine right there.
That's a
DT. This is 2014.
Okay.
I wanted Twitch to be able to see it as easy, and YouTube as
Photo
well.
credit Andy Lindahl.
Sideline. That's how close I used to be. God, those are great season tickets to have. But you could see, this is what I've got 100 pictures of DT doing this. Now, first off, elite ball placement by Manning. But you can't really see it in this one. You can see it in the next one. There's another corner coming over. He's got, I don't know who that is. It's not Tyreek Hill, but whoever it is, hanging off him. He always had DBs. I don't think there was a receiver in history that they let DBs get more physical with. Always a dude hanging off our guy. He's always making those tight catches like that. Touchdown. And tapping the toes right there. You can see at the bottom, the screen's so big. Tapping the toes, Kreckman.
Would have been a real upset if it was Tyreek Hill playing corner.
Yeah, well,
that's
maybe,
for sure. You never know, though.
Handsy.
Kreckman and Lindahl, keep it here. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, and bidding is available right now on Roller Auction's June 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. For nearly 50 years, guys, Roller Auction has been the place to find Colorado City, County, and fleet vehicles and equipment. We're talking about well-maintained used vehicles and equipment. It is the public online auction for you. This auction is open right now. It is open until next Wednesday, June the 4th. So go ahead, click on it right now at roller.bid. And by the way, one of the things I recommend, if you want to bid at Roller Auction, is go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up and get on their email list, because they will send you an email directly into your inbox anytime a new auction opens up. Sometimes these things happen pretty quickly. You want to get that directly into your email inbox. The June 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is open right now. So go to roller.bid/altitude, get signed up, and check it out. Well-maintained city and county vehicles. Enjoy. Tomorrow at noon, we will carry the David Adelman, Josh Kroenke press conference here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. David Adelman will be introduced as the next head coach of the Denver Nuggets. We'll see if there is an announcement to be made or not as to what is happening with the GM search. One of the names to keep an eye on, Andy, and this is a name that we had talked about, was Timberwolves GM Matt Lloyd. Is a name to keep an eye on right now, as somebody that the Nuggets could go looking at right now. Matt Lloyd, who was on Tim Connolly's staff, and a guy with a very interesting basketball backstory. So that's something to keep an eye on as a potential candidate. He could. It's a possibility like they could go like president of basketball ops, Matt Lloyd, and they could go Ben Tenzer as the GM, and that could just simply be the new front office structure here for the Nuggets. Remains to be seen, but we'll have a press conference tomorrow at noon, and we'll find out if they're going to make a hire at GM quite yet. Here's the other thing we're going to hear about. Just got an injury update.
Yeah.
Denver Nuggets guard Russell Westbrook has undergone surgery of the right hand to repair multiple ligament tears. The surgery was performed by Dr. Stephen Shin at the Kerlan-Jobe Surgery Center. He is expected to resume full offseason training this summer to repair multiple ligament tears. Now, earlier today, Westbrook announced himself on his blog that he was going to be having surgery. He said, personal update, this morning, I'm undergoing surgery on my right hand to fix 2 breaks that happened during the season. I'm grateful for everyone's support all year, and I can't wait to be back out there at 100% soon. The comeback is already in motion. # why not? From Russell Westbrook right there.
Hashtag throws me off a little bit. I mean, why not?
I don't, why not?
Why not?
Why not a hashtag? Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know why that's there or why not that is there, but it is there, to be sure.
It's music. Come on now.
Meanwhile, Russell Westbrook had hand surgery today, and the Nuggets are announcing it, and he has a player option. So, and I guess we're still technically in the league year, so the Nuggets are treating him as though he is still a member of the team.
He doesn't have to make the decision until free agency, right? That's
Correct.
when you have to pick up the player option or not. So
end of the league year, around there, he'll have to make that decision. I don't know. Is this surgery going to make him make more layups?
All right. So we have zero idea when this exactly was suffered, right?
Yeah, we don't know. Just says it happened, as Russ wrote, that happened during the season.
All right. Well, we asked a question earlier. If you're watching the OKC series and it looks like they're going to dispatch of the Wolves in 5, 6 at the latest, and the Nuggets take them to 7, does it change your view on what the Nuggets did and what the core looks like and all that? Finding out Russell Westbrook has had apparently not one, but multiple ligaments damaged.
In his hand.
In his hand.
In his right hand, which is his shooting hand.
Does that help you decide maybe you want him back?
His brickin' hand. Yes.
Well.
Sorry.
All right.
It's right there. Just had to take it. I don't mind Russell Westbrook back in a reduced role.
Well, yeah, I'm with you.
I don't want the Nuggets to have to rely on Russell Westbrook as their 6th most vital player. I don't hate that Russell Westbrook is on the roster. I don't like that there is such a massive drop-off between their starting 5 and any reserves on this team that he's as important as he was.
It goes back to you have to have a deeper bench with other options.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt the guy brings some tenacity to your lineup. He brings some nastiness. He brings a veteran presence at times.
There were minutes that he played with Nikola Jokic that were very good.
Well, and he was very key in the Clippers series.
You don't win the Clippers series without him.
Now, I mean, again, could this injury explain why the last 3 or 4 games of his OKC series were basically disastrous? I don't know. But he couldn't hit a shot. He couldn't hit a 3.
I mean, it's also like Russell Westbrook is a, I was going to say turnover-prone player. He's just a high-risk player. That's the way that he plays the game. It's the way that he manages the game on the court as a point guard. And so, like, when you see what the Thunder do, who force more turnovers than anybody. What they forced 21 last night against Minnesota. They're doing this to everybody. It's not exclusively a Nuggets problem there. I think people would watch those games and be like, why doesn't Denver take care of the ball? Because they're playing the Thunder. That's why.
Well,
and so naturally, like, Westbrook is bad in a matchup like that emphasizes taking good care of the basketball. It's just not really what he does.
And maybe specifically, it also explains why the guy couldn't grasp a basketball and was knocking it out of bounds way too often, because that was driving me nuts during the playoffs.
Yeah,
but,
his hands weren't good.
Yeah, if your hands are messed up, you can't grip properly. I don't know. Look, I don't care whether he comes back or not, frankly, isn't even in your control. If he opts out, then I think you let him move on to bigger pastures or whatever, greener. I don't know what it would be. If he's going to go make more money, go make more money. We're not going to pay you more money, but
and I think it's going to come down to, and I would say it's the same conversation with Dario Saric. Is in both of these instances, the player ultimately has the leverage because they can choose whether or not they want to be on your team.
You're not going to buy him out and not have the cap room. That's silly.
But, in those conversations, and, when you listen to Josh Kroenke talk last week about the emphasis on internal development, you would certainly think that the conversation with Russell Westbrook that David Adelman will one day have, probably in short order, will be something along the lines of, you can choose to be here if you want. Just know you will not have the same role that you did a season ago. We will rely on you less. You will play less. There is a strong possibility that DNPs could be in your future if the team is healthy and complete and whole, and we will rely on you less. I'm guessing those are the conversations that take place because at least, when we have the conversations about what the rotation looks like next year, and I'm guessing that ours aren't, like, there's not that many ideas of what you can do with this roster right now. I would think that theirs would largely be about, okay, we need to put an emphasis on the development of Jalen Pickett and making him a viable backup NBA point guard.
Well, and frankly, the first guard off the bench most times probably needs to be Strother.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
So
that's who you go to for scoring. You go to Pickett for the ball handling. You can use Pickett in lineups with Jamal Murray and have Jamal play a little bit more off ball, and you can have Strother on the perimeter with those guys, but that's probably what it starts to look like. Again, if everything is, we don't make a trade and we just, our team run it back, which I don't think would work because, again, depth is going to be friggin' everything. And I use the example of what the Knicks did to be able to pull out Game 3 the other night is Thibs had a curveball. He changed his starting lineup. He gave minutes to guys that hadn't seen the floor, and he pulls out a victory on the road in Indiana. The Nuggets didn't have any sort of move like that they could make. It's not as though, and here's the thing, it's not as though they didn't try. Remember when Vlatko played for a minute?
Yeah.
For literally a minute? And then it was that ain't going to work.
2 turnovers but look, to your point, it's a great example with the Knicks. When the Nuggets had their most comfortable victory of that series against OKC, it's when Strother came off the bench and actually gave them double-digit points.
Scored 15 points. Yep.
The next thing you know, hey, look, we had an 8-man bench tonight instead of 6.
And look at that. All of a sudden, what was it? It was a 2-point game turns into a 15-point game just like that.
Yeah.
Based on that run.
I should say 8-man rotation, not bench. But.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's really all that this team has been. Kreckman and Lindahl, we got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Much more on the announcement that Dearius Thomas will go into the Denver Broncos Ring of Fame. Very exciting news. That's coming up this season. It's a lovely Tuesday. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, third hour of the show. Hope you're driving safely out there on a Tuesday afternoon. Tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, we have Game 4 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, Western Conference Finals, Oilers and Stars. That's coming up at 6 o'clock right after our show. Oilers up 2-1 in that series right now, taking a commanding lead, as commanding as you can at 2-1. The NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio are powered by Mountain Hyundai. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, and we start with major local football news, Spring.
Yes, it is time for the high five, and Broncos legendary wide receiver Dearius Thomas is being elected to the Broncos Ring of Fame.
Yes, DT will be posthumously inducted coming up on Sunday, October 19th, during Alumni Weekend. That is the Broncos' Week 7 game against the Giants. They are celebrating the Super Bowl 50 championship team that week. In a statement, owners Greg Penner and Kerry Walton Penner said, quote, Dearius Thomas's election to the Broncos Ring of Fame in his first year of eligibility is a testament to the indelible mark he left on our organization and community. One of the most beloved players and greatest wide receivers in franchise history, Dearius inspired our fans with breathtaking athleticism, record-setting performances, and a joyful, infectious spirit. While we wish DT was with us to celebrate this special moment, we look forward to honoring Dearius alongside his Super Bowl 50 teammates during an unforgettable Alumni Weekend. Second in franchise history, Andy, career receiving yardage and receiving touchdowns, third most career receptions at 665. He holds the Broncos single season and single game receiving records, an all-time great, absolute no-brainer that you put him in the Ring of Fame first time up.
Yeah, easy to do. Really one of their best players of the last 15. Heck, he might be one of their best players of the 2000s, right? Go back.
The offense.
He is, top 3 all-time receivers.
Franchise history?
Yeah, maybe one.
Rod Smith, Dearius Thomas, who are you putting above them?
I try to leave room for the guys we don't remember, Nate.
Sure.
So, but
yeah.
Look, for me, it's him then Rod.
Yeah. You put DT over Rod?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I love Rod.
High praise.
Love Rod.
It's two all-time greats.
It is.
There's no doubt about it.
And really kind of different guys, both very physical receivers, but DT was just a physical specimen.
Yeah, absolute freak of a guy and an absolute just gem of a human being. He was a delight to be around. We all miss Dearius Thomas greatly, but yes, a very well-deserved honor. Dearius Thomas elected to the Denver Broncos Ring of Fame. Spring.
High five. All right, Andy, I want you to pay attention very carefully here because here is the Steelers' quarterback depth chart. Okay?
Oh, I let me guess. Should we play a Nate Kreckman game?
Correct.
Skylar Thompson.
Oh, I didn't know you'd get that one.
I didn't remember who that is. And then there's Will Howard from Ohio State.
God.
Yeah, I saw it just today, Nate. Nate Spring.
Shocked me.
I'm cheating.
Okay. Well, not Will Howard. Mason Rudolph, former
Skylar Thompson, K-State?
No idea.
Yeah, he's the Dolphin. When Tua got hurt.
Yes, he had to play the playoff game.
Yeah.
Playoffs?
Skylar Thompson, K-State.
Playoffs? You kidding me? With Skylar Thompson?
I think they covered against the Bills with Skylar Thompson. But either way, Mason Rudolph
Great moments in sports gambling history.
Yes. Mason Rudolph is the de facto starter right now. He's back with the Steelers after a stint with the Titans. But is Aaron Rodgers going to be a Steeler? Mason Rudolph talked to the media at Steelers OTAs. He was asked what it's like hearing the noise about Aaron Rodgers and if he's been in contact with Aaron.
Well, that's nothing new to me. There's been constant noise. That is the nature of the NFL. So I am been used to that for a long time now. Do nothing but be the best I can be and help our team get better this spring.
Have you been in touch with Aaron at all?
I have not. No.
I can't find him either. Do you know where he is right now? Yeah.
Why would he call him? Hey, bro, you coming to get my job, man?
Also, it'd be... see, now what I'm rooting for is for Rodgers to not play for the Steelers, because I think that would be a very... you know me, Andy. I root for chaos. I root for the most hilarious outcome in these things. The most hilarious outcome would be them having to trade for Kirk Cousins right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Which I think is also coming up here in the
I
high
didn't want to
five.
say anything. I'm thinking Mark's probably on that one.
Yeah,
so.
but what if there is a world where just like Aaron just whatever, eats too much, jungle fungus this upcoming offseason and just decides football's not for me, man, and decides to do something else with his life. And then the Steelers are sitting there going like, I guess we're starting Mason Rudolph?
Yeah. That would feel like, trying to remember what Bronco quarterback situation. Was there ever a time we thought they were going to go get more? I guess the closest thing would be, Josh Allen when you didn't draft him. And
yeah, but I think like
2016,
when Manning retires and they go and get Mark Sanchez, thinking like, okay, Mark Sanchez, we've seen Mark Sanchez ride to an AFC Championship game on the backs of an excellent defense before. And then Mark Sanchez walks through the door and he's terrible and doesn't know the offense and can't figure it out. And suddenly, 7th rounder out of Northwestern, Trevor Siemian. And again, I give old Trev some credit
T-Sizzle
for the way that he battled that season, but it was never in the plans to follow up a Super Bowl campaign with Trevor Siemian as your starting quarterback.
No, not the 7th round pick.
Yeah. It's almost like it was a faulty plan to begin with.
Yeah, that's a good call. Now, I don't know. When Mark Sanchez is your top option and he's famous for the butt fumble, I don't think people are like, hey, we're going to roll.
We're going to be great.
I think everybody was hoping that Paxton Lynch maybe would speed up his progression to be ready to start.
Paxton.
Yeah, that's kind of how that went,
He
too.
sure was. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Those are your 3 options once upon a time. Paxton, who started 3 or 4 games for you total in his career, maybe 5.
Yeah.
Mark Sanchez, who got cut before camp was done.
Yeah. Paxton Lynch, he was drafted as a project, a known project late in the first round.
But was supposed to be...
That project, by the way, is still ongoing, Andy.
Yeah.
We've not gotten off that project train on Paxton Lynch. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, here we go. Kirk Cousins was not in attendance today for the Falcons' first practice of voluntary OTAs.
Oh, what will they do?
Oh, no! We're waiting to get to June 1st, and then they can cut him and divide the money up.
You mean the guy we weren't going to play anyway didn't show up? Yeah. By the way, if you trade him, whomever trades for him, it includes a $10 million roster bonus this upcoming season, and he has a no-trade clause, so you'd have to approve any deals. So, yeah, presumably, to Andy's point, they're waiting for the post-June 1st designation, which would be next week.
And, yeah, a week from Monday, I believe, or Sunday. Here's the deal, too, is they all may be just waiting because Kirk wants to play.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure Kirk is in the boat of you better send me to a Super Bowl champ. Kirk may be waiting, as you said, for the Steelers to figure out they're not going to get Rodgers. But I think Cousins wants to figure out, all right, there's a place that needs a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Send me there.
Yeah, they're desperate. They suffered an injury in camp or in a
camp
preseason
injury,
game or whatever.
That's where I want to go.
Yeah, and that's sign me up. I can go play quarterback for those guys.
High five.
Got Bills news. Running back James Cook is entering the final year of his 4-year rookie deal, former second-round pick. He did not show up to the first day of Bills' voluntary OTAs as he is looking for a new contract coming off the best season of his career at 25 years old. Joey Bosa, the edge rusher, is your newest Buffalo Bill, and he pulled a calf muscle today and is more than likely out until training camp.
Hold on.
Dude.
Joey Bosa got hurt already?
Yeah.
He's
already hurt?
Here's Sean McDermott today. By the way, Sean McDermott did say that he's in contact with James Cook, but here he is on how concerning it is that Joey Bosa is already dealing with a calf injury given his injury history.
Yeah, I mean, it is concerning. Durability, availability are key ties to our roster. And so, we basically look ahead in terms of what he's doing now, which is getting himself the treatment that he needs, and he's working hard at it. And that's all that he can control right now. And, we get him back when we get him back, probably at this point, training camp. So, we're going to do the best job we can, and I know he is as well, and just take it one day at a time.
Come on.
9-year NFL career for Joey Bosa. In those 9 years, Andy, he has played 16 games 3 times. Last year, he actually did appear in 14 games for the Chargers. It didn't help all that much. He only had 5 sacks all season. God knows what they were paying him last year. But yeah, this guy's career is the ultimate tale of, like, when he's on the field and healthy, pretty damn good. He's just never on the field and healthy.
No, and I feel like he's constantly getting muscle injuries. You know, guys have told me about these dudes that are just wound too tight, maybe lift too much or whatever.
Jacked, bro.
Yeah, and just always got a muscle injury. Always got a muscle injury.
Last 3 seasons out of Bosa, 2.5, 6.5, and 5 sacks.
What do you make of McDermott's answer? I thought that was kind of interesting where he's just flat out like, yeah, we kind of need him to be available.
Yeah.
We spent what free agent money we had on this guy.
Right.
With an injury history, and now he's injured.
Yes.
Pulls a calf muscle day 1.
Yeah, it happened that friggin' quickly. And that's like one of those where, like, you know, you could take a player with an injury history and you could convince yourself of, like, you know, our sports science department, our strength and conditioning staff, they'll get to work on this guy. We'll be able to get him healthy, and then he shows up and he gets hurt on the first day.
You know who that was for the Broncos at times was Noshawn Moreno.
Mm-hmm.
Noshawn was actually a really good player when he could play.
Yeah.
But he was famous for the hamstring injuries and the quad and all that.
Yeah. Honestly, the Broncos they've been pretty good at avoiding that stuff. Knock on wood, obviously. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Oh, real quick, too. James Cook is awesome, but you're running back trying to get paid. Good luck.
How
dude.
much? Like, and he wants like $18 million a year, some $20 million a year.
Good luck, my guy. You're a really, really good player, but you're a running back trying to get paid. Good luck.
So NFL players are cleared to play flag football in the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, but Daryl Doucette, the quarterback for Team USA flag football when NFL players aren't playing, he's better known as Hoosh. Hoosh talked to the Washington Post, and we've talked about this before, that Hoosh still wants a chance to play. He wants his traditional flag football teammates to play for Team USA. Hoosh, by the way, 5'7", 140 pounds, although it's flag football. Hoosh, talking to the Washington Post, says, quote, "The flag guys deserve their opportunity. That's all we want. We felt like we worked hard to get the sport to where it's at. And then when the NFL guys spoke about it, it was like we were getting kicked to the side. I felt like I was the guy who could speak out for my peers, for my brothers, that's been working hard to get to this level, for us not to be forgotten."
Okay, so, like, on the one hand, Andy, I really do empathize with Hoosh here for a moment.
He's been trying at this thing
Exactly. He's dedicated his life to being a star flag football player, okay? And yes, your sport finally gets acceptance in the NFL, just goes ahead and, you know, they view a marketing opportunity and a chance to take it over. But here's the other thing, Hoosh, is the Olympics are nothing if not a meritocracy. And I'm sorry, Hoosh, but every NFL starting quarterback would be better at this than you would. So while I, again, empathize with your Hoosh plight, again, I'm sorry, but, like, Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray are just going to have to make the team, and maybe they'll let you be a backup, Hoosh. I don't know what to tell you.
Here's what I'm more interested in right now, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't. It's kind of, whenever we talk about this, because I don't think this is going away, can we introduce the song "Who's Got the Hooch" for "Who's Got the Hoosh"?
Who did that one?
I'm trying to remember. I can't find it on YouTube. I was going to send it to Spring.
By the way, listen to this right here. Chad Palmer, head coach of the Canadian men's national flag football team for 8 years, would rather face Hoosh and his teammates than an all-star collection of NFL talent, saying, quote, "We have a better chance of beating the flag players than the NFLers. I say that with a fair bit of confidence," close quote. So Canadian guys, just like, I think this is a terrible idea. I would rather go against scrubs like Hoosh than Lamar Jackson. Fair enough. Sorry, Travis Hunter is going to rain all over you dudes. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Thunder ready to close out Minnesota. What does that mean for what the Nuggets did this past season? And does that lull the franchise into any false sense of security with how good they actually are?
Guess what? I got a list.
You got a
You're
list?
like this list.
Ooh, hit me with a
NBA
list.
free agents broken into tiers.
Oh, I love
Who
a
are we
list.
going for?
Let's do it. Coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Yet you cannot play flag football, Hoosh.
We cool? We all agree this is his new song?
This is your walk-up music, Hoosh.
Yoosh. There you go. By the way, it was featured in Scrubs. Someone said it was in The Waterboy, which I think is right.
Okay.
And it was on the Bennigan's mixtape, which I'm almost positive you said that. I was like, he's got to be right.
Has to be.
That stupid Harvey Danger song was on it, too.
Who's got the hooch?
Do you know how many songs get played in restaurants and in arenas where I'm like, are you really listening to the lyrics?
Probably most of them. Do you remember Tulo used to have that one Jay-Z song when he would come up to bat and it said, I used to move snowflakes by the OZ?
Yeah.
And it was like, that means he's selling cocaine, kids.
Well, have you ever heard about, my favorite one is DMX's Up. It's not, I can't remember the Party Up or whatever, but it's Up in Here, Up in Here.
Yeah.
And he's talking about, you're about to go missing, you know who's going to find you, an old man fishing. Never seemed to get to that line.
Well, it's
after he talks about being in a club, and we're not talking about the club.
You know, thinly veiled messaging right there. Noted, DMX.
Probably don't need to get that all hyped up as your 4-year-old jumps up and down.
That one is noted, DMX. Thank
well,
you,
they have the
sir.
kids. They have the kids in the one commercial putting on the talent show, and I'm like, this is an interesting song. Not sure they're singing all the lyrics.
See, the move snowflakes by the OZ line, they blasted that in Coors Field every single time.
Yeah,
every time Tulo was coming up to bat.
Didn't he also have Baby by Justin Bieber? And then he do Party in the USA too?
He could have. I remember
he did Baby.
Spilly was always really big. Spilly had that one. It was the Gwen Stefani, the Woo-Hoo song.
Oh yeah,
that he used to go with. And I remember when I asked him about it, he was just like, I just think it's funny to look up in the stands and watch dudes woo-hooing when I come up to bat. He got a pretty big kick out of that whole thing. Rockies, by the way, they take on the Cubs tonight at Wrigley Field. Herman Marquez against Cade Horton is your pitching matchup.
Who's got the? They don't really do walk-up songs now, right? They got to be quicker.
Well, it's
no one's going to ever take Charlie
faster.
Blackmon's spot, are they?
Probably the last most iconic.
If we went to now, what Crazy Train was Larry Walker, Sledgehammer was Dante Bichette,
yes,
and then we had Charlie Blackmon. Those three are probably duking it out in a battle royale. For
I would
best
argue,
walk-up song,
most
right?
iconic in franchise history. Yes. Like, does anybody know what, like, Michael Tolia's walk-up music is right now?
No.
I just know it's going to end with him walking back to the dugout after striking out. Ugh.
What about...
They didn't win a game against the Yankees. Give him that.
What about bunting with your guy, Tovar?
Yeah, DMac and I will disagree on that forever. If you can't score runs, you probably shouldn't take the guy that led the National League in walks or in doubles last year and have him bunt. I think that's probably
to DMac's point, though,
problematic.
Not really. I don't have a dog in this fight.
I mean, the next two coming up are McMahon and Tolia, who both have astronomical strikeout records.
You're getting stranded.
Exactly. And
if you're getting
and the
there
runner was. But yeah, they fell 3-1 yesterday. They'll have a couple of night games at Wrigley Field before wrapping up that series. Like I said, they did take one against the Yankees over the weekend. That was kind of fun. So, we talked about the Russell Westbrook hand surgery that he underwent today. Hopefully that's gonna allow him to be a little bit more accurate from closer range. You have a list of NBA free agents for me as we look at a Nuggets team that took the Thunder to 7, and now the Thunder are laying the wood on the Minnesota Timberwolves, up 3-1 in the Western Conference Final.
Now realize a lot of these names we throw out there, you're going to be putting on another apron. So you got to be ready. A lot of aproning going on.
Which means the Nuggets aren't getting any of these guys.
Here's what you're going to love. They're in tiers.
I love tiers.
You love a tier.
I do love a tier.
Don't you, Nate Kreckman?
I do.
So tier 1, all-stars with options unlikely to move. You even need to hear these guys?
Give them to me real quick.
LeBron James, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, Julius Randle, Fred VanVleet.
None of those guys will play for the Nuggets next year.
Tier 2. This would be the tier I'd like to shop in.
Okay.
Is it possible to be a tier if it's a single name? Can you be the only one in the tier? That's a very thin layer of the cake.
Who is it?
Miles Turner. Proven starter in his prime.
Yeah.
Unrestricted free agent for the Pacers.
Miles Turner you actually don't need right now, but yes.
All right. Tier 3.
Okay.
Starting caliber restricted free agents.
All right.
I don't think you're going to like the first name. Josh Giddey, Quentin Grimes, Jonathan Kuminga, Keon Ellis of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
How about a Keon Ellis? Can I interest you in an 8.3 points per game this past season, career high? Keon Ellis.
I would take Josh Giddey in a friggin' heartbeat
you would?
around
Okay.
Oh, absolutely, I would. That guy killed the Nuggets this year. But no, none of those guys are going to be Nuggets. Okay, continue.
All right, tier 4.
All right.
This might be likely. Matter of fact, the second guy I saw on a story in Athletic pegged to the Nuggets.
Okay.
Aging starters. Dorian Finney-Smith, Brook Lopez, Chris Paul, Al Horford.
Yeah, Brook Lopez, Al Horford, like either one of those is like a backup big option. I would be delighted with either of those.
Like I
names.
said, Brook Lopez was on a cover of the story of free agent targets or trade targets.
Yeah.
I guess they wouldn't have to trade for him. Free agent targets the Nuggets could be looking at.
The
He's
Nuggets
an unrestricted free agent. He is going to turn 37. He turned 37 this past April.
The Nuggets desperately need a backup big, and Brook Lopez can shoot.
All right, tier 5, reserves and fringe starters.
Brook Lopez is 37?
37. A little bit of a rim protector.
Yeah, kind of
How
makes
old's DeAndre Jordan?
87.
You're going to feel real bad when you find out he's younger. Younger than Brook Lopez.
He might be, honestly.
All right, so Ty Jerome from the Cavaliers.
Okay, I like him.
Malik Beasley will be back out on the market.
I remember him, and I still like him.
Nas Reed would be someone, but he does have a player option.
Okay.
Karis LeVert.
Okay. These are all good options.
Gary Trent Jr. from
Like,
the Bucks.
Every one of these guys is like an automatic upgrade to Denver's bench.
To what you have now.
Right.
Santi Aldama from the Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm. He's fun.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker. See, I would not mind if you went ahead and picked up a couple of those Wolves dudes to put on your bench.
By the
That'd
way,
be fun.
If you didn't know any better and like that game you watched last night was like the first NBA game you had watched all year, you would have looked at Nickeil Alexander-Walker and been like, that guy makes $80 million a year, doesn't he? He was amazing last night.
Yeah. Well, and again, you want to bring him and Nas Reed over? Is that why you go talk to the Wolves assistant GM or whatever?
Yeah, Matt Lloyd. Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Chris Boucher, Bobby. Toronto Raptors forward, Tim Hardaway Jr. Would he be interesting?
Tim Hardaway Jr.?
No, I'm thinking of Gary Payton Jr. Never mind. I have the wrong junior of the guy I used
I would
to
take
watch.
either of them.
Okay.
Again, like this is where the Nuggets bench is at right now. Like I seriously, like I'm hearing all of these names, and this maybe speaks to the larger point. All I keep hearing is upgrade, 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 upgrade. These guys are all upgrades. These guys are all like viable NBA rotation players that would walk through the door. That could do multiple things. That could play the wing, hit you with three, play some defense, give you a matchup like these. And not all these players can do all of those things necessarily, but like these are viable NBA bench veterans. Like the Nuggets bench this past season, the only veteran that they had to turn to was Russell Westbrook, and he's we'll call him mercurial, I suppose is the word that I will use for Russell Westbrook. But I think the big thing here is just like the Nuggets don't have, a bench they can go to bring in a player that's like, oh, you just walk out onto the court and you do multiple things and make us better and can have lineup versatility. Like, I know I keep mentioning what Thibs did with the Knicks the other night, but also like that's just it. Like Malone this past season, Adelman in the playoffs, Andy, he had no curveball to throw. There was no like, oh wow, you made that rotation move right now. Didn't see that go. Oh, you put that combination out on the. They didn't have that. No, they had 6.5 playable players.
Some nights 5.
Yeah.
With unfortunately in the last OKC series, when you had Michael Porter Jr. with a shoulder injury, you were down to 5 or 6 dudes.
Right.
Depending on whether your bench, whether both Peyton Watson, and let's be honest about it, and we're finding out a little bit of a reason why, but Russell Westbrook was not viable the last half of that series.
Yep.
2 more names. Dennis Schroeder, guard for the Pistons.
Schroeder, yeah.
Schroeder.
Mm-hmm. Love that dude.
I like Schroeder.
Yeah.
Why is it Schroeder with an O?
He's German.
All right.
Yeah, there's an umlaut over the O's.
Not in this story. Tyus Jones, finally, it was interesting. I was reading the blurb on Jones. They talked about his usual
I wanted
high.
him to get Tyus Jones last year.
But it says the high assist to turnover ratio. You're not worried about that? Don't care?
I still
an upgrade from anything they've got?
Before Westbrook, I was actually interested in Tyus Jones. But
there's the list.
The Clippers can bring a Bogdanovich, can bring a Derek Jones off of the bench. The Thunder can turn to a Caruso and automatically just get positional versatility. In the internal development model that Josh Kroenke has laid out there. Okay, it's one of those things that sounds good to say, but the thing about young players is they come along at varying different paces right now. And when you think about the guys that the Nuggets bring off the bench, like Peyton Watson, young guy that you can bring into the game, whose offensive game is absolutely hit or miss, and it's a lot of misses, but whose defensive game is absolutely terrific. And then a Julian Strawther, who when he's making his outside shots, I love him. I think he's a 3-level scorer. I think he's an NBA player, but also he'll kill you on the defensive end of the floor. And then if you require any kind of ball handling out of him, you see what Oklahoma City did to him in Game 7. You immediately run out of options. Versus if you can bring veteran guys off the bench, it's, hey, look at this. Both they've seen it and they can do a number of different things on the floor.
Yeah. Guess who was not on that list? Bruce Brown. Is that someone you're thinking about over any of these guys here?
I think Bruce wants to be back here. I think if the Nuggets can financially make it work, I think it would be a wise move.
All right, give me your top name on the list. Because we talk about this, but we haven't had a lot. I mean, you said yes to a lot of guys.
Is I started bringing up Clipper names, and instantly I was just like, I want Nick Batum on this team.
Nick Batum? All right.
Yeah. Can I have Nick Batum? Is that possible? I don't think he's available. But that's... Again, that's the aisle I want to be, that I think this team needs to be shopping in right now if you're talking about being able to get over the hump and get back to a championship level, because it's you've wrung everything out of your starting five that you possibly can. You've both exhausted them, you've injured them, and then, oh, by the way, in the regular season, when one of them inevitably is going to be missing time because of injuries, you're dipping into a talent pool that is not great, and then you're going to a bench that is even thinner than it already was, and you're having to, find a way to get workable minutes out of guys that just, they're not quality NBA players. There's no way you can ever look at this team and say you go 10-11 deep the way that the Thunder do.
All right, what about, let me zero in on a name because he's a familiar name, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Now, let me give you a little bit of the caption so we know what we're talking about here. It says he was a screaming value on the 2-year, $9 million deal that he signed, but he's looking to at least double that previous salary. So you're probably looking at $9 million a year instead of $4.5 million.
Oh, it's a Bruce Brown situation, right? It's you buy low on a player like that, and this is where Tim Connolly is smart as hell. You buy low on a player like that, a guy that looked like he was maybe not even destined necessarily to be an NBA player, but he makes his bones on the defensive end of the court, and then he can hit shots or he can get fouled on a corner three with under 2 seconds to play by Russell Westbrook, and thus he could make all the free throws.
Do you make a run at Naz Reid?
I don't think they can afford to right now.
No, he's got, again, the player option, so I guess you can if he decides to pick it up. But wouldn't you think he'd opt out? Because he's due to, I'm sure he'll make more money than what he's making now, right?
Sure. He's going to be a Sixth Man of the Year award winner.
$15 million player option.
Yeah, no, I think Naz Reid is trying to, he's trying to be a $20 million player. I tell you what Naz Reid is trying to be and let's go back to the idea of trading Michael Porter, is that in a world where you could trade a player like Michael Porter, you would get the likes of a Naz Reid and a Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I'll just use those two names as for instance, in one deal.
But aren't those the two guys? See, I like that you put it that way. When I watch the T-Wolves, and we've watched them plenty against Denver the last 2 years, Reid and Walker, the two that you're just, Alexander Walker, the two you're going, man, we don't have that guy.
Right.
I'd like that guy.
Right.
Naz Reid in particular, he knocks down threes. His size is a pain in the rear end in the paint at times. He plays pretty good defense.
Yeah.
And he's that 3-and-D guy you've been searching for. Now, $20 million's a lot of money.
I mean,
but that's the guy you don't have.
Right. And that's why I bring up a name. And again, I'm using this as a for instance.
It's why, like, I bring up a name like a Nicholas Batum because that's a guy that has a similar skill set at a lower price point. He doesn't do the things as well as Naz Reid. He's a little bit older, but also, like, veteran. The Clippers, I tell you what, man. The longer we get away from that series, I'm amazed the Nuggets won that series.
I'm with you.
The Clippers are a better team than the Nuggets. And that sounds insane to be talking about a team with Nikola Jokic. And ultimately, the Nuggets won that series because they have Nikola Jokic, because of Aaron Gordon, because of Jamal Murray, and the kind of toughness that they have. Like, the Nuggets have that dog in them that the Clippers just simply don't have. And when you watched Game 7 and watched James Harden and Kawhi Leonard just go through the motions out there, you're like, oh, yeah, that's why you guys don't win anything of importance. But, like, look at that roster. It is so much better constructed than Denver's roster is. I'm amazed the Nuggets won that series.
And again, it's deeper.
It is.
Every playoff series they would have played, had they made it to Minnesota, we'd have been saying everybody was deeper than they were.
Like, their entire group that they played. And, like, I don't mean this as a diss to Christian Brown at all because he's come a long way in his 3 years in the NBA. But, like, the Clippers are just like this bunch of salty veterans that everybody knows how to do their job really, really well. Like, that bench of, like, Jones and Batum and Bogdanovich, like, that's just freaking that's grit and experience that you're going to, and guys that can do multiple things. Now, again, they're bench guys, like, they're better at home than when they're on the road, all that stuff. But, like, those are guys you can count on to go and win you basketball games. I'm kind of amazed Denver won that series.
No, I'm with you.
And I'm amazed that they took Oklahoma City to 7. And this is where, you know, I will say the Nuggets are tougher than you give them credit for, which is a skill. This is where Adelman, I think, really made a name for himself and deserved to be the next head coach of this team, because I don't think they should have beat the Clippers, and they did. I don't think they should have gone to 7 against the Thunder, and they did, and damn near pulled that series out. Like, all of those things can be true about this team, and yet all of this roster and team's flaws are still very much on display. And, you know, we do an exercise like this where we go through names, and you're just like, you know, outside of trading a starter, I don't know how they do any of this.
No, I'm with you. Because, again, you can shop Hunter Tyson if you'd like to. Frankly, you can shop Jalen Pickett if you'd like to.
Yeah.
These are second-round picks that they got. What are you getting back for that?
Shop Strother. You can shop Peyton Watson, all of these
Strother
names.
Those two were first-rounders at least.
Yeah.
But, you know.
And you know, the Michael Porter thing, I think he's just going to be tough to move. It's going to be tough to move because of the medicals.
And they've got to want to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, a team's
going to know that they want to.
The Nuggets have to want to move him, and a team's going to have to really want Porter. You know, to give up that valuable of assets with it. Like, in some ways, it's almost just like the plan really has to work. Like, Watson needs to get a lot better. Strother has to get a lot better. Pickett has to get a lot better. Some days, and we could be, you know, in a few weeks we could be talking about some blockbuster trade that they swing that we didn't see coming. But right now, it really does kind of feel like we're really counting on the thing that Josh Kroenke talked about last week, and it feels like a long shot. Or
I don't disagree.
50-50 proposition at best. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, we're taking you up to Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Western Conference Finals. Oilers, Stars, the NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Mountain Hyundai. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We got the Rockies and Cubs tonight, Wrigley Field. Herman Marquez, Kate Horton, 6:05. Andy, the Rockies pursuing win number 10.
Yeah, baby, double digits.
Can they get to 10 before the 1st of June?
Get to 10 before 6?
They will have 4 opportunities to be able to do so. 2 against the Cubs, and then they will go to Queens this weekend to play the New York Mets.
That ought to go well.
I'm sure it's going to go great. By the way, I read an interesting little note or kind of blurb on the Rockies here today. I want to run this by you. So one of my favorite sports writers in the world is Drew McGarry, who used to do the Why Your Team Sucks on Deadspin. Very, very entertaining writer, and he has a weekly mailbag now for the website that he's with Defector. And somebody wrote in and wanted to know, what do you owe a bad team? The Rockies are historically bad, and as someone who used to regularly go to 10 games a year at Coors Field, I'm all for it. They've been garden variety bad before, but that doesn't concern Dick Monfort. Basically, again, the fan wants to know, is it okay to root for them to lose every single game, and can I just root for them normally again afterwards? Number one, I would say yes, you should root for the Rockies to lose every game humanly possible if you enjoy those kind of things. Because if your team's going to be bad, it's better that they're interesting. But I want to run this by you that Drew McGarry wrote back to him about this question. And he says this about baseball. He says there is a bone-deep rot that affects the entire sport, not just one team. Contrary to the NFL, baseball teams have no salary floor, which means they never have to field a viable roster if they don't feel like it. Even worse, baseball owners are not competitive with one another. The secret sauce to the NFL is that all of its owners hate one another and want nothing more than to lord their own team's record over the 31 other people in the club. Dick Monfort doesn't have that petty dog in him, and it shows on the field. I think that's kind of funny. I think it's also true. Also, the NFL's hegemony means that no crappy franchise, not even the Titans, can escape scrutiny from the national press whenever they decide to stop trying. I'm not trying to make some tired football is better than baseball argument here. We all get to like whatever sport we please, but for various reasons, there's no system of effective negative reinforcement for deadbeat baseball franchises. When owners like Dick Monfort abandon any pretense of trying to win games, they face little to no consequence from their fellow owners or the front page of ESPN. In other words, you Rockies fans are effed. There are no natural or institutional dynamics compelling your team to be anything other than what it is right now, which means you are entitled to bail. Encouraged, actually. You owe those bleepers nothing. Go cheer for the Dodgers instead. You've earned the luxury. First off, the rooting thing, I would say there's no wrong answers on that one. If you want to quit the Rockies and find another team to adopt for the season, go ahead. If you want to root for them to be the worst team in baseball franchise, that's quite frankly, Andy, what I think you and I are both doing. I think that's a fun way to be able to do it. Or if you want to flip on a Rockies game every single night and just like hope they win because you're a Rockies fan and you want to root for the home team, that's okay too. It's going to be a frustrating exercise, but that's okay too. But it brings up that question of what is ever going to compel Dick Monfort to try.
Yeah.
And that's the part I don't know the answer to, because of this year and all of the attention, negative attention being placed on it. If it's not enough to shame you to try now, whatever would.
I have no answer for that other than, and this won't make him try. Does Dick Monfort have a long, hard? I don't think he would. It's almost an unrealistic conversation to have. What the hell, we're here. I wonder if they can't force a salary cap, which is allegedly going to be the big fight in the offseason with the CBA.
Yeah.
And Dick Monfort's leading the charge, and there's plenty of small market owners that want him to get his way. There has to absolutely be a salary cap in baseball.
Yeah. Baseball and would push for a hard salary cap. I mean, right now there's the tax line,
which nobody cares.
Some teams do. Oh, the Rockies care, but
not the major players that they're trying to curve the spending of.
The Mets and the Dodgers and the Yankees.
You're not. Yeah. But anyway, and the Padres among them.
Yes.
Padres took a pretty good swing at it a couple years ago too. Look, my point being, if he can't get that there, does he think about, do I still want to be here? But it's a family business that he's going to hand down to his kids.
Yeah.
His kids are already getting ingrained in it. And so, yeah, it's not going anywhere. I don't know what the answer is. You're right. That's why I keep saying, it's not that I hate any of the players on the Rockies. Or, all they did was take the call up and take the job, okay?
No, it's...
But if this doesn't compel them to try harder, because if they're they may be the worst team of all time. They're on pace to be the worst team of all time.
They're 9-45.
If that does not change things for you,
Right.
then your point, I don't know what else does.
The shame of, because here's the other thing about this, Andy, is like, they're going to be this bad again next year. Now, they may not be the worst team of all time bad again, but they're going to lose 100 games again
They may
next
get a couple breaks and get a couple of those, what'd you say, 3-run games start of the show to go their way.
Yeah.
But, and it's been amazing. They've been a little unlucky, but you had the story last week. No, they're bad.
They're bad.
They've been a little unlucky, but they're bad. They don't take pitches and have good at bats. They don't play defense well.
They're the worst fielding team in baseball, which, by the way, Dick Monfort did say in the offseason, this has a chance to be the greatest fielding team in the history of Major League Baseball, and defensively, they're the worst team in baseball. So they can't catch, they can't throw, and they can't hit. But other than that, they're doing great.
That was the play, Mrs. Lincoln.
There's not a ton of there's not like a bunch of hope in the pipeline or anything like that. We gotten an update over the weekend, by the way, on Dolander? Do we know, is he
I've yet to see
going
anything.
under the knife yet, or hopefully he's just going to come back from this forearm tightness, whatever it may be. But this again, and like, to me, it's, they're not going to sell the team. They're not going to be compelled to sell the team. There's no reason to do that whatsoever for the other owners in baseball. Nobody wants to, again, have anybody sniffing around on anything that they're up to. As Drew McGarry talks about right here in this piece, it's like, hey, I want to be able to have my turn not trying and have that be consequence-free too. So that's always going to be a thing in baseball. It's just going to simply come down to, okay, is this so bad? It's follow me on this. They're not selling the team, but they could sell control of the franchise by actually hiring and empowering somebody.
But will it happen?
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. The only chance it has, Andy, is if they're the worst team in the history of baseball, and that's why I think you're a perfectly fine fan if you root for it.
Yeah, listen, if you want to go find, we were going to talk about this one day, and maybe we'll have the discussion this week in full at some point. But I don't know who's collecting fan cards or who's in charge of who gets to be what fan, or if you were a bandwagon or a diehard or whatever.
Yeah.
There is no need to shame anybody that decides they don't want to watch this on a nightly basis.
Totally.
And would rather watch some good baseball and not be frustrated every night. I totally get that.
Yeah.
So, look, Dick Monfort and all the stories we've read, and we first got hint of this if you go back to the Nolan Arenado situation, he thinks he understands baseball at altitude better than anybody else.
Right.
That's why he thinks he knows which players to trade for, which pitchers will work, on and on and on. Somehow, some way, somebody has to give Dick Monfort the enlightenment that